Chapter 1: The Melancholic Overlord Tormented by Insomnia 1. Shen Zhiyi is the crown jewel of the Quick Transmigration Bureau. Those who lay eyes upon her are instantly captivated. Host, the system has detected the protagonist's intense desire for liberation. They can no longer endure the male lead's excessive affection and pathological possessiveness, yearning to untether themselves and seek their own destinies. You are required to substitute for them, rescuing the forsaken male leads and bearing their violent and distorted love, embracing their pathological, obsessive, and frenzied natures. I shall provide you with everything you desire: wealth, status, power, and the male lead's unwavering adoration and loyalty. All you need to do is love them unreservedly. An immersive romance, is it? Shen Zhiyi lifted her lashes, offering a delicate smile. In that instant, the spring snow melted and the jade mountain crumbled. Even the system fell momentarily silent. The heavens certified Thesa beauty capable of dazzling even electronic codes. Such a fervent and obsessive soul. Shen Zhiyi murmured languidly, her soft voice like a hook piercing the human heart. Most suitable for being tamed like a dog. She narrowed her eyes with a playful glint. Box 888, go deliver the drinks. Ji Shaoling was jolted awake. She gazed at the cart of wine before her, then glanced down at her server attire. A jolt of realization struck her. Had she been reborn? What are you still standing there for? Sister Zhao, the head waitress, shot her an irritated glance. The patrons in Box 888 were influential figures not to be offended. Had they not specifically requested a newcomer, she would never have allowed Ji Shaoling, this clumsy part-timer, to serve drinks. Zhao Jia, I have a stomachache. Oh dear. Ji Shaoling suddenly bent over, clutching her abdomen. I need to use the restroom. Perhaps you should send someone else. She lowered her head, her eyes glinting with hidden light. In her past life, it was in that very box that she was coerced into drinking, and in her intoxicated state, she inadvertently collided with the departing Shen Zhiyi. That was how she caught his attention. Coming from a modest background, she took the job at the club to earn tuition and living expenses. With someone like Shen Zhiyi, a prominent figure of wealth and power, taking an interest in her, she felt utterly powerless to resist. She had to sever ties with her then-boyfriend and became his trophy at his villa. However, life independence was far from pleasant. Shen Zhiyi harbored an overwhelming need for control. She had no autonomy whatsoever. Every movement, every acquaintance, even her meals required his approval. She had truly had enough. What was more terrifying was Shen Zhiyi's severe insomnia. He was often on edge, at times strangling her in fits of jealousy, suspecting her of contacting her ex-boyfriend, spiraling into madness, leaving her with scant hours of restful sleep. Had it not been for his relentless torment, she would not have fallen behind in her studies, unable to obtain her diploma. All of this was Shen Zhiyi's doing. Although he provided for her, ensuring her every need was met, the upper echelons of society were accustomed to looking down upon others. Those wealthy scions disregarded her entirely, never including her in their pursuits, often mocking her behind her back. Even Shen Zhiyi's stepmother frequently troubled her at the villa. She had no friends, no family, and could only rely on Shen Zhiyi for her existence. Such days held no dignity for her. She could no longer endure them. Fortunately, fate had bestowed upon her the opportunity for rebirth. This time, she vowed to keep her distance from Shen Zhiyi. With this thought in mind, Ji Shaoling dashed towards the restroom without waiting for Sister Zhao's approval, her feet turning inward. TSK. Sister Zhao watched her retreating figure, a surge of frustration rising within her. What a farce, claiming to have a stomachache. Ji Shaoling had barely been at work for 2 days and had already caused numerous disruptions at the establishment. Whether it was shattering a patron's drink or offending customers with her inability to converse, it seemed she now dared to refuse even the simplest task of serving drinks. She would inevitably be dismissed. Sister Zhao sighed, glancing at the cart laden with alcohol. Where on earth could she find a replacement now? Zhao Jia, I shall go. A gentle voice chimed in, reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing the hills. Miraculously, Sister Zhao's irritation began to dissipate. Startled, she turned to see a radiant figure. In Box 888, a group of affluent youths gathered, engaged in card games, singing, drinking, and jesting, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, girls would cast glances towards a dimly lit corner, where a tall silhouette Saturday, he reclined in a single sofa, his legs casually splayed, his face shrouded in shadow, rendering it indistinct. Yet, the curvature of his tailored trousers and the commanding aura that enveloped him clearly distinguished him from the frivolous young nobles around him. It was evident he wielded genuine power. Ziyan, care to join us for a game? One daring voice inquired. Shang Ziyan remained silent. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to intrude further, and fell into a hush. Such was the presence of Shang Ziyan. Even in silence, he exuded an intimidating aura. Hey, let's continue. A friend of Shang Ziyan beckoned. He's merely treating us as white noise to catch some rest. So let's not mind him. The group exhaled in relief, the atmosphere regaining its vibrancy. Where's the wine we ordered? One young master tossed his cards onto the table in frustration. Indeed, it's taking ages. This group, spoiled since childhood, had little patience, and soon several began to express their irritation. This establishment is becoming increasingly unruly. I was tired of their sycophancy and hoped for a fresh face to serve the drinks. But now it's just infuriating. Whoever brings the drinks later, we must ensure they down a few shots. Just as they spoke, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a pair of delicate white hands pushing a small cart. Apologies for the delay. Why so slow? Are you? As the mist from the ice bucket dissipated, a finely chiseled, fair visage emerged. Thank you for your patience, Shen Zhiyi smiled. The complaints lodged in their throats. The room fell into an eerie silence, all gazes magnetically drawn to Shen Zhiyi's face. The dim lights danced upon her features, each ray sculpting her into an unparalleled masterpiece. With gentle, affectionate peach blossom eyes, a petite, refined nose, and luscious, elegant lips, she bore no trace of makeup. Her satin-like black hair was neatly tied up, revealing her smooth forehead. Yet it captivated everyone's attention. The young masters, once brimming with hostility, instinctively swallowed hard, their expressions softening as they gazed at Shen Zhiyi in a daze. She's so beautiful. Even the girls blushed. Goodness, how could someone be so stunning? They felt no trace of jealousy. Jealousy only arises when the gap is minuscule, when the difference between you and another is as vast as the chasm of heaven. Envy simply does not exist. What prevails is admiration and envy. Shen Zhiyi smiled gently, casting her gaze over the crowd. Would you like me to pour you some wine? Her voice was soft, deliberately ignoring the dangerous and profound gaze lurking in the corner, akin to that of a beast. She was aware that it belonged to Shang Ziyan, who was watching her intently. Chapter 2: The Melancholic Overlord Tormented by Insomnia. 2. A few individuals could distinctly hear Shen Zhiyi's voice and promptly collapsed onto the sofa, clutching their chests. Come here. Pour me a drink, came a low, commanding voice from the corner. Beneath the restraint lay a hint of interest and madness, as if a target had been locked in. Shen Zhiyi turned towards the sound. In the shadows, Shang Ziyan sat upright, half of his face revealed, sharply chiseled and profound, exuding an air of mystery and somberness under the flickering lights. The moment he caught sight of Shen Zhiyi, his breath nearly hitched. Although his expression remained as glum and icy as ever, the eyes hidden in the shadows glimmered with fervor, even tinged with a hint of frenzied excitement. As if he had found his prey, Shen Zhiyi picked up a bottle of wine and gracefully knelt before Shang Ziyan, pouring him a glass. Mr. Shang, please enjoy. Do you recognize me? He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his gaze both probing and laced with curiosity. Shen Zhiyi met his eyes, her gaze trailing down his sharply defined features, noting the way his suit clung to his form, accentuating the powerful lines that radiated an overwhelming sense of strength. A slight smile curled at the corners of her lips as she met his gaze. Who in this city does not know Mr. Shang? She replied playfully. Whiskey, your favorite. She shook the glass, presenting it to him, the ice clinking melodically against the crystal. Shang Ziyan's eyes fell upon her fingertips, her skin, pale as jade, sparkled with the refracted light, resembling delicate, playful kisses. His gaze darkened slightly, and his throat tightened in silence. It seemed she had done her homework. Her bold overtures delighted him. In the past, anyone who dared to presume upon his preferences would have found themselves swiftly dealt with. Yet she was different, for reasons unknown. Her voice and smile possessed a peculiar charm, dispelling his agitation and vexation, igniting instead a deeper, more intense flame of desire that set his entire being ablaze. The mere thought that she had researched him sent a thrill through his pores. He accepted the glass, their fingertips brushing against one another. "My apologies, Mr. Shang." She feigned a flustered whisper. "What is there to apologize for?" Shang Ziyan's voice was slightly hoarse. "Am I that terrifying?" The sensation of her skin had been silken and smooth, contrasting sharply with the calloused roughness of his own fingertips, igniting a cascade of electric sensations. Such a fleeting touch had raised his pulse, making his blood rush. Shen Zhiyi shook her head, her lips tinged with a hint of red. "They all say you dislike being touched by others. I assure you, it was unintentional." The onlookers in the private room held their breath for Shen Zhiyi. The last woman who had encountered Shang Ziyan had met a grim fate, discarded into the sea as fish bait. Shang Ziyan lowered his gaze to the swirling liquid in his glass. She spoke the truth. Due to his stepmother's influence, he had loathed the proximity of women since childhood, especially those with ulterior motives. However, she seemed to be an exception. "What is your name?" He lifted his eyelids, deliberately tempering the gloomy expression on his face. The crowd, however, appeared as though they had seen a ghost. This was the first time they had witnessed Shang Ziyan associated with the word gentleness. Zhiyi, Shen Zhiyi. Understanding that he was not angry, Shen Zhiyi felt emboldened, her smile blossoming anew. Shang Ziyan's heart raced. Shen Zhiyi. Her name rolled off his tongue. She embodied her name, gentle as a scroll from the Jiangnan region. It seemed that when he turned the pages, his rough fingertips would effortlessly crease her delicate form, evoking the gentle, misty spring rain. His gaze darkened momentarily as he restrained his imagination, tilting his head back to down the fiery liquor in one go. Yet, his peripheral vision lingered on her. Shen Zhiyi raised her eyes and caught sight of his long, cold, jade-like neck, the veins prominent, the sensual atoms apple undulating enticingly. Coupled with his unmasked, fervent gaze, it was as if he were savoring not the liquor, but her essence instead. Shen Zhiyi felt an inexplicable heat rise to her cheeks under his scrutiny. Noticing the faint shadows beneath his eyes, she stood and addressed the crowd, suggesting, "Since I am late, how about I sing a song to apologize?" Instantly, the room erupted in excitement. "Yes, yes. What will you sing, miss? I can help you choose a song." Shen Zhiyi selected a gentle melody, her sweet voice enveloping the room, effortlessly dispelling all anxiety and restlessness. The audience wore expressions of enchantment, a few even involuntarily tapping their hands in rhythm. Shen Zhiyi turned back, offering them a friendly smile, causing several to blush, playfully nudging each other and squealing softly. Shang Ziyan leaned back in his chair, allowing her song to soothe his taut nerves. Yet his gaze meticulously traced her face in the dim light, revealing an aggressive intensity that startled even himself. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on her rosy lips and pristine white teeth. A sudden impatience stirred within his shadowed heart. Her smile was too distracting. It should not be shared with so many. It should be reserved solely for him. "Everyone leave," he commanded in a low voice, waving his hand to usher them out. Reluctantly, the patrons exchanged glances, some biting their handkerchiefs. How can such a beautiful lady with such a melodious voice be monopolized by Shang Ziyan alone? The audacity of this capitalist. Yet they dared not defy him. The group shuffled out, pushing each other, and once the door closed behind them, they finally allowed their discontent to surface. "This is outrageous. Why can't we listen?" One girl lamented, dreamily cradling her face. "He looks so sweet and soft. She must be delightful to kiss. If only we could hear her speak a little longer." "Agreed. Her voice is so healing, it lightens my heart. Let us go find Zhao Jia," a few boys suggested, heading to the front desk to order more bottles of wine to celebrate Zhiyi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Xiaoyan raised her voice in a regular booth. "What? Just 2 bottles of beer?" She stared incredulously at the portly man before her. After speaking for what felt like ages, her lips were nearly chafed raw, and her face was stiff from a forced smile. She had endured several attempts at inappropriate advances from his greasy hands before finally persuading him to order a drink. Just as she believed her commission for the evening was secured, this miser surprised her by ordering beer. and only 2 bottles at that. Ji Xiaolian was so furious she felt as if her back teeth might shatter. The disdain in her eyes was impossible to conceal. In her previous life, she had crossed paths with Shen Zhiyi, serving the elite sons and daughters of affluent families. For them, the minimum spend in a private room was several tens of thousands. Not to mention the wine. A bottle that cost less than 10,000 was simply unacceptable. They had never made her feel uncomfortable, unlike today. After all her hard work, she had earned a mere pittance, not even enough for bubble tea. This greasy man was utterly infuriating. Chapter 3. The melancholic tycoon tormented by insomnia. 3. Ji Xiaolian was livid. She could not fathom that in such a high-end establishment, she would encounter a penny-pinching miser like this. Her forced smile morphed into a sarcastic smirk. What do you mean? Am I ordering too little? The rotund man glared at her, his beady eyes aflame with anger. You, a mere escort, dare to mock me for being poor? Where are you anyway? Call your manager. Sister Zhao rushed over, casting an irritated glance at Ji Xiaolian. How could she leave for just a moment, only to find herself cleaning up another mess? Ji Xiaolian was truly infuriating. I apologize, sir. Our new employee is inexperienced and has caused you trouble, she said, forcing a smile while signaling Ji Xiaolian with her eyes. Ji Xiaolian pouted, reluctantly stepping outside. It was absurd that the greasy man was so stingy, yet Zhao only blamed her. If it were Shen Zhiyi, he would never allow anyone to treat her this way. He would have dealt with that fat man in no time. Frustrated, she marched towards the front desk. As she looked up, she caught sight of several familiar faces gathered around the reception area. Ji Xiaolian's eyes widened, and she quickly hid behind a pillar. It was Shen Zhiyi's group of friends. Her heart raced, and she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Had Shen Zhiyi followed them? If he saw her and clung to her like in her past life, it would be disastrous. All that alcohol would be charged solely to her name. The front desk attendant was astonished. The others nodded in agreement. As the attendant recorded the orders, she clicked her tongue in disbelief. This new employee, Shen Zhiyi, she had yet to meet, but on her very first day, she managed to achieve such impressive sales. Truly remarkable. Ji Xiaolian overheard their conversation and felt even more disheartened. That commission could have afforded her several luxury items. She pursed her lips. All those privileges had been hers alone. Now, she was relinquishing them to a newcomer. However, recalling Shen Zhiyi's tactics sent a chill through her. Never mind. Let someone else claim that performance. She certainly could not afford it. Ji Xiaolian thought back to Sister Zhao's earlier glance at her. She was no fool. If she could not find someone to safeguard her, this job would certainly be lost. Ji Xiaolian rolled her eyes, and suddenly a roguish face appeared in her mind. By Fengyu, the sworn enemy of Shen Zhiyi. If her memory served her correctly, that individual was also present at the club today. In her previous life, Bai Fengyu had openly expressed his interest in her several times in front of Shen Zhiyi. Although he was notorious for his romantic escapades and was often surrounded by beautiful women, Ji Xiaolian did not mind. Once, she may have deemed such a man as frivolous. But in this new life, she found Bai Fengyu far more appealing than Shen Zhiyi. At least he knew how to show affection and had a humorous disposition. Unlike the cold and wooden Shen Zhiyi, who constantly forced her to engage in activities she detested and frequently flew into a rage. Recalling her past experiences, Ji Xiaolian instinctively shrank her neck in fear. If it were Bai Fengyu, he would likely take her out to experience the world, rather than confining her at home like certain others. Even when he did take her to social gatherings, he forbade her from conversing with anyone else. Ji Xiaolian suddenly pondered whether it was Shen Zhiyi who obstructed her path. Had it not been for his interference, perhaps she would have already cultivated a substantial network within high society and would not need to rely on his protection for her livelihood. Ji Xiaolian lowered her head, her gaze flickering. She recalled that in her past life, when Shen Zhiyi had taken her away, they had encountered Bai Fengyu in the elevator, where he had flirted with her, nearly provoking a violent reaction from Shen Zhiyi. Having evaded Shen Zhiyi for so long without encountering him, she wondered if he had already left, as his friends were also departing. Ji Xiaolian squinted, then turned and dashed toward the elevator. In box 888, Shen Zhiyi set down the microphone and approached the single sofa, gazing at Shang Ziyuan's sleeping profile. His skin was pale, but years of insomnia had left a faint dark circle beneath his eyes. Nevertheless, even in slumber, his features remained strikingly handsome and profoundly captivating. One hand rested on the armrest, fingers slightly curled, as if he were trying to grasp something even in his dreams. He appeared so restless, even in sleep. Shen Zhiyi leaned in, her fingertips lightly brushing against his tightly furrowed brow. The subtle fragrance of gardenias lingered in the air. Shang Ziyuan's sharp brows relaxed, and even his thin lips softened slightly. Shen Zhiyi smiled faintly, but her eyes dimmed as she recalled the information provided by the system. Shang Ziyuan had lost his mother at a young age, and after his father remarried, he often traveled for work, neglecting him. His stepmother appeared to care for him. Yet behind the facade, she subjected him to psychological torment, masquerading as a benevolent figure in front of others. Only Shang Ziyuan was aware of her true nature. For instance, when he was 9, she had deceitfully sent him to the attic to help her find tools, only to lock him inside. The attic was dark and stifling, swarming with mosquitoes. Shang Ziyuan was confined there, suffering from bites all over his body until he eventually fainted from hunger and dehydration, prompting his stepmother to feign concern and rescue him. He later learned that the attic had originally been devoid of such pests. It was the stepmother who preemptively dismissed the maid and brought in several pots of decaying flowers, which attracted mosquitoes and caused him to break out in allergies. Later, it was the butler who returned, prying open the already damaged lock to take the unconscious Shang Ziyuan to the hospital. The stepmother feigned a semblance of guilt and unease. As a result, his father not only did not blame her, but showered her with luxurious gifts as a form of consolation. Shang Ziyuan was incensed. After recovering from his illness, he intentionally ruined her most expensive dress out of spite. However, rather than expressing anger, she took it upon herself to organize a grand birthday celebration for him. Shang Ziyuan was utterly bewildered. Yet before he could reflect on the situation during the birthday banquet, the stepmother publicly exposed his misdeeds in front of numerous guests, fabricating many unfounded accusations against him. At the tender age of 9, Shang Ziyuan had never encountered such treachery. He lost control of his emotions, alarming the guests. Subsequently, both his peers and the elders in the household began to isolate and fear him. Such incidents were far too frequent, leading Shang Ziyuan to question himself. Was there truly something wrong with him? Was he inherently wicked? Was he incapable of accepting his stepmother's goodwill, constantly distorting her intentions with the darkest of thoughts? It wasn't until his father's death and the stepmother acquiring the majority of the company's shares that he finally discerned her true nature. Yet, he had already grown up amidst extreme anxiety and unease, suffering from a chronic insomnia that seemed incurable. Those who endure long-term sleep deprivation become irritable and volatile, easily ignited into actions that others would find incomprehensible. However, Shen Zhiyi understood him. For someone so young, raised amidst manipulation and isolation, life was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he had fought hard to reclaim a significant portion of the company's shares, to gain the trust of the board and survive the ruthless internal struggles of the corporation. He must have repressed his emotions and needs fiercely. As Shen Zhiyi gazed at his face, an inexplicable wave of compassion surged within her. She reached for a nearby throw blanket and gently covered him. Just as her fingertips were about to part, they were suddenly grasped by a large hand. Chapter 4. The somber overlord tormented by insomnia. 4. Shang Ziyuan opened his eyes. Upon seeing Shen Zhiyi, the sharpness in his gaze softened. It was her. He turned his head, a hint of confusion crossing his features. They were still at the club. Had he fallen asleep? Shang Ziyuan incredulously raised his hand to check his watch. He had actually slept for 2 hours, and all while alone with a stranger. Shocked, he sprang up. This had never happened before. His insomnia was severe, to the point where most medications had become ineffective. Yet this woman named Shen Zhiyi had merely sung a song, and he had fallen asleep? Shang Ziyuan's mind reeled. He unconsciously tightened his grip. "Mr. Shang, you're hurting me," Shen Zhiyi remarked, tugging at her hand. Only then did Shang Ziyuan realize he had been holding her tightly. He released his grip, yet the warmth of her skin lingered in his palm, causing his heart to race involuntarily. He pressed his hand against his chest, a frown creasing his brow. This sensation was entirely new to him. Shen Zhiyi paused momentarily, lifting his gaze. Miss Shen, would you be interested in resigning from your current position to serve as my sleep assistant at my villa? Sleep assistant? Shen Zhiyi find confusion. Shen Zhiyi nodded. I suffer from severe insomnia, yet your singing has a soothing effect on me. Is it because my singing is unbearable? Shen Zhiyi asked, slightly embarrassed. Shen Zhiyi noticed her drooping expression, a pang of concern tugging at his heart, compelling him to clarify. Not at all. Your voice brings me comfort. Her cheeks flushed slightly. However, I lack any techniques for aiding sleep. Perhaps your slumber today was due to other reasons, unrelated to me. Observing her shy demeanor ignited an inexplicable urge within Shen Zhiyi to embrace her. He curled his fingers, his voice a husky whisper, regardless of the reason. I would like to invite you to give it a try, whether through storytelling, singing, or any other method, as long as it helps me sleep. The remuneration is not a concern. It will undoubtedly exceed what you earn here. Fearing her refusal, he added, you need not feel pressured. I have battled this insomnia for many years without success. Seeking your help is merely a desperate measure. Even if it ultimately proves ineffective, I shall still compensate you. Consider it a lucrative side job. 30 million a year. Sound agreeable? He gazed at her intently, unable to deny that his feelings for her had begun to deepen. Yet, he knew he must not reveal this too soon, as it might frighten her. His expression darkened for a moment. He resolved to keep her close for a year, during which he would devise a plan. Very well, Shen Zhiyi agreed without much thought. After all, she had come here for him. Shall we leave now? Shen Zhiyi stood, suppressing the surge of joy in his chest. He could hardly wait to bring her into his domain, where it would be just the two of them. He looked at Shen Zhiyi, his dark eyes filled with possessive intensity. Ji Xiaoyan lurked furtively near the elevator, awaiting Bai Fengyu, but instead encountered a familiar figure, Shen Zhiyi. He approached with an air of command, his long legs clad in tailored trousers particularly striking. Ji Xiaoyan's face paled in fright, and she quickly lowered her head, retreating behind a guest waiting for the elevator, silently praying that Shen Zhiyi would not notice her. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhiyi was shielded from view by Shen Zhiyi's tall frame. Shen Zhiyi stumbled. What happened? Shen Zhiyi turned anxiously, discovering that her high-heeled shoe was caught in the carpet seam. I can't pull it out, Shen Zhiyi admitted, awkwardly lifting her gaze. Shen Zhiyi knelt beside her, his eyes igniting with a smoldering intensity as he beheld her delicate ankle encased in the black heel. I apologize, Miss Shen. He reached out, grasping her slender ankle with gentle firmness. With a slight tug, the shoe was freed from its entrapment. Can you walk? Shen Zhiyi inquired, looking up at her. Shen Zhiyi wiggled her foot, testing her balance. A wave of searing pain radiated from her ankle, subtle yet enough to draw a faint frown upon her brow. Shen Zhiyi, ever perceptive, swiftly rose before she could utter a word, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Shen Zhiyi gasped in surprise. It seemed slightly swollen. Shen Zhiyi, maintaining his composure, cast his gaze downward at her. I shall carry you downstairs. Guests meandered about, curious glances inevitably falling upon the pair. Embarrassed, Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, burying her face in his embrace. I apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Shen, she murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, a delicate flush creeping up her alabaster neck. Shen Zhiyi noted this and instinctively tightened his grip around her. She was so light, so soft. He wrestled with the primal urge surging within him, striving to maintain a fade of calm and intensity as he made his way toward the stairwell. The elevator was too crowded. His delicate companion might feel shy. Thus, they departed, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Ji Xiaoyan watched in astonishment as Shen Zhiyi vanished into the stairwell, her eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly the same Shen Zhiyi from her past life, the one devoid of romantic sensibilities? He had never before been so proactively considerate, and had only ever displayed jealousy in front of others, disregarding her feelings entirely. The prospect of him revealing tenderness in public was unfathomable. As she contemplated the woman cradled in his arms, an inexplicable pang of jealousy coursed through her. She had not glimpsed the woman's face, yet she could surmise that she was likely a cunning opportunist, eager to ascend the social ladder, a mere gold digger. Once she returned to the villa, she would discover that being Shang Xian's prized possession was no easy feat, for he was, after all, a peculiar man. Yixiaoliang inhaled deeply, exhaling the discontent that had settled in her chest. The thought of the tribulations awaiting that woman brought her an odd sense of relief. Thankfully, it would not be her enduring the trials this lifetime. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. A dandy young gentleman adorned with ear studs emerged, flanked by two beautiful women. He tilted his head with a smile, the delicate chain around his collarbone swaying. In a moment, we shall engage in a high-stakes gamble, young Master Bai. Ji Xiaolian called out to him. Bai Fengyu halted, glancing over his shoulder. His gaze swept over her from head to toe, and then, with the two beauties in tow, he continued toward the private room, as though he had not seen her at all. Ji Xiaolian's face flushed crimson as she observed his retreating figure. What had transpired? In her previous life, he had shown considerable interest in her. Why was it different now? Ji Xiaolian bit her lip in frustration. She was unaware that Bai Fengyu's interest had never truly been in her as an individual, but rather in her association with Shang Xian. Desperation surged within her. She could not allow him to walk away so easily. Bai Fengyu, I possess a secret about Shang Xian. Would you care to hear it? The crowd ahead paused momentarily. Chapter 5. The brooding CEO, tormented by insomnia. 5. Bai Fengyu turned back, incredulous. Who are you speaking of? Shang Xian? He thought he might have misheard. His piercing gaze fell upon Ji Xiaolian once more, this time imbued with skepticism. That look seemed to convey you. You believe you can uncover Shang Xian's secrets? Ji Xiaolian certainly discerned his disdain. She inhaled deeply, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. I am aware that your family, the Bai clan, and Shang Xian are bitter rivals. Your father is vying for a parcel of land in the eastern suburbs, and I can assist you. In her previous life, that parcel of land had been acquired by Shang Xian. She learned from him that the Bai family originally intended to construct an amusement park on that site. She had a fondness for amusement parks, and thus, she wished for Shang Xian to adhere to the Bai family's plans and build an amusement park there as well. However, Shang Xian suddenly lost his temper, shattering the items on the table and questioning whether she believed Bai Fengyu was so commendable that she would even consider a proposal as unworthy as that of the Bai family. Ji Xiaolian was utterly speechless. What did the Bai family's proposal have to do with Bai Fengyu? It was not even his creation. Shang Xian insisted that he and Bai Fengyu shared a deep connection. No matter how she explained, he refused to listen, ultimately isolating himself and even burning the proposal. Recalling her past experiences, a surge of anger welled up within Ji Xiaolian. No matter how many bags and jewels he bought her, it could not conceal the fact that he was a madman, emotionally unstable at any moment, akin to a beast, entirely devoid of respect for others. You wish to assist me? Bai Fengyu scoffed. What do you possess to offer me? I am aware of Shang Xian's budget and bottom line, Ji Xiaolian declared, resolute. In matters of commerce, this was the only knowledge she possessed. To remain by Bai Fengyu's side, she needed to wield sufficient leverage to captivate him. Thus, she could only utilize Shang Xian. Bai Fengyu raised an eyebrow, gesturing for two beautiful women beside him to return to the private room. They exchanged knowing glances with Ji Xiaolian. One scoffed disdainfully, while the other rolled her eyes, before swaying away. Speak, Bai Fengyu said, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Why should I trust you? Ji Xiaolian, wishing to sever ties with Shang Xian, rolled her eyes and replied, I once worked as a maid in Shang Xian's villa and know many of his habits. While not confidential, such knowledge could not be acquired without having spent time beside Shang Xian. Bai Fengyu propped himself up, a playful smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed no hint of frivolity. What do you seek in exchange for this information? Ji Xiaolian clutched the hem of her clothing, stepping forward with newfound courage. I have liked young Master Bai for a long time. I desire nothing but an opportunity to remain by your side. You wish to be my woman? Bai Fengyu smirked, his smile growing increasingly roguish. A willing offering I have never turned away. A woman of lowly status, especially one so impoverished and eager for advancement, was easily controlled. There was nothing wrong with a bit of amusement. He seized Ji Shaoling, pinning her against the wall, his hands trapping hers at her sides, leaning in with a smile. Am I truly so charming that it warrants your betrayal of Shen Zhiyi? Ji Shaoling's face flushed, emboldened as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Before she could articulate her thoughts, her lips were silenced. Under his gentle advances, Ji Shaoling gradually softened, increasingly grateful for her choice. Look, she had always claimed that Bai Fengyu was far more considerate than Shen Zhiyi. Even in kisses, there was such tenderness. Ji Shaoling was overwhelmed with joy, finally having found the right support. The brief discomfort she felt upon seeing Shen Zhiyi embrace another woman was instantly dissipated. At the Shang family's villa, the butler was taken aback when he saw Shen Zhiyi return with a woman in his arms, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Young master, go fetch the medicinal liquor, Shen Zhiyi instructed, gently placing Shen Zhiyi on the sofa. Yes, sir, the butler promptly responded, hurrying to find the medicine box. Does it still hurt? Shen Zhiyi squatted in front of Shen Zhiyi, assisting her in removing her high-heeled shoes. She shook her head. It'll all be fine in a bit. There is no need for the trouble of applying medicine. The butler brought the medicinal liquor. It's no trouble, Shen Zhiyi asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. I'll apply the medicine. It may sting a little, just bear with it, all right? Shen Zhiyi felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, and she nodded gently. The butler's pupils widened in shock. Did the young master just say he would personally apply the medicine? He quickly raised his eyes to Shen Zhiyi, astonished. Sometimes, understanding the young master came in an instant. He quietly retreated, gesturing for the servants in the room to step outside, kindly closing the door behind them. Shen Zhiyi was entirely oblivious to their departure. His focus was solely on Shen Zhiyi. He lowered his gaze to her ankle, where delicate red marks had emerged, a result of the high heel's pressure. Her skin was so tender, even these faint indentations were conspicuous. What if the torment were more intense? Shen Zhiyi's eyes darkened as he restrained himself, closing them briefly. He poured the medicinal liquor into his palm, warming it before applying it to her ankle with gentle pressure. The heat and delicacy rolled together in his hand. Shen Zhiyi bit her lip, letting out a soft sound. His gaze deepened, the fabric of his suit tightening across his chest. She wore a nude pink nail polish, her toes perfectly round and fair, with a hint of rosy hue, lightly resting on his knee, contrasting beautifully with the firm fabric of his black trousers, making her appear even more delicate and alluring. Shen Zhiyi hurriedly lowered his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the illicit thoughts that surged within him. If she were to discover his troubling fantasies, it would surely frighten her away. He carefully released her foot. All done. Thank you, Mr. Shang. Shen Zhiyi retracted her foot, her face slightly flushed. His hands were warm and large. You're too polite. Miss Shen. Shen Zhiyi stood up. I've arranged for the butler to prepare a room for you. You should rest for now. Once your foot feels better, you can explore around the villa. The scenery in the backyard is quite lovely. I believe you will enjoy it. He had specifically arranged a guest room on the second floor, close to him, with a splendid view outside. He intended to present her with the finest things, as long as she liked them. And what about you? Shen Zhiyi inquired. Shen Zhiyi pressed his lips together, deliberately overlooking the stiffness that gripped him. I have work to attend to. Shen Zhiyi gazed at the faint bruises under his eyes, blinking in confusion. When shall we retire for the night? Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with innocence, seemingly oblivious to any ambiguity in her words. Shen Zhiyi swallowed hard, fully aware that she referred to work. Yet he could not suppress his wandering thoughts. She embodied such purity, untainted by the sordid inclinations of his mind. Perhaps tonight, he replied in a hoarse voice, retreating upstairs with an inexplicable urgency in his demeanor. Shen Zhiyi observed his hurried figure vanish at the staircase, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. Chapter 6. The brooding overlord tormented by insomnia. 6. Shortly after Shen Zhiyi departed, the butler entered with a bright smile. Miss Shen, the young master has instructed me to inform you that if you find yourself bored, you may select some clothing for yourself. This is an additional provision from him, beyond your salary, so please do not feel burdened. Consider it your work attire here. Shen Zhiyi glanced at her current attire, resembling that of a waiter, and then at the butler's tailored suit, nodding slightly in agreement. Very well. It appears that the standards here are quite stringent. As a sleep consultant, I find myself subject to dress codes. The butler clapped his hands cheerfully, and several individuals entered, dragging in rows upon rows of garments, arranging them neatly before Shen Zhiyi. Greetings, Miss Shen, they all bowed in unison. What is this? Shen Zhiyi asked, astonished, turning to the butler. These are the latest styles from top brands, including some exclusive custom pieces reserved for the elite, which you may choose at your leisure, the butler replied with a benevolent smile. Of course, the young master has specified that if you find anything to your liking, you may keep it all. Shen Zhiyi mused. So this is what they call work attire here? She was momentarily speechless, her gaze sweeping over the respectful figures before her, realizing they were client managers from various luxury brands. Faced with such an abundance of garments, she hesitated, glancing at her slightly swollen ankles. Should she try them on or not? The butler observed her expression keenly and, once again, smiled as he clapped his hands. A woman, resembling Shen Zhiyi closely, stepped forward and bowed. Hello, Miss Shen. I am your fitting model for today. Please feel free to call upon me for any piece you wish to try. Shen Zhiyi pondered, having just met Shen Zhiyi. How had he found a woman whose figure mirrored hers so closely? More importantly, how did he know her measurements? Could he discern them merely by sight? The young master is concerned about your comfort, so he specifically arranged a fitting model for you. You may choose while seated, the butler interjected, interrupting Shen Zhiyi's thoughts. Two maids arrived, bringing tea and pastries, carefully arranging them before Shen Zhiyi. They stole a glance at her, then quickly lowered their heads, exchanging secretive, blushing glances. Both felt a thrill of excitement. The usually aloof young master has finally taken a step in the right direction, providing us with such a beautiful and gentle mistress. Heaven has smiled upon us. There's hope for our days working in this villa. Shen Zhiyi surveyed the array of people and items before her, all meticulously considered for her benefit. At a loss for words, she raised her gaze toward the upper floor. Shen Zhiyi is indeed a considerate individual. The tranquil and gentle depths of her heart are stirred by a warm breeze. By the time Shen Zhiyi finished selecting her attire, night had already fallen, and her feet had nearly healed. Butler, may I inquire as to the location of the kitchen? Shen Zhiyi politely asked. I wish to prepare a soup for Mr. Shen. She had not forgotten her duties. Although Shen Zhiyi's insomnia stemmed from psychological issues, a soothing broth might aid in his slumber. I shall escort you, the butler replied, his graying hair appearing somewhat revitalized. Miss Shen, with your beauty and kindness, it is remarkable that you can also prepare soup. Oh, how fortunate our young master is. Upstairs, Shen Zhiyi had changed into a black silk shirt, exuding an even more austere aura. The dampness of his hair suggested he had just bathed. He seated himself and perused the tender documents regarding the bidding for the land in the eastern suburbs. A knock interrupted his concentration. He held his breath and lifted his gaze toward the study door. Enter. His voice remained as calm as ever, but the tension in his posture was palpable. His eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Young master. It was the butler who entered. Shen Zhiyi's expression momentarily darkened, his demeanor regaining its frostiness, and the atmosphere around him grew heavier. What is it? The butler paused. Why does it seem that the young master is not in high spirits? He cast his eyes downward, contemplating his own feet. Could it be that, as last time, entering with the left foot has displeased him? He shook his head and continued. News from the old residents has arrived. They wish for you to return tomorrow for a soiree. Will you not bring a companion, as you have in previous years? Most of the shares of the Shen group have been reclaimed by the young master, with only a few remaining, scattered among relatives at the old residence. The stepmother has continually leveraged the young master's marital status at the old residence, causing the relatives to side with her. Thus, she still firmly holds onto the last vestiges of the Shen group shares. For this reason, the young master has been unable to rid himself of this thorn in his side. Shen Zhiyi gazed placidly at the documents on the table before suddenly raising his eyes. Tomorrow, I will take Zhiyi with me. Miss Shen? The butler exclaimed in delight. How wonderful! She has just chosen some evening gowns today. They will be perfect for tomorrow. He recalled the gentle smile and heartfelt thanks Shen Zhiyi had offered him, causing his aged heart to soften. Miss Shen and the young master are indeed a match made in heaven. He was about to leave when Shen Zhiyi called out to him. Does the young master have further instructions? The butler asked, puzzled. Shen Zhiyi cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly inquiring. What is she doing? The butler's face lit up with a smile that crinkled his skin. Miss Shen is preparing soup for the young master. It should be ready shortly. Do not worry. Who is anxious? Shen Zhiyi retorted, his silence lingering for a moment. You speak too freely. The butler clasped his mouth to suppress his grin, nodding vigorously. The young master is not anxious. I am. With that, he hurried off to check on Shen Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi curled his fingers, his gaze fixated on the tender proposal before him. Yet all he could envision was Shen Zhiyi's charming visage. He let out a sigh, placing the document aside, his brow furrowed with a sense of melancholy. It was perplexing to be consumed by thoughts of her, despite being under the same roof. He felt as though a somber cloud loomed overhead, casting a heavy and persistent rain. What troubles you? A melodious female voice broke the silence. Shen Zhiyi stiffened, lifting his head abruptly to find Shen Zhiyi standing at the door, a tray in her hands, her expression laced with concern. As the clouds parted and the rain ceased, the entire study was illuminated. Are you unwell? Shen Zhiyi approached, placing the soup on the table, her worry evident as she leaned closer to him, nearly cradling his face in her hands. Shen Zhiyi found himself momentarily breathless, her proximity enveloped in the delicate fragrance of gardenias, intoxicating him entirely. I am quite unwell, he rasped, looking up at her, his dark eyes shadowed by inscrutable emotions. A dizziness washed over him, and he felt as though he could hardly breathe. Grasping her hand, he placed it over his heart. Zhiyi, please help me. Chapter 7. The Tormented Tycoon Plagued by Insomnia. 7. Shen Zhiyi felt the heat of his gaze. Mr. Shen, please do not call me that. He leaned in closer, greedily inhaling her essence, careful not to reveal too much of his feelings. Will you call my name? He implored, feeling as if he were caught in a feverish haze of sweetness and anguish. Being near her ignited a fervor within him, seeing him in such distress. Shen Zhiyi acquiesced to his desire, softly uttering, "Zin." The fulfillment of his wish sent shivers through him, every pore awakening in response, a tempest brewing within his dark eyes. He had never found his name so melodious, longing to hear her call him repeatedly, in all manner of tones, especially when she was breathless. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, chastising himself for his weakness. Could you please let go of me? Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted with her fingers. He wore a soft silk shirt, and through the fabric, she could feel the defined contours of his chest, as her wandering fingers inadvertently grazed a sensitive spot. Shen Zhiyi jolted, releasing her hand abruptly and turning away to avoid her gaze, though the tips of his ears betrayed him, blushing beneath his tousled hair. Noticing the dampness in his hair, Shen Zhiyi asked, "Did you just shower?" Shen Zhiyi pressed his lips together, his jaw tense, a hint of color creeping up his neck. "Yes, I sweated a bit," he murmured. Without further thought, she offered, "Let me help you dry your hair." Shen Zhiyi turned his gaze back to her, his dark eyes searching as if to confirm something. "Is that also part of your duties as a sleep therapist?" Shen Zhiyi paused momentarily. Then a gentle smile graced her lips. "Of course. If you don't dry your hair after a shower, you might end up with a headache." As the moment approached, slumber became increasingly elusive. She wore an expression of businesslike detachment. Despite a twinge of disappointment within, Shen Zhiyi exhaled softly, reassuring himself that time was abundant. Surely, there would come a day when her affection would inspire her to dry his hair, not merely out of obligation. Yet, the prospect of their impending solitude reignited an uncontrollable anticipation within him. Very well, he nodded gently. "I shall fetch the hairdryer." Just as he was about to rise, Shen Zhiyi pressed her hand upon his shoulder. "First, let us enjoy the soup." Her smile was tender, like a gentle breeze that rooted him in place. A tingling sensation coursed through his shoulder. Even through the fabric, he could not help but fantasize about her warmth. Shen Zhiyi swallowed hard, lifting the bowl of soup and drinking deeply, as if even a poison concoction would be welcomed, relished, without hesitation. As he reached the bottom of the bowl, he set it down, looking up at her with earnest eyes, much like an obedient dog seeking praise. delicious, he declared, the finest soup he had ever tasted. Crafted by his beloved Zhiyi. His expression remained cool, yet his mind erupted in fireworks. Shen Zhiyi cast a glance at the clock, noting the lateness of the hour. Shall we dry your hair? Afterward, her gaze fell on his face. I will lull you to sleep. The word lull sent Shen Zhiyi into a state of blissful disarray. Unaware of his reaction, Shen Zhiyi naturally took his hand, gently guiding him from his chair. Let's go. His breath hitched, his body stiffening momentarily like stone. Yet, his long legs moved of their own accord, following her. His gaze remained fixed on her hand, clasping his heart racing with fervor. The shadows of his thoughts clung to the soft, smooth skin of her hand like a delicate film. Her fingertips radiated warmth, brushing against the calluses on his hand, sending ripples of electricity coursing through him, igniting his very blood. Had Zhiyi taken the initiative to hold his hand? Shen Zhiyi felt his mind falter. The sharp acumen that had once navigated the bustling marketplace and the precision of a finely tuned instrument now seemed to falter. Leaving only a singular thought, she had initiated the contact. Drawing a deep breath, he struggled to contain his tremors. At that moment, as his chest rose and fell, Shen Zhiyi turned back, her expression shifting as she realized her haste. With a slight blush, she released his hand. I apologize. I was too eager and did not pay attention. Yet, Shen Zhiyi grasped her descending fingertips. Zhiyi? Shen Zhiyi looked at him, surprised. Let us hold hands like this, he said, maintaining his composure as he enveloped her entire hand in his, gripping it firmly. It feels wonderful. Perhaps it will aid in sleep. He led her toward the master bedroom, never relinquishing her hand. Meanwhile, in the club's private room, Bai Fengyu raised an eyebrow in surprise after reading a recently received investigative report on his phone. He had not anticipated that Ji Xiaoyan would possess such capabilities. Not only did she accurately predict several matters concerning Shen Zhiyi, but she also seemed to possess some knowledge about the situation at the merchant's ancestral home. It appears her remarks regarding Shen Zhiyi's budget are indeed close to the mark. He tucked away his phone, regarding the woman before him with a hint of amusement. A mere maid, yet she was privy to so much information. Clearly, she was not one to be underestimated. Caution was warranted. So, young Master Bai, having verified the authenticity, are you now willing to acquiesce to my request? Yixiaolian inquired. Bai Fengyu rested his hands on the sofa, with two beautiful women nestled against him. Very well. Let it be known that you shall be my girlfriend, he declared. Ji Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with joy, and a broad smile graced her lips. She had succeeded. Then why are you not swiftly sending them away? She gestured toward the two women clinging to him, her tone decidedly commanding. They shot her a glare, while Bai Fengyu, initially disinclined to engage with Ji Xiaoyan, reconsidered, realizing she could still be of use to him. He leaned in, planting a kiss on each of the women's cheeks. How unfortunate, my dear ladies, but our time together must conclude here. The two women appeared crestfallen, ready to pout. Yixiaoyang swiftly approached, grasping them and ushering them toward the exit of the private room. Are you unable to comprehend human speech? He instructed you to leave. With a triumphant smirk, she reveled in her newfound status as Bai Fengyu's official girlfriend, admonishing them not to overstep their roles. Those who sell themselves lack decorum. They cannot even discern their own standing. She slammed the door of the private room shut. The two women, taken aback, exchanged glances and muttered a few curses under their breath toward Ji Xiaoyan. Who did she think she was? Riding high on the secrets of the merchant. She fancied herself as Bai Fengyu's girlfriend, truly believing she was of significance. Suddenly, they shared a knowing look, their eyes narrowing in unison. Indeed, if they were to reveal this situation to Shen Zhiyi, he could address Ji Xiaoyan, the traitor, thus curtailing her arrogance. Their eyes gleamed with intent as they hurriedly departed the establishment. Inside the private room, Bai Fengyu beckoned Ji Xiaoyan with a finger. There's a banquet tomorrow. Accompany me. The merchant's ancestral home was also hosting an event, and it was said that the success of the auction for the eastern suburb land hinged on the toasts exchanged at this gathering. He needed Ji Xiaoyan by his side to ensure Shen Zhiyi experienced a profound setback. Ideally, she could be leveraged to provoke Shen Zhiyi into losing control at the banquet. Should this transpire, the land would undoubtedly fall into the Bai family's possession. A banquet? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaolian was instantly elated. She had known it. Bai Fengyu would not neglect her. Just after he had acknowledged her as his girlfriend, he was now prepared to publicly unveil her status within high society. This was genuine consideration. Unlike Shen Zhiyi, that stoic figure, who only ever constrained her, pressured her, and exasperated her, she felt that, at last, her struggles were yielding rewards, and she would no longer need to engage in menial, demeaning work. Very well, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. She feigned shyness, leaning into Bai Fengyu's embrace. In her mind, she began to envision the moment when she would stand before a multitude of social elites tomorrow, basking in the spotlight, cradled in the palm of Bai Fengyu. As for that woman from that day, she thought of Shen Zhiyi and let out a cold snort. A canary, perhaps, destined to be confined within the villa by Shen Zhiyi for her entire life, unable to step beyond its doors. Chapter 8. The melancholic overlord tormented by insomnia. 8. The drone of the hairdryer abruptly ceased. Shen Zhiyi delicately ran her fingers through Shen Zhiyi's hair, her slender fingertips weaving through his soft black locks, gently caressing his scalp. It evoked a tingling sensation, akin to an unintentional tease, sending ripples of anticipation within the depths of Shen Zhiyi's heart. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing inside him. Seated at the edge of the bed, Shen Zhiyi bowed his head, instinctively leaning into Shen Zhiyi's palm. To an onlooker, he appeared composed, but in truth, half of his body was as rigid as stone. He felt as though the bath he had just taken had been in vain. Shen Zhiyi could not comprehend why even the slightest touch from her could elicit such profound reactions within him, a yearning that was overwhelming. The thought of possessing her consumed him, intensifying to a degree he could scarcely bear. Should she learn of his desire, she would undoubtedly flee the villa that very night, never to return. Shen Zhiyi hung his head, enveloped in deep concern. The dark feathers of his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow across his pale visage, while stray strands of hair obscured his sharp brows, rendering his expression inscrutable. He remained silent for what felt like an eternity, too afraid to meet Shen Zhiyi's gaze. He feared that if he lifted his eyes, the tumultuous and profound desire concealed within them would be laid bare. What then would he do? And what would she do? Shen Zhiyi gently tousled his damp hair, confirming that it was no longer wet before withdrawing her hand. All done, she declared, noticing Shen Zhiyi's silence. She assumed he was preoccupied with thoughts of his insomnia and comfortingly squeezed his shoulder. It's all right. I will do my best later. Even if you can't sleep, it's no matter. Her tone was soothing. However, Shen Zhiyi reacted strongly, suddenly grasping a tie that lay scattered at the head of the bed and offering it to Shen Zhiyi. Find me, he implored. Shen Zhiyi's expression froze momentarily in confusion. Shen Zhiyi, with his head bowed, averted his gaze downward. I fear that if I become restless due to insomnia, I might do something to hurt you. Would you? Shen Zhiyi inquired, not taking the tie from him. Shen Zhiyi raised his eyes to meet hers, and upon seeing the trust reflected in her clear gaze, he initially intended to assure her that he would not, but his gaze drifted to her luscious, crimson lips, soft, fragrant, and glistening with a sheen that beckoned to be caressed, to coax deeper hues from them. His breath quickened, and he turned his head away, his expression hardening. I do not know, but I trust you one tea. Shen Zhiyi approached the edge of the bed, lifting a corner of the blanket to indicate he should lie down. Or perhaps I should sit a bit further away, she suggested, pointing to a nearby armchair. I could sing to you from there if you'd like. Shen Zhiyi assessed the distance between the chair and the bed, paused in contemplation, and ultimately nodded. Very well. He extinguished the lights, leaving only a solitary floor lamp beside the armchair. Once he confirmed that Shen Zhiyi was comfortably settled, he nestled beneath the covers. If I ever frighten you, just press this, he indicated toward the bell on the bedside table. The butler will come to escort you away. However, Zhiyi grasped the edge of the blanket with a hint of anxiety. Sometimes, I simply cannot control myself. After you leave, will I still be able to see you in this villa tomorrow? His entire figure was enveloped in shadow, his low voice tinged with caution. Although Shen Zhiyi could not see his expression, She nodded earnestly in his direction. "Do not worry. I am quite brave and will not be scared away by you." Her voice dispelled all traces of gloom. Shen Zhiyi felt that this was perhaps the most enchanting declaration of affection he had ever heard. Even if she merely expressed a token of loyalty to her employer, devoid of any romantic feelings for him. Yet, even this slight promise was sufficient to sustain him through the night. As night deepened, Shen Zhiyi's warm and soothing melodies flowed gently through the room, repeating until they faded into silence. She had fallen asleep. The moment her voice ceased, Shen Zhiyi opened his eyes. He turned his head and beheld Shen Zhiyi, peacefully slumbering on the armchair. He was acutely aware that the reason for his wakefulness lay in the thought that once he closed his eyes, she would depart. This thought kept him on edge, unable to relax. He lifted the covers and descended from the bed, approaching the armchair. The warm yellow light cast a tall, broad shadow that enveloped Shen Zhiyi entirely. He crouched down, his gaze tracing the contours of her sleeping face. Her tranquil, rhythmic breathing filled the air. He absorbed every moment, distinctly hearing the soft thrum of his own heart. Shen Zhiyi felt an overwhelming affection. He restrained the urge to kiss her, gently cradling her knee and carefully lifting her from the chair, carrying her to the bedside and laying her down. The blanket still retained his warmth. Like a cat, Shen Zhiyi sighed softly, nestled against the pillow, and drifted back into deep slumber. A deeper emotion enveloped Shen Zhiyi's gaze. "Zhiyi," he mused, "it seems she has begun to carry my essence, and she appeared to relish it." This thought ignited a fervent excitement within him, almost bursting forth from his chest. He could no longer contain his yearning, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. Her warmth, her scent, it was all her. Shen Zhiyi trembled slightly, his breath quickening against her neck. Shen Zhiyi stirred as if awakened by a gentle tickle, furrowing her brow. In that fleeting moment, the fragrance of gardenias enveloped him, pulling Shen Zhiyi back from the brink of unrestrained desire. He remained rigid, close to the now quiet figure, taking several deep breaths to suppress the longing for a passionate kiss, whispering softly against her neck, "Next time, let me comfort you." How does that sound? When Shen Zhiyi awoke, the daylight had fully permeated the room. Glancing around, she was startled to find herself lying on the bed of Shen Zhiyi. What had transpired? How had she ended up here? As she strained to recall the preceding events, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Had she truly fallen asleep while singing? Shen Zhiyi gently patted her face. "Am I awake?" A deep voice resonated from nearby. Lifting her gaze, she saw Shen Zhiyi, impeccably dressed in a suit, leaning against the doorframe, adjusting his cufflinks. The royal blue complemented him splendidly. Shaking off her reverie, she hastily got out of bed and apologized. "I must have been too exhausted last night, which led to my unintentional slumber. I assure you, such a lapse will not occur again." Her gaze lingered apologetically on his face, which appeared much the same as it had the previous day, likely a night devoid of sleep. Shen Zhiyi approached her, dismissing her apology. "It's only the first day. You have already performed admirably." As she looked up, their eyes met, and she sensed a subtle but profound emotion in his gaze, perhaps more pronounced than the day before. For a fleeting moment, she was momentarily entranced. "Breakfast is prepared downstairs. Shall we go together?" Shen Zhiyi's voice was low and resonant, imbued with a captivating magnetism. "Afterward, accompany me to a certain place." "A certain place? Is it a soiree?" Shen Zhiyi inquired, recalling that the butler had mentioned a gathering at the Shang family estate that evening, for which she was to serve as Shen Zhiyi's companion. Naturally, she was eager to attend. Yet, Shen Zhiyi shook his head, his gaze burning with intensity. "Your time during the day belongs solely to me." A blush crept across Shen Zhiyi's cheeks. How had such a straightforward statement become so flustering? I shall go freshen up first." Lowering her head, she hurried toward the bathroom. Shen Zhiyi watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The only thing he could claim was her time. When Shen Zhiyi brought her to a private styling studio, Shen Zhiyi turned in surprise. "You brought me here for a makeover?" She had initially assumed he required her presence for some other purpose. To her astonishment, he intended to dedicate time to her. "As my companion, you must be the center of attention at the event," Shang Zhiyi declared, extending his hand. Let's practice beforehand, shall we? His gaze, dark and profound, seemed to slow even the rhythm of her breath. Shen Zhiyi looked at his broad palm, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Tentatively, she placed her hand in his. The moment their skin met, he grasped her firmly, as though he would never relinquish her. Shang Zhiyi suppressed a smile, his large hand enveloping her entirely, applying a gentle pressure that drew her closer. Shen Zhiyi nearly stumbled into his embrace. Supporting her elbow, he leaned down, his eyes capturing hers like a cage. And in a voice only meant for the two of them, he murmured, "As your partner, you must become accustomed to this proximity." His voice, deep and magnetic like that of a cello, enveloped her ear with his warm breath. Shen Zhiyi felt her face flush even deeper. He radiated an undeniable heat. The warmth radiating from her palm was intense, and even the gaze she cast upon him was almost searing. "I understand," she replied, lowering her eyelashes. She steadied her breath and stepped beside him, following him into the studio with deliberate grace. The shop owner, a man adorned in trendy attire, exuded vitality. Upon seeing them, he approached with a welcoming smile. "Ah, President Shang, you've finally graced us with your presence. Today, I have cleared the entire shop just for you. I insist that you compensate me for this loss." "Spare me the theatrics," Shang Zhiyi retorted with a light smirk, "as if I would owe you anything." The shop owner chuckled, his gaze shifting to Shen Zhiyi, his eyes suddenly alight with astonishment. Good heavens, where did this ethereal beauty come from? Having encountered numerous beautiful women, he had never before been so captivated. Shang Zhiyi turned to introduce her. "This is Fang Qiqing, who will be styling you today. And he is also the owner of this establishment." Fang Qiqing? Shen Zhiyi recalled having seen this name in the system's data. He was one of the few friends of Shang Zhiyi, someone who shared a close bond with him in a world where everyone else feared him. Fang Qiqing was quite renowned in the fashion industry. Even the most popular stars had to leverage connections to secure his services. Surprised that he had emptied the entire shop just for her, Shen Zhiyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Zhiyi, thank you," she expressed sincerely. Shang Zhiyi's fingers twitched as he looked down at her expression, feeling his heart nearly melt. "So obedient, I could just kiss you," he thought, averting his gaze and closing his eyes momentarily. Fang Qiqing cheerfully extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Shen." However, a chilling glare from Shang Zhiyi rendered him hesitant, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. "When will you change this demeanor of yours? If you don't want to be touched, that's one thing. But why must you be so possessive over those around you?" Fang Qiqing quipped, "Are you not reassured by me?" Shang Zhiyi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Did Zhiyi think he was too controlling? Shen Zhiyi glanced between the two men and smiled. "This has nothing to do with Zhiyi. I simply prefer not to shake hands." "My apologies, Mr. Fang." Shang Zhiyi felt the tension within him dissipate at her words. He focused intently on Shen Zhiyi, sensing that his burgeoning affection could scarcely be contained. He yearned to reveal all his fondness for her. Even Fang Qiqing was astonished by her audacity. "How intriguing. I've never seen anyone manage to appease President Shang before. For that remark alone, I shall create an absolutely stunning look for you. Bring me the latest haute couture," he commanded eagerly. "At once, boss." The assistant wheeled over a clothing rack. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled upon seeing the exquisite haute couture gown draped upon it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Xiaoyan was also preparing for the evening's gala. She was pleading with Bai Fengyu to purchase a dress for her. "Fengyu, this is my first public appearance as your girlfriend. I can't afford to embarrass you. You must give me the most beautiful outfit. And for my hair, I need to visit the styling room." She chattered incessantly, much to Bai Fengyu's growing annoyance. He was no stranger to attending soirees with female companions. Having paraded through countless gatherings with a new girlfriend, certainly not fewer than 50, who was unaware that he changed partners as easily as one changes attire. He had never been concerned with what clothes he donned. Yet, this Ji Xiaoyan was quite the handful. Bai Fengyu pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to her, the earrings in her ears catching the light momentarily. "Very well, I shall take you to have your styling done." Ji Xiaoyan beamed with delight, reminiscent of when Shang Zhiyi had taken her for a makeover in her previous life, where the staff had lavished her with attention as if she were royalty. She had thought it to be a rare privilege. Yet now, she could simply go whenever she pleased. Ji Xiaolian's pride remained intact until they arrived at the studio. "Fengyu, is this the place?" she asked. Disbelief etched across her face as she confirmed repeatedly. Inside, the guests were in disarray, the cacophony overwhelming. Some were embroiled in arguments with stylists. Others rushed to the restroom clutching dresses, while a few smoked carelessly, creating a chaotic haze. It was a far cry from the sophisticated experience she had with Shen Zhiyi. Bai Fengyu, visibly impatient, clicked his tongue and nonchalantly settled onto a chair. Given the short notice, securing an appointment here was already commendable. "Hurry along, I shall wait for you here." He could have arranged for a more prestigious studio, but there was no need to squander money on Ji Xiaolian. If she were a true heiress, he certainly would not settle for such a place. However, he was certain she had not been exposed to the finer things in life. This studio was already beyond what her circumstances warranted. His gaze wandered among several attractive female patrons, some audacious enough to cast flirtatious glances his way. Ji Xiaolian, however, was oblivious to it all. She took a deep breath, striving to reassure herself. At least he was willing to wait for her here, which made him a relatively decent boyfriend. "Very well, I shall change into the dress." Once she had donned the gown, her spirits lifted considerably. "Fengyu, what do you think? Do I look good?" She twirled before the mirror, holding up the dress. "Yes, you look lovely. You would look good in anything," Bai Fengyu complimented, though his eyes remained glued to his phone. Ji Xiaolian turned to him, her smile faltering. Frustration bubbled within her. "You haven't even looked at me." Bai Fengyu raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "I just saw you. Can you refrain from being unreasonable? I have many matters to attend to, and it is already generous of me to accompany you to try on dresses. What more do you want?" Ji Xiaolian felt a knot in her chest, unable to express her feelings. In the past, no matter how busy Shen Zhiyi was, he would always take the time to attend to her affairs personally. Though he spoke little, his gaze remained steadfastly focused on her, never dismissive. But Bai Fengyu? What was he so busy with? Could he possibly be busier than the president of a corporation? She pursed her lips, reluctant to protest too much. If she ruined the evening soirée, she would be effectively sabotaging her own ascent into high society. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. "I meant no offense. Please don't be upset." As soon as the words left her lips, a woman emerged from the fitting room beside her. Ji Xiaoling's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 10. The Melancholic CEO, Tormented by Insomnia. 10. How could this person be wearing the same outfit as her? Ji Xiaoling's mood instantly soured. "Fengyu, I need to change my dress," she pouted. The beautiful woman next to her cast a dismissive glance in her direction and scoffed. "It's not a big deal to wear the same dress. The one who looks worse should feel embarrassed." Clearly, this woman's figure paled in comparison to hers. No wonder she wanted change. Ji Xiaoling waited for a response, but received none. Turning around, she realized there was no sign of Bai Fengyu. "Fengyu," she called out anxiously, scanning her surroundings. "Are you looking for the man who was sitting here earlier?" A store attendant interjected. "He went to the restroom." Ji Xiaoling sighed with relief. "Thank goodness. I almost thought he had left." In the restroom, Bai Fengyu was in a stall with a woman, lost in a passionate kiss. "Your girlfriend will find out," the woman murmured. "No worries, she'll soon be my ex-girlfriend," he replied. "That Ji Xiaoling has been giving me a headache. Once the evening gala concludes and we secure the land in Dongjiao, I'll promptly end things with her." Unbeknownst to Ji Xiaoling, her breakup was imminent. She glanced over at the woman who had coincidentally worn the same dress and felt a surge of anger. "What are you staring at?" she snapped. She could easily discern the mocking glint in the woman's eyes. Ji Xiaoling's neck flushed with rage. The beauty merely shrugged. "Nothing much. My friend just returned and shared some gossip. It seems your boyfriend might be flirting with someone in the restroom." Unsure whether to feel sympathy for Ji Xiaoling, she remained nonchalant. Misinterpreting the situation, Ji Xiaoling retorted, "So what if she looks better than me? What are you so pleased about?" In her moment of insecurity, her words came out clumsily. "When my boyfriend returns, I'll definitely find a dress that costs far more than this one. Who would still want to look at your cheap knockoff then?" Angrily, she tugged at her dress. "What bad luck. When I was with Shen Zhiyi, I always wore haute couture or top luxury brands. How could I end up in something so shabby?" Lost in thought, She unintentionally pulled harder, and with a rip, her dress tore apart. Ji Xiaoling was left dumbfounded. This quality is appalling. The attendant rushed over. Miss, this dress costs 18,000. You've damaged it. So please come with me to settle the payment. Ji Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. How much did you say? She glanced down at the dress. This cheap fabric, and you're charging me 18,000. Are you robbing me? How can a place like this sell such overpriced items? She felt certain she was being swindled. The attendant's expression darkened. Miss, you intentionally damaged the property, and we have it on surveillance. Our dresses are clearly priced. If you refuse to pay, we will have to call the police. Ji Xiaoling was taken aback. And my boyfriend will be back soon. He will pay for it. Can you please wait? No sooner had she spoken than Bai Fengyu sent a text message. Something came up at the company. I have to leave. Select any attire you desire and settle the payment yourself. I shall reimburse you post the soir. The attendant remarked, her demeanor tinged with impatience. I'm afraid we have a policy here, miss. If you cannot provide payment immediately, we will have to involve the authorities. This was not the first encounter of its kind. Some patrons deliberately delayed, seizing the opportunity to abscond unnoticed. Recalling such experiences, the attendant's gaze towards Ji Xiaoyan was laced with skepticism. Ji Xiaoyan felt the weight of his scrutiny, an uncomfortable sensation washing over her. How condescending! Anger coursed through her, and she bit her lip in frustration. Since Bai Fengyu would cover the costs, her eyes fell upon the store's prized possession. Instantly emboldened, she declared, I am not unwilling to pay. What insufferable attitude. I want that exquisite dress. She retrieved her card from her bag. Let us settle it all together. The attendant chuckled, taking the card to the front desk to process the transaction, entering the price of the prized dress as well. A beep signaled the successful payment. Ji Xiaoyan gazed at the printed receipt, her heart aching. This was nearly all her savings. Yet she quickly masked her discomfort with an air of haughty indifference. Following the successful transaction, the attendant's demeanor shifted dramatically, bowing as she returned the card. Please hold on, miss. I will fetch your garment immediately. Someone, fetch this esteemed guest to the VIP room. Ji Xiaoyan surveyed her surroundings with a sense of pride. The momentary sting of her expenditure dissipated entirely. As night fell at the merchant's ancestral residence, Ji Xiaoyan and Bai Fengyu entered the banquet hall hand in hand. She surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority. Yet the anticipated admiration and awe were conspicuously absent, leaving her somewhat irked. Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Fengyu, she mused that his insufficient commercial stature must be the reason for her lack of recognition. Bai Fengyu, oblivious to her disdain, scanned the room, noting the absence of Shang Ziyan, likely yet to arrive. You're not well acquainted with Shang Ziyan, are you? He remarked. When he arrives, devise a means to provoke him into losing his composure. The shareholders and business partners from the Shang Group will be present today. If Shang Ziyan were to embarrass himself in front of such a crowd, who would trust him in business? The land in Dongjiao would surely belong to the Bai family. At that moment, the old man at home will undoubtedly regard me with newfound esteem, entrusting the Bai family into my capable hands. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became. However, Ji Xiaoyan's eyes widened in horror. Shang Ziyan will also attend this soir. Bai Fengyu frowned at her. This is the Shang family's ancestral home. If it doesn't come, who would? Ji Xiaoyan was struck with disbelief as she scanned her surroundings. This is the Shang family's ancestral home. She instantly felt a surge of apprehension. In her previous life, she had never had the opportunity to set foot in this venerable residence. Firstly, Shang Ziyan's stepmother had held her in disdain, wary of her presence. How could she have ever been allowed entry? Moreover, the ever-anxious Shang Ziyan seldom allowed her to venture outside, let alone present herself before such a multitude of relatives. The very notion was utterly implausible. Thus, she had failed to recognize the situation until now. How could Bai Fengyu have kept such crucial information from her? Had she known this was a gathering hosted by Shang Ziyan, she would never have dared to attend. Now, she found herself devising ways to evade his presence. Ji Xiaoyan was deeply troubled. She hastily dragged Bai Fengyu to a discreet corner of the banquet hall, occasionally shielding her face with her hand. Rest assured, Bai Fengyu chuckled at her furtive demeanor, You are merely a caretaker to Shang Ziyuan. He hardly regards anyone, let alone a servant like you. It is unlikely he would even remember you. Furthermore, your betrayal is a secret that remains unknown to all. Ji Xiaolian shot him an indignant glare, pondering his naivety. If Shang Ziyuan were to lay eyes upon her, he would undoubtedly refuse to let her escape. How could he lack such a sense of urgency? She rolled her eyes in exasperation. At that moment, the grand entrance of the banquet hall swung open, and a pair entered hand in hand. Ji Xiaolian heard a collective intake of breath, accompanied by murmurs of astonishment from the crowd. Frowning, she turned to behold the sight before her. Chapter 11. The Brooding Tycoon Tormented by Insomnia. 11. Shen Zhiyi linked her arm with Shang Ziyuan as they made their entrance. Clad in a pure, white haute couture gown, the fabric refracted the light to reveal a spectrum of delicate hues, enhancing her gentle presence. The strapless bodice was adorned with roses of varying sizes, cascading in a serpentine fashion along her graceful shoulders and collarbone, while two slender ribbons flowed from her arms, adding an ethereal quality to her appearance. The mermaid-style hemline accentuated her exquisite figure. Her inky black hair, reminiscent of seaweed, was half-styled into a princess-like updo, with the remaining locks cascading softly beside her, elegantly curled and exuding an air of tranquility. She wore minimal adornments, save for a striking emerald necklace resting upon her neck. Yet, the grandeur of a gem seemed to pale in comparison to her stunning beauty, going unnoticed by all but Ji Xiaolian. Not only did she observe it, but she was also profoundly astonished. That necklace was a cherished heirloom of Shang Ziyuan's mother. How could he bestow it upon that woman? In her previous life, even a mere touch had evoked his wrath. Now he was willing to present it as a gift? A wave of jealousy and indignation surged through Ji Xiaolian as she scrutinized Shen Zhiyi's flawless visage. There was not a single imperfection to be found. Surely, she had undergone cosmetic enhancements. Clenching her fists, her nails nearly piercing her palms, she glanced back at Bai Fengyu. Like the others, was entranced by Shen Zhiyi, his expression vacant, as if his soul had been ensnared. Her frustration deepened. These blind fools were enamored with a woman of artificial beauty, entirely lacking the dignity expected of high society, and Shang Ziyuan, openly cherishing a mere songbird in public, only reaffirmed her realization that his affections for her in the past had been insincere. A fleeting glance from any woman seemed enough to ensnare him. How hypocritical and arrogant he was. Thankfully, she had distanced herself from him in this lifetime. Ji Xiaoling let out a frustrated hum. Shang Ziyuan surveyed the crowd, where the gazes of the greedy, the astonished, and the enamored were all fixed upon his beloved Ji. As he observed them, a growing sense of hostility welled within him. Wishing he could pluck out their eyes, his heart was restless, turning to meet the gentle, smiling gaze of Shen Zhiyi. All his dark thoughts dissipated in an instant. It was of no consequence. Zhiyi was pleased. He was willing to endure his own dissatisfaction for her happiness. Nevertheless, he extended his arm, firmly draping it over her shoulder, unabashedly declaring his claim. His cold, indifferent gaze swept across the venue, instantly intimidating the onlookers. They collectively averted their eyes. Is it cold? He slightly tilted his head and asked Shen Zhiyi, the warmth of affection evident in his eyes. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, he hoped she would say it was cold. Then he could boldly remove his suit jacket and envelop her entirely within it, shrouding her in his essence. However, his delicate darling shook her head. Not cold, Shen Zhiyi replied. The light of expectation in Shang Ziyuan's eyes dimmed, and he let out a gentle sigh. Yet, his arm tightened around her, drawing her even closer to him. Ziyuan, Shen Zhiyi shyly reminded him, nearly clinging to him amidst the gazes of so many. But Shang Ziyuan was wholly unconcerned. I will introduce you to some people, he said, guiding her towards a group of relatives at the Shang family estate. Bai Fengyu snapped back to reality, greedily nudging Ji Xiaoling's arm. Hey, you've been by Shang Ziyuan's side for so long. Do you know who that woman is? No, Ji Xiaoling replied, her expression sour. Did he even remember she was his girlfriend? How could he inquire about another woman? It was utterly outrageous. TCH Bai Fengyu huffed in annoyance. his jealousy and simmering anger directed at Shang Ziyan and Shen Zhiyi's retreating figures. Why should all the good things belong to Shang Ziyan? His background was not inferior to that of Shang Ziyan, yet he had managed to court such an exquisite woman. As he glanced at Ji Shaoling, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to roll his eyes. Didn't you say you had a way to provoke Shang Ziyan? Hurry up and share. His patience with her was wearing thin. Ji Shaoling lowered her head in contemplation. She understood Shang Ziyan better than anyone and knew that only two things could truly infuriate him and send him into an emotional frenzy: herself and his deceased mother. Since she wished to sever ties with Shang Ziyan for good, she resolved to exploit the latter. Ji Shaoling rolled her eyes and said to Bai Fengyu, "Did you see the emerald necklace that woman is wearing? If it were to be damaged, Shang Ziyan would surely erupt in rage." "Are you certain?" Bai Fengyu frowned. Shang Ziyan is wealthy enough to not be fazed by a piece of jewelry. Xiaoling nodded emphatically. "I am certain." "Fine, I will trust you this once," Bai Fengyu declared, raising his glass and striding towards Shen Zhiyi. Whether Ji Xiaoling's words held any truth was of little import. It is significant that he conveniently has an excuse to engage in conversation with a beautiful woman. Ji Xiaoling's gaze darkened as she fixed her eyes on Shen Zhiyi, and upon noticing a woman nearby, her expression abruptly shifted to one of malicious glee. That woman was Qi Yinping, the stepmother of Shang Ziyan. In her previous life, Ji Shaoling had endured countless grievances at the hands of Qi Yinping. This canary believed that with Shang Ziyan's favoritism, she could evade suffering. Ji Shaoling eagerly awaited her torment. Concealed in a shadowy corner, she twisted her face into a sinister smile. In the illuminated area, Shang Ziyan patiently introduced Shen Zhiyi to a group of relatives. Though it was framed as an introduction, it was, in truth, a display of Shen Zhiyi for their scrutiny. There were many around him with ulterior motives, and he intended for them to grasp Shen Zhiyi's significance in his life, weighing their intentions before attempting to harm her. "This is my second uncle." "Hello, second uncle." "This is my third uncle." "Hello, third uncle." With each introduction, Shen Zhiyi dutifully greeted the individuals. Only after a complete round did she suddenly realize that she was merely Shang Ziyan's sleep assistant, not his girlfriend. Yet, his current demeanor suggested he was presenting her as if she were a fiancée. Indeed, when he introduced a certain aunt, she cheerfully remarked, "Ziyan, you've brought someone home. It's time we enjoy the wedding feast. Isn't it?" Shen Zhiyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She discreetly tugged at Shang Ziyan's sleeve. Leaning down, he inquired, "What is it?" Shen Zhiyi replied, Do they misunderstand? I'm not your girlfriend." Shang Ziyan gazed at her pensively, and after a moment, he whispered, "Please help me. My family is pressing for marriage, and it's truly a headache." Concern immediately flooded Shen Zhiyi's expression. "A headache? Doesn't tea that affect your sleep?" She nodded solemnly and said, "All right, I will assist you." Shang Ziyan lowered his eyelashes, a sly smile flickering in his eyes. Straightening up, he turned to the aunt. "It won't be long. Aunt, you must prepare a generous red envelope. Our Zhiyi is indeed a rare treasure." Shen Zhiyi's face flushed crimson. The aunt chuckled. "It's rare to hear you say such things. Rest assured, I shall prepare a grand one." She glanced at Qi Yinping, adding, "But the largest must come from Ziyi's future mother-in-law." Upon seeing Qi Yinping, Shang Ziyan's smile instantly turned cold. Chapter 12. The brooding CEO tormented by insomnia. 12. Qi Yinping wore a gentle smile. "Ziyi, is it?" She approached Shen Zhiyi, saying, "Good child, being with Ziyan must be challenging for you. He often has a bad temper. Please be understanding. Even we, as elders, must tread carefully around him. If you face any grievances, do not hesitate to tell me. I will certainly stand by your side." The implication was clear. Shang Ziyan was disrespectful to his elders and emotionally volatile. After a few words, Shang Ziyan's expression had darkened to the point of being suffused with ink. He was indifferent to her words, but if he frightened Ziyi away, he would hold her responsible. A layer of hostility began to rise within him. Shen Zhiyi squeezed his hand, causing Shang Ziyan to stiffen momentarily. Turning to her, he caught the gentle smile gracing her lips. It seems that no matter his demeanor, she is capable of accepting him. He was momentarily taken aback, the gloom in his eyes dissipating. "Thank you." Auntie, he murmured. With a reassuring smile, Shen Zhiyi addressed Qi Yinping. However, you need not worry. Yin is indeed very gentle. Shang Zian, taken aback, abruptly turned to look at her. Gentle? It was as if he had been pulled back from the precipice of thorns, only to fall into a warm cotton field. The cozy heat enveloped him. For the first time, Shang Zian experienced what it meant to be met with unyielding kindness. A tumultuous excitement surged within him. Gentle? Qi Yinping's lips curled into a sardonic smile, as though she had heard a ridiculous joke. It seems you have known him for too short time. You truly do not understand him at all. On the contrary, Shen Zhiyi shook her head. It is you, Annie, who fails to comprehend him. Zayin divides his day into two, his concerns solely revolving around the affairs of the corporation. His time is exceedingly precious, and his patience for foolishness is naturally lower than ours. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not perceive him as impatient. Rather, they would recognize him as someone who values efficiency above all. Only fools would squander his time and then bear witness to his foul temper. Wouldn't you agree? Her smiling gaze swept slowly across the gathered relatives, who instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, Z speaks the truth. With the immense responsibilities of managing such a vast corporation, how could Zayin afford to be amiable? Exactly. It is unreasonable to expect the president to be smiling all day long. That would hardly command respect. In an instant, everyone chimed in, for who would dare to contradict such sentiments, thereby implicitly admitting their own folly? Qi Yinping's expression darkened, her face turning a shade of iron. Was she being accused of foolishness? Fury bubbled within her, but with so many witnesses present, she could only suppress her rage, forcing a smile that nearly caused the muscles in her cheeks to twitch. Shang Zian lowered his head, stifling a laugh. It was the first time he witnessed Qi Yinping humbled. He had not anticipated that his seemingly gentle and harmless Yi possessed such a sharp tongue. How delightful! What to do? I find myself liking her more and more. He gazed at Shen Zhiyi, the depths of his eyes sparkling like gentle stars, encompassing her entire being. I heard you come from a background as a hostess? Having failed to attack Shang Zian, Qi Yinping redirected her sharpness towards Shen Zhiyi, a knowing smile briefly flashing across her face. No wonder you are so articulate. Yet, it seems Yin has quite the unique taste. Among all the wealthy heiresses, he chose a hostess in the end. Perhaps it is us who have grown old, unable to keep up with the aesthetics of the younger generation. She covered her mouth, laughing hollowly, though the glint in her eyes was chilling. Shang Zian's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy fury. He narrowed his eyes, shielding Shen Zhiyi behind him. Zhi is the one I have chosen. Regardless of her past, I shall protect her henceforth. Should anyone dare to meddle in my affairs, I shall have to. His eyes glazed over with a thin veneer of cold amusement as he uttered his chilling words, each syllable dripping with the promise of retribution. Sever their hands and feet. Qi Yinping recoiled in shock. In the past, regardless of her sarcastic remarks, Shang Zian either lost control in a fit of rage or chose to ignore her completely. Never had he threatened her with such emotional stability as he did today. She turned her gaze towards Shen Zhiyi, astonished by the significant influence this individual wielded over Shang Zian. What if she was allowed to remain by his side and successfully mended his ways? Would that leave her with no escape? Contemplating this, Qi Yinping's eyes darted with concern. Zian, she asserted, these words, though they may not please you, I must express. I do this not solely for your sake, but for the welfare of the Shan Group as well. If the shareholders were to learn that you have chosen such a wife, how would they perceive you? Surely, the stock prices would plummet. The relatives present immediately fell into a state of panic. The eldest sister's argument was sound. Should the shareholders' trust falter, could the Shan Group maintain its current prosperity? Zian, might you reconsider? Do you truly wish to make this woman a mere escort, the first lady of our esteemed family? Is this not a jest? Although they held fondness for Shen Zhiyi, the harsh truth remained that personal interests outweighed all else. After all, her status was hardly commendable. Shang Zian chuckled coldly. A decline in stock prices would be a reflection of my own inadequacy, not a consequence of Zi's presence. As long as the group's operations flourish, whether I favor a mule or a stallion, they would only applaud my choices. The relatives fell silent. While they dared not openly defy Shen Zhiyi inwardly, they concurred with Qi Jinping's sentiments. In high society, lineage held paramount importance. Future implications for the company were inevitable. Yet no one dared to voice this in front of Shen Zhiyi. Consequently, the glances directed towards Shen Zhiyi grew increasingly peculiar. From a distance, Ji Shaoling observed with a smirk. See, I knew it. These social elites are so high-minded. The disdain and contempt I faced in my past life. This gilded canary shall endure it as well. She felt increasingly vindicated in her choices. Suddenly, a voice rang out in excitement from not far away. Z. The crowd turned to see a young heiress hurrying towards Shen Zhiyi, her skirt swaying gracefully. Qi Jinping was the first to recognize her. It was Bai Jin, the heir of the Bai family, one of the most prominent clans in the city. Bai Jin halted before Shen Zhiyi, taking her hand. Why did you return to the city without visiting me? Did you not miss me? She pouted playfully. Shen Zhiyi recognized her as the ally the system had arranged to bolster her standing in this world. With a gentle smile, she replied, I was held up by other matters. Qi Jinping, taken aback, inquired, You know each other? Bai Jin gasped, addressing Shen Zhiyi. Didn't he tell them who you are? Gripping Shen Zhiyi's hand, she raised her voice for all to hear. She is the only granddaughter of old Master Shen, the esteemed Shen Zhiyi. Or were you just calling her an escort? She laughed coldly. If old Master Shen were to hear that his precious granddaughter was being slandered, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Old Master Shen, he was a figure who stood shoulder to shoulder with the deceased patriarch of the Shang family. His standing in high society was beyond question. Shen Zhiyi, indeed hailing from such a distinguished lineage. Chapter 13. The Melancholy Overlord Tormented by Insomnia. 13. Dear sister-in-law, how could you wrongfully accuse someone without proper investigation? Indeed, you've caused quite a misunderstanding. The crowd turned their accusatory gazes towards Qi Jinping, their words laced with reproach. How could she, knowing that Ji was the granddaughter of the Shen family, possibly be a mere escort? I always thought Ji, with her exquisite beauty, resembled a refined lady from a wealthy family. How could she originate from a humble background, as my sister-in-law suggested? Zai, our earlier words were too harsh. Please don't take them to heart. They raised their glasses in a gesture of contrition towards Shen Zhiyi. Acknowledging their familial ties to the businessman, she joined them in drinking a couple of toasts. They were merely fickle-minded individuals, unworthy of excessive indignation. Seeing her partake in the libations, they assumed her to be magnanimous and free-spirited, which only deepened their admiration for her. One straightforward relative remarked, Ultimately, this debacle falls upon my sister-in-law. At her age, how could she engage in such divisive antics? Does she not fear the wrath of my brother haunting her in her dreams? You. Qi Jinping's face flushed with fury, her composure teetering on the edge. The thought of Shen Zhiyi's formidable connections loomed large in her mind. If Zhiyi were to marry Shen Zhiyi, all the relatives in the old residence would undoubtedly turn against her, leaving her utterly isolated. A profound sense of crisis surged within Qi Jinping, intensifying her desire to eliminate Shen Zhiyi. She lowered her gaze, swiftly plotting her next move. In the distance, Ji Shaoyan observed the shift in the crowd's attitude towards Shen Zhiyi, her anger boiling to the point of nearly shattering her wine glass. How could that canary also hail from an illustrious family? A deep sense of injustice welled up within her. Why was it that she had not been fortunate enough to be born in a privilege? It was one thing to be born into an ordinary family, but to be cursed with a father who was a drunkard and gambler. This world was undeniably cruel to her. Why should it be so? Clearly, she was the true protagonist. Ji Shaoyan felt her defenses crumble, yet no one paid her any heed. Shen Zhiyuan's gaze fell upon Shen Zhiyi's hand, which was tightly held by Bai Jin, swaying back and forth. He squinted, a wave of displeasure washing over him. Had this young lady rekindled old acquaintances? Maintaining his composure, he extricated Shen Zhiyi's hand from Bai Jin's grasp, asserting his claim over her. He led her towards the blooming roses in the garden. Bai Jin watched their retreating figures, her lips twitching slightly. Mr. Shang's possessiveness was indeed more renowned than the Shang Corporation itself, even envious of a woman's affections. Shen Zhiyi allowed Shen Zhiyi to guide her to a secluded corner where the roses flourished, the air rich with their fragrance. She paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. Noticing the darkening shadow across his brow and the taut line of his jaw, she pondered in silence. Could he be upset? Biting her lip, she took the initiative to admit her fault. Ziyuan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep this from you. I simply hadn't found the right moment to share. Please don't be angry with me, all right? She extended her finger, tugging lightly at his sleeve, seeking to appease him. Shang Zhiyi lowered his gaze, perceiving the softness in her eyes, accompanied by a playful plea for mercy. His heart skipped a beat, realizing she was teasing him. The depth of his eyes darkened in response, and his throat constricted as he struggled to contain his desire to lift her onto his shoulder and whisk her away from the gathering. Such audacious knowledge of her intentions should belong solely to him. Yet, the pressing questions must be addressed. You're the daughter of the Shun family. Why are you working part-time at a club? Shang Zhiyi inquired, seeking clarity. He wished to discern whether their encounter was mere coincidence or a calculated design. It is for you. Shen Zhiyi gazed steadfastly into his eyes. I came here for you from the very beginning. Shang Zhiyi held his breath, stunned. Was she deliberately drawing near to him? Strangely, this revelation did not incite anger within him. Rather, it stirred a deeper excitement. The thought of Shen Zhiyi going to such lengths merely to be close to him enveloped him in fervent joy. Yet, a sudden wave of doubt crashed over him, extinguishing his elation. Zhiyi was ambitious. Perhaps what she sought was merely the polished, unyielding persona of Shang Zhiyi that the world perceived, the calm, formidable president with an iron fist. If she were to discover the tumultuous chaos within him, the overwhelming emotions, the suffocating possessiveness, the mad desire to engage in reckless acts, would she still wish to be near him? Such speculation nearly shattered him. The smile that had graced his lips faded, replaced by a furrowed brow, as he found himself ensnared by worry and gloom. I am not angry with you, he said, his voice husky, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Really? Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with surprise. Indeed, Shang Zhiyi stepped closer, guiding her between the wall and his broad chest. Beside them bloomed clusters of roses, illuminated by the moonlight. He cautiously asked, Zhiyi, what kind of person am I in your eyes? Shen Zhiyi paused, seemingly perplexed by his inquiry. Shang Zhiyi pressed his lips together, reiterating, now that you are close to me, how do you perceive me? At that moment, he felt as if he had laid his heart bare, subjected to the searing pain of boiling oil. Only her response could save him. Shen Zhiyi blinked, and then smiled gently, reminiscent of the moonlit lake, softly rippling with fragmented light. You are in my heart like this, she pointed to the roses, her tone tender. Shang Zhiyi followed her gaze, momentarily blanking out. They were indeed roses. Shen Zhiyi continued, in my heart, you are like them. Though adorned with thorns, what burns and blossoms is the most fervent, most unreserved love. I adore roses. You love roses? Shang Zhiyi echoed softly. Yes, Shen Zhiyi affirmed, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. Shang Zhiyi felt as though his heart had been struck, a warmth flooding his chest, accompanied by a bittersweet sting in his eyes. Abruptly, he turned away. All right, I understand. He dared not speculate whether her affection was directed towards the roses or towards him. Yet, it mattered little, for regardless of her intentions in approaching him, he would never let her go. Since she adored roses, he would present her with the finest blooms the world had to offer. Shang Zhiyi recalled the piece of land in the eastern suburbs, turning to gaze at Shen Zhiyi, whose calm eyes betrayed an uncontainable tide of love. He gently ruffled her hair. I have some matters to attend to. Once I am finished, we shall return home together. Shen Zhiyi smiled at him, her eyes narrowing playfully. All right, I will wait for you here. Too obedient, indeed, almost excessively so, Shang Zhiyi took a deep breath, filled with affection as he tousled her hair once more before striding towards the venue. His tall, imposing figure vanished at the corridor's end. Shen Zhiyi withdrew her gaze, bending down to inhale the fragrance of the roses. How delightful! It mirrored the scent that emanated from him. Sandalwood rose, the most alluring fragrance in her eyes. Miss Shun, A voice suddenly called from behind her. Shen Zhiyi turned to find Bai Fengyu approaching with 2 glasses of wine, a cheerful smile upon his face. I never anticipated that you and my cousin would be such close friends. It's surprising that I am just now meeting you. He extended one of the glasses towards Shen Zhiyi. However, it's never too late, is it? Shen Zhiyi frowned, refusing to accept the wine. Bai Fengyu chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Bai Jin's cousin, Bai Fengyu. Miss Shen, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He raised his glass in a toast, tilting his head back to drink. Shen Zhiyi regarded him warily. This Bai Fengyu was not only Shang Xian's arch-rival, but also Bai Jin's competitor within the Bai family. Regardless of the perspective, she needed to keep her distance from him. She attempted to walk away, but Bai Fengyu blocked her path. Miss Shen, are you truly unwilling to share a drink? Is that a tad disrespectful? He offered her the other glass, his gaze darkening. He had slipped something into the drink. If she were to consume it, she would have no choice but to accompany him. Step aside. Shen Zhiyi raised her hand to push him away. The glass trembled, spilling champagne all over his face. Bai Fengyu wiped his face, his expression turning furious. Do not refuse a toast, and instead incur a penalty drink. His gaze fell upon the necklace at Shen Zhiyi's neck, his anger dissipating in an instant, replaced by a knowing smile. Miss Shen, that necklace must be a gift from Shang Xian, correct? He tapped his cheek thoughtfully. How peculiar of Shang Xian to present you with such an old-fashioned piece. It does not suit you at all. Why not let me replace it with a diamond? You are so young. How about a pink diamond? With that, he reached out to snatch the necklace. Shen Zhiyi's eyes narrowed sharply. With one swift motion, she seized his wrist and twisted it forcefully in the opposite direction. Bai Fengyu yelped, a distinct crack echoing from his wrist as pain erupted, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. You wretched woman. His complexion paled as he writhed, desperately trying to break free. Yet she unexpectedly had him firmly restrained. His pupils constricted sharply, and a hint of terror crept into his gaze as he looked at Shen Zhiyi. This woman appeared gentle and delicate. How could she possess such terrifying strength? Shen Zhiyi smiled. If you continue your indiscreet behavior, do not blame me for instructing the Bai family on how to navigate social interactions. Bai Fengyu stared at her as if he were gazing upon the Grim Reaper. She was putting on an act. The sweet and gentle demeanor she displayed moments ago in front of Shang Xian was all a facade. She was far from the fragile figure she seemed. Bai Fengyu regretted his choices immensely, lamenting his decision to heed Ji Xiaolian's words and provoke this formidable woman. Shen Zhiyi tightened her grip. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard. Bai Fengyu's lips trembled. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Please let go. Shen Zhiyi raised her hand, causing Bai Fengyu to tumble to the ground. His palm inadvertently pressed against the shards of a broken glass, sending pain coursing through him. Yet, ignoring the blood seeping from his palm, he dragged his nearly limp body off the ground and fled in a panic, glancing back at Shen Zhiyi in fear of her pursuit. Shen Zhiyi scoffed softly and sauntered over to the swing set beside the rose bushes. With a gentle push of her feet, she began to sway lightly. Bai Fengyu, clutching his left arm in disarray, rushed into the venue. Before he could find a place to tend his wound, he spotted Shang Xian engaged in jovial conversation with the representative of the eastern suburb land. They clinked glasses, seemingly finalizing a collaboration. His fury was palpable. His gaze shifted to Ji Xiaolian in the corner. It was all her fault. She had provided him with erroneous information, leading him not only to provoke an unsuitable woman, but also to squander the opportunity for the eastern suburb deal. He stormed over, suppressing the pain from his injuries, and with his uninjured right hand, he struck Ji Xiaolian forcefully. What are you doing? Ji Xiaolian cried out in pain. Bai Fengyu sneered through gritted teeth. Did you not claim to know Shang Ziyuan well? Instead of finding a way to provoke him, you sit here indulging in snacks. Do you even realize this is a place you should not be? One side of Ji Xiaolian's face swelled from the blow, her meticulously styled hair now disheveled. She bit her lip, acutely aware of the curious glances directed her way, feeling utterly humiliated. I already gave you the solution. It's your own inadequacy that is to blame. What does this have to do with me? By what right do you strike me? By the right of your misfortune. Bai Fengyu scoffed, knowing she had lost any remaining value. He decided to go all out, leaving her no shred of dignity. With your pitiful appearance, do you really think Bai Fengyu would want a nanny for a girlfriend? I tell you, I am breaking up with you right now. Ji Xiaoyan was furious. In her previous life, she had always lived under Shang Ziyuan's protection and had never encountered such humiliation. With her head held high, she shouted, if we're breaking up, then you owe me for today's dress and styling. Bai Fengyu coldly laughed. Do you still have the audacity to ask me for reimbursement? He pointed to his injured arm, exclaiming, if it weren't for you, would that woman have hurt me so severely? I'm not even asking you for compensation. Yi Xiaolian, in a fit of anger, retorted, you refuse to pay? You actually intend to withhold payment? This outfit cost me my entire savings. Had it not been for Bai Fengyu's assurance of reimbursement, I would never have splurged on such an expensive garment. In a sudden burst of emotion, she lunged at Bai Fengyu, wrenching at him. If you do not pay me today, do not expect to leave this venue unscathed. If I cannot live a good life, neither shall you find peace. Bai Fengyu was taken aback by her audacity, rendered momentarily speechless. Let go of me. Ouch, you are pulling at my arm. You wretched person. As he shoved her away, vulgarities escaped his lips. He forcefully pushed her aside, causing Ji Xiaolian to crash into the dessert table, sending an array of treats tumbling to the ground. Everyone in the hall turned to witness the scene. Qi Yinping, frowning, hurried over, surveying the fallen Ji Xiaolian with disdain. What sort of people can attend this banquet? Security, remove this disgraceful woman at once. She cast a contemptuous glance at Ji Xiaolian, stepping back as if she were a foul substance. Ji Xiaolian, recalling the humiliations of her past life, could not fathom why. Despite her rebirth and the absence of any connection to Shang Ziyan, she still had to endure such indignities. Overwhelmed, she broke down in tears, her makeup running down her face. You all bully me. Security promptly arrived, grabbing her arms and escorting her out. Through her smudged makeup, Ji Xiaolian caught sight of Shang Ziyan, resplendent under the lights, effortlessly engaging in conversation with a group of business elites, seemingly untouched by the earlier chaos. A wave of regret washed over her. If only she could face Shang Ziyan openly in this lifetime, he would undoubtedly stand by her side unconditionally, never allowing her to face such humiliation. Lowering her head to conceal her disheveled appearance from Shang Ziyan, she contemplated her next steps. Bai Fengyu was unreliable, and it seemed others were no different. She made a resolute decision. She would seek out Shang Ziyan. Only he could provide her with a means to escape her financial woes. If he had fallen for her at first sight in her past life, surely he would do so again in this one. As long as she no longer avoided him, he would surely love her once more, just as before. Chapter 15. The melancholic overlord tormented by insomnia. When Shang Ziyan found Shen Zhiyi, she was resting against a swing. Zhi? He approached, gently calling her name. Shen Zhiyi stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering open. Upon recognizing him, she mumbled something and closed her eyes again. Shang Ziyan looked at her with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Do not sleep here. You might catch a chill, all right? He removed his suit jacket and gracefully draped it over her shoulders, enveloping her in the rich aroma of sandalwood. Nestled in the familiar scent, Shen Zhiyi leaned against his shoulder, adopting a posture of complete dependence. Shang Ziyan's tense jaw, which had been taut for negotiations, instantly softened. His nose brushed against her hair, inhaling the faint fragrance of gardenias intertwined with an undeniable scent of alcohol. His dark eyes flickered. So, she was intoxicated? Did that mean she would remain oblivious to his actions? He swallowed hard, lowering his gaze to the woman in his arms for a prolonged moment. Closing his eyes, he gently pressed a kiss on her hair. The cool strands, imbued with the scent of gardenias, grazed his soft lips, igniting a delicate shiver throughout him. Shang Ziyan, unable to contain himself, tightened his embrace around her. Shen Zhiyi stirred slightly. Shang Ziyan suddenly snapped back to reality, releasing his hold on her and inwardly chastising his own shamelessness. In his moment of frustration, his gaze fell upon shattered glass strewn across the floor, speckled with droplets of blood. Had she been hurt? Shang Ziyan's pupils dilated, and he grasped Shen Zhiyi's hand, examining it closely. Her delicate white fingers bore no trace of injury, and he finally exhaled in relief. Investigate who has been here, he instructed the bodyguard lurking in the shadows. The people of the Shang family's old residence knew this garden was a sanctuary, seldom visited by anyone, nor open to outside guests, unless someone had deliberately followed him and Zhiyi inside. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression turned icy. Without hesitation, Shang Zhiyi swept her into his arms and strode toward the car. Mr. Shang, the driver, opened the door, casting a glance at Shen Zhiyi in his arms, only to be met with a warning glare that made him immediately bow his head and step back. Just as Shang Zhiyi intended to set her down, Shen Zhiyi clung to his neck, refusing to part from him. "Zhiyi, dear, please sit still," he coaxed patiently. However, she acted as if she had not heard, clinging to him even tighter. With no other recourse, Shang Zhiyi carried her into the vehicle, allowing her to settle on his lap like an octopus coiling around him. The driver, fearing for his life, hastily closed the door and made for the driver's seat. The first thing he did was raise the partition, terrified that an extra glance would provoke Mr. Shang into gouging out his eyes. How would he drive without them? Reflecting on his monthly salary of 570,000, he patted his chest, finally grasping the meaning of wealth and its inherent dangers. Donning sunglasses, he emotionlessly pressed the accelerator. In the back seat, Shang Zhiyi received a message from his bodyguard. "Bye, Fengyu?" He furrowed his brow sharply, his gaze landing on Shen Zhiyi's face. Had she confronted him? Shang Zhiyi studied her intently for a while before letting out a low chuckle. She never ceased to surprise him. The woman in his arms shifted. A faint blush crept onto Shang Zhiyi's face as he stifled a groan, tightening his grip around her waist and shifting her slightly away. Shen Zhiyi, deprived of warmth, opened her eyes in displeasure. Upon seeing Shang Zhiyi's slightly pursed lips and the alluring contour of his Adam's apple, she swallowed hard, irresistibly drawn toward him. Her red lips pursed in anticipation, just as they were about to touch his. Shang Zhiyi grasped her chin, halting her advance. Zhiyi breathed, his dark eyes brimming with an unspoken desire. "Do you know what you are doing?" he murmured. Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes, leaning forward in dissatisfaction like a child denied a sweet treat, grasping his wrist. "I know," she sighed softly. "I want to kiss you. Why won't you let me?" She lifted her gaze to him, her sparkling peach blossom eyes filled with pure, unclouded confusion. Shang Zhiyi's heart thundered like a storm. Heaven knows the depth and intensity of his yearning for her. Yet, he could not take advantage of her. "You are intoxicated." He cupped her delicate face in his hand, the tender touch akin to jade, tearing at his reason. She instinctively turned her face slightly, brushing against his palm. Shang Zhiyi felt a heat radiate through him, a tempest brewing within the depths of his dark eyes. His rationality stretched taut as a string, threatening to snap with the slightest provocation. "Zhiyi, do not torment me." He held her face, his gaze shadowed. "Some things must wait until you are sober." His voice was hoarse, every line of his body rigid. Yet his mind echoed with her earlier words. She wanted to kiss him. She wanted to kiss him. Shen Zhiyi had hardly done anything. Merely a light utterance of desire stirred an indescribable storm within him. Shang Zhiyi closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, desperately suppressing the rising longing. Yet, Shen Zhiyi tilted her head, as if she had heard something perplexing. "Sober?" She gazed intently at Shang Zhiyi, as if in her drunken state, she was revealing her most authentic thoughts. "However, whenever I see you, it feels as if there's never a moment of clarity. Every second feels overwhelmingly hazy." "Zhiyi, are you made of wine?" she innocently inquired, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Did she truly comprehend her words? Was this the candid expression of intoxication, or merely a slip of the tongue? Shang Zhiyi's heart raced. Joy threatened to burst from his chest. He held her face, earnestly repeating, "Is what you said true?" Shen Zhiyi nodded. "My intentions in approaching you are anything but pure." Shang Zhiyi closed his eyes briefly. "Who am I?" "Zhiyi, Shang Zhiyi." Shen Zhiyi brushed aside his trembling hand and leaned her upper body toward him, sighing contentedly as she nestled against his chest. Shang Zhiyi was bewildered by her bold approach. Even the most intricate and perplexing tasks he had undertaken could not compare to the enigma that was Shen Zhiyi. "May I kiss you now?" she asked once more. Without waiting for Shang Xian's response, she pushed away his restraining hand, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planted a kiss on the throbbing prominence of his Adam's apple. The warmth of her soft lips enveloped him, sending an invisible current coursing through his body. The taut string of his mind snapped with a resounding crack, and he gasped, capturing her chin in his hand to draw her face away from his neck. Then, leaning down, he locked his darkened gaze onto her soft, crimson lips. "You were the one who beckoned me first." His voice was beguiling, as if ignited by an uncontrollable flame that consumed all reason. Shang Xian descended upon her, kissing her lips fervently. Another large hand encircled her waist, drawing her close, exerting pressure as if to embed her entirely within his being. A profound and relentless plunder ensued, leaving Shen Zhiyi gasping for breath, unable to resist the tempest he conjured, spiraling deeper into oblivion until she found herself ensnared in his embrace. She pushed against his chest with both hands, a faint sigh escaping her lips. It was ill-advised to provoke him at such a moment. The fervent Xianyan, so fiercely intimidating. Chapter 16. The morose tyrant tormented by insomnia. 16. Shen Zhiyi was dazed from the kiss. Upon awakening, she discovered herself sprawled upon Shang Xian's grand bed, her attire replaced with soft, comfortable sleepwear. She was momentarily taken aback. Had he changed her clothes, or was it the maid? Turning her head, she discerned the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom, interspersed with muffled, suppressed breaths. Recalling Shang Xian's recent loss of control, her cheeks flushed, and she pulled the covers over her head. How could anyone exude such sensuality, even in a kiss? She closed her eyes, intent on feigning unconsciousness. Today, she had pretended to be intoxicated to elicit his kiss. However, when she regained her composure, she could not brazenly linger in his bed. Thus, she resolved to remain in slumber. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance, likely the sleep-inducing essence the butler had prepared for Shang Xian at her behest. Shen Zhiyi shut her eyes, listening to the white noise of the flowing water, her eyelids growing heavy under the weight of the soothing aroma. As her consciousness began to wane, she seemed to hear the water cease, and someone approached, lifting her to offer her a sip of water, gently wiping the remnants from her lips with a thumb. Then, a noticeable dip on the other side of the bed indicated that someone had nestled behind her. A pair of warm, rough hands enveloped her waist, pulling her fully into an embrace, his chin resting atop her head, an unmistakable display of possessiveness. Yet, Shen Zhiyi felt a sense of security. The broad expanse of his chest radiated warmth, and fatigue overcame her, her eyelids becoming too heavy to lift. Following her instincts, she nestled closer to him, trusting and reliant. Shang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Zhi, it seemed, was entirely unguarded even in slumber. He embraced her more intimately, inhaling the mingled scents of the sleep-inducing essence and the gardenia fragrance emanating from her, which delighted every pore of his being. Since his struggle with insomnia began, he had experimented with numerous sleep aids, including a variety of such essences, all to no avail. Yet today, it felt remarkably effective. He recognized that it was not the essence at play, but rather the presence of the person cradled in his arms, his Zhi. Her mere existence granted him unparalleled tranquility. In that moment, he despised his own malice, deliberately bringing her back to his room and igniting the essence that rendered her drowsy, solely to keep her by his side throughout the night, to embrace her intimately, as he did now, and claim her essence entirely. She was undeniably sweet and undeniably soft. Shang Xian recalled their recent unrestrained kiss. Upon recalling the image of her flushed face, her eyes glistening with a thin veil of tears, her breath involuntarily deepened. Thus, he found solace in his own wickedness. He pondered how one could be so cruel, so unrepentantly malevolent, as to pursue her through such underhanded means instead of openly expressing his affections. He was indeed an exceedingly dreadful person, yet she expressed a desire to kiss him, to embrace one so despicable and shadowy. His heart felt as though it were steeped in warm honey, yet occasionally pricked by sharp needles, reminding him to retain a semblance of restraint, lest he frighten her away. He held her close, inhaling her scent, and for the first time, He surrendered to slumber without the need for any artifice. Ji Xiaoyan returned to her rented apartment in a state of disarray, only to encounter a familiar figure at the foot of her building. "You wretched girl, why are you only just coming back?" It was her gambling father. In a panic, Ji Xiaoyan turned to flee, but the man lunged forward, catching her effortlessly. "Let me go. Release me." She kicked and struggled, scratching his face in desperation. In retaliation, he slapped her down, pinning her to the ground. "Have you lost your mind? Where do you think you're running?" He bellowed. Yixiaolian collapsed, cradling her face as she wept softly. Just moments ago, she had endured a beating from Bai Fengyu, and now her father had struck her again. How could her fate be so wretched? "What do you want from me?" Ji Xiaoyan cried, curling up and pleading. "I can't even afford my tuition. I have no money to give you." "No money?" Her father pointed accusingly at her evening gown adorned with precious jewels. "You wear that and claim you have no money? Hand it over." He threatened viciously. "If not, I will make a scene at your school tomorrow. Let everyone know you are an ungrateful viper, forsaking your own father. Please don't go, please don't." Ji Xiaoyan clutched his leg, sobbing. "I truly have no money left. If you take my meager savings, I won't be able to eat, and I won't be able to pay next month's rent." Having taken on a part-time job as an escort, she often returned late, leading to discord with her dorm mates, prompting her to move out early. If she could not cover her rent, she would be left with nowhere to turn. "Father, have pity on me. Please don't treat me this way. You are my father." Yet, Ji's father's eyes gleamed with a new light. "I knew you had savings. Good daughter, quickly, give me the money. I promise if I win this time, I will treat you to a feast and pay your rent for the entire year." His eyes sparkled with greed. Ji Xiaoyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Regret flooded her as she bit her lip, lamenting her momentary folly in revealing her last bit of money. Yet now it was too late. Knowing that he was aware of her savings, her father would cling to her relentlessly. Ji Xiaoyan could only watch helplessly as he took all her savings, even stripping her of her gown to sell. She wept until her eyes were swollen. Lying languidly on the bed in her rented room, she found herself lost in thoughts of a past life. There had been a time when her father, heedless of her pleas, came to take away all her savings. When she refused, he resorted to violence against her. Upon learning of this, Shen Zhiyi intervened personally and delivered a beating to her father. Yet, her father, driven by madness, sought revenge on Shen Zhiyi, nearly stabbing him to death. Shen Zhiyi was not one to suffer in silence. In an effort to liberate her from her father's relentless grasp, he hired a lawyer and had her father imprisoned for several years. However, at that time, she felt no gratitude or compassion for him. Instead, she reproached him for allowing her father to rot in jail. In a fit of rage, she scolded him, claiming that if he hadn't struck first, her father would not have been prompted to retaliate, and she would not have become the daughter of convict. Now, as Ji Xiaoyan reflected on the past, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She should not have berated Shen Zhiyi. His actions were born out of concern for her. In hindsight, he had even helped her father settle all his gambling debts and purchased a home for him abroad, ensuring he would never return to disrupt her life. His intentions had always been sincere. Wiping away her tears, Ji Xiaoyan rose and donned a pure white dress, spending a considerable time perfecting her makeup in front of the mirror. She could wait no longer. It was time to seek out Shen Zhiyi. This time, she would hold on to him tightly. Chapter 17. The gloomy overlord tormented by insomnia. 17. Shen Zhiyi had a dream. In it, he found himself devoid of Zhiyi's presence. Instead, accompanied by a woman who was incessantly hysterical. She disregarded his emotions and employed various means to provoke him, escalating his fury to the brink of explosion. He bought her gifts, only for her to accuse him of humiliating her with his wealth. He showed concern, and she labeled him a control freak, treating her like a mere object. He tried to avoid her, yet she condemned him for coldness. Shen Zhiyi was at a loss for how to respond. She further accused him of being inherently twisted, devoid of the understanding of love. He recalled her questions from the dream, interrogating him why, if he understood love. He was so utterly alone. Why did everyone fear him, loathe him, and long to distance themselves from him? Shen Zhiyi was uncertain. Indeed, he did not comprehend love. Often, during their interactions, he thought of his stepmother, which led him to lose control. He pondered that perhaps he was, as she claimed, the worst person in existence, a wretched being whose wealth and status could not mask his flaws. In the final fragments of his dream, he saw himself gripping the woman's throat, screaming in a fit of rage, while she, with tear-filled eyes, repeatedly urged him to perish. Die, die, die. Shen Zhiyi jolted awake, sitting upright, drenched in cold sweat. Zhiyi, what's wrong? Shen Zhiyi, having been stirred by the commotion, inquired if he had experienced a nightmare. Shen Zhiyi turned with reddened eyes to see her rubbing the sleep from her own. The morning sunlight bathed her face, casting a gentle halo around her, as if she were a divine gift. He opened his arms wide and embraced her tightly, burying his face in the crook of her neck, rendered speechless. The heavy scent of his presence enveloped them. Shen Zhiyi paused for a moment, wrapping her arms around his waist, gently patting his back in a soothing gesture. Do not fear. I am here, she spoke softly. How long will you stay? He inquired. Until you recover, she replied. Until you unveil your darkness. Until you can no longer suppress your desires. Will she remain? The drooping lashes cast shadows across his face, rendering Shen Zhiyi's demeanor somber. He slept soundly through the night, fully aware that it was all due to her. He understood, with utmost clarity, that from the moment he first laid eyes on her, he was irresistibly drawn to all that she offered. This was perilous, for she could very well be yet another trial after his stepmother and the woman of his dreams. Yet, he willingly succumbed to this fate. I will always be here, until you no longer need me, Shen Zhiyi reassured him. Need? I need you. I cannot fathom a day without you, Shen Zhiyi declared, solemnly grasping her shoulders. That day will never come. He gazed deeply into Shen Zhiyi's eyes, falling silent for a moment. Will you be frightened by my words? Will you think I am too possessive? Not at all, Shen Zhiyi interrupted. I have told you. My courage is vast, and I will not be frightened away by you. The corners of Shen Zhiyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I remember everything from yesterday, he admitted. Shen Zhiyi caressed his lips gently. I remember kissing you, how you offered me water, and how you held me. The revelation of his troubling thoughts stirred a pang of guilt within Shen Zhiyi, along with an uncontrollable sense of panic. Do you despise this? He released her. I promise. I will not act this way again. Zhiyi, I am sorry. You must think I am a despicable person. He bowed his head in shame. In that moment of release, Shen Zhiyi enveloped him in her embrace. No, I truly enjoy this. Shen Zhiyi froze in disbelief. You like it? Yes, I like it, Shen Zhiyi affirmed, her voice steady. I cherish everything you have given me. I do not perceive you as a bad person. On the contrary, I only see your intense and cautious affection for me. She tilted her face to meet his gaze. Have I misunderstood? Not at all. Shen Zhiyi quickly cradled her face in his hands, his eyes ablaze with unmasked emotion. If there is any misunderstanding, it is that my feelings for you are far beyond mere affection. I love you, Zhiyi, I love you. From the very first moment I saw you, I fell in love. He laid bare his heart, yet afterward felt a twinge of regret. Was it too soon? Their time together had been brief, and now to reveal such profound feelings, would it frighten her away? Would she think him hasty? Shen Zhiyi's nerves tightened. I speak the truth. Please do not doubt me, nor harbor disdain for me. Shen Zhiyi smiled gently, raising her hand to stroke his hair, as if he were a drenched dog caught in the rain. How could I ever dislike you? In my presence, you need not be so cautious, nor suppress or belittle yourself. I embrace all of you, the good and the bad. Even the shadows in your heart, where sunlight cannot penetrate, may be revealed to me. I accept it all. Shen Zhiyi was profoundly astonished by her words. Trembling as he inquired, why? Shen Zhiyi cradled his face, catching her reflection in the depths of his dark, enigmatic eyes, witnessing the myriad of obscure emotions he exhibited. Yet, she effortlessly discerned each one. With a gentle smile, she replied, Fool, it is precisely because I love you. Love? Zhiyi professed her love for him. Shen Zhiyi's breath hitched, and his dim eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Aren't you afraid of me? You love me? He murmured in disbelief, repeating the words several times. Shen Zhiyi nodded, patiently addressing each of his inquiries, affirming her affection. You know I struck by Feng Yu, don't you? Shen Zhiyi recalled the man's harassment of Ziyi, and his brow furrowed in cold intensity. I will not let him go. Taking that piece of land in the east suburb is merely insufficient. He will learn the price of coveting my woman. Hearing his admission intrigued Shen Zhiyi. Aren't you surprised? Surprised, Shen Zhiyi replied. But no matter what kind of person you are or how many secrets you keep from me, I do not care. His only concern was whether she would leave him. Shen Zhiyi nodded. So, I too possess parts of myself that you do not understand. Do I not? Even if they are dark. The gentle and patient Shen Zhiyi was capable of violence, just as the seemingly indifferent and unconcerned Shen Zhiyi could also lose his temper. She grasped his hand, guiding him to release his emotions, while simultaneously promising that in the future, they could exchange their darkness, share their joys, and embrace the mundane together. This is the significance of my presence by your side, the entirety of my purpose in approaching you. I wish to accompany you, always and forever. Chapter 18. The melancholy overlord tormented by insomnia. 18. Shen Zhiyi found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. It felt as if he were navigating through a fog-laden sea, wandering for years, perpetually engulfed by the fear of being swept away by a storm. Yet, suddenly, he beheld a lighthouse. A warm, radiant light pierced through the thick white mist, guiding him towards her. Such an admirable Ziyi, a treasure of a woman, had come to his side. He would endeavor with all his might to keep her. Lowering his head, Shen Zhiyi cupped her face and asked, "Shall we marry?" He could hardly endure the suspense, preparing himself for rejection the moment the words escaped his lips. But Shen Zhiyi replied yes. The villa's servants noticed that the usually stern President Shang seemed to have transformed, becoming remarkably agreeable in recent days. They no longer had to endure night shifts, for President Shang could finally sleep. The maids wept tears of joy. I told you, Miss Shen is our destined lady. Ever since she arrived, President Shang has praised my porridge. Just yesterday, while I was cleaning the pool, he even advised me to be cautious. Oh my goodness, I was being so cautious. Upon hearing his words, I was nearly frightened to death, believing that Mr. Shang had been possessed. Has our fiery boss truly transformed into a warm gentleman? Hush, keep your voice down. I've heard that Mr. Shang plans to grant all of us a salary increase on the day of their marriage certificate issuance, and the year-end bonuses will be doubled. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, then joyfully began to celebrate amongst themselves. I would gladly work a lifetime for Miss Shen, or rather for Mrs. Shen. Without her, how could we enjoy such splendid days? When are they getting their certificate? The butler approached with a smile. Today. The young master left with Miss Shen this morning, barely pausing for breakfast, heading straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau, saying he wanted to be the first to obtain their certificate. Poor Miss Shen, barely awake, was swept into the car. She must still be in a daze right now. The crowd cheered collectively. The day of our pay raise is just around the corner. A person approached outside, looking for Mr. Shang. A maid entered, gossiping with raised eyebrows. She was a woman. The maids exchanged glances. Let's go see. On the very first day of Mr. Shang's marriage certificate, someone is here to stir trouble. I wonder where this woman has come from. Mr. Shang has never shown any romantic interest before. A throng of people surged to the entrance. Ji Xiaoyan peeked through the iron gate, straining to catch sight of Shen Zhiyi for quite some time, yet he remained elusive. Upon seeing the butler exit with someone, her eyes lit up. Where is Shen Zhiyi? Hurry and bring him out. In her previous life, she had been accustomed to ordering the butler around, and her tone reflected this habitual attitude. The butler frowned. Miss, who are you? What business do you have with our young master? Matters of business are typically conducted through the company. The young master's residence is strictly confidential. Even for private meetings, prior appointments with his assistant are required, and one cannot simply show up here. This woman is rather impolite and hardly seems to have legitimate business. It appears she has merely come to cause trouble. The butler quietly activated the security system. Ji Xiaoyan's expression turned icy. Do not concern yourself with who I am. I have urgent matters to discuss with Shen Zhiyi. I'm sorry, miss, but without an appointment, the young master does not see outsiders, the butler replied with a smile. Ji Xiaoyan was furious. You are merely a servant. Why do you have to make decisions for him? Once she meets Shen Zhiyi and becomes the mistress of this villa, The first thing she will do is dismiss this butler. What use is there for such an unobservant servant? And these maids gathered around to watch the commotion. She would certainly deduct their wages. I am Shen Zhiyu's woman. Once he sees me, you will all regret stopping me. Ji Xiaolian did not wish to waste time with a bunch of servants and stated directly. One of the maids snickered. You? You dare to call yourself Mr. Shang's woman? Let me be honest with you. Mr. Shang has already gone to obtain the certificate today. Our future mistress, in terms of beauty, background, and character, is the very best. You. They looked at Ji Xiaolian and declared in unison. Even her little toe is superior to you. They've obtained the certificate. Shen Zhiyi has gone to obtain the certificate today. With whom? That canary. Ji Xiaolian felt as if struck by lightning. It is impossible. You are deceiving me. You must be lying. Even when Shen Zhiyi cherished her in a past life, he never mentioned marriage. With his temperament, how could he possibly obtain a marriage certificate with anyone? Who would be willing to marry him? Shen Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi. Ji Xiaolian cried out recklessly, "Come out. I demand to see you." The security guard frowned. Quickly, escort her out. Two security personnel approached, dragging Ji Xiaolian away. Struggling in vain, she was thrown onto the ground outside the villa, angrily pounding the grass beneath her. That canary, Shen Zhiyi, had seized what rightfully belonged to her. A surge of intense resentment and regret welled up in Ji Xiaolian's heart. Suddenly, she thought of someone. Qi Yinping. She could not bear to see Shen Zhiyi happy. If Qi Yinping were to learn that Shen Zhiyi was marrying a wealthy heiress and expanding his business empire, she would undoubtedly intervene. Ji Xiaolian's eyes flickered as she rose and hurried towards the Shang family estate. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shen Zhiyi gazed at the red book embossed with the official seal, a rare smile gracing his lips. He turned and embraced Shen Zhiyi tightly, his heart brimming with unparalleled joy. "Zhiyi, my wife," he whispered in her ear. Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed, pushing away his head, resting on her shoulder. "Zhiyi, let go of me. So many people are watching." "I won't," Shen Zhiyi replied, completely indifferent to the gazes directed at them. Shen Zhiyi, influenced by his exuberance, couldn't help but laugh. "So he could be playful too. You can stop calling me now," she said. Shen Zhiyi looked up, his eyes sparkling as he replied, "Call me when we get home, but you must also change how you address me." He spoke earnestly, having finally obtained the certificate that allowed him to express his long-held desires without restraint. Shen Zhiyi could see through his intentions, noticing the gradual darkening of his gaze. Her entire face flushed uncontrollably. She lowered her eyelashes, realizing she had to tell him, "Stop staring at me like that. You look like a hungry wolf." Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, then squatted down, lifting her effortlessly with one hand. Shen Zhiyi shyly buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Zhiyi, I haven't had breakfast yet." Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly at her bashful expression. "We'll eat in the car. I prepared something for you." He leaned closer, his heart settling, and resumed his playful demeanor. "What are you thinking? If I won't let you have breakfast, what else could I offer?" Shen Zhiyi, astonished, looked up, her blush deepening from his teasing words, making her feel like a boiled shrimp. "You, how can you be so wicked?" Shen Zhiyi leaned in and gently kissed the tip of her nose. "Wicked? There's worse to come." She had said it herself. She would accept it all. Shen Zhiyi cradled her and strode towards a car. Chapter 19. The brooding CEO, tormented by insomnia. 19. At the Shang family estate, Qi Yinping stood on the second floor, gazing down at Ji Xiaolian seated in the living room below, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. She descended the staircase slowly. Upon seeing her, Madame Ji Xiaolian instinctively rose from the sofa, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her expression one of discomfort. Qi Yinping discreetly rolled her eyes and took a seat on the sofa opposite her. Raising her teacup, she languidly met her gaze. "Speak," she urged. "What brings you here? What are your intentions?" Had it not been for the mention of a plan to deal with Shen Zhiyi and Shen Zhiyi, she would never have permitted such a person to enter her abode. It was truly an affront to her household. Qi Yinping caught a glimpse of Ji Xiaolian's slippers from the corner of her eye and took a sip of tea, her lips curling with disdain concealed beneath the teacup. Ji Xiaolian inhaled deeply, her eyes flickering. "I will find someone to kidnap Shen Zhiyi." Qi Yinping's hand paused mid-sip, shock coursing through her. Kidnap. Even with her exceptional composure, she was taken aback. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Ji Xiaoyan anew. Indeed, kidnapping, Ji Xiaoyan affirmed with a nod. When the time comes, whether we demand a ransom from Shen Zhiyi or threaten to harm her is entirely up to you. Qi Yinping let out a derisive snort, setting down her teacup. But Shen Zhiyi is the cherished daughter of the Shen family. She appraised Ji Xiaoyan from head to toe. You're not one of us, and naturally, you are unaware of old man Shen's standing in the city. I would not dare act lightly against his granddaughter. Do you possess such audacity? Do you not fear for your life? Ji Xiaoyan's complexion paled dramatically. Here it came again. The old hag was insulting her once more. She closed her eyes, striving to suppress the surge of humiliation within her. After a moment, she managed to maintain a false smile, raising her gaze to respond. I will not be the one to act. Even if the Shen family uncovers something, they will only trace it back to the person who abducted them. Both you and I can remain unscathed. She harbored resentment towards Qi Yinping, but with Bai Fengyu unreliable and Shen Zhiyi having married another, her only recourse was to find a way to extract money from Qi Yinping. Oh, Qi Yinping raised an eyebrow. It seems you already have someone in mind. Who is it? Ji Xiaoyan's nails dug into her palm, her eyes gleaming with determination. That person is my father. She had contemplated this thoroughly. To permanently rid herself of her gambling father-s entanglement, she would have to do as Shen Zhiyi did in his past life and send him to prison. But merely resolving that issue was insufficient. She intended to use this opportunity to eliminate all those who obstructed her path. Are you prepared to sacrifice familial ties for a greater cause? Qi Yinping's pupils constricted, her surprise morphing into a narrowed gaze. Such a significant sacrifice. What do you seek to gain from me? Ji Xiaoyan finally met her eyes directly. I want 100 million and a legitimate identity abroad. If this plan succeeds, I will be the daughter of a convict, perhaps even a murderer. Living a life of integrity thereafter will be impossible. Therefore, I require 100 million and a clean identity to secure my future. As she stated this figure, she realized she had little concept of its magnitude. It was merely a reflection of how extravagantly Shen Zhiyi had treated her in her past life, often tossing around sums in the millions and billions. She still believed that $1 billion was nothing to a wealthy family like theirs. She even thought she was asking for too little. However, she knew very well how miserly Qi Yinping was, which made her hesitant to demand too much, primarily out of fear that she would refuse. As expected, Qi Yinping's expression darkened. I didn't expect you, who looks so destitute, to have such a large appetite, she sneered. 1 billion? Do you fear for your life if you ask for so much? Qi Yinping's disdain was evident as she set her teacup down, the porcelain clinking sharply against the marble surface. Is this amount even enough to buy your father's life? She scoffed, her words dripping with derision. This greedy and venomous pauper dared to sell out her own father. If she ever acquired more wealth, she would undoubtedly turn on her. Such a person was utterly untrustworthy. Nevertheless, for the time being, she could be of use. Rest assured, madam, even if things go awry, we can easily shift all the blame onto my father. Even if you send him to prison, I won't utter a single word. Seeing Qi Yinping silent for a long moment, Ji Xiaoyan anxiously presumed she was contemplating ways to refuse her. I know you desire control over the business conglomerate. If this plan succeeds, 1 billion would be a mere drop in the bucket for you. This transaction is quite advantageous. You must consider it carefully. Qi Yinping suddenly looked at her, alarm bells ringing in her mind. How could this unrelated person know of her ambitions regarding the business shares? She could not allow such a person to remain. Lowering her gaze, Qi Yinping began plotting how to deal with Ji Xiaoyan later, though her expression remained impassive. The amount Ji Xiaoyan asked for was inconsequential to her. Both 10 million and 1 billion were mere empty promises to her. Ultimately, she would reclaim whatever she needed. Is your father willing to do this? Qi Yinping questioned, furrowing her brow in suspicion. This is a matter of life and death. You need not concern yourself with that, Ji Xiaoyan replied. I will find a way to persuade him. Qi Yinping pondered momentarily, crossing her arms and leaning back against the sofa. Very well. However, after you have kidnapped Shen Zhiyi, you must extract money from Shen Zhiyi. How much you can obtain will depend on your skills. My only requirement is that once you receive the money, you must release both of them. Release them? Ji Xiaoyan's eyes widened in confusion. Based on her understanding of Qi Yanping, she should be eager to eliminate the two of them. So why would she let them go? Qi Yanping sneered. Of course, she wouldn't reveal her true intentions. When I say to release them, you shall do so. Why are you questioning it? If you can accomplish this, we will cooperate. If not, please leave. Ji Xiaoyan bit her lip. She had initially intended to use Qi Yanping's hand to eliminate Shen Zhiyi and vent her frustrations. But now, she no longer wished to kill her. She would have to settle for taking the money. Very well, she thought. She would seek another opportunity for revenge later. Now, it is indeed advantageous to utilize Shen Zhiyi to earn some money. Ji Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and turned to Qi Yanping, stating that in order to persuade her father to undertake this endeavor, she would require a sum of money, at least 500,000. Currently, she was utterly broke and could only find a way to make some quick cash. Otherwise, she would be unable to hold her head high at school or in the club. Qi Yanping regarded her with disdain. Rest assured, the funds will be in your account today. Having secured the promise, Ji Xiaoyan discussed the details with her once more and left the merchant's residence with great enthusiasm. Qi Yanping, watching her retreating figure, furrowed her brow and instructed her servants to dispose of the slippers Ji Xiaoyan had worn. Also, please summon Old Wu. Old Wu was her most capable servant within the merchant family, having started as a driver and learned some martial arts. Since the passing of the merchant patriarch, Old Wu had remained by her side, facilitating numerous unsavory tasks. Qi Yanping gazed at the family portrait hanging on the wall, which depicted everyone from the merchant family, except for her. A cold smile crept across her face. What she desired was not merely Shen Zhiyi's life, but also that of Shang Ziyan. Only upon his disappearance from this world could she fully seize control of the merchant family. At that point, she would replace the family portrait on the wall with her own artistic photographs. With a swift turn, Qi Yanping leisurely ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, Shang Ziyan had returned to the villa with Shen Zhiyi. Upon entering, they were greeted by two unexpected guests. Chapter 20. The Brooding Tycoon Tormented by Insomnia. 20. The visitors were two beautiful women, the same ones who had previously been seen at the club, flanking Bai Fengyu. Young master, the butler approached Shang Ziyan and informed him they claimed to have something of great importance to discuss with you. He lowered his voice. I have inquired, and it pertains to both the company and your personal safety. Thus, I took the liberty of allowing them in. Please do not take offense. After a brief smile directed at Shen Zhiyi, he called out, Madam. Shang Ziyan's previously dark expression instantly brightened. He glanced at the butler, who responded with an enigmatic smile. Shen Zhiyi shook her head helplessly. Mr. Shang. The two women stood up, addressing him respectfully. Shang Ziyan took Shen Zhiyi's hand and led her to sit opposite the guests, even thoughtfully pouring tea for her. Mr. Shang is truly fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife, one of the women remarked. I heard that Miss Shen is the granddaughter of the esteemed Shen family, truly a match made in heaven with Mr. Shang. Shang Ziyan typically found such insipid flattery intolerable. But when involved Shen Zhiyi, he could never get enough. Please enjoy your tea, he said, his lips curling slightly as he gestured grandly. The maid promptly stepped forward to attend to them. It was a jest. To be served tea by Mr. Shang indicated he wished to engage them in conversation. Shang Ziyan gently squeezed Shen Zhiyi's hand. What is the matter? Mr. Shang, do you know a woman named Ji Xiaoyan? She claims to have been your former nanny. At the club, she exchanged your confidential information to become Bai Fengyu's girlfriend. However, I heard that they had a falling out at the merchant's gala. Miss Shen was present and should be aware of this matter, correct? They eagerly approached Shen Zhiyi to strike up a conversation. Shen Zhiyi shook her head. Naturally, she was well aware of the former protagonist's affairs. However, it was best to avoid any entanglements with her. The two beauties continued. What a pity to miss out on such excitement. Furthermore, we have heard that Ji Xiaoyan failed to secure Bai Fengyu's affections and, surprisingly, sought out the stepmother of General Shang, Qi Yanping, yesterday. We suspect she intends to persist in her pursuit of General Shang, aiming to leverage her information for monetary gain. Perhaps she is even devising a scheme against you. General Shang must remain vigilant. They chattered on, their eyes never straying from Shen Zhiyi. How stunning. Such a gentle beauty, Truly a waste on those unworthy men. Babysitter? Shen Zhiyi furrowed his brow, glancing at the butler. The butler promptly replied, "Young master, among the babysitters we have employed, there is no one by that name. It is highly likely she is an imposter. However, a woman did come yesterday, claiming to be your partner." He retrieved screenshots from his phone's surveillance and handed them to the two beauties. "Could you please help identify her?" "That's her." The two beauties exclaimed in unison. How shameless can she be? Claiming to be General Shang's babysitter is one thing, but now she dares to impersonate his partner? Truly a wretched creature, mistaking herself for something of worth. Shen Zhiyi lounged on the sofa, his legs crossed, while his fingers toyed with Shen Zhiyi's hair. The names by Feng Yu, Qi Yinping, and Ji Xiaolian rolled slowly off his tongue, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he smirked cynically. A ragtag bunch. Enough, I understand. He sat up and instructed the butler, "Please see them out." Shen Zhiyi pressed her hand against him. "They have provided such useful information. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" These two women had previously been Bai Fengyu's partners. Yet, their synchronized delivery of intelligence indicated that their loyalty to Bai Fengyu was merely superficial. They could be swayed. In the future, they might prove valuable allies in gathering intel on Bai Fengyu. Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. "When my wife speaks, I must listen. Butler, go fetch the gems I acquired at auction a few days ago. Give one to each of them." The two beauties were taken aback. "Oh, this is too generous. We only came out of disdain for Ji Xiaolian. General Shang and Madam, you are far too kind." They protested even as their steps followed the butler with sincerity, secretly wishing to shower Shen Zhiyi with affection 1,000 times over for being such a beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous woman. Why did Shen Zhiyi have to dismiss them so easily? Once the troublesome guests were dispatched, Shen Zhiyi could hardly contain himself as he scooped up Shen Zhiyi and headed towards the upstairs bedroom. "Dear, it is time for us to attend to more serious matters." Shen Zhiyi playfully tapped his chest. "Did you not hear what they just said? That is the serious matter. You need to think of a way to preemptively guard against this." "What would be more serious?" Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. "I have intercepted several of Bai Fengyu's projects and delivered a significant gift to Bai Jin. At this moment, the Bai family has likely already designated Bai Jin as the heir. Bai Fengyu has long been relegated to the sidelines. No matter how grand the stage he is given, he can no longer perform. As for Qi Yinping and Ji Xiaolian, he scoffs coldly beneath his brows, eagerly awaiting the moment they bring ruin upon themselves. Aside from Ji Yi, the fates of others are of no concern to him. They may scheme against him, but should they dare to target Ji Yi, he will repay them 1,000-fold. He has long prepared a grave for Qi Yinping, simply waiting for her to act foolishly and entrap herself. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. In just a few days, he had orchestrated so much, with so many members in the Bai family. Why had they specifically chosen Bai Jin? Is it because of me? She inquired. Shen Zhiyi looked down at the person in his arms, unable to restrain himself as he leaned down to kiss her lips. "Of course, it is because of you, my dear." His voice was magnetic, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her mind. Shen Zhiyi felt her cheeks flush. "Wife is one thing, but why call me baby?" Seeing her shy demeanor, Shen Zhiyi's mood lifted, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. "All right, let's not speak of others any longer. Will you stay by my side these days?" He assisted Bai Jin, hoping to keep her occupied, leaving no time for her to vie for Zhiyi's attention. He desired her to look solely at him. Yet, Shen Zhiyi's pupils trembled slightly. These days, was he planning to keep her occupied for that long? Biting her lip, a few rosy hues crept uncontrollably onto her fair face. "What did you call me?" Raising her gaze, she met the deep desire swirling in his eyes, akin to an intricate web enveloping her entirely. Her breath quickened. "Husband." No sooner had Shen Zhiyi uttered the word than her lips were sealed. A passionate and profound kiss swept over her lips and teeth, robbing her of all rational thought. When he finally released her, she realized they had, somehow, made their way to the bedroom. Shen Zhiyi tossed her onto the bed, tearing off his tie. "Good, you called me that just now. Be sure to say a few more times later." He leaned closer, covering her with his presence. Chapter 21. The dark and brooding CO, tormented by insomnia. 21. Shen Zhiyi had been relentlessly toyed with by Shen Zhiyi for several days. Even brushing her teeth, Washing her face and bathing were all done in his embrace, leaving her entirely unaware of her surroundings. Eventually, she could no longer discern day from night. Sometimes, upon waking, she would still be days before he would once again leave her in a haze. One time, unable to tolerate it any longer, Shen Zhiyi clutched his head and weakly asked, "Aren't you the CEO? Don't you have countless matters to attend to at the company? Don't you need to go to work?" She truly felt overwhelmed. Yet the system had gifted her with a robust body, allowing her to endure all the turmoil without consequence. What a coincidence it was. Shen Zhiyi also noticed her remarkable recovery abilities, prompting him to indulge even further. "Are you trying to push me away, baby?" he teased, playfully nibbling on her earlobe. "If I didn't have a few capable subordinates, I would even need to be the CEO." He raised his head, reveling in her shivers. "You see, you need me more than they do." Even with a disdainful sigh, the insincere darling insisted it was she who forbade him from leaving. Shen Zhiyi nearly succumbed to embarrassment from his words. "Stop it," she exclaimed, covering his lips, only to be unexpectedly met with a swift lick. Startled, she withdrew her hand, only for him to grasp her fingers and place them upon his lips for a gentle peck. She turned her head, wishing to bury her face in the pillow, resigning herself to his outrageous demands once more. Days passed in this manner. Shen Zhiyi, savoring the pleasures of companionship, grew increasingly attached to her, wishing to confine her within the confines of their room for a full 24 hours. The maids in the villa could no longer bear to witness this. They huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, "Mr. Shen is so clingy with the lady. She has no life of her own. Surely she will grow weary of this." They lamented that since the lady's arrival, they hadn't even seen her leave the house, let alone have an audience with her. If this continued, she might succumb to melancholy. It was said that prolonged isolation from the outside world could alter one's temperament. Who knew if the lady would maintain her gentle demeanor? Occasionally, when Shen Zhiyi fetched water for Shen Zhiyi, he would overhear their murmurs. Returning to the bedroom with a somber expression, he gazed upon the slumbering Shen Zhiyi, his eyes softening for a fleeting moment before darkening again. She had professed her unwavering companionship, yet their acquaintance was still so brief. Perhaps her declarations were merely the fleeting whims of infatuation or a comfort-laden falsehood. Did her affection for him truly run so deep? Perhaps, in time, she too would devise ways to distance herself, just like others had done. Yet, he found himself unable to part from her. In the depths of night, Shen Zhiyi fixated on her for an extended moment. Once anxiety reared its head, it unfurled like a lurking beast in the shadows, gradually widening its jaws until it engulfed his heart in darkness. Nightmares began to plague him once more. Several nights, he awoke drenched in cold sweat, clutching Shen Zhiyi in silence. He envisioned every possible scenario of her departure, while simultaneously loathing the insecurity that gnawed at him. Shen Zhiyi patiently reassured him time and again, even willingly surrendering her phone, expressing her desire to sever ties with the outside world to ease his mind. Shen Zhiyi felt a sense of relief, yet was equally pained by her concession. Shen Zhiyi understood that if she did not take decisive action, he would be driven mad by his own anxiety. But how could she instill a sense of security in him, convincing him of her unwavering love? With her eyes downcast, a flicker of madness danced beneath her calm exterior. After receiving 500,000, Ji Xiaoyan proactively contacted her father. She rented a luxurious apartment and prepared a sumptuous feast, claiming it was a gesture to atone for her previous concealments. Upon entering the community, Ji's father was taken aback. "My good daughter, where did you acquire such a fortune?" As she set the table, she casually mentioned Shen Zhiyi. "Oh, I made a wealthy friend recently. This money is all from her. She is incredibly generous. The moment I mentioned I was short on funds for meals, she handed me 100,000. Ji's father widened his eyes in disbelief. 100,000? Just like that? Ji Shaoling scoffed, remarking on the wealth of the woman in question during her leisurely shopping excursions. She would spend in a single day what they might never earn in a lifetime. Ji's father's eyes glimmered with greed. "My dear daughter, speak to your friend on my behalf. Inform her that I am unwell and urgently require funds. Perhaps she could transfer 300,000 to assist us." The last time Ji Shaoling had lent him money, he had squandered it entirely and even owed another 200,000. If he could indeed acquire such a sum, not only could he settle his gambling debts, but he could also use the remaining 100,000 for another risky venture. After all, it was someone else's money. Losing it wouldn't pain him. Ji Shaoling smirked. She had long been aware of her father's true nature. That was precisely why she had solicited such a substantial amount from Qi Yinping. First to let her father taste success, then to lure him into riskier undertakings. Isn't that rather inappropriate? She feigned reluctance. Ji's father scoffed, tapping his chopsticks against the dish. What's wrong with that? You are such a blockhead. Your studies have made you foolish. The opportunity for wealth lies before you. If you do not seize it, you shall endure a lifetime of hardship. If your friend is truly as wealthy as you claim, then 30,000 is merely a trifle to her. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. If you want to ask, then hand me your friend as contact information. I shall ask her myself. Ji Shaoling was taken aback. She never expected her own father to be so shameless as to approach a stranger for money. Very well, she set down her bowl and chopsticks. I shall inquire now. Quickly, ask her. Ji Shaoling went to her bedroom to retrieve her phone, feigning that she was sending a message, while in reality, she transferred 30,000 to a separate bank account. Once she completed the task, she squeezed her phone and emerged with feigned excitement. Father, she actually gave it. She displayed her bank balance to Ji's father. He sprang to his feet, leaning in to scrutinize the zeros following the 3, his eyes widening in disbelief. 30,000 is indeed 30,000. He laughed incredulously. Haha, I am truly rich now. This is it. He grasped the phone. Quickly transfer this money to me. This time, Ji Shaoling hesitated not at all, transferring the funds without reservation. It was merely bait to ensnare him, and she felt no reluctance. Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Ji's father was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. Your friend is remarkably generous. I wonder if she would provide even more if asked. He savored his meal, relishing the flavors of the braised meat, feeling particularly invigorated as he took another bite. A glint of cunning sparkled in Ji Shaoling's eyes. My friend possesses a rather naive disposition. She seldom ventures out and is quite compassionate. I often jest that if she were ever kidnapped, she might even assist in counting the ransom. As her father listened, his eating slowed. Kidnapped? Where does your friend live? What does she look like? The bait had been taken. A smile tugged at Ji Shaoling's lips as she retrieved a photo of Shen Zhiyi to show her father, providing him with the address of Shang Ziyuan's villa, even detailing the location of the doggy door. Your friend is so beautiful. Ji Fu was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before swallowing his food with a soft gulp. No wonder he seemed oblivious. The genetic lottery had manifested on his face. Ji Shaolin felt a pang of discomfort in her heart as she listened to him praise Shen Zhiyi, though she concealed her feelings behind a mask of composure. Ji Fu's eyes darted, and he suggested, Dear daughter, why don't you invite your friend over? She has been so helpful to us. I would like to express my gratitude in person. A cold smile formed in Ji Shaolin's heart. Was he genuinely interested in thanking her? Or was it more about ensnaring her? Surely, as his daughter, she understood his intentions all too well. Very well, she would arrange the meeting. Of course, it was beyond her capabilities. She would need Qi Yinping to visit Shang Ziyian's villa to lure Shen Zhiyi out. A plan quietly took shape in her mind. Chapter 22. The brooding overlord tormented by insomnia. 22. Shang Ziyin had endured several sleepless nights. During the day, he indulged in unrestrained revelry with Shen Zhiyi, while at night, he found himself tirelessly working at the computer. Though he had ostensibly overcome his insomnia, the hours for rest remained painfully scarce. Concerned for his well-being, Shen Zhiyi made every effort to persuade him to return to a normal routine and agreed to accompany him to the company the following day. Are you really not coming with me? Shang Ziyin asked, holding her waist, his fingers lingering on her lips. It will be hours before I can kiss you again. He wore a look of longing. Will you even miss me? Shen Zhiyi tied her scarf around his wrist, soothing him as if he were a child. With this, you will carry my scent. If you miss me, just take a whiff. She tenderly caressed his face. If I go with you, will you still have the heart to work? You'll be working late again tonight. Shen Zhiyi lowered his head to inhale her fragrance, then buried his face in her neck, sighing deeply. I just want to die in your embrace. Shen Zhiyi's face flushed. Don't say such things. She shook her wrist. Where the tracking bracelet rested, I have this on. If you miss me, you can always know where I am. That should put your mind at ease, right? Never had he experienced such thoughtfulness, and while warmth enveloped him, guilt also crept in. He embraced Shen Zhiyi tightly. I'm sorry, my dear. Is it too burdensome to be with me? He didn't wish for it to be this way. Yet those insecurities, that anxiety about being apart from her, gnawed at his heart like ants. He recognized his affliction, a malady that would lead to his demise without Shen Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi shook her head. It's not burdensome. You love me so much. How could it be difficult? She rose on tiptoe, planting a kiss on Shen Zhiyi's lips. It might be a tad, trying tonight. Could you refrain from teasing me so much? Her cheeks burned as she turned her head away, only to have Shen Zhiyi gently redirect her back to him. Are you trying to lure me in, my dear? His gaze was thick with desire, igniting a fire within him at her mere words. I can acquiesce to everything, except this matter. He grasped the back of Shen Zhiyi's neck, pulling her into his embrace, his voice a low murmur filled with yearning. I have already been quite lenient with you, haven't I? My dear, you have no idea how hard I've been holding back. Tonight, I must punish you, he whispered into her ear. Shen Zhiyi felt herself melting under the weight of his words. You, hasten to the company. She pushed his face away. Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly, placing a fervent kiss upon her lips before releasing her. I shall deal with you later this evening. Shortly after Shen Zhiyi departed, Qi Yinping arrived at the villa. Upon seeing Shen Zhiyi, she approached with a smile, taking her hand as if the previous discord at the Shang family banquet had never occurred. My dear Zhiyi, it's truly a serendipitous fate that we have become mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. You are well aware of Zhiyi's nature. He seldom mingles with family. Henceforth, as the matriarch of the Shang family, it will fall upon you to maintain these intricate relationships. Let us strive to coexist harmoniously and let bygones be bygones. What do you say? Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze, smiling in silence. For a fleeting moment, Qi Yinping's smile faltered, contemplating. This daughter of the Shen family is indeed a wooden beauty. Despite my humble overtures of reconciliation, she remains reticent, much like that ungrateful Shen Zhiyi, completely disregarding her mother-in-law. Recalling the purpose of her visit, a smile returned to her face. I have arranged for afternoon tea. Let us, as mother and daughter-in-law, venture out today. It would be remiss of a mother-in-law not to offer a gift upon our first meeting. Whatever you desire today, I shall treat you. Zhiyi, should you decline, I shall be quite heartbroken. Her brow furrowed slightly, playfully chastising Shen Zhiyi with her gaze. Shen Zhiyi casually met her eyes and, after a moment, responded with a gentle smile. Very well. It presents a splendid opportunity to thoroughly remedy Shen Zhiyi. Qi Yinping led Shen Zhiyi to a shopping mall. Halfway through their afternoon tea, she excused herself to the restroom, leaving Shen Zhiyi alone at the table. Ji Fu lurked in the shadows, captivated by Shen Zhiyi's beauty, which was far more striking in person than in photographs. He felt a twinge of concern. Would abducting such a person attract excessive attention? Yet, recalling Ji Xiaoyan's words and the tangible funds in his bank account, he steeled himself and approached her. Shang Group. Prior to a meeting, Shen Zhiyi glanced at the location tracker and discovered Shen Zhiyi at the shopping mall. A tender smile graced his face as he kissed the silk scarf on his wrist, the faint fragrance of gardenias wafting into his nostrils. He mused, I wonder what my dear Zhiyi will choose to purchase? Shen Zhiyi picked up his phone and instructed his secretary, inform them all on Fuguang Road that my wife is shopping there. The secretary, holding the receiver, twitched his lips. Understood, Mr. Shen. I will ensure they are fully attentive and provide the best shopping experience for the lady. Pleased, Shen Zhiyi ended the call. Upon concluding his meeting, he noticed the location of Shen Zhiyi had changed, veering increasingly off course, seemingly heading towards the remote mountains outside the province. Shen Zhiyi's brow furrowed in concern. Mr. Shen, the secretary mentioned in the meeting is currently presenting the materials, someone remarked. Anxiety gnawed at Shen Zhiyi as he brushed aside the documents and rushed toward the parking lot. Beep, a text message illuminated his phone. To ensure your wife's safety, Transfer 300 million to this offshore bank account. If the money isn't received within an hour, I shall terminate the deal. Shen Zhiyi's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he relayed the account number to his secretary, instructing him to arrange the transfer from his personal account. Simultaneously, he dialed the housekeeper's number. Notify security immediately. Provide them with the location and call the police. He swiftly hung up, nimbly slipping into his car, pressing the accelerator as he sped towards the indicated location. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts, Shen Zhiyi sat bound to a chair, her hands tied behind her back, gazing calmly at the man before her. Jifu lowered his phone, eyeing her with suspicion. Are you certain he will transfer the money? Shen Zhiyi smiled. He loves me dearly. He certainly will. Jifu scolded. This is the first time I've encountered someone so serene in the face of abduction. Truly, you seem rather wooden. I cannot decide whether to call you foolish or clever. If I label you foolish, you still possess the sense to have them transfer to an offshore account. If I deem you clever, you fell for my ruse so easily. I am merely afraid for my life, Shen Zhiyi replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the flicker of fear in her eyes. When she raised them again, a cautious demeanor had taken over. Once the money is transferred, you will release me, correct? Of course, Jifu replied with a sinister smile, his gaze falling to her empty wrists. Fortunately, I discovered the truth early. Otherwise, I might have been deceived by that locator. He had discarded the tracking device en route. Once the funds were in his possession, he would promptly eliminate her. His own daughter, seemingly lacking common sense, thought she could simply take the money and let Shen Zhiyi go after witnessing his face. How could that be possible? Would he still have a way out? Jifu's eyes darkened with murderous intent as he regarded Shen Zhiyi. Chapter 23. The gloomy tycoon tormented by insomnia. 23. Such a beautiful person. It would indeed be a pity to kill her. Yet Jifu was a gambler, and for him, nothing outweighed the importance of money and survival. He paced before Shen Zhiyi, periodically glancing at his phone for the time. Ding! He jolted as if struck by electricity, immediately checking his phone. He held his breath. The funds had arrived. His eyes widened as he opened the offshore account with trembling hands. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, 300 million truly was 300 million. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He exhaled in exhilaration, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot with excitement. I am rich, truly rich. No one shall dare look down upon me again. His mind conjured images of himself at the casino, placing grand bets, with the dealer massaging his shoulders and popping champagne in celebration. He longed to sprout wings and soar there at once. Jifu erupted into manic laughter, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, creating a visage both ecstatic and terrifying. He suddenly fixed his gaze upon Shen Zhiyi's face. The expression of joy faded, replaced by a sinister smile. To think that your husband is indeed a fool, so readily parting with his money without even hearing your voice. How fortunate you are, born into luxury and marrying into wealth. My foolish daughter. Why can't she possess such good fortune? Foolish? Shen Zhiyi tilted her head and smiled. She was hardly foolish. What do you mean? Ji's father squinted at her. Shen Zhiyi replied, It was her who urged you to kidnap me, wasn't it? Ji's father scoffed dismissively. Impossible. That idiot still believes you are a good friend, even advising me to release you. You gave her so much money. Could such a coward execute such a deed? Shen Zhiyi's smile remained faint as she raised her eyes to him. Then this becomes intriguing. My relationship with your daughter has never been that of friends. I have never given her any money. Ji's father's expression instantly stiffened. What did you say? Images of Ji Xiaoyan mentioning Shen Zhiyi flashed through his mind like a movie. She had deliberately shown him photographs, even providing him with Shen Zhiyi's address. Previously, she would hide even 2,000 yuan, yet that day, she transferred 300,000 without hesitation. Each frame echoed back to him. A chill ran through him. Could it be that he had been manipulated by that worthless girl? But what could she possibly gain? Even if it were true, so what? Once Ji's father regained his composure, he waved his phone at Shen Zhiyi. That money has indeed landed in my pocket, hasn't it? You, seemingly gentle, harbor such malice in your heart, even at death's door, attempting to sow discord between father and daughter. Do you think I would fall for your trickery? He allowed a cold laugh, slowly approaching her. With the money in hand, The burden of your existence must come to an end. He lunged forward, his hands reaching for Shen Zhiyi's neck. Shen Zhiyi swiftly raised her foot, delivering a fierce kick to his lower region. Ah! He fell to the ground, clutching himself, writhing in pain. Beads of sweat emerging on his forehead. You vile bitch! How dare you be so treacherous? His expression darkened, turning vicious. Since you do not wish to depart joyfully, do not blame me for being ruthless, and ensuring your demise is torturous. He pulled out a Swiss Army knife, unsteadily rising to his feet. Once more, he lunged at Shen Zhiyi. Bang! Suddenly, a stone flew from a distance, striking him on the temple, causing Ji's father to topple to the left. His hand trembled, and the knife inadvertently plunged into his own thigh. He immediately screamed in agony. Warm liquid trickled down his face, gritting his teeth against the dizziness. He raised a hand to touch his face, realizing it was covered in blood. Turning around, he saw a tall man, broad-shouldered and long-legged, approaching him through the light. Before he could comprehend, he was seized and slammed to the ground, receiving a flurry of blows. A barrage of fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Ji's father cradled his head, wailing. In no time, his body bore no unscathed skin, and his eyes were swollen shut. It was evident that if the beating continued, it would lead to fatal consequences. Shen Zhiyi called out to the man with bloodshot eyes. Zhiyi. Shang Zhiyi paused his movements. Turning back, he glanced at Shen Zhiyi. His entire being was overtaken by emotion, resembling a furious beast with a fierce and terrifying gaze. Zhiyi, I am in distress. Shen Zhiyi looked at him softly. Could you come over and help me untie these bindings? Only then did Shang Zhiyi regain his composure. With a swift motion, he hurled Ji Fu against the nearby wall, causing him to crash heavily and lose consciousness. Rising to his feet, he nearly trembled as he rushed toward Shen Zhiyi. He assisted her in loosening the ropes behind her back, enveloping her in the warmth of his broad chest, his long fingers quivering incessantly. He had come perilously close to losing her. I'm sorry, Zhiyi, I'm so sorry, he lamented. If he had not been negligent and had assigned bodyguards to accompany her while she was at the mall, she would not have been abducted. It was all his fault. All because of him. You foolish man, Shang Zhiyi. It's all right, Shen Zhiyi comforted as she returned his embrace, gently stroking his back. Shang Zhiyi released her, his throat tightening. Are you hurt? He grasped her shoulders, inspecting her from head to toe. After confirming that she bore no other injuries aside from red marks on her wrists from the ropes, his anxious heart finally eased. He took her hand, filled with concern. Does it hurt? Shen Zhiyi shook her head, stating that even the abrasions hardly counted. Zhiyi, I'm not that fragile. Outside the warehouse, a man wearing a black cap stealthily approached Shang Zhiyi's vehicle, unnoticed. Ji Fu slowly regained consciousness. Through his swollen eyes, he saw Shang Zhiyi examining Shen Zhiyi's injuries and incredulously spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? How could this be? He murmured softly. The tracker was discarded, wasn't it? How could you possibly find your way here? Shang Zhiyi cast a dark, menacing look at him. Were you? To even deserve to know? He had implanted a subcutaneous tracker behind his ear. The remote switch was in Z's possession. Not only could she ascertain his location, but by pressing a specific button, she could also share her own location with him. This was their agreed-upon reciprocal arrangement. However, he could not bear to have Z undergo surgery, so he only provided her with a tracking bracelet. The police are on their way. Prepare to spend a long time in prison, Shang Zhiyi said, his voice icy and restrained. If it weren't for Z's insistence, would this kidnapper still be breathing? Once he was incarcerated, he would ensure that the man received proper attention, making sure he did not die easily. A storm brewed in Shang Zhiyi's eyes. You call the police. Ji Fu exclaimed in panic, struggling to rise, pain coursing through his body. Enduring the agony, he shouted, Aren't you afraid I'll retaliate? How dare you call the police? Shang Zhiyi scoffed coldly. I forgot to mention, when I called the police, the station had already been notified. The patrol car set out even before I did. However, I drove here at high speed, which is why I arrived first. Guess who reported to the police before I did? It was your beloved daughter, Ji Xiaolian, Shang Zhiyi replied. The father of Ji was struck as if by lightning. No, it cannot be. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by Shen Zhiyi just moments ago. This wretched creature dared to betray her own father. Just like her mother, she was nothing but a worthless burden. It was only then that he realized. Had she sold him for money? If she had, so be it. But to think she would go so far as to report him to the authorities. If he were caught, he would surely make her pay dearly for her treachery. Shen Zhiyi let out a cold laugh. It was likely that the one financing Ji Xiaolian was none other than his own stepmother. Ji, dragging his weary body, shifted backward. His swollen, squinting eyes darted toward the warehouse exit. He needed to escape quickly. Shen Zhiyi, perceiving his intentions, shielded Shen Zhiyi behind him and slowly approached. Ji raised his head to see a pair of black shoes firmly planted on the dusty, grimy concrete floor, advancing step by step like the grim reaper himself. Higher up was a tall figure silhouetted against the light, cloaked in darkness and exuding a menacing aura. It seemed that with even the slightest movement, his legs would be shattered in an instant. Ji swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He trembled and pleaded, "I want to run, I want to. Have mercy. Think of the 300 million still in my account. If I die, all that money will be wasted. That's 300 million. Even if you're wealthy, you wouldn't be indifferent to that, would you?" A mocking sneer escaped Shen Zhiyi's lips as he regarded Ji with disdain. Do you not know that some funds transferred abroad can be set to be reversible within 24 hours? As a kidnapper, you should be well aware of such deceitful tactics. Why should I need to tell you? Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he suddenly turned to Shen Zhiyi. You're playing me for a fool. You two are colluding to mock me. Bang! Shen Zhiyi delivered a powerful punch that sent Ji sprawling. If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all. He rotated his wrist. Ji lay on the ground, whimpering, spitting out two bloodied teeth. Shen Zhiyi approached Shen Zhiyi, gently ruffling her hair. You're so clever, my dear. Shen Zhiyi grasped his fist, inspecting it with concern. Does it hurt? Shen Zhiyi's gaze softened. Not at all. Ji, in a fit of rage, spat blood. The pain was his to bear. Outside, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Several plainclothes officers rushed in, swiftly apprehending Ji. Mr. Shen, we kindly ask you and your wife to cooperate with us and return to make statement. Shen Zhiyi nodded, taking Shen Zhiyi's hand as they made their way out. His security team had arrived, and the driver opened the car door for them. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she grasped Shen Zhiyi's hand. Zhiyi, I want to be alone with you. Shen Zhiyi's heart melted. Of course, I will drive. He assisted Shen Zhiyi into the passenger seat, bending down to fasten her seatbelt. You were frightened, weren't you? He cradled half of her face gently, his eyes filled with tenderness. If you're tired, you could take a nap on the way. I'll wake you when we arrive. Shen Zhiyi nodded. Shen Zhiyi gently kissed her forehead, straightened up, and closed the car door. Shen Zhiyi's gaze fell upon the brake of the driver's seat before she discreetly averted her eyes. The insecurity stemming from her anxieties required a profound upheaval to be wholly healed. She yearned to instill in Shen Zhiyi a steadfast belief in her love, to convince him that she was the beloved he could never cast away. Initially, she intended to tamper with the brake. Yet it seemed that someone else was more impatient than she. A faint smile graced her lips as Shen Zhiyi settled into the driver's seat and closed the door. The head of security outside cautioned, Mr. Shen, this mountain is prone to landslides, and there may be falling rocks. Please exercise caution. Understood, Shen Zhiyi replied, fastening his seatbelt and glancing at Shen Zhiyi. The descent featured several steep slopes, culminating in a cliff. With me here, you need not fear. All right. Shen Zhiyi leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes, appearing utterly fatigued. Considerate of her rest, Shen Zhiyi deliberately drove more slowly than the other vehicles, gradually falling to the rear. After navigating a bend, a massive boulder suddenly tumbled down from the mountain, hurtling towards their vehicle. Shen Zhiyi's expression hardened as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, drifting onto a nearby clearing. Just as they evaded the boulder and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered that the brakes had failed. Zhiyi, wake up. Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes to find their car racing down the mountainside. Shen Zhiyi gripped the steering wheel, his gaze sharp and focused ahead. The wind howled around them, and his complexion grew increasingly ashen. In a moment, I'll catch up with the security team. You must open the door and leap into their vehicle. He could afford to face peril, but not her. No, Shen Zhiyi protested, gripping her seatbelt, her eyes locked on Shang Ziyan with unwavering fervor. We will jump together. No matter what, I want to be with you. Shang Ziyan's pupils dilated in shock. Do you comprehend what you were saying? If he maintained speed and kept a safe distance from the security team, he could ensure her safety. However, if they leaped together, the likelihood of calamity was exceedingly high. They might not survive. I understand, Shen Zhiyi replied gently, yet her words bore a tenacity that contradicted her delicate nature. If we are to live, let us live together. Being with you, even if it leads to death, is inconsequential. Shang Ziyan's heart trembled. The void within him began to fill with the essence of her declaration. Yet, the crisis remained unresolved. I understand. I believe you love me. Zhiyi, darling, please listen to me, all right? The thought of her demise made his heart ache in a moment. Let others catch you, he implored, his palms slick with sweat. Shen Zhiyi unfastened her seatbelt and climbed onto him. Zhiyi, quickly get down. Shang Ziyan tensed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Shen Zhiyi smiled, wrapping herself around him like a koala. She encircled his neck with her arms, resting her head against his chest, listening to the rapid beats of his heart, and softly remarked, "Do you see the cliff outside? Now, charge towards the flat ground. Then, open the car door and leap down with me." She calmly commanded him, as though discussing the weather. "Zhiyin, the decision I have made is unalterable. You shall not abandon me to die alone." After a moment of astonishment, a wave of profound emotion surged within Shang Ziyan. He inhaled the fragrance emanating from her, his eyes involuntarily reddening. An unprecedented sense of strength coursed through his entire being. It seemed that as long as she existed, he found meaning in life. The worry in his brow gradually dissipated. He embraced her with one arm, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "All right, if we are to survive, I, Shang Ziyan, vow to be your most loyal companion for eternity." The car hurtled towards a cliff. He relinquished the steering wheel, opened the door with one hand, shielding Shen Ziyi's head, and without hesitation, leapt into the void. Chapter 25. The melancholy overlord tormented by insomnia. 25. The sensation of weightlessness suddenly engulfed them, followed by a violent friction. They tumbled onto the grass, rolling together several times. Shang Ziyan cradled Shen Zhiyi within his embrace, like a solid, searing mountain enveloping her. The wind howled fiercely. As they rolled, their clothing was torn and bloodied by sharp stones and blades of grass. It was unclear how long they had been rolling. He felt a thud as his back slammed against a roadside rock. Shang Ziyan let out a muffled groan. Shen Zhiyi lifted her head from his chest, hearing the sound of the car plummeting over the cliff, alongside the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat. "Ziyan, are you all right?" she asked, enduring the pain as she crawled from his embrace. Though disheveled, she bore few wounds. However, he was another story. His back, arms, and thighs were grievously injured. "Do not fear. It's all right." Shang Ziyan's voice was hoarse as he grasped her trembling fingertips, swallowing back the metallic taste in his throat. Seeing the blood seeping from his back and forehead, Shen Zhiyi's heart raced. "I'll call for an ambulance immediately. Just hold on, don't sleep." She cupped his face and whispered, "And don't speak. Conserve your strength. Do not leave me alone." "All right." Shang Ziyan closed his eyes. She fumbled for her phone from his embrace and paused momentarily upon realizing she could unlock it with her face. She swiftly dialed the emergency number. Lying on the ground, Shang Ziyan observed her sitting there, earnestly and anxiously conversing with the doctor. He could not discern her words, only witnessing her lips moving and the worry etched across her features. All that concern was solely for him. An inexplicable sense of fulfillment surged within him. He finally believed her declarations of love. They were neither mere comfort nor lies, but a fervent, undeniable love that would sacrifice itself to remain by his side. It dawned on him just how profoundly his Zhiyi loved him. Amidst the excruciating pain, Shang Ziyan tasted an immense joy. He etched Shen Zhiyi's face into his memory with his eyes, his heart swelling with warmth and fullness. The ambulance and police cars arrived in succession, and even Shang Ziyan's security team returned. Shen Zhiyi followed the ambulance, issuing instructions to the security captain before departing. She noted that the brakes had been tampered with, urging him to investigate the footprints in front of the warehouse. Additionally, the massive stone that had fallen was undoubtedly no accident. Given the vastness of the mountain, that individual must still be lurking within its confines. Immediately dispatch personnel to assist the police in sealing off all entrances and conducting a thorough search. Yes, madam. The security captain gazed at Shen Zhiyi's face, momentarily lost in thought. However, this fleeting distraction was swiftly replaced by deep respect and admiration. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate woman possessed such meticulous reasoning. In a critical moment, she remained composed and incisively targeted the crux of the matter. He promptly acted on Shen Zhiyi's directives. Before long, they apprehended the former driver of the company, Old Wu. Yet, he did not implicate Qi Yinping, instead taking full responsibility for the transgressions. Nevertheless, the police were not easily outmaneuvered. They soon unraveled the connections, discovering Old Wu's 2 children studying abroad, with their benefactor being none other than Qi Yinping. The only individual linked to both Shang Xian's interests and Old Wu was her. Upon hearing that Qi Yinping was suspected of being the mastermind behind Shang Xian's demise, the relatives at the Shang family estate became restless. They provided the police with a crucial piece of information. The late Mr. Shang had taken out a substantial life insurance policy for Shang Xian. The terms dictated that if Shang Xian were to perish due to a kidnapping or similar man-made incident, all of the Shang family's assets would automatically be donated to a charitable foundation. Conversely, if he were to die from an accident, and the police investigation confirmed no foul play, the family assets could be inherited in due course. Qi Yinping intended to create the illusion of an accidental death to seize the Shang family's fortune. However, she had miscalculated. She believed that by sabotaging the brakes and enlisting Ji Xiaoyan and her father, she could orchestrate an accident where Shang Xian's vehicle would collide and explode while evading the boulder. This way, she could destroy evidence and exonerate herself. Yet, she did not anticipate that Shang Xian would choose to jump from the car. Miraculously, the vehicle plummeting off the cliff did not explode, instead preserving the evidence of the tampered brakes. Qi Yinping attributed this misfortune to bad luck. She was not entirely mistaken, due to systemic reasons. Fortune had consistently favored Shen Zhiyi. On the day Qi Yinping was taken away by the police, her relatives unceremoniously discarded her belongings from the family estate. Who would have thought that beneath your facade of a loving mother, you would constantly plot against Xian's life? How could our Shang family be cursed with a murderer like you? Qi Yinping cried in protest amid her police escort. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was all Ji Xiaoyan. She and her father orchestrated everything. She wanted to kidnap Shen Zhiyi and harm Xian. I had nothing to do with it. Ji Xiaoyan? The police noted this name. After interrogating Ji's father and uncovering the transfer information from Qi Yinping to Ji Xiaoyan, they immediately launched a citywide manhunt. Ji Xiaoyan, hiding near her rented apartment, felt a mix of anger and fear as she watched police cars surround her residence. This Qi Yinping not only failed to provide her with financial assistance, but instead turned against her, leaving her to hide like a mouse scurrying through the streets. The surrounding area should be thoroughly searched. Upon hearing the police's remarks, she immediately turned and fled towards the street outside. There, capture her. The frantic cries only intensified Ji Xiaoyan's panic as she ran for her life. Upon reaching the street, a speeding car approached from the side, its blinding headlights flaring and the urgent sound of honking and screeching brakes filled the air. Bang! She was violently struck and sent flying. In that fleeting moment, her mind flashed with scenes from both her past and present lives, a wave of deep regret washing over her. She thought, if heaven granted her another chance, an opportunity for rebirth, she would resolutely seize Shang Xian and would never again allow Shen Zhiyi to take the lead. She crashed to the ground with a thud, the pain rendering her forever unconscious. The speeding car came to a halt. A drunken Bai Fengyu stumbled out, cursing, "Damn it, can't you watch where you're walking?" Still reeling from the alcohol, he was swiftly apprehended by the pursuing undercover police. "Let me go. Who are you? Do you even know who I am?" He slurred, struggling against them, seething with anger. That accursed Shang Ziyan had stolen all his projects and gifted them to Bai Jin. Now, he had no voice within the Bai family, reduced to a mere wastrel, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and reckless driving. Little did he know, misfortune awaited him in the form of an oblivious woman. The deceased Ji Xiaoyan, unable to be revived, was confirmed dead by the accompanying coroner. The police presented their credentials to Bai Fengyu. You are suspected of driving under the influence, resulting in another's death. Please cooperate with the investigation and accompany us to the station. Yixiolian. Bai Fengyu was taken aback, and then fury surged with the alcohol coursing through his veins. This unfortunate woman. Every encounter with her seemed destined for calamity. But what did they say? Dead? She was dead. Bai Fengyu suddenly sobered up, looking towards the distance. Indeed, a woman lay there, her features obscured. His legs gave way, and he fainted from shock. In the hospital, Shen Zhiyi rushed towards the emergency room as the door swung open. Doctor, how is he? The doctor looked at Shen Zhiyi. He is out of danger, but he has a minor rib fracture and extensive lacerations on his back. Fortunately, his spine is unharmed. He has numerous abrasions and will need to stay in the hospital for observation to prevent infection. Shen Zhiyi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her gamble had paid off. The male protagonist of her small world typically possessed more fortune than others, and with the system's assistance, he would likely face no significant issues, perhaps just some hardships. Yet, trading these for a lifetime of peace of mind was certainly worthwhile. Has he awakened? Can I go in to see him? The doctor nodded. I will have him transferred to a private room shortly. He paused, reflecting on the moment when the patient was in a state of unconsciousness, calling out for his wife. I could not help but utter a few more words. Please refrain from engaging in any strenuous activities during this period to avoid straining the wound. Shen Zhiyi paused, realizing the implication, her cheeks flushing slightly. All right, thank you, doctor. When she next encountered Shang Ziyan, he was propped up in bed, his upper body swathed in bandages, receiving an intravenous drip. As she approached, she observed him asleep, his usual air of aloofness replaced by a disheveled innocence, reminiscent of a large dog returning from a playful romp. Shen Zhiyi's eyes softened, and she sat at the bedside, unable to resist leaning in to place a gentle kiss on his lips. Just as she intended to withdraw, he grasped her wrist. Darling. Shang Ziyan gazed at her with tender eyes. Is this a reward for being obedient? Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed deeper. Please don't move. She gently pulled his hand away, adjusting the foreline to prevent it from touching the wound. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll stay right here with you. As Shang Ziyan watched her bustling with concern, his heart felt as if it were immersed in a honey pot, and a smile crept uncontrollably onto his lips. Does it hurt? Shen Zhiyi inquired, noticing the blood seeping from the needle. Shang Ziyan immediately pressed his lips into a straight line. It does hurt. Quite a lot. A kiss from my wife would make it better. Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly, teasing him further. The doctor said you must rest well for a month. No hugs. No overly passionate kisses. She coughed delicately. In short, you must avoid anything that could strain the wound. Shang Ziyan's expression suddenly stiffened. A month? Such a long time? Darling, he said earnestly, I'm not in pain anymore. Not all. Surely the doctor is exaggerating? You know, they often tend to exaggerate their caution with patients. A month truly felt interminable. He yearned to take her hand, but her disapproving glance stopped him. He adopted a pitiful demeanor. I might just perish, Shen Zhiyi burst into laughter, then composed herself, her tone turning serious. We must adhere to the doctor's orders. Observing Shang Ziyan shrouded in gloom, she leaned closer, caressing his face. Once you recover, I'll comply with all your wishes. How does that sound? Having orchestrated this ordeal that caused him so much physical suffering, it was only right to repay him. Shang Ziyan's eyes sparkled with hope. Anything? Indeed, Shen Zhiyi replied, her gaze warm. Anything. Shang Ziyan's heart raced, yearned to draw her close and kiss her fervently. However, considering the sweetness that awaited him in the future, he resolutely restrained himself. Thus, a month passed in this manner. By the time Shang Ziyan fully recovered, Bai Fengyu, Qi Yinping, and Ji Fu had all been confirmed to serve their sentences. Each received their due punishment. He took Shen Zhiyi to witness the golden rays illuminating the mountain. At the summit, as the sun enveloped them both, he proposed to Shen Zhiyi, declaring her to be a divine warmth, illuminating the icy, labyrinthine depths of his soul. Shang Zhiyin graciously bestowed upon Shen Zhiyi a wedding of unparalleled grandeur, proclaiming to the world that they were each other's sole and irrevocable belonging, just as the system had promised. Shen Zhiyi acquired everything she ever desired. In this realm, she shared a complete and romantic life with Shang Zhiyin, free from all unease. The end. Next world preview. Note: the protagonist character may experience subtle adjustments due to the male lead's personality in different worlds, which can be understood as the protagonist's immersive performance in love. This world features an innocent and sweet comic girl, unaware of her charm, with a skin condition. Male lead characterization: a taciturn yet possessive high achiever with an air of aloofness, self-strategizing version. Shen Zhiyi and Zhou Yushun were neighbors and childhood sweethearts, having attended the same school from elementary through university. She was a freshman majoring in animation and also a popular comic blogger online. He was a genius physics major in his junior year, the epitome of excellence since childhood. He had always regarded her as a little sister. However, one summer evening after a torrential rain, she knocked on his door, drenched, claiming she had forgotten her keys and needed to stay the night. From that moment on, Zhou Yushun's gaze towards her transformed. On yet another sultry afternoon, she pushed open Zhou Yushun's door and witnessed the young man's intense and unabashed desire firsthand. She was momentarily stunned. Yet, Zhou Yushun did not cease. Rather, he further tormented himself in her presence. The fervor in his eyes nearly scorched her. Terrified, Shen Zhiyi fled, and thus began her attempts to avoid him. Strangely, however, her previously cured skin condition began to resurface. Night after night, she dreamt of him. In an unexpected turn of events, Shen Zhiyi discovered that proximity to Zhou Yushun could alleviate her symptoms. Consequently, she embarked on a shameless journey of clandestine treatment. She borrowed his clothes, feigned accidental touches of their hands, and embraced him while he slept. Zhou Yushun soon caught on. In response to her pitiful pleas, he adopted a stern demeanor and laid down 3 rules. 1. No public displays of affection. 2. Only hand-holding and hugging were permitted. Kissing was off limits. 3. No more borrowing his clothes. Though Shen Zhiyi found his attitude rather cold, she tolerated it for the sake of her healing. They covertly held hands and embraced in various nooks of the school and their homes, indulging in all manner of ambiguous acts. Yet, Shen Zhiyi sensed that Zhou Yushun was also enduring her presence. His daily remarks included, "Stop crying, just one touch, and if you're going to hug. Shen Zhiyi, keep your hands to yourself. Tomorrow is a full day of classes, don't cling to me." Eventually, Shen Zhiyi refrained from seeking him out for several days. Zhou Yushun inquired, "Have you recovered? And where are you?" Shen Zhiyi replied, "Not yet. However, I've discovered that being close to the class representative seems to help." During this time, Zhou Yushun responded, "He is not a good person. Come back. You're only allowed to seek me out. Shen Zhiyi, once I'm done with you, I'll discard you." Receiving no response, Zhou Yushun stormed into Shen Zhiyi's classroom, lifted her to the school rooftop, gripping the back of her neck with a chilling tone. Yet his gaze betrayed a loss of control. "Remember this feeling. Only I can provide it." He kissed her, kissing her until she gasped for breath, trembling, and weak in the knees. She vowed that he was her sole antidote. In the subsequent turn of events, Zhou Yushun sought out the doctor he had previously consulted. "Why is she no longer afflicted?" he inquired. The doctor, at a loss for words, replied, "Perhaps you should seek treatment as well." Zhou Yushun remarked, "Shen Zhiyi, it seems I have caught your affliction. Who, then, truly suffers from this condition of longing?" Chapter 27. The antidote for the condition of longing is a cold. Distant childhood friend 1. On a summer afternoon, beneath the physics laboratory. Bai Xinhong halted abruptly, her entire being swaying slightly. She glanced down at the sausage in her hand. Intended for feeding a stray cat, her mind struck as if by lightning. Had she truly been reborn? Back to a time before she had met Zhou Yushun? Her heart raced violently, and suddenly she turned and ran in the opposite direction of the lab. If memory served her correctly, she would be halfway through feeding the stray when a torrential rain would commence, leading her to encounter Zhou Yushun. who would emerge from the laboratory and offer her an umbrella. This moment, inadvertently captured by a fellow student, would soon circulate on the campus forum, propelling them into the spotlight as the most talked-about couple in school. Eventually, Zhou Yushin did confess his feelings for her. She had initially believed that being with him, the school's most coveted heartthrob and a genius with an affluent background, would usher her into a life filled with happiness and envy. Thus, she accepted his proposal. However, she soon discovered that being in a relationship with Zhou Yushin was far from delightful. His time was predominantly devoted to his studies, leaving little room for leisure. Whether in the laboratory or en route to it, he was perpetually engaged in academic pursuits, leaving no opportunity for casual outings with her, let alone providing emotional support. Moreover, his possessiveness was alarmingly intense. Not only did he neglect to accompany her, but upon learning of her participation in social events, he would become irrationally furious, forbidding her from mingling with any males. Eventually, he confiscated her phone, incessantly compelling her to join him in a laboratory or library. She felt suffocated. She had entered university to relish life. Yet Zhou Yushin made existence unbearable, forcing her to study daily while interacting with a cold, uninspiring partner. Who could endure such a situation? As graduation approached, Bai Xinhong uncovered the disturbing reality lurking beneath Zhou Yushin's scholarly facade. He had purchased a small apartment outside of school, which he had filled with her photographs and personal belongings. Everything from hair ties to water bottles, even discarded textbooks he had salvaged and preserved. The revelation nearly terrified her to death. When she attempted to break up with him, he locked her in that room, adorning it with various luxuries, rendering her a doll devoid of freedom. He pleaded for her love, yet who could desire such a warped and obsessive affection? Bai Xinhong certainly did not. With quickened steps, she fled the laboratory as if haunted. The sun began its descent, and an unexpected downpour dispelled the summer's oppressive heat, with raindrops pattering against the ground, creating a fine mist. A tall and slender figure emerged from the laboratory building, clad in simple black attire and jeans, adorned with a single shoulder bag. Despite his unassuming appearance, beneath his neatly cropped hair lay a strikingly beautiful face, marked by an air of aloofness and world-weariness. His high cheekbones and deep-set eyes gave him an enigmatic allure, while his pale complexion accentuated the clean lines of his youthful visage. However, the intensity and focus in his gaze added a level of maturity seldom seen in someone of his age. His complex aura was particularly captivating. Zhou Yushin unfurled a black long umbrella and walked expressionlessly into the rain. As he rounded the corner by a flower bed, a faint mewling sound pierced through the raindrops, clear and distinct in his ears. He crouched down and parted the grass and branches, revealing a damp, orange kitten that poked its head out and nuzzled against his palm with a soft meow. Foolish creature, he thought, how could it wait in such downpour? The kitten responded with another mew. A subtle smile flickered in Zhou Yushin's narrow eyes as he opened his backpack and retrieved a cat treat, deftly tearing it open. He lowered it to the kitten's mouth, the long, dark eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow on his face. The orange cat savored the treat, purring contentedly before darting into the underbrush without a backward glance. Zhou Yushin couldn't help but smirk, truly ungrateful. His low voice mingled with the sound of the relentless rain as he disposed of the wrapper and straightened, his expression returning to an impenetrable coldness. Once again, he set off towards the campus. The Zhou residence was a mere half-hour's journey from the university, hence he did not reside on campus. Each unit in the neighborhood was a standalone two-story villa, with few residents, all familiar neighbors who shared a pleasant atmosphere. Everyone seemed to be faring well, which deterred any thoughts of moving. Closest to the Zhou family was the Shen household. The two families frequently interacted. Shen Zhiyi, the only daughter of the Shen family, had grown up alongside him, their bedrooms directly facing each other on the second floor. He had always regarded her as a little sister. However, as they matured, his preoccupation with various physics studies and competitions led to prolonged absences, and their connection gradually waned. He had only heard that she had been accepted into his university this year, but due to his busy schedule, they had not seen each other often. Zhou Yushin arrived at the base of his home, stowed away his umbrella, and entered the house. His parents were often away on business, so since he began university, he had spent most of his time alone in the house. He removed his shoes, neatly placed them, and slipped into his slippers, walking to the center of the living room to set down his backpack on the sofa. He then proceeded to the kitchen to wash his hands and fill a glass with water. The transparent glass was illuminated by the cascading water, creating rippling reflections. He released the faucet, tilted his head back, and drank deeply, the sound of gulps resonating as his Adam's apple bobbed rhythmically, exuding an inexplicable sense of restrained beauty. Outside, in the community, Shen Zhiyi stood under her umbrella beside a trash bin, engaged in a phone call, her gaze unwaveringly fixed in the direction of the Zhou residence. "Hello, Mom. I shall take good care of myself. You and Father should enjoy your vacation abroad. Do not worry. It is merely a matter of days. And I shall manage well. Very well. I shall await your return." Her melodious and gentle voice, accompanied by her sweet smile, evokes immediate affection in anyone who hears it or catches a glimpse of her. She concluded the call, retrieving the silver key from her pocket. With a slight release of her fingers, the key fell, striking the steel bars at the drain's edge, producing a crisp sound of collision. It then bounced and was consumed by the darkness amidst the flowing rainwater. She put away her umbrella, tossing it into the trash with no sense of nostalgia. The heavy rain drenched her. Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, gripping her backpack strap, and strolled leisurely towards the Zhou residence amidst the rain. Zhou Yushin had just set down his cup when he heard the doorbell ring. He frowned and cast a sideways glance toward the entrance. At this hour, who could it be? The doorbell chimed again several times, followed by a sweet and endearing voice. "Aunt Qin, Uncle Zhou, are you home?" Zhou Yushin approached the door and opened it, revealing a young girl standing outside, completely soaked. She looked up at him, seemingly taken aback. Her pale face had slightly parted lips, soft and crimson, resembling delicate flower petals. Droplets of water clung to her long lashes, the tip of her nose, and her chin. She wore a creamy yellow top and a white cake skirt, fastened at one shoulder with a braided twist adorned with white lace. A picture of innocence drenched by the rain. Zhou Yushin thought of the little orange kitten he had just fed. He steadied himself, his gaze skimming over her completely soaked attire. The yellow short top clung to her form, rendered semi-transparent by the rain, accentuating her remarkable silhouette and slender waist. A fleeting glance allowed him to catch sight of the pale blue lace beneath. Zhou Yushin averted his eyes, feeling a dryness in his throat once more, as if it had suddenly become parched. The girl finally regained her composure. Her look of astonishment faded, replaced by a smile so sweet he felt an urge to take a bite. "Yushin Gij, it's you." Zhou Yushin's breath caught abruptly. He turned to look at her, sensing his heart being gently squeezed. It was her, Shen Zhiyi. "Could you possibly take me in?" she asked, her eyes curving with a hint of shyness. "I lost my house key." Chapter 28. The antidote for thirsty skin syndrome is the aloof childhood friend. 2. Zhou Yushin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing Shen Zhiyi, who was covered by an oversized bath towel. "The guest room on the second floor is yours. I will fetch my mother's pajamas for you. Once you finish your shower, you can wear them." Shen Zhiyi paused in her task of drying her hair. "Is that appropriate?" She peeked out from the soft towel, her petite face clouded with moisture. She resembled a fluffy little kitten. "How can I wear Annie's clothes?" She tilted her head, speaking softly. "Why don't you lend me one of your shirts? I'll wear it for the night and wash it for you tomorrow. Would that be all right?" "Your shirt?" Zhou Yushin was momentarily taken aback. He gazed into her clear, glistening eyes, momentarily at a loss, realizing that her wearing his shirt felt even more inappropriate than donning her mother's. She gave a subtle nod. "All right," Zhou Yushin agreed, nearly unraveling at the sight of her in his shirt. It was oversized, enveloping her petite frame, with the hem barely covering the tops of her thighs, revealing her long, slender legs, which appeared even more fair and delicate against the dark fabric. Her hair cascaded like seaweed, softly parted behind her ears and draped in front, accentuating her dainty earlobes. The tips of her still damp hair left a faint, damp mark on the fabric, stirring the imagination. She smiled, her eyes curving sweetly as she thanked him, exuding an innocence intertwined with desire. Zhou Yushin felt his throat constrict. His imagination raced uncontrollably, as if his very breath enveloped her entirely. His gaze darkened, and he turned to escape, saying, "I'll return to my room. Call me if you need anything." The door slammed shut behind him. Shen Zhiyi looked at the closed door, her smile deepening, and walked to the guest room adjacent to his bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. The night deepened. In the darkness, Zhou Yushin could hear his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. He turned over, attempting to banish Shen Zhiyi's face from his mind. Yet, in the solitude, that fleeting glimpse became inexplicably vivid, uncontrollably replaying in his thoughts, inch by inch. The non-existent gaze, amidst his chaotic musings, seemed to lick away at his black shirt like a flickering flame. His brows knitted together. Suddenly sitting up, he threw off the covers and made his way to the kitchen for a drink. As he descended the stairs, he heard rustling sounds coming from the kitchen. Zhou Yushin's expression hardened. He moved quietly, approaching and swiftly capturing the shadowy figure. With one hand gripping her wrist and his arm across her body, he pressed her against the island. Shen Zhiyi's face met the cool marble, and she gasped, "Yushin, it's me." His leg pressed against hers, nearly pinning her down. She squirmed uncomfortably. "Zhi?" Zhou Yushin released her, hastily helping her to her feet. "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" Shen Zhiyi rubbed her wrist and her sore, flushed face, shaking her head. "I'm fine. I was just startled." Zhou Yushin, adjusting to the darkness, discerned her features in the moonlight. Her youthful eyes sparkled, her lips slightly pouting, exuding a charming sulkiness. His expression darkened, and his voice became hoarse. "Why are the lights off? It's so late." He had thought there was an intruder. Shen Zhiyi, feeling embarrassed, hugged her stomach. "I forgot to have dinner. I'm too hungry to sleep." "I'm sorry, Yushin. I didn't turn on the lights because I didn't want to wake you, but I didn't mean to disturb your sleep." Her expression was apologetic. Zhou Yushin fell silent, his gaze following her movements as it drifted to her stomach, only then realizing how closely they were positioned. He was nearly pressed against her legs, trapping her between his embrace and the island. She was still clad in his clothing. Zhou Yushin closed his eyes momentarily, abruptly stepping back half a pace. The sultry heat of the summer night enveloped him in an instant, igniting an unbearable discomfort. Shen Zhiyi seemed to sense the heaviness of his breathing. "What is the matter? Why are you so hot?" Between them lay merely the distance of an arm's length. As he retreated, his arm inadvertently brushed against hers, and she suddenly realized his temperature was alarmingly high. Consequently, she instinctively approached him, reaching out to press her palm against his forehead. "Are you running a fever?" The cool softness of her hand made Zhou Yushin recoil as though struck by electricity, retreating another half step. "It's nothing. Just the heat," he replied, turning his back to conceal his discomposure in the shadows. "Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you." He steadied his breathing and stepped forward to turn on the light. The bright illumination dispelled the lingering allure of the darkness. Shen Zhiyi noticed the faint flush on his forehead, and a subtle smile flickered in her eyes. Zhou Yushin donned an apron. "There's not much available at home, but I can make you some instant noodles. Will that suffice?" Under the gnawing hunger, Shen Zhiyi eagerly nodded. "That will do. That will do." Then, seemingly aware of her own eagerness, she smiled awkwardly. "Would it be too much trouble? If you have bread and milk, I could manage with that." "Not at all," Zhou Yushin replied, opening the refrigerator to reveal only a scant amount of vegetables and eggs. "This is all that's left. Shall I add everything in?" Yes. You decide, Brother Yushin." Shen Zhiyi's stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble, prompting her to clutch her belly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, then shyly lifted her eyes to meet his. Zhou Yushin pressed his lips together, suppressing the smile that threatened to emerge. He turned to wash the vegetables. "Just sit there and wait for me. It will be ready shortly." He ignited the stove and added water. Soon, the kitchen resonated with the bubbling sounds of boiling water and the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, followed by the enticing aroma of the noodles. It enveloped the entire kitchen like an expansive net, wafting outward. Shen Zhiyi sat at the dining table, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at his silhouette. Her eyes sparkled with brightness. The black apron cinched at his waist highlighted his impeccable proportions, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The muscles of his arms rippled beneath the thin fabric, forming elegant lines with each movement. His long legs moved leisurely about the kitchen, presenting an image of aloofness and restraint, yet infused with a warmth of earthly charm, akin to a deity descended to the mortal realm. Shen Zhiyi swallowed hard, feeling her hunger intensifying. In her reverie, Zhou Yushin placed a bowl of noodles in front of her, along with a pair of chopsticks. "Annie will only come tomorrow morning to cook. My culinary skills are rather mediocre, so you'll have to make do." "Is it still Aunt Zhao?" Shen Zhiyi took the chopsticks, inhaling the savory aroma of the noodles, nearly drooling in anticipation. "Yes," Zhou Yushin replied, his expression tranquil, yet a subtle joy stirred within him at her recall of his past. "As you know, I am accustomed only to the nutritious meals she prepares." Shen Zhiyi nodded, recalling how Zhou Yushin had always struggled with his digestion since childhood. Aunt Qin has often worried about him. However, due to her busy business schedule, she could only hire a cook to take care of him. Yet, he was not fond of having strangers in the house. Therefore, the hired cook was only responsible for preparing meals, along with some light cleaning. After trying numerous cooks, only Aunt Zhao's dishes were to his liking. Thus, he has continued to employ her over the years. Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, taking a couple of bites of instant noodles, her eyes suddenly sparkling. She then picked up a fried egg and took a bite, still runny in the center. Satisfied, she swallowed and soon began to eat with abandon, disregarding her image. Zhou Yushin observed her enjoying her meal, the corners of his lips involuntarily curving upwards. Halfway through her food, Shen Zhiyi suddenly looked up at him, her mouth still stuffed with noodles, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Zhou Yushin almost instantly understood what she wanted to say. "I'm not hungry, you go ahead," he said. Shen Zhiyi swallowed the noodles. "All right, then I want tea hold back." By the end of her meal, she held the bowl and drank every last drop of the broth. After placing her bowl and chopsticks down, she earnestly asked him, "Brother Yushin, my parents have gone abroad for vacation. Can I stay at your place for the next few days?" Chapter 29. The antidote to skin thirst is the cold and distant childhood friend. 3-0. Zhou Yushin almost immediately reverted to his indifferent demeanor. Having just encountered her, he was already inexplicably stirred. If he allowed her to remain close, it would only worsen the situation. He raised his gaze, his fingertips curling slightly, as fragmented thoughts tumbled through his mind. He mused that she was merely his childhood neighbor, a simple girl with no defenses against him. This familiar demeanor must be a remnant of their childhood, viewing him as a trustworthy older brother. She should not become an object of his dreams and distractions. She needed to return to her own home, to keep her distance from him. "I will hire a locksmith tomorrow," he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Almost cold and severe, Shen Zhiyi's small face immediately fell, looking dispirited. She observed his expression closely, his sharp brows and eyes exuding a faint chill, as if he would push her away at any moment. Summoning her courage, she tentatively asked, "Can I at least have dinner with you? Just for these few days while my parents are away." Noticing his silence, Shen Zhiyi quickly added, "I'll come over for dinner. I'll eat at school for lunch." She clasped her hands together, her eyes pleading. "Please, Brother Yushin." Zhou Yushin's brow twitched slightly. Abruptly diverting his gaze, he avoided looking at her face. His eyes swept to the second floor, and he suddenly recalled that their bedroom balconies faced each other, merely a leap apart. The rain had stopped now. He could easily climb over without needing a locksmith. Yet, he lowered his gaze, his dark lashes casting shadows over his deepest thoughts. He contemplated that the weather was poor, and the balcony might be slippery. There was no need to take such a risk. He turned to Shen Zhiyi. "Come to the lab tomorrow at noon. We'll have lunch together." He would call Aunt Zhao and prepare a nourishing meal for her, for she was too thin. Her slender arms and neck resembled the fragile wings of a delicate butterfly, easily broken. "Wonderful." Shen Zhiyi clapped her hands, her eyes curving into a sweet, gentle smile. "I knew that Brother Yushin would treat me the best." Zhou Yushin fixed his dark, profound gaze upon her before suddenly rising. "It's getting late. You should return to rest." He efficiently tidied up the dishes and, as he was about to enter the kitchen, paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something. With his gaze lowered, he glanced to the side and, as if casually, yet with an undertone of reminder, said, "You needn't wash the clothes. Just leave them in the laundry room tomorrow." He then stepped into the kitchen, leaving Shen Zhiyi's agreeable response behind him. The following day, Shen Zhiyi rose early. She donned her freshly dried clothes and placed Zhou Yushan's black shirt into the laundry basket. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Aunt Zhao, who had just arrived to prepare breakfast. Aunt Zhao, it's been a long time, she greeted sweetly, her smile polite. Upon recognizing Shen Zhiyi's face, Aunt Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Her grip loosened, and 2 plastic bags filled with vegetables fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my goodness! Where did this girl come from, looking so exquisite? Is a fairy descending from the heavens this early in the morning? Aunt Zhao? Shen Zhiyi waved her fingers in front of her. Do you not recognize me? Only then did Aunt Zhao snap back to reality. You're Miss Shen from next door. Indeed, it is I, Shen Zhiyi replied, her smile radiant. Oh dear, Aunt Zhao exclaimed as she picked up the bags, marveling in the blink of an eye. Miss Shen has blossomed into such a beautiful young lady. I wonder which lucky young man will benefit in the future. Almost immediately, she realized, wait a minute, this is the Zhou residence. The expression on Aunt Zhao's face transformed dramatically. You and Xiao Shen, look at me. She suddenly clapped her hands, her face breaking into a beaming smile. I said you two should be a couple. It's like the cowherd and the weaver girl, a match made in heaven. She mused aloud about how Xiao Shen had suddenly sent a message last night, asking her to buy enough groceries for 2. So as for Miss Shen, her gaze towards Shen Zhiyi became tinged with a hint of flirtation. Shen Zhiyi felt her cheeks flush. Aunt Zhao, you misunderstand. I merely misplaced my house keys and am staying here for a night. My relationship with Brother Yu Shen is not as you imagine. Oh, I understand. Aunt Zhao waved her hands, laughing. You young ones have your own ways. Rest assured, I shall pretend I have not seen you. She winked playfully, exuding an air of secrecy. Shen Zhiyi chuckled awkwardly, glancing up the stairs. Why hasn't Brother Yu Shen come down yet? Xiao Shen? Aunt Zhao replied, carrying the groceries into the kitchen. At this hour, he has already left for school. Those engaged in research work have it tough. They leave before dawn every day. Left already? Shen Zhiyi asked, slightly surprised. Following Aunt Zhao into the kitchen, she watched as she unpacked the vegetables, placing them meticulously on the island. Her mind racing with thoughts. This must be her lunch with Zhou Yushan. Shen Zhiyi remarked, Aunt Zhao, I have no classes this morning. Once you've prepared the meal, I can take it to school for you, so you won't have to make an extra trip. Zhao Xiangyu looked at her, a knowing smile creasing her face. How wonderful. The young ones need to create opportunities to spend time together. What is there for me to misunderstand? If I can help, I certainly will. So, Miss Shen, would you like me to lend a hand? Shen Zhiyi smiled. No, that's not necessary. Zhao Xiangyu waved her hand. Miss Shen, you go on with your business. I'll call you when it's ready. All right, Shen Zhiyi acquiesced. She settled onto the sofa, pulled out her tablet from her bag, twirled a pen, and opened her comic account. The message box was inundated with 999 notifications. When will Yibao update the series? Oh no, it's been 15 days without Yibao. I miss her so much. Without Yibao, where can I indulge my secret obsession? Shen Zhiyi perused the messages urging her to release new comics. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She twirled the pen again and opened her drawing board, capturing the image of Zhou Yushan cooking for her in the kitchen yesterday. However, the depiction was of him merely clad in an apron. Muscles, contours, veins, each stroke evoked the sensation of his strength, along with the intense warmth he radiated that had nearly scorched her the previous night. As smoke and sweat enveloped her imagination, Shen Zhiyi became increasingly engrossed. The scene gradually veered into an uncontrollable allure. When she finally paused, she caught sight of the irresistible figure on her drawing board and suddenly recalled that Aunt Zhao was still present. She hurriedly covered the drawing board with her body and turned to glance at the kitchen, where Zhao Xiangyu was diligently cooking, entirely oblivious to her. Shen Zhiyi exhaled in relief, reopened her tablet, and uploaded her freshly drawn piece to her comic account, captioning it, New Series Preview, Flower Picking and Grass Playing. The moment she hit send, the comments exploded. I'm devouring this. What a divine model. Yibao, are you secretly living a good life? Only Yibao could treat us like adults. I'm confused. What is being picked? What is being played with? Can't tell. I'm blindly guessing. a high and cold flower, and the school heartthrob. Shen Zhiyi's eyes widened as she read the comments. Wait, she had just chosen a name at random. How did it get interpreted this way? Yet it oddly seemed fitting. She patted her gradually flushed face, quickly exited the app, and shut her tablet. In her heart, she thought, this comic account absolutely must remain a secret from Zhou Yushin. Chapter 30. The cure for skin thirst is the aloof childhood friend. 4. At noon, Shen Zhiyi carried her lunchbox to the physics department's experimental building. It should be on this floor. She glanced around in front of the classroom doors as she passed. At this hour, most students were out for lunch, leaving her unable to ask for directions. A male student approached, holding a clipboard and engrossed in reviewing data. Excuse me, do you happen to know where Zhou Yushin is? He asked without lifting his head, casually gesturing toward a small room not far ahead. You can leave his gifts and love letters there. The pile has grown to the point of being a tourist attraction. He muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. I've told you all not to bring him anything. Yet every day, there are still so many people coming to offer him tributes. Does this lad possess such an air of authority? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Zhiyi replied, I'm not here to deliver a love letter, nor do I have any gifts for him. She lifted the lunchbox in her hand. I'm looking for him in person. In person? Such audacity. Are you courting danger? Su Yan raised his head, curious to see which brave soul dared to approach the formidable Zhou Yushin. Upon catching sight of Shen Zhiyi, his mouth fell open in astonishment. This young lady appeared even more authoritative than Zhou Yushin. How had he not known there was such a remarkable figure in the school? Could she be a new student? Su Yan's heart raced as his gaze fell upon the lunchbox she held, feeling a pang of envy. Many had come to present flowers and gifts to Zhou Yushin, but she was the first to bring him a meal. Was this lad truly so fortunate? Su Yan closed the file and glanced at Shen Zhiyi. Her clear eyes fixated on him, causing his face to flush crimson and his speech to falter. I'll take you to find him. Thank you, Shen Zhiyi said, her eyes curving in a radiant smile. Su Yan nearly swooned at her sweetness. As they walked, he found himself nearly mirroring her steps. He led her to the door of the laboratory. Yes, right inside. Peering through the transparent window of the door, Shen Zhiyi saw Zhou Yushin standing before a piece of equipment, speaking earnestly with someone nearby. His sharp, elongated brows, deepened by concentration, gave him an even more profound presence. As her gaze traveled over his broad shoulders, long legs, and the elegant fingers manipulating the apparatus, she inexplicably recalled the painting she had done a chef in an apron. Her ears subtly flushed with warmth. He might be occupied for a while, Su Yan remarked. If you'd like, I can take you to his lounge to wait for him. What a beautiful young woman. If Zhou Yushin were to refuse her again, he would truly be missing out. Su Yan would regret it for a lifetime on his behalf. Straightening up, Shen Zhiyi expressed her surprise. Is the physics department this accommodating? You even provide a lounge for students? Su Yan smiled. Of course, others do not enjoy such privileges. However, the Zhou family donated an entire building to the school. An entire building? Shen Zhiyi echoed, astonished. Su Yan nodded, but that is hardly the whole story. Zhou Yushin's research is even more valuable. He is a prized asset of our department. No, of our entire university. The principal reserved a lounge for him, claiming it was a special privilege, but in truth, who benefits more from it is still debatable. Not to mention the financial support from the Zhou family. Zhou Yushin's own research has brought the school considerable honor and accolades. Just imagining that fellow immersed in a laboratory all day. The principal must be secretly chuckling at midnight. Shen Zhiyi's mind was stirred as she cast another glance at Zhou Yushin. A figure adorned with such a halo should, in theory, navigate life with unimpeded ease, devoid of any troubles. Yet, the reality is that the divine bestows upon each individual a unique share of suffering. She recalled the information she had encountered. Zhou Yushin, blessed with extraordinary intelligence from a young age, quickly distanced himself from his peers. While others were still playing in the mud, he had embarked on participating in physics competitions, engaging with specialized knowledge. Subsequently, due to his advancement in grades, he found himself devoid of any contemporaries. Even those older than he could not match his intellect or pace. Gradually, he lost the ability to communicate with others. He considered them foolish, while they perceived him as pretentious and arrogant. Consequently, A subtle yet palpable distance began to form, isolating him, as no one desired to associate with him. It could be said that Zhou Yushin grew up amidst a prolonged period of invisible bullying, compounding his plight. His parents were preoccupied with their careers, neglecting to accompany him or even consider his psychological well-being. Thus, for an extended time, he found himself without a single person to converse with. Over time, he became accustomed to solitude, gradually cultivating a reclusive and aloof demeanor, perpetually ensnared in a state devoid of belonging. The original female lead harbored resentment towards him, attributing his inability to express affection and his ignorance of interpersonal boundaries to his nature. He understood only the notion that if one harbors feelings, one must invade, encroach, and gradually assimilate another's territory into one's own until complete possession is achieved. In this manner, he evoked feelings of fear, trepidation, and even disdain in the original female lead. Yet, Shen Zhiyi was unafraid. She recognized that the labels others affixed to him, self-important, aloof, and unapproachable, were merely walls he had erected to protect himself. She was determined to dismantle each one and love him without reservation. In the laboratory, Zhou Yushin concluded his examinations, pinching the bridge of his nose. As he opened his eyes, his gaze inadvertently swept past the windows. His eyes abruptly halted. Through the glass, he beheld Shen Zhiyi standing alongside Su Yan. She smiled at him, a sweet and radiant smile. Zhou Yushin's brow furrowed, and his expression turned icy. "Show me the data once it is ready," he instructed the researcher beside him, before striding towards the exit of the laboratory. "Understood." The researcher gazed adoringly at his retreating figure. With Zhou Yushin present, their school was certain to triumph in the upcoming competition. Shen Zhiyi was expressing her gratitude to Su Yan, preparing to accompany him to the lounge, when the adjacent door was suddenly flung open. Zhou Yushin raised an eyebrow, surveying the two before his gaze settled on Shen Zhiyi's face. The sharpness in his eyes softened, revealing a tenderness he himself was unaware of. "Have you been waiting long?" he inquired. Shen Zhiyi shook her head, responding that she had just arrived. "Let us go," he said, taking the lunchbox from her hands. "Let us eat in my lounge." "Wait, do you two know each other?" Su Yan, overhearing their exchange, was nearly taken aback. This was the first instance he had witnessed Zhou Yushin engage in conversation with a female, and now he was inviting her to his lounge. Zhou Yushin cast him a sidelong glance, his gaze as profound as a tranquil pool. "She is my sister," he replied. "Sister?" Su Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is it true? He has a chance." In a moment of daze, the two had already walked far side by side. Su Yan gazed at their receding figures, momentarily flailing his arms in frustration. "Zhou Yushin, you wretched dog, with a sister of such beauty, why didn't you inform me sooner? I thought of you as my own brother." Just as he contemplated turning away, he suddenly spotted a keychain on the ground. Bending down, he picked it up, noticing a fluffy orange cat dangling from it. Could it possibly belong to the fairy sister? Clutching the keychain tightly in his palm, his heart raced, and a smile gradually graced his lips. A fateful encounter, indeed. Should he return it to her now, or wait until after their meal to seek her out privately? Su Yan spun around in place, then abruptly tucked the keychain away and headed towards Zhou Yushin's lounge. Chapter 31. The cure for dermatitis lies with the aloof childhood friend. 5. Zhou Yushin pulled back the curtains of a lounge. "This place is usually empty. You can wait for me here in the future. No need to go to the lab." He recalled Su Yan's nonchalant smile. An inexplicable gloom enveloped him. "All right, I understand," Shen Zhiyi replied obediently. She mused that he likely wished to prevent any misunderstandings about their relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have referred to her as his sister in front of friends. In his heart, perhaps he had yet to regard her as a woman. She observed Zhou Yushin as he arranged the meal, each had a serving of rice, a large box of meticulously arranged dishes, and a bowl of soup. Noticing her fixation on the food, Zhou Yushin paused, asking, "Is it too bland?" His stomach was sensitive, so Aunt Zhao prepared meals that were typically lighter than usual, with minimal seasoning. He feared she might not find it to her liking. Shen Zhiyi shook her head, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes glimmering with delight. "It's just that Aunt Zhao has made it so beautifully. I almost feel reluctant to eat it." No wonder she had been the Zhou family's cook for so many years. Even a simple meal could be crafted with such exquisite care, making one's appetite stir. Zhou Yushin's expression softened, and the earlier worry dissipated. Go ahead and eat. She will be pleased if you finish everything. Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, picking up 2 pieces of fish, sampling each of the other dishes in turn, her eyes growing brighter with each bite. As she relished her meal, she completely forgot Zhou Yushin's presence, not uttering a single word to him, wholly engrossed in her dining. Zhou Yushin watched her earnest face, momentarily entranced. Forgetting to eat himself, he observed her delicate bites, meat, rice, vegetables, followed by soup, her petite lips parting and closing gently. When she encountered something delicious, her eyes would momentarily widen, sparkling with delight, before she resumed her meal. As he continued to gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense of happiness wash over him, warmth blooming within his chest. It was as if, deep within his long silent soul, he heard a faint yet rhythmic thudding, gradually becoming more pronounced. A delicate flower emerged from the parched earth, swaying gently in the breeze as it gazed around. It pondered, that is Zhiyi, Shen Zhiyi. He noticed a grain of rice clinging to the corner of her lips. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out to brush it away. The warmth of his fingertip barely grazed her skin, and that cool, tender sensation struck him like a jolt of electricity. Both he and Shen Zhiyi froze in place, their actions suspended in time, as if the world had come to a standstill. She looked up in bewilderment, meeting his equally astonished gaze. The moment lingered until the door to the lounge burst open with a loud bang. Su Yan's boisterous voice intruded. Hey, Zhou Yushin, is this something your sister dropped? He observed the peculiar atmosphere between the two, particularly Zhou Yushin's hand still lingering on Shen Zhiyi's face. A lump formed in his throat, swallowing the remainder of his words. You too. He glanced between Zhou Yushin and Shen Zhiyi, sensing the air between them was thick enough to form a bridge. Even someone with a primary school education could discern the tension between them, let alone himself. Startled by his abrupt entrance, Shen Zhiyi turned away, an inexplicable sense of guilt washing over her as she accidentally knocked over her lunchbox. The clatter of food scattering across the floor startled the 3 of them. Su Yan's gaze shifted upward, locking with Zhou Yushin's icy glare, as if he were the one who had caused the chaos, sending a shiver down his spine. His foot, which had just crossed the threshold, retreated instantly. You all continue, he declared, slamming the door behind him, leaning against it with a racing heart. Fortunately, he had managed to escape quickly. After regaining his composure, he looked at the keychain in his hand and could no longer contain his frustration. Zhou Yushin, you scoundrel. What sister? Turns out she is not a biological sister, but a romantic interest. He tucked away the keychain and stormed out of the laboratory building. Shen Zhiyi surveyed the mess on the floor and instinctively stood up. I'm sorry, it's fine. I'll clean up, Zhou Yushin replied nonchalantly, extending his hand to show her the rice on his fingertip. Su Yan seemed to misunderstand the situation. Surely not. Shen Zhiyi slowly returned to her seat, recalling how Zhou Yushin had just said, I am your brother. It seemed perfectly normal for a brother to help his sister wipe her mouth, didn't it? Is that so? Zhou Yushin lowered his gaze. Brother, sister. So that was how she perceived their relationship. He took a tissue and meticulously wiped his finger clean before discarding it casually. As long as there's no misunderstanding, he said with a tone that bore an unmistakable chill. He stood up, walked a short distance away to retrieve a broom, and began sweeping the scattered food into the trash bin. He then wrung out a cloth and knelt down to meticulously clean the soiled area. Shen Zhiyi watched him, her gaze traveling from his broad back to the muscles in his arms and down to his thighs and knees, observing the taut strength and vibrant lines that revealed themselves with each movement. Especially the half-kneeling posture seemed particularly suited for binding his hands behind his back, compelling him to kneel before her, head bowed. Her imagination soared, and with an uncontrollable urge, her fingertips curled slightly. Alas, it appeared she had conjured a rather scandalous image. The longing to translate it onto paper began to surface. However, her tablet was not at hand, and it was inconceivable to put pen to paper in front of Zhou Yushin. Shen Zhiyi inhaled deeply, reluctantly averting her gaze. In a moment of her distraction, Zhou Yushin had tidied everything up. He washed his hands and returned to the dining table. Observing Shen Zhiyi staring blankly at her lunchbox, wearing a melancholic expression, he let out a barely audible sigh. He remained silent, quietly taking the untouched box of food and transferring its contents into her bowl, particularly the dishes she favored, nearly emptying it for her. Shen Zhiyi, coming to her senses, looked up in astonishment. "You've given all to me. What will you eat?" He had left himself scarcely anything. Zhou Yushin resumed his seat, leisurely grasping his chopsticks. "I'm not particularly hungry. You should eat." Shen Zhiyi watched as he focused on his meal, glancing back to his sparse selection and her overflowing lunchbox. She chose not to speak further, merely picking up her chopsticks and consuming every last morsel in silence. Yet, it felt as though a part of her was gradually filled by the very food she swallowed. In the school cafeteria, Bai Xinhong held her plate, gazing at the splendid array of dishes before her, nearly moved to tears with excitement. In this new life, she no longer had to endure Zhou Yushin's bland, nutritional meals. The flavors had long since faded into oblivion. This, and this. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly pointed out several spicy dishes. "I'll have a little of everything." With her plate in hand, she beheld the vibrant red oil and chili-laden dishes, her mouth watering profusely. This was food for the living. In her previous life, she had quarreled with Zhou Yushin countless times over meal choices. Eventually, he had capitulated, allowing her to eat at the cafeteria, but every dish had to be reported to him, and she was forbidden from indulging in anything too spicy, citing concerns for her stomach. She had found it infuriating. Just because he was frail, did he assume everyone else was as well? Now, she could finally live without his constraints, eating whatever she desired. Bai Xinhong nearly fell to her knees in gratitude to the heavens. She retrieved her meal card and swiped it against the machine. Ding! "Miss, you have insufficient funds." The cafeteria lady waved her spoon and took the plate from her hands, urging her to recharge. Insufficient balance. Bai Xinhong was jolted by the revelation, her face turning pale. How could she have forgotten? This was no longer her past life. The 200,000 Zhou Yushin had credited to her card was long gone. Chapter 32. The antidote for dry skin syndrome is the aloof childhood friend. 6. Classmate, are you still getting food? If not, please step aside. Bai Xinhong was taken aback for a moment as the students behind her grew impatient. She hurriedly moved aside, her steps unsteady as she exited the cafeteria. Upon checking her phone, she discovered her living expenses had dwindled to a mere 800 yuan. Only 3 days have passed this month. Bai Xinhong bit her lip. Her parents provided her with a monthly allowance of 2,500 yuan, which was indeed higher than what many students received. Thus, she maintained the facade of a modestly affluent young woman both at school and in the dormitory. However, her family was not wealthy. Her parents toiled in their rural hometown and held a profound respect for those with academic credentials. Upon learning that Bai Xinhong had been accepted into such a prestigious university, they were so overjoyed that they struggled to sleep for several days. They declared that no matter the cost, they would support her through university. Consequently, when Bai Xinhong initially deceived them into believing that urban living expenses were exorbitant, persuading them to grant her a monthly allowance of 2,500 yuan, they were shocked yet ultimately acquiesced. Last month, driven by pride and spurred on by her roommate Wu Yongru, she had purchased an expensive handbag on an installment plan. Now that her living expenses had been deposited for this month, she used them to repay the debt. She was left with only 800 yuan, barely enough for meals. "What are you daydreaming about all alone?" Wu Yongru approached, her gaze landing on the handbag slung over by Xinhong's shoulder, her eyes suddenly sparkling. "Did you really buy it?" Bai Xinhong felt a pang in her heart, but maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance. "If you like it, just go for it," she replied lightly. Wu Yongru exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, I truly envy you. You can buy whatever you desire, unlike me, who has hesitated to spend money on something I've liked for half a year." She clasped her hands together. "Heaven bless me. May I also be born into a fortunate family in my next life." Bai Xinhong smiled silently. Wu Yongru affectionately linked her arm with hers. "And let us not forget to thank our little heiress for helping me with the roll call yesterday." Bai Xinhong recalled that her roommate, though from an ordinary background. Possessed exceptional social skills, frequently mingling both on and off campus and attending various social gatherings. It was rumored that she had even befriended a wealthy young gentleman. Her life seemed to be quite pleasant. Perhaps by associating with her, Bai Xinhong could enjoy herself thoroughly. Perhaps she might even find another affluent heir, one who was as wealthy as Zhou Yushan, but with a sound mind. With this thought, Bai Xinhong smiled at Wu Yongru and said, "If you truly wish to thank me, instead of merely speaking, why not treat me to lunch today?" Wu Yongru's smile faltered momentarily. She glanced at the handbag and recalled Bai Xinhong's mention of dieting a few days prior. "All right, whatever you want for lunch, it's on me," she said with a forced smile. The two entered the cafeteria together. This time, Bai Xinhong did not hold back, ordering double the amount of food compared to her earlier selection. As Wu Yongru swiped her meal card, her face turned pale. Yet, she maintained her smile. "Xinhong, didn't you say you were trying to lose weight?" She glanced at Bai Xinhong's overflowing plate, laden with high-calorie dishes. "Can you even finish all this?" "I can't eat this much in 3 meals." Bai Xinhong held her plate and gracefully made her way to a table. "If I can't finish it, I'll just toss it out. After all, it's not my money." Wu Yongru felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. But upon recalling that Bai Xinhong was a pampered heiress, she stifled her anger. She sat down across from Bai Xinhong, engaging in light conversation while enjoying her meal. "Hey, have you seen that missing person post on the school forum?" Bai Xinhong inquired. "What post?" Wu Yongru pulled out her phone, locating the forum post, and presented it to her. "Here it is." Bai Xinhong leaned forward for a better look. The title read, "Seeking a Person, a Stunning Glimpse Beneath the Physics Lab." So beautiful, it keeps me awake at night. Her heart skipped a beat. Was this post searching for her? She had just visited the lab yesterday. Bai Xinhong bit down on her chopsticks, suppressing a surge of self-satisfaction, and replied with a smile, "I don't really pay attention to such things. And you shouldn't get caught up in their excitement." Yet, a worry crept into her mind. What if Zhou Yushan saw this post, recognized her face, and fell for her? Bai Xinhong felt a flutter of unease. The red oil-braised pork knuckle in her mouth lost its appeal. Wu Yongru, hearing her words, felt a bit puzzled but remained enthusiastic. "I wasn't interested in these things either, because some people's tastes are truly hard to assess. But this one, she is undeniably a goddess." She excitedly opened the post, thrusting a picture of Shen Zhiyi in front of Bai Xinhong. "I think she is even more beautiful than celebrities." Bai Xinhong was taken aback. The person the post sought wasn't he her? Upon seeing Shen Zhiyi's face, she suddenly found it hard to swallow. A piece of meat lodged in her throat nearly choked her. She forced down the pork and chuckled awkwardly. "Just take a look at posts online. It's not definitive. If someone so stunning existed, there would have been a commotion long ago. How could she only be noticed now?" She was unaware of the acidity in her tone. Wu Yongru retrieved her phone. "That shouldn't be the case. This is a missing person notice, not something the beauty herself posted. Perhaps she is a new student who just enrolled this year." As she scrolled through the comments, she shook her head in disbelief. We older third-year ladies can't compete." "Hey, Xinhong, look. This post has gone viral within a short time. Everyone is searching for this beauty across the campus." "Huh? The post is gone?" Wu Yongru blinked in disbelief, swiping her phone frantically. The page nearly wore out from her attempts, yet the post was nowhere to be found. "It's really gone? Which genius managed to delete such a trending post? It must either be exceptional hacking skills or substantial financial backing." She lamented, "I can't believe such a beautiful girl could just vanish." Bai Xinhong, listening to Wu Yongru's praises of Shen Zhiyi, felt increasingly irked. The smile at the corners of her mouth faded. "It's probably a fake post. The school might have deleted it to avoid any negative impact. Come on, let's eat." She refused to believe that such a beauty existed in this world. It had to be a fabrication. Besides, she had been lingering around the physics lab. What if Zhou Yushan caught sight of her? Bai Xinhong shook her head. No way. In her previous life, countless women more beautiful than her had been around Zhou Yushan. Yet he had chosen to love her. As she reflected on this, a sense of pride mingled with a hint of fear. In this lifetime, I must keep my distance from him, ensuring that I am never again under his watchful gaze. At the Zhou residence, Zhou Yushan stood at the threshold, casting a glance towards the direction of the Shen family. He had assisted Shen Zhiyi in locating a locksmith, and now the house was once again empty, save for him. He entered and ascended to the laundry room on the second floor. In the desolate laundry basket lay a solitary black shirt, one that Shen Zhiyi had worn, his shirt. He lingered in the shadows, his gaze heavy upon the garment for a prolonged moment, his expression inscrutable. After a while, he approached the basket, retrieved the shirt, and inexplicably brought it to his nose, inhaling its fragrance. A delicate scent of gardenia wafted through the air. It was her essence. Zhou Yushin's heart raced. Lowering his gaze, he tightly grasped the shirt in his large hand and turned back toward his room. Chapter 33. The antidote for skin thirst is the aloof childhood friend. 7. Zhou Yushin hung the black shirt in the wardrobe, observing alongside his own, their proximity intimate. When he closed the door, they would entwine in the shadows, their scents mingling. Unbidden, images of Shen Zhiyi's bewildered gaze upon him flashed through Zhou Yushin's mind. Her soft, rosy lips slightly parted, revealing pearly teeth and a fleeting glimpse of her delicate tongue. Beside those lips, a grain of white rice lingered. His eyes suddenly darkened. With a resounding thud, he slammed the wardrobe door shut. Leaning against the door panel, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He admonished himself, Zhou Yushin, you cannot be such a cad. After a prolonged moment, he recalled the missing persons post that had emerged on the school forum today. Zhou Yushin's brow furrowed. There were too many who coveted her. Today, she had merely appeared at the experimental building, yet someone snapped both a side profile and a frontal photograph, causing a stir across the entire forum. Although he had hastily posted a plea for information, countless individuals had already beheld her. He recalled the comments below, imagining how they would fixate on her, perhaps even envisioning her in the same vile manner as he did. The mere thought of such possibilities ignited a fierce anger within Zhou Yushin's otherwise cold demeanor. No, this cannot be allowed. No one shall possess her in such a manner. Since she regards him as an older brother, it is his duty to protect her. He would shield her from all those malicious gazes. Zhou Yushin approached the bedside and sent a message to Shen Zhiyi. Tomorrow, take my car to school together. He held his phone, staring intently at Shen Zhiyi's avatar, a cartoon girl with cat ears, flashing a peace sign at the camera, her smile as sweet as her own. A rare flicker of warmth appeared in Zhou Yushin's usually indifferent eyes. He remained transfixed for an undetermined duration, long enough that the cat ears seemed to twitch. His tall figure snapped upright. Zhou Yushin focused intently, glancing at the chat box. It remained emptily void. He frowned, tightening his grip on the phone. Was she asleep? Zhou Yushin's gaze shifted to the balcony. Rising, he drew back the curtains. The bedroom window across the way remains tightly shut, yet a gentle glow seeps through the pale curtains, indicating that someone within is indeed awake. Zhou Yushin's expression darkens, and the restlessness in his heart intensifies. He presses his lips together, discards his phone, and strides to his desk, where he begins to organize the research data from the day. As the night deepens, a warm yellow light casts its glow upon the desk. Zhou Yushin closes the final piece of literature, presses his temples, and reclines lazily in his chair, his body sinking into the shadows. Time ticks away slowly, and he remains motionless, enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate duration, the atmosphere in the room grows increasingly still, and the chill in his gaze sharpens. Suddenly, he rises, tosses his phone onto the bedside table, turns off the light, and closes his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, Shen Zhiyi is engrossed in her artwork. She has turned off all communication devices, completely absorbed in her creative process. By the time she finishes the painting she had envisioned, title binding, it is already 11:30 at night. Satisfied, she glances at her work and sends the draft to her editor. Yi, Chan, I wish to base my new series on the theme of taming, depicting a story of someone yearning to elevate the altar beneath the lofty flower, yet falling into a dual entrapment. What do you think? 181 Muskularmann. Wow. This is an extraordinary masterpiece. Frod. But my dear, you've already announced it on your account before discussing it with me? Am I no longer your favorite little darling? Why must you employ the tactic of preemptive strikes against me? Crying dog emoji. Just tell me whether you approve or not. 181 Muscular Man. Of course, I agree. But where did this inspiration come from? Judging by my keen intuition, there is definitely some juicy gossip. E. Let's not talk about me. Why have you changed your username to something so abstract? 181 Muscular Man. Hee hee, this is a manifestation of my desires. The Bodhisattva said, sincerity brings forth spirit. I'll go with that. Shen Zhiyi chuckles helplessly, closes her comic account on the tablet, and opens her phone, only to discover a message from Zhou Yushin. The smile at the corner of her lips instantly freezes. Has he truly taken it upon himself to care for her, as if she were his sister? She taps the chat box twice, then pulls back the covers, finding a comfortable position before drifting into a deep sleep. In the pitch-dark tranquility of her bedroom, the phone on the bedside table emits a soft glow. Zhou Yushin suddenly jolts awake, turns to grasp his phone, and upon unlocking it, sees Shen Zhiyi's message. Okay. See you tomorrow. Good night, kitty. Zhou Yushin gazes at the cat emoji, and a faint smile begins to form on his once-cold lips, only to quickly return to a straight line. He sets the phone down and feels an overwhelming sense that the night stretches on interminably. The following day, as Zhou Yushin picks up Shen Zhiyi, he waits until she fastens her seatbelt before asking, "Why did you sleep in so late?" Shen Zhiyi's expression stiffens. He must never learn about the manga. Turning away, I offered him a smile. While working on the elective assignment, I momentarily lost track of time. Brother Yushun is aware that apart from drawing, I struggle with other subjects. Yushun, his hand rested on the steering wheel, his gaze wandering slowly over Shen Zhiyi's face, before he lowered his eyes, revealing a cold indifference in his narrow gaze. A lie. He didn't call her out on it, retracting his gaze and saying lightly, "If you have any questions next time, feel free to ask me." All right. Shen Zhiyi sighed in relief. The two remained silent until they neared the school, at which point Shen Zhiyi spoke up, requesting that Zhou Yushin drop her off first. "Brother Yushun, just let me off here. I can walk the rest of the way." Zhou Yushin replied, "It's just a few steps. I'll walk you there." Shen Zhiyi quickly waved her hands. "Everyone knows your car. It wouldn't be good if there were misunderstandings." She had yet to stir his emotions and didn't wish for external gossip to affect their progress so soon. However, to Zhou Yushin, it seemed as though she wanted to keep her distance. He abruptly stopped the car, his jawline taut and almost harsh. "I'm off then. Thank you, brother." Shen Zhiyi reached for her seatbelt, but suddenly paused, looking up at him. "Will you still drop me off at school tomorrow?" She had indeed called him brother. Zhou Yushin hesitated, his tone devoid of emotion. "Only today. I usually come to school early for research. Today it was an exception." Shen Zhiyi's spirits drooped. "But we can go back together." Zhou Yushin turned to look at her, his gaze heavy. "Every day." Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback. All right. She suddenly felt her ears flush. As she turned to open the car door, Zhou Yushin called out to her, "Wait." Shen Zhiyi glanced back to see him retrieving a bag of breakfast from the back seat. "Take this. I'll pick you up at noon, and we can eat out." Shen Zhiyi recalled the post that had vanished from the forum, discussing her. "Why not go to the lounge? Are you afraid someone will corner me in the lab?" Zhou Yushin paused, acknowledging that it would be wise to avoid the spotlight. The physics department was already male-dominated, and given the uproar from yesterday's incident, many would likely be lurking around. He was engaged in research and couldn't constantly keep an eye on her. "All right," Shen Zhiyi said nothing further, accepting the breakfast and nodding obediently. Zhou Yushin, watching her compliant demeanor, felt a sudden softening in his heart. "Go on." He watched as Shen Zhiyi exited the car and made her way slowly toward the school's art studio. Just as he was about to start the car, he noticed someone blocking Shen Zhiyi's path. It was Su Yan, Zhiyi's sister. Su Yan called out to Shen Zhiyi. She looked up, recognizing the senior she had encountered in the physics department, and greeted him with a smile. "Senior, did you need something?" Su Yan felt his heart melt at her smile. Unfortunately, she was involved with that dog Zhou Yushin. He opened his palm, presenting a keychain shaped like an orange cat. "This must be yours, right?" Shen Zhiyi accepted it. "I was wondering where it had gone. So it was you who found it." "Thank you, senior." Su Yan scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, "There's no need to be so polite. I intended to give this to you last time, but I happened to run into you and Zhou Yushin." He paused, then added, "However, since you are his sister, you're also my sister, Su Yan. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to me." Shen Zhiyi realized that Zhou Yushin had few friends, and Su Yin appeared to be one of the rare individuals who treated him like a true brother. With this thought, her demeanor towards him softened considerably. "All right, then I shall not be so reserved with you, senior." Zhou Yushin sat in the car, observing them sharing laughter, and noticed Su Yin seemingly gifting Shen Zhiyi something. She accepted it, her smile growing even sweeter. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a dark aura enveloping him. His strong fingers coiled tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like deep ravines, winding their way up to his arm, as crimson blood surged within. Boiling with a tumultuous rage, he watched as Shen Zhiyi bid farewell, her delicate figure gradually disappearing into the distance, greeting acquaintances along the way, both men and women. Eyes were drawn to her from every direction. He could not comprehend why she smiled so readily, bestowing her warmth upon everyone she encountered. This sensation felt foreign to him. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Yushin found it difficult to articulate the source of his discomfort. His heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed, an ache compelling him to rush over, pull her into his embrace, and turn her face away from prying eyes. He saw her enter the teaching building, gradually swallowed by the shadowy corridor, her silhouette becoming elusive. A troubling realization dawned upon Zhou Yushin. He seemed to be developing an unwarranted possessiveness towards her, which was decidedly unfair to her. With a cold expression, he averted his gaze and drove away. "I've left your lunch in the security office. I have matters to attend to at noon, so you'll have to eat by yourself," Zhou Yushin messaged Shen Zhiyi, leaving her momentarily stunned. What was going on with him? He hadn't come to pick her up at the end of the day either, which struck her as odd. Was he retreating before she even had the chance to flirt? This wouldn't he do, with a holiday approaching the next day. She couldn't allow Zhou Yushin to avoid her like this. With the afternoon free of classes, she turned towards the experimental building. However, Su Yin informed her that Zhou Yushin had already left. He had an important competition in a few days, and with most of the project research completed, he would be preparing the remaining details at home, thus not returning to school for the next few days. Shen Zhiyi found this increasingly peculiar. Just that morning, he had promised to escort her home daily, and now he had turned around and abandoned school? Something was amiss. Frowning, she hurriedly exited the experimental building, unaware that her actions had already stirred a commotion. The school forum was ablaze once more. "Oh my heavens, I've truly encountered a beauty. I thought the last post was a hoax, but now I realize I am the imposter. I am but a counterfeit of Enwa, the creator of humanity. Thankful for the beauty bestowed upon us, I express my gratitude to the nation, my school, my classmates, my teachers, and the elements of nature, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron. Who, I wonder, conceals such exquisite beauty from our gaze? I am inclined to take legal action against the one who deleted the post. How frustrating it is to have downloaded anti-fraud software, yet still be so easily deceived. Alas, I wish for the ethereal sister to grant me a touch of her grace." The discussions around her are of no concern to Shen Zhiyi, who is preoccupied with her own thoughts. Seizing the opportunity of an afternoon free from classes, she returns to her community, only to find the Zhou family's door firmly shut. Pressing the doorbell yields no response, deepening her curiosity. Upon returning home, she gazes across the way into Zhou Yushin's room, where the windows and curtains are tightly drawn, an apparent contrast to the openness of the morning. She is certain he is home, but puzzled as to why he is avoiding her. Everything had seemed perfectly normal at their parting. Could it be a stomach ailment? Shen Zhiyi speculates, remembering the system's remark that Zhou Yushin tends to withdraw from the world when troubled, silently enduring his pain like a wounded beast licking its wounds. After some contemplation, she retrieves the spare key left by Aunt Qin and heads directly to the Zhou residence. "Yushin, are you there?" she calls out as she peers inside, only to discover a pair of familiar shoes at the entrance, confirming his presence. Could he truly be unwell? Her heart races as she changes into slippers and ascends the stairs. The afternoon sun bathes the corridor in light, yet Zhou Yushin's door remains slightly ajar, revealing a darkness that starkly contrasts with the world outside. Shen Zhiyi slows her pace, softly inquiring, "Yushin, are you home?" She gently turns the doorknob and pushes the door open, entering a realm of shadow. Adjusting her eyes to the dimness, she finally discerns Zhou Yushin seated on a solitary sofa, his gaze fixed intently upon her, his eyes glimmering like a flame in the dark. The rustling sound of his hands draws her attention, and as she frowns in confusion, she inadvertently catches the sound of his strained breaths. Frozen in place, her heart races as her wide eyes gradually focus on the startling sight before her, a fierce and terrifying expression that starkly contrasts his usual indifference. He remained silent, merely breathing heavily, clad in the black shirt she had previously worn. Her mouth agape, she stares, momentarily forgetting to avert her gaze. Zhou Yushan's eyes, tinged with red, widen as he realizes she is no mere figment of his imagination, prompting every pore of his body to awaken with excitement. His breaths grow heavier as he boldly takes in the sight of her, pure and radiant in the afternoon light. A torrent of desires, unseemly and irrepressible, flood his mind. And he thinks to himself, just look. Let me reveal to you the baseness of man. Observe these sordid and terrifying desires, so repugnant that even he cannot bear to gaze upon them. Witness your fear, a fear potent enough to instigate retreat, compelling you to distance yourself from all manner of covetousness and lurking shadows, henceforth fixating solely upon him. Continuously, you shall look upon him until love blossoms within your heart. Zhiyi has come to my side, destined to remain forever. Chapter 35. The antidote for skin thirst is the aloof childhood friend. 9. Shen Zhiyi fled in a state of panic, stumbling as she descended the stairs, nearly losing her footing. As Zhou Yushan listened to the commotion, his gaze darkened. He allowed her to depart. Upon returning home, Shen Zhiyi dreamt, repeatedly replaying the events he had orchestrated, only to be consumed by a monstrous beast that emerged from the suffocating darkness at the conclusion of each dream. Awakening in a sweat, she realized that her long-cured skin thirst had recurred. She evaded Zhou Yushan for several days. Later, she learned of his participation in a competition, and he appeared disoriented, as if afflicted by a high fever, pale and unsteady, eventually taking leave to lie at home. In her foggy state, she heard a loud crash from the balcony, as if something heavy had struck the ground. Then came the sound of the floor-to-ceiling window being flung open, and a tall figure hurriedly approached, stopping before her. Shen Zhiyi hazily lifted her gaze, and upon recognizing Zhou Yushan's face, the very architect of her distress, she closed her eyes, her breath weak and her body ablaze with fever. Shen Zhiyi, how could you not inform me of your condition? He spoke with an almost severe tone, a stark contrast to his previous outburst. Shen Zhiyi wished to ignore him. A cool hand pressed against her forehead, and at the moment of contact, a wave of comfort swept through her, akin to a parched desert suddenly nourished by the life-giving rains of an oasis. The heat within her gradually subsided, replaced by a soothing sensation that compelled her to close her eyes in bliss. When she opened her eyes, she found his elongated, piercing gaze filled with unmasked concern, leaving her momentarily stunned. Zhou Yushan's brows were furrowed, and an inexplicable guilt surged within him. It was he who had frightened her to such a state. Without uttering a word, he descended the stairs, fetched water, and began to wipe her down, soothing her feverish skin. I have already called for a doctor. It will not be like this again. Do not be afraid. As the towel glided across her neck, just as he intended to withdraw, Shen Zhiyi grasped his hand, and the comforting sensation enveloped her once more. She was certain now that the antidote for her skin thirst, which she had previously only managed to alleviate through her mother's touch, had transformed into him. Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan. She was enveloped by both burning and healing, her consciousness wavering, lips parting in a murmured confession. I detest you. She loathed how he invaded her dreams, eliciting her affliction, and detested him for becoming her uncontrollable desire. I despise you, she repeated, her voice tinged with frustration. Zhou Yushan froze, witnessing her delicate face drenched in sweat, flushed an unnatural hue, her lips pale as parchment. Even in her delirium, she exhibited such resistance towards him. A sharp, prickling pain crept into his heart. He pressed his lips together, berating himself countless times within. It was his fault indeed. Acknowledging this, he gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek, his tone softer than ever, reserving a bit of strength to endure until she recovered. when she could loathe him again. By that time, he vowed not to treat her so despicably. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes once more, suppressing the yearning to lean into his fingertips. She thought to herself, surely the fever had muddled her mind. How could it be growing hotter? When she finally awakened fully, Zhou Yushin had vanished without a trace. Miraculously, she had healed. With her recovery, her mind also cleared. She realized that this insatiable thirst was likely a manifestation created by the system, a binding connection to Zhou Yushin due to her slow progress in this world. She had to find him. She could not bear to endure that torment again. Yet Zhou Yushin evaded her more than ever before. He, the true tempest, was the one hiding. Shen Zhiyi could no longer tolerate it. She confronted him, demanding to know why he broke his promise, why he no longer accompanied her home or shared meals with her. Zhou Yushin remained silent for a long while before finally conceding that everything would return to normal. However, he grew even colder towards her than before. Apart from the lack of physical contact, even his gaze lingered less upon her. Desperate, Shen Zhiyi sought ways to discreetly treat her dire condition. Zhou Yushin noticed that inexplicably, items around the house began to vanish. Clothes left on the balcony suddenly went missing, and the glass cup he always used for water was nowhere to be found. Absurdly, even one of his pillows had disappeared. Standing in the middle of the living room, he furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Many small items had vanished. Engrossed in his research, he harbored doubts but chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Until one day, he returned home early and discovered Shen Zhiyi sneaking around in his bedroom. "What are you doing?" he asked coldly. Shen Zhiyi, startled, turned to face him, bending as if to conceal something. She offered him a nonchalant smile. "Brother Yushin, you're back." "Haha, it seems I left something at your place. Just came to check." Bending further, she attempted to slip past him, only to be caught by the nape of her neck. "What do you have in your hands?" he asked, tilting his head to scrutinize her. The girl bent even deeper. "In nothing, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach." Zhou Yushin narrowed his eyes, pulling an article of clothing from her grasp, his own, which he had changed out of that very day. His pupils constricted sharply as countless possibilities raced through his mind, ultimately locking on to one conclusion. He tentatively asked, "Is this your form of revenge? After knowing that I wore the piece you discarded, you choose to reciprocate in kind?" Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze due to her guilt. Observing her timid demeanor, Zhou Yushin felt an unfamiliar emotion swell within him, one he could not quite articulate. In the future, refrain from such actions. He should not have done that, nor should she. Zhou Yushin has now concluded that the items missing from his home are all connected to her. What does she intend to do? Is she attempting to use this to repeatedly remind him of how absurd his actions have been? Zhou Yushin felt as if hot oil had been poured over his heart, discomforting him to the point of breathlessness. Yet, Shen Zhiyi suddenly lifted her gaze, staring at him for a prolonged moment. She found his behavior excessively unfair. He had rendered himself gravely ill and yet forbade her from getting close, not even allowing her to touch his clothing to alleviate her symptoms. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled up within her, her eyes misting over. Zhou Yushin observed her gradually reddening eyes, and, as if he had committed a transgression, released his hold on the back of her neck, turning his head away in a flustered manner. "I did not mean to scold you. I merely intended to say that you need not take my clothes." "Never mind," he sighed, closing his eyes. "If you desire them, feel free to take them. Just next time do so openly." She could easily humiliate him without subterfuge. It was deserved. Suddenly, Shen Zhiyi let out a soft exclamation, leaning to the side. Zhou Yushin instinctively caught her. Her face brushed against his arm. The warmth and the tension in his veins felt like a gentle current soothing her heart. All her physical discomfort seemed to vanish in an instant. How delightful! How could it feel this wonderful? She instinctively clung to his arm, leaning into his embrace, breathing lightly. Zhou Yushin became completely stiff. Chapter 36. The antidote for thirsty skin is a cold and distant childhood friend. 10. Shen Zhiyi felt lightheaded. Not only was she close to him, but she was also uncontrollably rubbing her cheek against his arm in a wave of intense comfort, pressing against him more and more. Zhou Yushin heart skipped a beat. His once meticulous thoughts were thrown into disarray from that moment onward. He felt a growing sense of panic. He could not comprehend her intentions. He merely trembled as he steadied her upright and then cautiously stepped back. Shen Zhiyi remained lost in the sensation from earlier, momentarily unaware of her surroundings. She looked up, her eyes sparkling and clear as if time had paused. Zhou Yushin noticed her lips slightly parted, her cheeks glistening with a delicate blush, resembling a delectable cream cake on the verge of melting. His breathing quickened, and he abruptly turned away, his ears burning with embarrassment. From now on, I shall not avoid you. You need not behave this way. He attributed her sudden closeness to a fledgling's instinct after recovering from her illness. She was so innocent, dazed throughout the day. Since childhood, she had unconsciously relied on her parents for affection, and her proximity to him was likely just a habitual instinct, lacking any deeper purpose. He ought not to project his own feelings onto her. Her murmurs in her stupor had spoken of disdain and fear towards him, yet now that she was awake, she seemed to have forgotten everything. While Zhou Yushin felt helpless, he also found solace in her poor memory. Thankfully, as long as he did not overstep, she should no longer fear or resist him. They would stay here for dinner tonight. Perhaps restoring their previous natural camaraderie would prevent his and her relationship from seeming so peculiar. He turned and descended the stairs. Shen Zhiyi gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily dazed, before gradually lifting the corners of her mouth in a smile. His implication was that he was willing to grant her the opportunity to draw closer to him. Shen Zhiyi recalled the agonizing days and nights spent battling the resurgence of her skin condition. At last, there was a sense of sweet relief following hardship. She quickened her pace to catch up. "Brother Yushin, wait for me." During dinner, Shen Zhiyi bit down on her chopsticks, surreptitiously observing Zhou Yushin as he served himself. His movements were languid, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired earlier. "Brother Yushin, would you like some water?" she suddenly asked, lifting a glass from the table and extending it toward him. Zhou Yushin lifted his gaze to her, noticing the glimmers of hope in her eyes. He furrowed his brow in confusion. "No, thank you." "Then how about some soup?" Shen Zhiyi promptly set down the glass and picked up an empty bowl to ladle soup for him, then quickly offered it to him. "Zhou Yushin, hold on to it." Shen Zhiyi cradled the bowl with both hands, nudging it gently in his direction. Zhou Yushin, though puzzled, still reached out to accept the bowl. His fingertips brushed against the smooth porcelain base. Just as he firmly grasped it, Shen Zhiyi's hand inadvertently grazed his slender fingers, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Zhou Yushin felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, causing the soup within to sway slightly. He calmly set the bowl down, his throat tightening with an unexpected tension. Shen Zhiyi's reaction, however, was even more exaggerated. She let out the faintest sigh, cupping her face with her hands, eyes closed, remaining silent for quite some time. "What is the matter with you?" Zhou Yushin's brows knitted together, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of suspicion. "Ah." Shen Zhiyi looked up, a faint, unnatural flush adorning her cheeks. "It's nothing, really," she stammered, attempting to explain that she was simply feeling a bit too warm. "Brother Yushin, is your air conditioning broken?" she asked, turning her head from side to side, her hands fanning her face. Zhou Yushin paused, then stood up. "I'll adjust it for you." He walked to the entrance, grabbing the remote control from the cabinet to modify the air conditioning settings. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. She picked up a nearby soup spoon, inadvertently spilling some onto her hand. "Ah!" she exclaimed, the spoon clattering onto the table. "What happened?" Zhou Yushin spun around, tossing the remote onto the table, striding over to her side. "It's hot. I burned myself." Shen Zhiyi clutched her left wrist, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. "How could you be so careless?" Zhou Yushin noticed a small red mark forming on the junction of her index and middle fingers, the contrast of her delicate, pale skin alarming him. His dark brows knitted tightly. He took her hand and led her to the sink, turning on the faucet to wash her hand under the stream. His tall frame bent slightly as he held her hand, carefully inspecting each finger under the flowing water. Shen Zhiyi struggled to suppress the smile, threatening to escape her lips. "This feels so good. Truly, it feels marvelous." His warm fingertips contrasted sharply with the cold water, creating an overwhelming sensation that swept through her mind like a tempest. Shen Zhiyi felt as if she were floating on a cloud. A gentle summer breeze wafted around her, stirring her very soul. Was it better now? A deep, magnetic voice brought her back to her senses. Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes. Upon seeing the concerned expression on Yu Shun's face, a twinge of guilt crept into her heart. The lotus root soup was not hot at all. It was merely her delicate skin that reddened with the slightest friction. Earlier, as she spilled the soup, she had taken advantage of its warmth to rub her skin a bit, which made it appear as though she had burned herself. She did not wish to deceive him, but the pleasure she had just experienced made her forget her trepidation, prompting her to concoct a new excuse for contact. Not good. Shen Zhiyi shook her head. Brother Yu Shun, could you apply some burn ointment for me? Yu Shun, unsuspecting, turned to fetch the medicine. When he returned, and Shen Zhiyi saw what he held, her smile abruptly froze. In addition to the burn ointment, he also carried a jar of cotton swabs. Yu Shun gestured for her to sit on the sofa and place the items on the coffee table. As he opened the ointment and reached for a cotton swab, Shen Zhiyi stopped him. Not that, she said, pushing aside the swabs and extending her hand toward Yu Shun. Please just use your fingers to apply it for me. Yu Shun examined the wound on her hand, frowning slightly. A cotton swab will be more hygienic. It's just a burn. No need to be so meticulous, Shen Zhiyi insisted. Your hands are warm, and the ointment will melt and work more effectively. It was an irrefutable rationale, and Shen Zhiyi felt like giving herself a silent cheer. With a sigh of resignation, Yu Shun dipped his finger into the ointment and gently spread it over the redness on her skin. His left hand held her fingertips while his right hand glided over the sensitive area. Shen Zhiyi leaned back against the sofa, closing her eyes and shielding them with her other arm. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if every pore of her being was enveloped in bliss. She had to bite her lip to suppress the sigh, threatening to escape her lips. All done, Yu Shun released her hand. Is it better? Shen Zhiyi lowered her arm and sat up to look at him, the blush on her face still unvanished. Yu Shun's brow furrowed deeply. What is wrong with her? Does it still hurt? He inquired. Sensing his impending doubts, Shen Zhiyi quickly shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go eat. The food will get cold. She hastily got up and fled to the dining table. Yu Shun gazed at her retreating figure, his deep eyes narrowing slowly. Days passed in this manner, with Shen Zhiyi concocting various excuses to secretly touch him. She discovered that the onset of her skin cravings depended on how long Yu Shun allowed her to make contact. These fleeting, sporadic touches, though momentarily soothing, left her tossing and turning at night, drenched in sweat and unable to sleep. It seemed she craved something more vigorous, steadfast, and enduring, perhaps even a kiss. Chapter 37. The antidote for skin cravings is the aloof childhood friend. 11. Shen Zhiyi lay in bed, feeling as if ants were gnawing at her, every pore crying out in agony. Yu Shun, they clamored. We need Yu Shun. She shut her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, and buried her head deeper into the embrace of her pillow. That was stolen from Zhou Yushin's home. After being held for several days, the scent, once distinctly his, has now faded to a mere whisper. Soon, it will be completely gone. What then shall she do? Shen Zhiyi clutched the teddy bear tightly, curling herself into a tight ball, as if she wished to embed the toy into her very being. It was adorned with his clothing, yet it was still insufficient. The delicate, fleeting sensations they had shared over the past few days now brushed against her heart like feathers. She longed for him to embrace her firmly, to hold her tightly, to possess her entirely. Suddenly, Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes wide. In the darkness, she resolved. Tomorrow, she would begin with bold, assertive gestures. The next day, Shen Zhiyi returned with a pot of mint. Brother Yushin, could you help me dig a hole in the yard? Zhou Yushin set his book aside and stood up, heading outside for tools. What made you suddenly want to grow mint? A friend gifted it to me. Shen Zhiyi replied with a gentle smile. A friend? Zhou Yushin paused, his grip on the shovel loosening as he straightened up without turning around. Is it a male or female friend? The air around them grew tense, yet Shen Zhiyi remained oblivious as she pushed open the yard gate, cradling the mint as she made her way home. Of course it's a girl. The summer breeze swept away the gloom. Zhou Yushin's furrowed brow relaxed, and he quickened his pace to catch up with her, taking the flower pot from her hands as she chattered on. She knows I adore mint, so she gave me a pot. You know I have a knack for killing plants, but she said mint is easy to care for. Isn't that my destined plant? So I brought it back. You like mint? Zhou Yushin glanced at her sideways. Yes. Shen Zhiyi's entire face basked in sunlight, tilting her head back like a cat. Zhou Yushin observed her intently, witnessing the sunlight outline her features with a golden halo. He noted her pearly white teeth as they sparkled in her smile, radiating a charming glow. As a breeze swept by, she squinted, brushing away the errant strands of hair that danced around her cheeks, tucking them behind her ears. He watched as her small lips formed playful words that made her chuckle before they even reached him. It felt as though his heart was laid bare under the summer sun, thoroughly baked by its warmth. He thought to himself, she is truly exquisite. Even as they passed through the shadows cast by the trees, the obstructed sunlight sought every possible way to filter through the leaves and illuminate her face, casting a myriad of twinkling spots of light that danced upon her. Even the sun seemed to cherish her, reluctant to let her be engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Zhou Yushin turned his gaze forward, contemplating the disdainful words she had spoken about him in the past, feeling his heart sink. Indeed, the shadows in his heart had grown into a dense forest, and she should walk in the sunlight. The path he could accompany her on was but a brief, fleeting luxury. The refreshing scent of mint wafted toward his nose, cool yet inexplicably leaving a sour ache in his heart. He tightened his grip on the flower pot, pressed his lips into a straight line, and resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Shen Zhiyi crouched beside him, wielding a shovel with a casual rhythm. She observed Zhou Yushin, who was intently focused on his task. The mound of earth beneath his movements grew increasingly loose, the pit deepening as the surrounding soil rose higher. In no time, a deep hole emerged. Shen Zhiyi swallowed hard, contemplating his immense strength, wondering what it would feel like if he were to embrace her. Her gaze drifted to his broad shoulders, robust chest, and long, powerful fingers, prompting her to unconsciously inch closer. Shen Zhiyi stared at him, noticing the pale contours of his profile blushing lightly under the sun. His high nose and firm lips were pressed together, a bead of sweat clinging precariously at his temple. In a moment of impulsive courage, she reached out, her fingertips brushing against his droplet of sweat before she cupped his cheek boldly and unexpectedly. Zhou Yushin, his shovel embedded in the ground, froze, nearly holding his breath as he felt the delicate, fragile touch of her hand on his face. Gradually, she caressed him, first with her fingertips, then with her entire palm pressed firmly against him. He turned in shock, finding Shen Zhiyi leaning toward him. Her lips parted as she breathed in small gasps, her peach blossom eyes glistening with a delicate sheen. She seemed overheated, her expression betraying her discomfort. In an instant, Zhou Yushin recoiled, collapsing into the dirt, his large hand gripping the grass by his side. He turned away, closing his eyes, fearful of his wayward thoughts tainting the moment and scaring her away. It was only when Shen Zhiyi distanced herself from the source of heat that she regained her composure. She hastily turned and submerged her hands in a nearby basin of cool water. "Please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to help you wipe the sweat," she stammered, a hint of guilt in her tone as she averted her gaze, her hands fidgeting in the water. Zhou Yushin abruptly opened his eyes, hastily wiping the sweat from his face with his arm. With remarkable speed, he assisted her in transplanting the mint into the prepared hole before standing up. "The rest is for you to handle," he said briskly, making his hurried exit. Shen Zhiyi watched him flee, her heart racing, and raised her hand to pat her face. The cool water splashed against her skin, jolting her back to reality. "Shen Zhiyi, you are far too hasty. Being so overt, he can only retreat. You must wait for an opportune moment," she chastised herself, biting her lip as she spread her palm under the sunlight, savoring the lingering sensation of their earlier contact. In the Zhou household's shower, Zhou Yushin stood beneath the cascade of cold water, eyes closed, allowing the droplets to wash over him. Suddenly, he lifted his hand, tilting his head back as he rubbed his face with a rough motion. Moist strands of hair clung to him, water trickling down the sharp angles of his brow and eyes, his dark gaze clouded in the humidity of the bathroom. Zhou Yushin pondered. Was it a misunderstanding? For days, she had intentionally and unintentionally brushed against him. Her fingertips, her hand, her arm, and now her face. What was her intention? His chest heaved, the icy water failing to quell the warmth blossoming within him. Was it affection? No, it couldn't be. What humanity reveals in unconscious moments is often the most genuine desire. She once explicitly expressed her disdain for him. That was a sentiment trapped beneath the icy depths. A truth even she was oblivious to. What could have caused such feelings? Mockery? Or perhaps his own excessive conjectures about her? He was uncertain. Yet, Zhou Yushin mused that, regardless of the scenario, she possessed the most innocent cruelty, capable of overturning his heart with such ease. In anguish, Zhou Yushin closed his eyes and immersed himself once more in the flow of water. After a moment, he abruptly turned off the shower and called Su Yan. A boisterous voice echoed through the receiver, reverberating within the confines of the closed bathroom. What? You have a friend who's frequently being harassed by a woman? That's harassment. A blatant violation. Boys must protect themselves too. Zhou Yushin pinched the bridge of his nose. It's not what you think. Harassment? Not quite. I simply wish to understand that girl's thoughts. He paused before adding, not in a malicious way. Su Yan fell silent on the other end. Zhou Yushin, is it you? Are you the one being harassed by a woman? Zhou Yushin sighed. Su Yan suddenly burst into laughter. I never imagined our genius scholar would seek my counsel on such matters. But who is so bold? Oh, I get it. Is it that Sister Zhiyi who's making advances on you? Zhou Yushin felt a twinge of embarrassment. You shouldn't let her take the initiative. He sighed again. Get to the point. If you're not going to be serious, I'll hang up. Wait, don't hang up. Suzan et glim et sitten li. Let me analyze this for you. No, for your friend. If that girl is like Sister Z, inherently good-natured, and your friend doesn't find her unlikable, then Zhou Yushin paused, holding his breath in anticipation of the answer. Then they must mutually like each other, Su Yan declared decisively. Zhou Yushin froze. Mutual affection? Impossible. He furrowed his brow and replied coldly. That girl explicitly stated she despises him. Su Yan was practically ready to fly across the phone line, wanted to poke him awake. Zhou Yushin, you've clearly devoted all your intellect to studies. When a girl says she hates something, it often means she likes it. If she truly despised him, she would use harsher words. Is that so? Zhou Yushin, wrapped in a towel and enveloped by the steamy bathroom, began to question his own judgment. His elongated, cold eyes were filled with astonishment. So, could it be that Xiao Yi genuinely harbored feelings for him? Absolutely. Suzan notet vigodu sin. You mustn't take their words at face value. Listen between the lines. Sometimes when they say no, they actually mean yes. When they say it's nothing, it often signifies something. In short, you must assess the situation and be adaptable. Don't just take everything at face value. He rambled on, still chattering away. Zhou Yushin finally said, understood. He ended the call. On the other end, Su Yan gripped his phone, his throat constricted with a torrent of interrupted words, glaring at the screen as he shouted in fury. Zhou Yushin, you wretched dog. Who else could possibly endure you but me? Just like that, you hang up. I hadn't even finished speaking. With a huff, Su Yan cursed under his breath before extinguishing the screen. Zhou Yushin leaned against the bathroom wall for an extended period, incredulously replaying Su Yan's words and the actions of Shen Zhiyi in his mind. Affection. The noisy tumult began deep within his chest, gradually pulsing until it crescendoed into a hum that filled his entire head. If this were true, he shut his eyes, feeling a wave of euphoric dizziness wash over him. Approaching the mirror, he wiped away the steam, revealing a sharply defined visage. The gentle mist soon obscured the surface once more. Yet, in his mind, Shen Zhiyi's face became increasingly vivid, her tender smile, the warmth of her affection for him, the thought of her being entirely his. Zhou Yushin's fingertips grazed the mirror as he imagined caressing that face he longed for day and night. Xiao Yi, he whispered to himself, contemplating whether she reciprocated his feelings. He would ascertain it personally. The following day, in the school lounge, Shen Zhiyi sought out Zhou Yushin for their customary lunch together. Her complexion appeared pallid, and her steps felt unsteady. It had been over 10 hours since she had last seen him, and the thought of not encountering him again was suffocating. Shen Zhiyi weakly pushed open the lounge door, her mind racing to the idea of reclining on the single sofa, only to spot a familiar figure resting there. Her eyes lit up. It was Zhou Yushin, napping. Quietly closing the door behind her, she tiptoed closer. Zhou Yushin lay with his eyes shut, curled on the sofa, his tall frame making the entire piece of furniture seem small and cramped. But Shen Zhiyi's joy expanded boundlessly at the sight of him, peaceful and unaware. This meant she could act as she pleased with him. Overcome with excitement, she nearly trembled as she approached, kneeling beside him, leaning against the edge of the sofa, gently brushing her fingers against his palm. Then, she slipped her hand inside his grasp, allowing herself to be enveloped by him. With her eyes closed, she rested her head beside his hand, releasing a soft sigh of contentment as her gentle breaths brushed against his arm. Zhou Yushin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but he did not wake. Once she had regained her composure, Shen Zhiyi straightened up to observe Zhou Yushin. He stirred despite her clear touch. Perhaps, if she were to embrace him secretly, he would remain oblivious? Pressing down her racing heart, she carefully shifted his arm that lay across the sofa and nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her upper body gently resting against his chest. Zhou Yushin's entire being stiffened. Had she been conscious, she would certainly have noticed the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. However, Shen Zhiyi was entirely lost in a blissful daze. Her mind foggy, her body weightless. She had surrendered all capacity for rational thought, fixated solely on the desire to hold him tighter, just a little tighter. Suddenly, Zhou Yushin opened his eyes, shock evident in his cool gaze. There exists a plethora of cautious, yet eagerly anticipated joy that remains to be confirmed. He cast his gaze downwards, observing Shen Zhiyi nestled within his embrace, her round crown of hair dark and fluffy. He restrained the urge to caress her locks, swiftly shutting his eyes before she stirred again. Shen Zhiyi released him, her heart fully reassured. The sensation of holding him felt far more comfortable than merely holding his hand, and it seemed to linger longer. She cradled her face, lost in a haze of euphoric delight. After a brief moment, she suddenly let go, gazing at Zhou Yushin's pale, cold lips. She swallowed hard, another desire swirling incessantly in her mind. Would a kiss alleviate her nightmares and allow her to sleep soundly until dawn? With her heart in her hands, she cautiously leaned in, bending slightly closer to his lips. Just as they were nearly touching, she gently closed her eyes, unaware that the breath of the person beneath her had grown heavier. In that moment of impending satisfaction, her chin was suddenly gripped firmly, a rough thumb pressing against her lips. Shen Zhiyi's gaze shot up, meeting Zhou Yushin's long, cold eyes, which bore an inscrutable depth of scrutiny. "What are you doing?" he asked. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback by his formidable presence, her heart racing as she fell back onto the carpet, biting her lip and averting her gaze. Zhou Yushin sat up, his elbows resting on his knees as he leaned closer to the young girl before him, his eyes locking onto hers with a somber intensity. Resembling a newly unleashed beast that had finally found its prey, he regarded her intently, enunciating each word. "Xiaoyi, do you understand that such actions are reserved only for those you cherish?" Shen Zhiyi raised her eyes, colliding with his dark, slightly narrowed gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I'm sorry." "No need to apologize," he interjected, brushing aside the stray hairs at her neck and cradling her face. "Just tell me the reason behind your earlier actions, the reason for embracing him, the reason for wanting to kiss him, all the confounding reasons that have left you in turmoil." Chapter 39. The antidote for dermatitis is the aloof childhood friend. 13. Tell him it is because of affection. Zhou Yushin's dark, tranquil eyes widened slightly with anticipation. Under his pressing inquiry, Shen Zhiyi trembled as she met his gaze. "Actually, She bit her lip, steeling herself. "I am ill." "Ill?" Zhou Yushin was taken aback, his fingertips releasing her face as he slowly straightened. The joy of anticipation faded, leaving behind a wave of deepening disappointment. Yet, it was swiftly overshadowed by concern for her. "What illness?" "It's dermatitis," Shen Zhiyi murmured, her head lowered, clutching her clothing. I developed it after losing contact with you. I used to alleviate it through my mother's touch, but now, she raised her eyes to meet his. Now, have I become your antidote? Yes. Shen Zhiyi felt a twinge of embarrassment as she cast her gaze downward. Zhou Yushin closed his eyes, a silent bitterness flooding his heart. He should have trusted his instincts from the very beginning. What is affection, after all? That was merely a ridiculous conjecture born from hormonal imbalance and self-delusion. How could an answer he had long since dismissed ever be the correct one? Throughout his life, he had never erred. How could he possibly be wrong this time? Zhou Yushin felt his heart plummet, akin to plunging into a cool summer well, numbing his fingertips. Get up, the ground is cold, he uttered emotionlessly, moving to the window to dial a number. The doctor who had previously treated Shen Zhiyi answered on the other end. Dermatillomania? Yes, such a condition exists in psychology. It stems from a certain deficiency and can be alleviated through contact with specific individuals. How long does it take to cure? That is hard to say. It could take a lifetime, or one day it may suddenly resolve. However, if the patient cannot reach the person they wish to connect with, they may experience considerable distress. He described some symptoms. Zhou Yushin pressed his lips together, growing increasingly somber as he listened. Is it that severe? He turned to Shen Zhiyi, who sat obediently on the sofa, her head bowed, appearing remorseful. An indescribable ache surged within him. I understand. I'll treat you to dinner later. He ended the call and approached her. When did it relapse? As Shen Zhiyi lifted her gaze to meet his, she quickly lowered her head again after that high fever. Zhou Yushin fell silent. So, it was all because of him. He cast his eyes downward, his expression inscrutable. Yushin Gij, I didn't mean to do those things to you. I know you care, but I truly feel awful, she explained, her eyes reddening and her demeanor somewhat flustered. Suddenly, Zhou Yushin reached out, pulling her up from the sofa and enveloping her in a powerful embrace. His tall, solid frame secured her tightly, as if attempting to merge her into himself. He buried his face in her neck, one arm wrapped around her waist, the other cradling the back of her head. His sharp brows concealed in shadow, a torrent of guilt and sorrow swirled within. Will this be better? He murmured against her neck. Shen Zhiyi froze, an overwhelming, unrestrained joy surged forth, tingling her scalp. Her heart raced as she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Yes, it will. Much better. She buried her face, inadvertently rubbing against his chest. Yushin Gij, thank you for helping me with my illness. You're the best. Can I hug you every day? Please, Yushin Gij. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. Zhou Yushin gently released her, lowering his gaze to the soft girl in his arms. She tilted her face upward, her glistening eyes sparkling like pearls, embodying complete trust and reliance on him. Zhou Yushin's heart softened. This version of her, nearly driving him to the brink, only regarded him as her brother. He let her go, his features tightening with restraint, and the words that followed lacked warmth. All right, but we must establish some rules. Shen Zhiyi nodded vigorously. As long as you're willing to help me with my illness, I'll do anything you say. Zhou Yushin pursed his lips. First, no closeness in public. The words he uttered were directed at himself, a reminder not to amplify his desires, not to publicly display her fragility and dependence, not to indulge in touch, mistakenly believing she was his possession, nor to assume that her feelings for him were exclusive. Zhou Yushin inhaled deeply. Secondly, he must refrain from kissing her. Although Shen Zhiyi felt a tinge of regret in her heart, she nodded and replied, Yes. Such matters can only be shared with someone you truly like. I shall remember. He likely attached great importance to this. She resolved to avoid stealing kisses in the future, waiting until she became someone he genuinely cherished before openly expressing her affection. She agreed emphatically. Zhou Yushin felt a sudden lump in his throat. He turned his head away. Thirdly, he must not pilfer from me again. Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, overwhelmed with shame, her neck flushing a delicate pink. All right, I promise you. She lifted her gaze cautiously and asked, May I embrace you once more? Upon seeing her blushing, delightful face and recalling the sensation of holding her, he found it irresistibly beautiful. To indulge again would be necessary, yet he firmly declined. Before Shen Zhiyi's brows could droop in disappointment, he extended a hand. Just for a moment, We may hold hands. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with joy. She grasped his hand tightly. Overcome with excitement, her delicate fingertips trembled uncontrollably. She pulled him, swaying back and forth, even playfully toying with his fingers. A smile blossomed at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a vibrant spring, surging within Zhou Yushen's heart, consuming even his own spirit. He turned away, no longer gazing at her, yet a faint blush crept up his ears. Suddenly, a knock echoed from a lounge. Their movements halted, and they released each other's hands as if caught in an act of thievery, turning their backs, too shy to meet each other's gaze. Zhou Yushen approached the door and opened it. Su Yin stood outside, brimming with excitement. Zhou Yushen, the results of the last competition are out. We secured the first place. Once the final match concludes, the national gold medal will be yours. You'll represent the country. He then noticed Shen Zhiyi, raising his eyebrows. Curiosity danced in his eyes as he surveyed the two of them. Have you both been eating something you're allergic to? Why are your faces so flushed? Scram if you have nothing worthwhile to say, Zhou Yushen retorted, slamming the door shut. Su Yin almost had his nose caught in the closing door. He knocked twice, exclaiming in anger, "What do you mean nothing worthwhile?" So now, compared to Sister Zhiyi, the physics competition is not considered significant, is it? Zhou Yushen, you traitor. The door suddenly swung open, revealing Shen Zhiyi's face. Su Yan's fury dissipated, replaced by a wide grin. Sister Zhiyi, he'll be competing in a few days. How about you join me for lunch then? Brother Yin will treat you to something nice. He made a playful grimace at Zhou Yushen inside the room. Chapter 40. The antidote for skin cravings is the aloof childhood friend. Who are you to her, brother? Zhou Yushen approached with a visibly sullen expression, pulling Shen Zhiyi along. Your affairs are not your concern, he asserted. Su Yin interjected. So, it is only permissible for you to be concerned? Observing the two, he was convinced that Zhou Yushen's previous inquiries were indeed linked to Shen Zhiyi, and he decided to stir the pot further. What relation do you have with her? Both Zhou Yushen and Shen Zhiyi fell silent. Brother Yin, you misunderstand. My relationship with Brother Yushen is not what you think, Shen Zhiyi clarified, waving her hand dismissively. Zhou Yushen's demeanor darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Su Yin. No matter what, I am closer to her. Leave. Su Yin shuddered, realizing that Zhou Yushen was genuinely upset this time. He chuckled awkwardly. All right, I won't tease you any further. Don't forget about the competition. Z, see you next time. With that, he quickly made his exit. Zhou Yushen closed the door and leaned down to grip Shen Zhiyi's shoulder, his expression heavy with an ominous tension. What did you just call him? Brother Yin, she replied, but he cut her off. You are not to call him that. What? You are not to call him brother, he reiterated, his voice chilling as he held her nape with one hand, commanding her, I am your only brother. Do you understand? An electric sensation coursed from her nape throughout her body. Shen Zhiyi tilted her head back, nearly losing her balance as she grasped his wrist for support, nodding repeatedly. Only you're my brother. Her eyes misty, she felt his fingers weave through her hair, gripping her scalp with a forceful yet tremulous touch. Was he doing this intentionally? The sheer intensity made her shiver. She involuntarily explained, I was just about to ask him when the competition is, and if I could come along. Zhou Yushen froze, slowly releasing her. Yes, he's going to compete. For 3 whole days. What will you do? Zhou Yushen straightened, stating, if it pertains to such matters, you may inquire directly with me. There is no need to seek anyone else. I was afraid of wasting your time, Shen Zhiyi replied, lowering her gaze, though a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. He was a key player in the competition and surely too busy to manage his own affairs. If she accompanied him, it would be best to find some work with Su Yin, providing a reasonable explanation to the school and the department. Zhou Yushen furrowed his brow. The competition is in 7 days. During this time, I will do my utmost to assist you with your recovery. He looked down at her, adding, if there is improvement, I will lend you my clothes. If not, a hint of concern flickered between his brows. Shen Zhiyi hurriedly reassured him, when the time comes, I will apply to the school in advance to help you create promotional illustrations for winning the gold medal as part of my own research project. Our department head will surely agree. Brother Yushen, you need not worry. It will not interfere with my studies. She understood his concerns and acknowledged what he valued. She wished to walk alongside him rather than be a hindrance. Zhou Yushin tousled her hair gently. Very well, then stay close to me. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes, succumbing to an overwhelming sense of comfort, instinctively leaning her head into his palm. Zhou Yushin nearly lost control. He turned away, stating that he needed to head to the laboratory shortly and advised her to return home after having her meal. All right, Shen Zhiyi replied obediently, observing her docile demeanor. Zhou Yushin felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly, to secure her in a place visible only to him. Yet, he knew he must resist. He could not allow his darkness to taint her purity once more, nor could he frighten her again. In the afternoon, Shen Zhiyi stood in the corridor, gripping her phone, caught in a whirlwind of indecision. Should she reach out to him? It had only been 2 hours since they last saw each other. Yet a sense of discomfort was creeping in. Was it possible that she was experiencing withdrawal from the abundance of emotions she had received today? Why did the desire to see him and hold him grow increasingly stronger? But would he still be busy? Just as Shen Zhiyi battled with her thoughts, her phone vibrated suddenly. Come out to the hallway. It was Zhou Yushin. She nearly leaped with excitement, rushing outside. Almost everyone's gaze in the art studio followed her as she exited. Oh no, the fairy is leaving. Don't stare, you might frighten her. Who are you drawing? Of course it's Zhiyi. Me too. A bespectacled man listened to their chatter, contemplating as he gazed at Shen Zhiyi's retreating figure before lowering his head to continue sketching. In the hallway, Zhou Yushin leaned against the wall, one long leg bent, a hand resting casually on the railing, his eyes lazily surveying the playground below. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon half the grassy field, where a few students jogged, while others lounged in small groups basking in the sunlight. Not far away, on a slanted bench, couples laughed and playfully teased one another, while one pair discreetly shielded themselves with a bag, sharing a tender kiss. From Zhou Yushin's vantage point, he could see them clearly. He mused that such displays of affection could only occur between those who truly cherished one another. He averted his gaze. Brother Yushin, a sweet, jubilant voice called from above. Zhou Yushin turned to see Shen Zhiyi bounding down the stairs, her skirt fluttering like a free butterfly in summer, diving into his embrace. Be careful, he said, standing upright to catch her, only to realize she was subtly pulling on his arm, seeking to nestle closer. Are you feeling unwell again? He inquired. Hee, Shen Zhiyi replied, shyly looking up. I was afraid you were busy, so I didn't dare to call out to you. Who would have known we were so in sync? She smiled, her eyes sparkling. Did you need something? Unable to restrain herself, she gently touched his arm before stepping back obediently to stand beside him. The sight of her made Zhou Yushin's heart soften immensely. He produced a work ID and hung it around her neck. I've made you an ID badge. You can accompany me during the competition, but please don't wander off. Shen Zhiyi looked down at the badge, flipping it over in her hands. Hey, I sent this the ID photo I took not long ago. How did you get it? Brother Yushin? Zhou Yushin's body stiffened. After a brief pause, he remarked, I had previously asked your father for it. In truth, it was the last time he had scaled the window to her home, where he had spotted a stack of her passport-sized photographs on her desk. She looked utterly charming in them. He had casually taken one with him. However, such an act was too audacious. She would surely find it unacceptable. It must remain a secret. Zhou Yushin's gaze dimmed momentarily. Oh, Shen Zhiyi said, her suspicions unfounded. She lifted her head, her face aglow with a smile, and exclaimed, with this word permit, I can be with you every day without fear of falling ill. Zhou Yushin gazed at her smile, momentarily entranced. Indeed, he mused, how wonderful it would be if it were love that bound us. His dark gaze fell upon her lips, slightly pursed and soft, reminiscent of delicate petals. Suddenly, he inquired, may I hold you? Huh? Shen Zhiyi clutched her skirt in surprise. Now, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she glanced around, lowering her voice, but this is a public place. Chapter 41. The cure for dermatitis is the aloof childhood friend, 15. Zhou Yushin glanced up the stairwell. There was no one in sight. Down there. He gestured toward the railing. It's too high. They cannot see us. Shen Zhiyi pressed her hand against her racing heart, her eyes filled with anticipation. Is it really all right? Zhou Yushin opened his arms. If you feel uncomfortable, it is not necessary. Without hesitation, Shen Zhiyi leapt into his embrace. "Oh, Yushin, you are too wonderful," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, resting her eyes against him and letting out a gentle sigh. Zhou Yushin was taken aback by her sudden affection. Finding himself pressed against the railing, a smile escaping him, he gently reciprocated her embrace, his lips curling slightly, his long eyes partially closed as he regarded the soft figure in his arms, harboring a tenderness he rarely revealed. A subtle scent of gardenia enveloped him. Zhou Yushin lowered his head to inhale it. "Is that so?" he asked. "How wonderful is it?" His eyes sparkled with delight, though his tone remained steady, as if he were speaking to himself. Shen Zhiyi replied earnestly, "You are perfect in every way. Whenever I need you, you are there. You bring me lunch, escort me home, sacrifice your time to help me obtain this work permit for my illness, and even offer me your embrace. You're the very best." Zhou Yushin initially intended to tease her, yet as he listened, he felt inexplicably emotional. It seemed she was the first person to truly acknowledge his efforts, the first to generously affirm him. He turned his head away, listening to the distant clamor of the playground below. How noisy it was! Yet his own heartbeat echoed even louder. Where she heard it, he gently pressed her shoulders, creating a bit of distance. "All right," he said. "Let's leave it at this for today. It's time to return." Shen Zhiyi's gaze lingered, but she obediently followed his lead up the stairs. After a couple of steps, she turned back, seeing Zhou Yushin standing in the backlight, his expression inscrutable. Biting her lip, she hastened away. Zhou Yushin waited until her figure had completely vanished from the stairwell before descending, heading toward the laboratory. As he passed a certain floor, a fleeting figure appeared at the corridor's entrance. He paid it no mind and continued on his way. Bai Xinhong, clutching Wu Yongru's hand, leaned against the corner of the corridor, panting as she patted her chest. That was close, too close. She nearly collided with Zhou Yushin. Why was he so persistently haunting her? Was it deliberate? This was no longer her past life. Did he still refuse to let her go? Thoughts raced through Bai Xinhong's mind as she pondered how Zhou Yushin might have seen her, inquired about her, or even developed feelings for her. She reviewed all the details but still found no clues. "Xinhong, who are you hiding from?" Wu Yongru asked, perplexed. Just moments ago. She hadn't even descended the stairs when Bai Xinhong suddenly pulled her aside, only catching a glimpse of a man walking away. He seemed rather handsome from behind. Bai Xinhong shook her head dismissively. "It's nothing. Just a creep." "A creep?" Wu Yongru widened her eyes. She had caught a glance earlier, and though the man was simply dressed, his shoes and watch were nothing short of luxury items. She was an expert at recognizing such things, with that kind of wealth. "And yet you call him a creep?" "Hey, Xinhong, where did you meet such a rich creep? Do introduce me." She tugged at Bai Xinhong's sleeve. Bai Xinhong turned in astonishment. "Are you speaking in Chinese? No matter how wealthy he is still beyond your reach." She scoffed inwardly. Wu Yongru should take a look at herself. She wouldn't even stand out in a crowd. The notion that Zhou Yushin would fall for her was utterly ludicrous. Wu Yongru exclaimed, "I'm simply motivated by money. No matter how creepy. Can anyone out-creep me?" When it came to money, she could be quite desperate. Bai Xinhong laughed lightly, trying to brush it off. "Our circle isn't anything special. Wealthy people tend to live recklessly. You're my friend. What would I do if something went wrong? Let us not think about him anymore. Let us focus on the gathering tonight. I heard it's not just our business school. Students from other departments will be there too." Wu Yongru assumed that Bai Xinhong was changing the subject because she didn't yet consider her a true friend, reluctant to let her mingle with the affluent. She decided to indulge this heiress and have a good time at the gathering that evening. Yes, there will be quite a few from off-campus as well. Aren't you usually uninterested in these events? What is up? Not being a diligent student anymore? Bai Xinhong huffed lightly. Isn't university meant for enjoyment? Studying all the time is pointless. In my past life, I was either trapped in the library or confined to the lab by Zhou Yushin, drowning in literature, although Zhou Yushin had managed to help her achieve high scores and win awards, and even assisted her in making a fortune in the stock market while securing her mentor's recommendation. The experience had been excruciating. With her foundation laid and fragments of her past memories intact, she believed that even without Zhou Yushin's guidance on key points and data, her own intellect would suffice to secure good grades. What was urgent now was to indulge in the pleasures she had previously missed out on. It was time to revel in enjoyment. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Xinhong eagerly grasped Wu Yongru's hand and led her towards the venue for the social gathering outside the school. This event was hosted at a nearby bar, and by the time they arrived, a considerable number of students were already engaged in lively conversation. "Hey, I heard that the stunning girl who previously appeared at the physics lab is a freshman in the animation department, named Shen Zhiyi. Wow, just thinking about it makes me furious. Who keeps deleting the posts that allow us to admire such beauty? I have no idea, but it seems that any mention of Shen Zhiyi in the forum, along with her photos, gets deleted. It seems the goddess has certainly caught someone's attention. But she is truly beautiful. Isn't our school currently holding a flower selection? Everyone else has their photos displayed, but hers is merely a stolen portrait. And yet she is in the lead. Isn't that outrageous? Let me take a look. Wow, who on earth painted this? It's so lifelike. It looks identical to the frontal photo I saw earlier. Thank heavens the post deleter hasn't spotted this portrait. Surely they haven't. If they had, it would have been removed long ago." Bai Xinhong, listening to the discussions, furrowed her brow. Is she the one from the image? So her name is Shen Zhiyi? She logged onto the forum and saw Shen Zhiyi leading the voting, along with that portrait, and couldn't help but scoff internally. Do these people even have eyes? How can anyone be so perfectly beautiful, with not a single flaw on their face, and stand out so remarkably? The artist is also quite exaggerated. How dare they release such a ridiculously unrealistic image? Rolling her eyes, Bai Xinhong found a spot to sit with Wu Yongru, only to realize that no one was paying attention to her. Everyone was engrossed in discussions about Shen Zhiyi. Even the name Zhou Yushin was scarcely mentioned. Taking a sip of her drink, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In her previous life, such conversations revolve around her. Wherever she went, she could hear her name alongside Zhou Yushin's. Now, this suddenly emerging freshman seemed to be relying solely on her youth and remarkable artistic skills to temporarily claim the title of school belle and become the center of attention. If she were a freshman, she wouldn't have lost her. However, a thought crossed Bai Xinhong's mind. If she could paint, why couldn't she? After all, the vast majority of photos online were not lacking her presence. Seizing the opportunity before the flower contest concluded, Bai Xinhong quietly registered a secondary account on the forum and uploaded a meticulously edited, beautiful photo of herself. Chapter 42. The antidote for dry skin is a cold and distant childhood sweetheart. 16. Bai Xinhong's reasoning was quite simple. Since Zhou Yushin had found her appealing in her previous life, it indicated that she was indeed a rare gem. He, a person of such stature, dismissed everyone else. If it weren't for her looks, how could he have harbored such deep infatuation for her? Thus, in this life, she was confident, believing she had transformed into a stunning beauty, even surpassing her edited images. Once she had uploaded her photo, she noticed that Wu Yongru had already struck up a conversation with a young man. The two were chatting animatedly at the bar nearby. Eavesdropping, Bai Xinhong recognized this man as Chun Fangxian, the wealthy heir who had been with Wu Yongru in her previous life. She glanced around. They are merely misfits, unworthy of her. Only Chen Fangxian catches her eye to some extent. Moreover, it seems he treated Wu Yongru quite well in his previous life, suggesting he possesses commendable character. Regardless, he is undoubtedly preferable to Zhou Yushin. Bai Xinhong rolled her eyes. After all, Wu Yongru has just met him. She decided to approach him, confident in her own charm, believing she would not be outdone by Wu Yongru. Thus, Bai Xinhong rose with her glass in hand. What are you discussing? She inquired. We're talking about those posts regarding the fairy Zhiyi's disappearance from the forum, Wu Yongru replied with a smile. I told Chun that such an extraordinary occurrence can only be attributed to financial prowess. Bai Xinhong glanced at Chun Fangxian and playfully covered her mouth, feigning reproach. Yongru, you can't place so much value on money. If you constantly speak of wealth, others may perceive you as a materialistic girl. It's essential to remember that many things in this world cannot be purchased. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed Chen Fangxian gazing at her, which made her shyly tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, embodying a demure grace. I am indeed materialistic, Wu Yongru confessed unabashedly, untroubled by potential misunderstandings. However, you are correct. There are indeed many things that money cannot buy. Perhaps that is simply due to insufficient wealth? Ha 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 ha. Chen Fongxian burst into laughter. Yongru, you are quite amusing. He hadn't encountered someone so refreshingly candid in ages, charmingly forthright. Shall we exchange WeChat? Of course. Wu Yongru readily added him as a friend. What should I label you? The handsome yet talkative Chen? Chen Fongxian was thoroughly entertained by her wit. How about we add something about being wealthy as well? The handsome, talkative, yet affluent Chen. He gazed at her with a smile. Will this improve my standing in your eyes? Wu Yongru felt her cheeks warm under his gaze. Meanwhile, Bai Xinhan was seething with frustration at the sight. Was Chen Fongxian completely oblivious? Generally, rich heirs despise those who are overly concerned with their wealth. Why did he seem to favor such materialism? Why was it that every time she expressed her own material desires, she encountered disdain? Wu Yongru, in every regard, seemed inferior to her. What right did she have to be luckier? Bai Xinhan took a furious sip of her drink. Turning, she extended her own WeChat, saying, Add me too. I'm Yongru's roommate. It will be easier to assist with anything in the future. She smiled amiably, glancing at Wu Yongru. You and T mind? Would you, Yongru? Wu Yongru felt a bit awkward. She had just met Chen Fongxian. What right did she have to express any preferences? Bai Xinhan's question left her feeling somewhat cornered. Go ahead, she said, though discomfort lingered in her heart. We are all classmates. I have no objections. With both girls expressing their approval, Chen Fongxian did not decline. He had seen through Bai Xinhan's intentions from the start. However, he might need her assistance in pursuing Wu Yongru later, so he added Bai Xinhan without hesitation. Hey, have you all seen? The thread about the campus beauty contest has new photos uploaded. Someone nearby remarked. Let me take a look. Wow, this is indeed quite beautiful. However, compared to Ji, it pales in comparison. The once uplifted corners of Bai Xinhan's mouth instantly fell. What kind of eyes do these people possess? Her meticulously edited photo cannot even rival that of Shen Zhiyi. Hey, Xinhan, Wu Yongru scrutinized the edited image from various angles. I can't help but feel that this person resembles you somewhat. Just as Bai Xinhan was about to confess it was her, Wu Yongru added, but she is far more attractive than you. Bai Xinhan, noticing her expression souring, set her wine glass down with irritation. I don't know. At that moment, Chen Fongxian discerned the situation. He glanced at the photo, then at Bai Xinhan, and suddenly chuckled. These photographs may not all be authentic. I have a friend who is quite remarkable. He can discern whether a photo has been altered with just a glance. I just sent it to him. He raised his phone, displaying his friend's reply to Wu Yongru. Look, it's fake. This photo has been edited. He paused, casting a knowing glance at Bai Xinhan. Still with a smirk, Wu Yongru was astonished. In this day and age, someone would use a fake photo to compete for the title of school belle? How shameless! Those around them overheard and began to buzz with excitement. Wow, such audacity. This person must be desperate for fame. Who is this weirdo? Can anyone identify the poster? Everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Yet, Bai Xinhan felt both embarrassed and furious. She thought to herself, thankfully, she had not tagged her name, and fortunately, she used a pseudonymous account. Feeling utterly mortified, she set down her glass and said to Wu Yongru, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I shall take my leave. On her way back, she seethed with resentment. Sooner or later, Shen Zhiyi would experience her own moment of exposure. She would wait for that day. Shen Zhiyi blossomed. With a landslide victory in the voting, she was crowned the school belle, overshadowing even Zhou Yushun. Word spread throughout the school that she frequently appeared at the physics department's laboratory building, leading many to speculate about her relationship with Zhou Yushun. But why him? True, he was handsome, wealthy, and intelligent. Yet what justified it? He was adorable and gentle. Zhou Yushun, with his cold demeanor, couldn't possibly bully her, could he? They were aware of her timid nature, hence they observed her discreetly, never daring to approach and startle her. Little did she know that in many corners she could not see, groups of admirers would often scream and cheer, thrilled to catch a glimpse of her. I saw her. She is 1,000 times more beautiful in person. No, 1,000,000,000 times. Who was it that claimed she would falter under the spotlight? It is I who will falter. She is the light. Woo, woo, woo. As time passed, Shen Zhiyi also recognized the awkwardness of the situation. Therefore, when she sought Zhou Yushun, she became more cautious. Their encounters felt clandestine, as they appeared in various corners of school. At 3:40 p.m., at the stairwell of Building 2, 4th floor. After the second class, come find me in the lab. Is gym class over? I'm by the drink machine behind you. Come here for a hug. Shen Zhiyi gazed at these messages, her face flushed like finely glazed porcelain. Lost in thought, another message from Zhou Yushun arrived. At 5:30, let us meet in the small grove. I'm wearing what you asked for. Shen Zhiyi's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 43. The antidote for skin dehydration is the aloof childhood friend, 17. The setting sun glimmered like fragmented gold, painting the sky in gentle shades of orange and pink. Shen Zhiyi wandered through the school's small grove while on the phone with her editor, Chun Chun. Groups of students passed by. Yibao, your new series just released 2 episodes, and it has already surged to the top of the website. Incredible, Chun Chun exclaimed. When will the next chapter be updated? By the way, who is the inspiration for this icy cool character? I'm quite curious to meet him. Shen Zhiyi smiled, half of her face illuminated by the sunlight. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Is there really an inspiration? Chun Chun gasped. You haven't started dating him, have you? Not yet. As Shen Zhiyi noticed a familiar silhouette flash past behind a distant tree, her smile deepened. But might be soon. Chun Chun chuckled mischievously. Then all those taming scenes in your comic must have been based on things he has already done, right? How thrilling. What is the theme of the next chapter? Shen Zhiyi's eyes curved enchantingly as she recalled Zhou Yushun's promised attire, quickening her pace with anticipation. I'll be able to draw it tonight. You'll find out then. After playing the obedient girl for so long, it was time to reap some interest from him. She ended the call and approached the large tree. Just as she got closer, a hand pulled her into the bushes. Shoo, it's me, Zhou Yushun murmured softly, leaning against her from behind and covering her lips. The moment Shen Zhiyi made contact with him, she immediately recognized him. With her eyes half closed, she leaned back against his chest, affectionately nuzzling against him to signify her acknowledgement. Zhou Yushun's body stiffened abruptly, and he released her. Shen Zhiyi turned around, and, upon seeing his attire, her eyes lit up. Unlike his usual black shirt and jeans, he was dressed in a suit. The black jacket fit his tall and slender frame impeccably, accentuating his stature. However, Shen Zhiyi knew that what lay beneath the jacket was the true reason for her meeting him today, her next comic material. Brother Yushun, may I take off your jacket? They were in a secluded corner of the thicket, tall as a wall, with trees obscuring them from view. Passers-by could not see them at all. Zhou Yushun looked at her, silent, yet obediently reached out, deftly unbuttoning his suit jacket one by one, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. As the jacket came undone and was removed, he revealed a fitted white shirt, the buttons undone down to his collarbone. Black suspenders wrapped around his shoulders and crossed at the back, accentuating the defined muscles of his chest. He was also wearing a tie, yet it was not tightly fastened, slightly loosened as if it had been torn apart by someone. Black armbands were still affixed to both arms. Is this truly beneficial for your ailment? He inquired while contemplating her earlier request, unfastening the buttons on the sleeves and methodically rolling them up, revealing robust and well-defined forearms. In the midst of his actions, the taut muscles of his arms delineated a smooth line, with veins pulsating in an inexplicably alluring manner. Indeed, the doctor mentioned that increased stimulation during contact could alleviate symptoms. Zhou Yushun fell silent, having verified this with the physician. Although her assertions were accurate, he had not anticipated that her preferred form of stimulation would manifest in this manner. Zhou Yushun tilted his head and lowered his gaze, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively drew closer. May I touch it? She gazed intently at his muscular forearm. Yes, he replied. The moment the words left his lips, Shen Zhiyi's hand ascended, her touch soft and gliding gently over his skin. Though her hand was cool to the touch, it ignited a fire within Zhou Yushun. His eyes darkened as he suddenly grasped her hand. That's enough. His voice was hoarse. Shen Zhiyi reluctantly withdrew her hand just as her phone vibrated twice. Yushun Gij, please wait a moment. She tapped the screen, and a message from Chun appeared instantly. No matter how late it is today, I will wait for you. You must ensure that I am the first to see you, because I am your most beloved little treasure. This is a promise you made to me. Zhou Yushin cast a glance at the screen. Upon reading the content, his pupils constricted sharply. 181, muscular man? His heartbeat and breath quickened abruptly. His jaw clenched tightly, and his narrowed eyes surged with tumultuous waves of emotion. When did she come to know someone else? And why did she call him treasure? The most beloved treasure? Zhou Yushin felt as though a heavy stone had struck his heart, filling it with a mix of anger and jealousy. He struggled to suppress the urge to crush the phone in his grip, his eyes gradually reddening as he fixed an intense gaze on Shen Zhiyi. He observed her smiling as she turned away, her fingertips tapping on the screen, responding to that person. Zhou Yushin felt that motion pierce his heart like a sharp blade, wrapped in the chilling gleam of jealousy, torturing him. Unbeknownst to him, his dear, he had already harbored her own secrets. Zhou Yushin clenched his fists, his expression darkening. As Shen Zhiyi finished her message and turned back, she was startled by the crimson hue at the corners of his eyes. Yushin Gij, what's wrong? Literally, Zhou Yushin's voice was low, nearly gritted through clenched teeth as he posed his question. Who is he? Will you be in contact tonight? Shen Zhiyi paused for a moment. Once she comprehended, she shook her phone. Oh, you mean her? Yes, we have a little matter tonight. She is mine. He is merely 181. Zhou Yushin stated coldly. Huh? Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. 181 is too short. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Unworthy of being Lil Yi's treasure. Brother Yushin, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am 190. Zhou Yushin loosened his tie, grasping Shen Zhiyi's hand and placing it upon the buttons of his shirt. Would you like to see my abs, shall he? Shen Zhiyi was utterly bewildered. She had come to realize that Zhou Yushin had misconstrued her relationship with Chun, mistakenly believing her to be male. Yet, she found herself intrigued by the prospect of seeing his abs. Deciding against clarification, she simply nodded and, in the most obedient tone, uttered the audacious words, well, then let us have a look. Zhou Yushin unbuttoned his shirt, drawing the hem free from his waist. Beneath the open shirt, his tie hung loosely, cascading over the well-defined eight-pack abs illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun. Shen Zhiyi's gaze traversed the taut lines inch by inch, ultimately landing on the alluring curve of his waist. I wonder if you would like to touch? His deep voice was laced with temptation. Shen Zhiyi stared at him in a daze and nodded. She lowered her head, watching as Zhou Yushin guided her hand to caress and press against the hard muscles, each touch igniting a wave of pleasure and ease. The effects of her skin thirst and the intense visual stimulus brought forth an overwhelming sensation of delight. Goosebumps erupted across Shen Zhiyi's body, her mind taut as a string, strummed by invisible hands, leaving her head buzzing with sensations. She swayed slightly, feeling something warm trickling from her nose. Plop, plop. Raising her hand to investigate, she found her fingertips stained with a vivid crimson. Her eyes widened in shock. Had she just had a nosebleed? In disbelief, Shen Zhiyi rolled her eyes back and fainted. Chapter 44. The antidote to skin thirst is the aloof childhood friend, 18. As night fell at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yushin had just seen the doctor out and now gazed at Shen Zhiyi, who lay peacefully on the bed. Her eyes were closed, her fair complexion serene, with long lashes like crow feathers resting gently above her full, rounded lips, lending her an air of tenderness and charm. The doctor had explained that the dizziness and bleeding were due to overstimulation, assuring that a night's rest would remedy the situation. Zhou Yushin knelt by the bed, his gaze lingering on her sleeping face, listening to her soft breaths as an irrepressible desire began to take root within him. He yearned to keep her close, to protect her from the outside world, to ensure no one could take her away. He wished for her to remain in his home, wrapped in his embrace forever. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone disrupted his reverie. Zhou Yushin frowned, reaching for the device beside him, only to find a call from the 181 muscular man. His expression grew icier. With a swift motion, he answered, "She is asleep. Do not call again." His words bore an unintentional air of pride and warning. A heavy silence fell on the other end of the line. Chun, holding the phone, glanced at the screen with a puzzled expression before her eyes suddenly lit up. Could this possibly be the aloof, cool guy? Had Yi Bao spent the night at his place? A knowing smile spread across Chun's face as she quickly replied, Oh. All right. After waiting for Yi Bao to awaken, she promised to return my call. I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. Farewell, handsome. It appears today the anticipated comic shall not arrive. However, gossip has surfaced. Chun chuckled, hanging up the phone with a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Yushin gripped his phone tightly, his icy demeanor fracturing slightly. This muscular man, standing at 181 centimeters, is a woman? He set down the device and turned his gaze toward Shen Zhiyi, a torrent of complex emotions swelling within him. Relief, joy, guilt, all culminating in a profound tenderness for her. Zhou Yushin leaned closer, his large hand caressing her face, whispering softly under the warm yellow light. Little E, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. He found himself uncontrollably stroking her skin, marveling at how obedient she was. She was his little E, and he ought to treat her better, much better. No more suspicion should cloud his heart. His gaze softened, like an intricate net enveloping her delicate features, finally locking onto her slightly pouted lips. His eyes darkened with desire as his thumb brushed against her mouth, unable to resist pressing and kneading at her tender softness. Shen Zhiyi, as if lost in a deep slumber, offered no resistance, permitting him to indulge his whims. Zhou Yushin's breaths grew heavier, instinctively leaning in closer. Like Adam in the Garden of Eden, seduced by the serpent to taste forbidden fruit, irresistibly drawn to her luscious red lips. No, this cannot be. He abruptly redirected his attention, burying his face in the crook of her neck, gasping for air. If this were to be little Yi's first kiss, he could not be such a scoundrel as to seize it while she remained unaware. That would be too cruel, too despicable. Little E would despise him. The thought of her hatred pierced through him like needles, a pain more profound than death itself. But if not him, who would she give her first kiss to? An overwhelming surge of jealousy and resentment flooded his heart. The mere possibility of that scenario felt as if a massive weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. He leaned closer, his warm lips pressing fervently against her neck, igniting a fiery mark, a semblance of possession. Mine. His dark eyes were filled with intensity. Shen Zhiyi stirred slightly in her sleep, eliciting a moment of clarity in Zhou Yushin, who eased his grip, guilt washing over him for potentially causing her discomfort, and gently kissed the red mark he had left. He continued until every inch of her fair neck bore his imprint, releasing her only when he felt satisfied. He raised himself, his fingertips tenderly brushing her delicate brow, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and uncontrollably pecking her cheek. Is this comfortable for you, little E? He whispered softly, not seeking a reply, merely providing a rationale for his own base desires. He understood that the condition of skin hunger is psychological. Those who lose consciousness feel no pleasure from touch. Yet, the mere thought that she needed him, that she yearned for him, sent shivers through every pore of his being. He could not articulate this ecstatic feeling. In that moment, Zhou Yushin was unequivocally certain. He had fallen deeply in love with her, even to the point of obsession. He harbored a fervent desire to possess her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gazed at Shen Zhiyi's serene, sleeping face, and within him blossomed an overwhelming yearning to envelop her within his very being. Throughout his life, he had effortlessly acquired anything he desired. Yet, never had a longing tormented him as this one did. He had never lost control over anything or anyone to such an extent. This was rather troubling. Nevertheless, he was willing to ensnare himself in a self-imposed prison for her sake. Bai Xinhong, troubled by the editing controversy, soon began to inundate Chen Fangxian with messages. Beyond the customary greetings of good morning and good night, she frequently sent him selfies, seeking his assistance in selecting outfits and accessories. Some angles were deliberately posed, leaving room for tantalizing imagination. Yet, Chen Fangxian never once replied to her. Bai Xinhong was infuriated. In her previous life, it had always been Zhou Yushin who bought her dresses and jewelry, endlessly complimenting her regardless of what she wore, albeit with the same few phrases repeated ad nauseum. Yet, this was still preferable to Chen Fangxian's utter silence. She had never reached out to Zhou Yushin. It was always he who would inquire about her whereabouts, what she was doing, what she had eaten, and whether she needed him. Little did she expect that she would now find herself in the position of being the one to pander to someone else, only to be disregarded. She furiously shut her phone. Turning around, she spotted Wu Yongru, adorned in a lovely dress, admiring herself in the mirror, radiating joy. A wave of inexplicable discontent washed over her. Was Yongru dressing so beautifully for a date? Indeed, Wu Yongru had chosen a handbag that she felt complimented her perfectly, and with satisfaction. She slipped into her shoes and prepared to leave. You can have dinner by yourself. I'm off to accompany my boyfriend, she chirped. Bai Xinhong was taken aback. You're in a relationship? It can't possibly be with Chun Fangxian, can it? Wu Yongru, adjusting her hair and revealing a bashful demeanor, confirmed, he just confessed yesterday. She gestured to the handbag. This is a gift from him. He knows I'm fond of money, so he skipped the frivolous gifts and went straight for the bag. Ha ha ha. Her face beamed with happiness. He truly was wonderful. Oh, I shouldn't chat too much. I must be off, she said, closing the door behind her. Bai Xinhong felt as though she had been cast into a chaotic, frigid wind. She had sent so many messages to Chun Fangxian, yet he had never responded, and now he was secretly involved with Wu Yongru. Moreover, he had gifted her such an expensive handbag, far more costly than the one she had purchased on installment. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. These men were utterly unreliable. From today onward, she vowed to earn her own living. Bai Xinhong rolled her eyes, suddenly recalling her past life when Zhou Yushin had opened a stock account for her to assist with her economics assignment, investing in several promising stocks that ultimately yielded substantial profits. Her eyes brightened as she immediately accessed her stock account. What were the names of those stocks he had bought for her? Bai Xinhong strained to remember, finally recalling the name of one. But where could she procure the principal? A bold thought surged through Bai Xinhong's mind. In Chapter 45, the antidote for her skin condition lay in the aloof demeanor of her childhood companion. Initially, she considered borrowing money from her classmates. Surprisingly, her carefully crafted persona as a low-key wealthy heir convinced several of them to lend her funds under the pretense of a temporary emergency. A few thousand here, a few hundred there. Ultimately, she managed to gather a total of 10,000 yuan. She refrained from seeking assistance from Wu Yongru. Her pride forbade it, and as her roommate, Wu Yongru would be most likely to uncover her ruse. Moreover, Bai Xinhong was accustomed to being imperious with her. Any financial entanglement would inevitably compel her to be mindful of Wu's reactions. After successfully borrowing the money, she invested it all into the stock market, purchasing the stock that Zhou Yushin had confidently endorsed. Remarkably, within a mere day, her investment tripled, 30,000 yuan. It had been ages since she had seen such a sum. In a fit of impulsiveness, she sold all her shares. As soon as the profits were credited, she eagerly repaid her debts, even clearing her handbag loan. Yet, upon revisiting the stock, she discovered it was still soaring. Greed rekindled within her. She mused that if a mere 10,000 yuan could yield such swift returns, imagine the fortune she could amass with a larger principal. The stock was bound to continue its ascent. It was prudent to find ways to increase her investment. With a resolute mindset, a more audacious thought took shape. She would take out a loan. Having already discerned that the stock's value would rise, she felt no trepidation. Bai Xinhong scoured her loan options on her mobile app, exhausting all avenues available to her. Yet, she only managed to amass 50,000 yuan. While this sum was substantial for an undergraduate, it still felt insufficient. This was a golden opportunity for wealth. Missing out would condemn her to a lifetime of mediocrity, forever beneath the heel of others. Even someone like Wu Yongru, with her modest background, would surpass her in fortune. How could she tolerate that? Driven by an overwhelming sense of avarice and vanity, Bai Xinhong downloaded a predatory loan application. She submitted compromising photographs as collateral and, undeterred by the exorbitant interest rates, secured an additional 100,000 yuan. Combined with her previous borrowings, she now had a total of 150,000 yuan at her disposal. Yet, she still felt it insufficient. She approached her classmates once more, borrowing additional funds. Given her swift repayment history, Many were more than willing to lend her money this time. In total, she amassed another 50,000 yuan, bringing her total investment capital to 200,000 yuan, all of which she poured into the stock market. As she gazed at the stock's trajectory, her heart raced with anticipation. In just a few days, she would ensure that all who had looked down upon her would be sorely disappointed. Just as she was consumed by her excitement, her mentor's call interrupted her thoughts. "Hello, Xin Hong. What has been going on lately? Your academic performance has declined significantly. The paper I assigned you last time, why is it yet to be submitted? Within the group, only you have yet to submit." Bai Xin felt a sudden jolt in her heart. What paper? She had been indulging in frivolities lately and had completely forgotten about it. Thus, she awkwardly replied, "I apologize, teacher. Please grant me 2 more days. I will certainly complete the paper. I aim to be meticulous, so I have been verifying the data these past few days." The mentor's tone turned stern. "It has been quite some time. If you continue to disregard this, it is your own grades that will suffer. I will wait 2 more days. If you fail to submit by then, you will have to retake this course." He hung up the phone. Bai Xin clutched her phone, her face turning pale. Retake? How could it be so severe? In her previous life, with the assistance and guidance of Zhou Yushin, she not only achieved nearly full marks in this subject, but also garnered the mentor's esteem for her outstanding paper. As graduation approached, she received a letter of recommendation from him and was preemptively accepted by a highly reputable financial firm. It was indeed a glorious time. But now, the subject she once took pride in was leading her to a potential retake. Terrified, Bai Xin hurriedly began writing her paper. Yet, she had not studied in a long while, and the knowledge from her past life had long since faded from her memory. With only 2 days left, she found herself unable to produce any content and resorted to spending the last of her funds to hire someone online to write the paper for her. She submitted it to her mentor just before the deadline. She thought to herself, once she earns money in the stock market, she would make this mentor realize that grades are merely illusions. Only the money in her pocket is tangible. Bai Xin tossed her phone aside, climbed into bed, and drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she was entirely free from Zhou Yushin's entanglements, reaping abundant rewards in the stock market. At school, people discussed her intelligence and beauty, forgetting all about Shen Zhiyi. Bai Xin laughed joyfully in her dream. When Shen Zhiyi awoke, she found herself in Zhou Yushin's room. Just as she intended to get out of bed, she noticed a note on the bedside table. "I have gone to the lab and taken a leave for you. Rest well today. If you are hungry, ask Aunt Zhao to prepare you a meal." Shen Zhiyi gazed at the strong, confident handwriting, and a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She tucked away the note and prepared to return home to finish her latest comic. As she passed a floor-length mirror, her steps suddenly halted. She turned her head, approached, and examined her neck. Near her collarbone was a faint red mark. Shen Zhiyi raised her hand to touch it, her delicate brows arching. Was a mosquito bite? Or perhaps the work of some shadowy canine? She chuckled softly, adjusted her collar, and hummed a tune as she made her way home. The latest chapter of Shen Zhiyi's comic was titled Caged Beast. It depicted a man in a white shirt and suit pants, appearing aloof and haughty, exuding an air of superiority, yet he was heavily shackled within a prison. Outside the cage stood a gentle, seemingly harmless girl, holding the chains and smiling sweetly. He knelt, gazing upwards. As she stood bending slightly, she tightened the chains around him and lowered her gaze. When Chun beheld this scene, she gasped in astonishment. "Yibao, you have achieved greatness. This chapter is bound to be a bestseller. By the way, have you won over that icy cool guy?" She chuckled last time I called you. He was quite adamant in asserting his claim. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. "Is that so?" "Indeed." Chun laughed heartily the moment I heard his tone. I could tell he was quite jealous. He probably thinks I have some rugged man in my life. Olgitman? Shen Zhiyi suddenly had a moment of clarity. Yes, just a bit more provocation would suffice. Even the most reclusive beast, when sufficiently stirred, cannot resist leaping forth, roaring to seize its rightful prey. Then, all pretenses of superiority and disdain will fall away, presenting its most loyal heart to the chosen quarry, willingly succumbing to complete taming. Brother Yushan, I find myself eagerly anticipating that day. Shen Zhiyi arched her brows, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Chapter 46. The The cure for skin thirst is the aloof childhood sweetheart. 20. Zhou Yushun found that his recent dark thoughts were becoming increasingly difficult to control. After finishing the last test in the laboratory, he removed his goggles and leaned back in his chair. The first thought that crossed his mind was what Zhou Yi was doing. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a pearl hairpin, laying it in the palm of his left hand. He gazed at it for some time, then gently brushed it with his right hand. The smooth, lustrous feel of the pearl reminded him of her petite earlobe, nestled among her fluffy hair, which, with a gentle kiss, would turn a delightful shade of pink. Zhou Yushun's gaze suddenly darkened. He grasped the hairpin firmly, pressing his fingers against his brow, realizing that his recent daydreams had become increasingly excessive. He placed the pearl hairpin back into his pocket, a heavy sense of unease settling in his heart. Would Zhou Yi be angry if she discovered that he was collecting her belongings in this manner? Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his longing. He craved her presence, wishing for her to be by his side at all times, even if it were just a trace, a faint scent. As long as it was her, it was enough. Zhou Yushun raised his hand again, looking at the black hair tie adorning his wrist, tightly constricting his flesh. The veins and bones of his wrist seemed as if they might snap under the pressure. If he were to pull it slightly, one could see the red marks imprinted on his skin. Yet Zhou Yushun cherished it dearly. He thought to himself that only such a close binding could make him feel as though he and Shen Zhiyi were together. He wished for her to entwine him as tightly as this hair tie. He removed his watch and placed it alongside the hair tie, even covering it completely. A faint smile of satisfaction curved at the corners of Zhou Yushun's lips as he glanced at the time. His brows furrowed deeply. How could so much time have passed without her seeking him out? Was her skin thirst so severe that it had left her faint? With concern mounting, he abruptly rose to his feet. Wearing a mask, Zhou Yushun approached the classroom of the animation department, where he spotted Shen Zhiyi intently working on the computer. After a while, she engaged in discussion with the surrounding teachers and classmates, her expression serious. When excitement envelopes her, her lovely brows and eyes gently lift, and she appears to be surrounded by light. Everyone gathers around her, their gazes fixed upon her, some with admiration, others with appreciation, or even infatuation. Zhou Yushun watched intently for a long while, scanning the multitude of gazes directed at her, feeling a tempest of dark, tumultuous emotions surging within him. His large hand, hanging at his side, tightened and relaxed repeatedly, the knuckles cracking audibly. Yet when his gaze returned to Shen Zhiyi, witnessing her joy and captivating demeanor, the storm within him would abruptly cease, unable to unleash its fury upon her. Indeed, she was meant to bask in the light. She was a precious gem deserving of such attention. Why did he have to eclipse the brilliance that illuminated her? He was already sufficiently flawed. Taking a deep breath, he loosened his grip and sent a message to the doctor. A prompt reply came. Has her contact time with her been diminishing? That is a positive sign, indicating the efficacy of her treatment. The intervals between her episodes are lengthening. She may recover soon. Congratulations. Zhou Yushun stared intently at the words of congratulations on the screen, a shadowy hue settling in his elongated eyes. After a moment, he let out a cold scoff and departed from the teaching building. Just as he turned, Shen Zhiyi glanced back at his retreating figure, her smile deepening. The beast, before rebounding, requires a greater retreat. Only by delving deeper into darkness and solitude can one comprehend the unbearable nature of what was once taken for granted after having glimpsed the light. The farther one retreats, the more ferocious the counterattack becomes. She withdrew her gaze, continuing her discussion of coursework with her classmates. Shen Zhiyi sensed that someone seemed to be following her lately. In the shadows, a pair of eyes often rested upon her during class intervals, imbued with a subtle curiosity, unlike the benign attention she was accustomed to, causing her a degree of discomfort. During one break, her skin condition flared up again, leaving her pale as she prepared to seek Zhou Yushun. As she stood, she inadvertently bumped into someone passing by. Sorry. A pen fell from the desk with a thud. When Shen Zhiyi looked up, she found it was their class monitor, Fu Yuli. He wore glasses and offered her an apologetic smile as they both bent down to retrieve the pen. Their fingertips accidentally brushed against each other, prompting Shen Zhiyi to instinctively pull away. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, she noticed an alleviation of her skin condition. Surprised, she looked up at Fu Yuli, who wore a gentle smile. "Are you all right, Shen?" "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head, though a hint of suspicion lingered as she sat down. Could it be that the system had orchestrated this encounter as a potent remedy to provoke Zhou Yushin? She raised an eyebrow. When would be the best time to administer this powerful medication? After class, she sought out Zhou Yushin. The two found refuge on the school rooftop, furtively holding hands. Zhou Yushin allowed her to grasp his hand, watching as she occasionally pressed her face against his palm, nuzzling like a cat. He leaned against the corner wall, eyes closed. His emotions inscrutable. "Are you feeling better?" After a lengthy pause, he opened his eyes and inquired. Shen Zhiyi reluctantly withdrew her face from his hand, tenderly gripping his fingertips. "Recently, it seems the episodes have been occurring less frequently. Thank you, Brother Yushan." Her hands clasped around his, her fingertips playfully scratching his palm like the delicate paws of a kitten. As she gazed up at him, her eyes sparkled with clarity and innocence. Zhou Yushin fixed his gaze upon her, as if wishing to etch her image into his very soul. He swallowed silently, acutely aware of every sensation converging on the spot where she held him. The area where his fingers had brushed against her cheek ignited a powerful, tingling current beneath her pure and bewildered stare, surging through him with an intensity that eclipsed the warmth of sunlight, rendering him dizzy in the cool shadows of the corner. How was it possible that he craved her so deeply? Every pore on his body clamored for her touch. It was she, not he, who suffered from the affliction of thirst, was it not? He shut his eyes briefly, suppressing the urge to pull her closer and cradle her in his embrace. His voice measured to the brink of indifference. "All right, that as for the best. Tomorrow is fully booked, so don't cling to me." Shen Zhiyi seemed oblivious to the deliberate distance in his words, obediently nodding. Okay. Her agreement was resolute. Zhou Yushin's heart halted momentarily. Just as he contemplated releasing her and departing the rooftop, the door to the stairwell swung open unexpectedly. His gaze darkened for an instant as he grasped Shen Zhiyi, swiftly retreating behind a substantial water pipe. They were ensconced in a hidden corner, concealed from view. "Shoo," he whispered, holding the girl in his arms. "Don't let anyone see us." Shen Zhiyi gripped his collar, nodding gently. They were drawn close together. Shen Zhiyi's nose twitched, catching the faint scent of mint emanating from him, and she looked up at him, puzzled. "When did you switch to a mint-scented shower gel?" Zhou Yushin lowered his gaze, observing her delicately inhaling the scent from his collar, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He then wrapped his arm around her waist, pressing her firmly against the wall. "They're coming. Don't move," he murmured close to her ear. His warm breath brushed against her neck, and he tightened his hold around her waist. Shen Zhiyi felt as though she were traversing a cool stream amidst the sweltering heat of summer, leaning dizzily against his chest, utterly at ease, yet her ears burned with embarrassment. The approaching figures were a couple. The girl spoke, her voice laced with tension. "It's fine, sweetheart, at this hour. No one will come," the boy reassured. "Just a quick kiss. I promise I won't bite your lip like last time. I practiced, and this time, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Please?" The girl seemed quite bashful at his words. "Well, then be gentle." The muffled sounds of fervent kissing resonated not far from them. Shen Zhiyi could even hear the soft sounds of water, the gentle hum of their lips meeting, and the increasingly fervent friction of fabric. Her face flushed a deep crimson. The large hand resting at her waist involuntarily tightened. The breath of the person beside her seemed to grow heavier. Shen Zhiyi raised her gaze, locking eyes with Zhou Yushin's oppressive and fervent stare, dark and intense, as if he longed to devour her whole. Blushing, Shen Zhiyi returned to the classroom. The couple had just engaged in a passionate kiss for 20 minutes right in front of her and Zhou Yushin before reluctantly parting. Zhou Yushin held her close, pinning her against the wall, his body taut and rigid, yet he remained silent. Only after the couple departed did he release her, his eyes tinged with crimson, his expression stern as he urged her to return to the classroom first. "What about you?" Shen Zhiyi, momentarily lost in a haze of pleasure, asked dazedly. Zhou Yushin remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed on her lips, the fervor within him threatening to shatter his reason. He remained quiet for long, while before retrieving a piece of clothing from his bag and handing it to her. Go home by yourself tonight. I need to stay in the lab to prepare for the competition. I will be back late. He could not bear to accompany her, fearing that he might succumb to the desires stirring within him along the way. Turning away, Zhou Yushin closed his eyes in restraint. Shen Zhiyi clutched the clothing, inhaling the faint minty scent that mirrored his own. Lowering her gaze, her face flushed like a blooming peach blossom, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. In a few days, they would embark on their journey to the province for the competition. Before that, she needed to assert that he belonged to her. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up and obediently replied, "All right, I'll go back by myself." She turned and left Zhou Yushin alone on the rooftop, returning to the classroom. Zhou Yushin watched her retreating figure, lingering on the rooftop for a considerable time until the heat within him had completely dissipated. Shen Zhiyi cradled her face. Awakening from a reverie, she stowed the clothing into her bag, keenly aware of a gaze lingering on her from a distance. Her expression chilled slightly as she feigned ignorance and continued with her affairs. Fu Yuli retracted his gaze, having just witnessed Shen Zhiyi placing a man's clothing into her bag. From his observations over the past few days, the owner of that clothing was likely Zhou Yushin. What was their relationship? Were they in a romantic relationship? Or was it merely a flirtation? Fu Yuli paused, his pen hovering above the paper, leaving a deep mark. A flicker of malice flashed behind his glasses. At the end of class, Shen Zhiyi chose not to wait for Zhou Yushin, opting to take the bus home alone. She strolled slowly along the street outside her neighborhood. The summer night quiet. The streetlights cast a long shadow behind her. Out of the corner of her eye, she felt as if there were eyes watching her from the trees. Quickening her pace, she noticed the footsteps behind her matched her urgency, neither too far nor too close. Shen Zhiyi tightened her grip on her bag strap, her gaze icy and resolute. She swiftly rounded a street corner, suddenly turning around. Just as she was about to raise her bag to hurl it at the approaching figure, a piercing scream echoed from around the corner, accompanied by scattered pleas for mercy. As Shen Zhiyi stepped outside to investigate, she found Zhou Yushin forcefully pinning Fu Yuli to the ground and striking him mercilessly. Fu Yuli's glasses lay shattered on the ground beside him, his face marred with bruises. Zhou Yushin continued his relentless assault, delivering blow after blow to Fu Yuli's face and body. Fu Yuli could no longer articulate words, curling up in pain and emitting muffled groans. "Yushin Gij!" Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, rushing forward. "Stop! If this continues, someone might die." Zhou Yushin appeared enveloped by a tempest of rage, but upon hearing Shen Zhiyi's voice, a semblance of reason returned to him. He seized Fu Yuli by the collar, hoisting him up from the ground. "Xiao Yi, he was following you. Had he arrived even a moment later, he could have approached you without your knowledge, and who knows what he might have done." The mere thought of the potential loss of Shen Zhiyi filled him with an overwhelming desire to annihilate the man before him. I understand. Shen Zhiyi tentatively reached for his hand. "I've already called the police. Let's leave this to them, shall we?" Zhou Yushin fell silent, abruptly throwing Fu Yuli to the ground. Fu Yuli let out a couple of pitiful sounds, twisting his body as if trying to defend himself, but the pain rendered him voiceless. Zhou Yushin turned away from him, grasping Shen Zhiyi's hand, a flood of anxiety surging within him. He pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. "Xiaoyi, sorry. I should have taken you home. I was following you too." He felt fortunate for having come to her aid today. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. He lowered his head, his handsome features obscured by tousled hair, his eyes brimming with guilt and relief, driving him to the brink of madness. "Fool!" Shen Zhiyi murmured as she was held in his arms, suppressing the surge of joy within her, gently caressing his back. "You need to return home as well." They lived in the same neighborhood, and she believed his following her stemmed from concern, not any ulterior motive. She released him and took hold of his right arm. "Let me see your hand." Zhou Yushin obediently allowed her to inspect it. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, she noticed blood oozing from the knuckles, likely from the shards of Fu Yuli's broken glasses. A soft sigh escaped her lips, her eyes filled with tenderness. "When we get home, I'll help you with your wounds." she said gently. Zhou Yushin's heart raced at her words. All right. The police car arrived swiftly at the scene. After giving their statements at the police station, the three of them soon discovered it was all a misunderstanding. Confession? Zhou Yushin's brow furrowed at the officer's words, capable of squashing a fly. Yes. The officer handed him a brochure. My suggestion is mediation. After all, you have caused him considerable harm. He paused. He is not pressing charges, but simply requests compensation for his glasses and medical expenses. If he apologizes to Miss Shen, we can consider the matter resolved. Zhou Yushin's expression darkened as he opened the brochure. Within the confines of the room, images of Shen Zhiyi adorned the walls. There were depictions of her deep in thought, grinning in the sunlight, singing under an umbrella, and earnestly painting. Zhou Yushin pinched the edges of the sketchbook, his fingertips turning pale with pressure. His gaze was somber, tinged with regret for not being more forceful moments ago. Brother Yushin, I've just exited the mediation room with Shen Zhiyi and Fu Yuli. I clarified everything. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Fu has even apologized to me, she said, reaching for Zhou Yushin's hand. Let's go back. She disregarded Fu Yuli's intentions, recognizing that he still held some utility. The pressing concern was Zhou Yushin's wounds. Zhou Yushin pulled Shen Zhiyi closer, throwing the sketchbook and a wad of cash at Fu Yuli. She is not someone you can covet, he warned coldly. Do not follow her again. Fu Yuli clutched the sketchbook, ignoring the money that fell to the ground. He cast a glance at Shen Zhiyi, but remained silent. Zhou Yushin escorted Shen Zhiyi away with determined strides. At the Zhou residence, Shen Zhiyi sat on the sofa, applying iodine and cotton swabs to treat Zhou Yushin's injuries. With her gaze lowered, she murmured, Brother Yushin refuses to return home with me, yet he secretly follows me. She raised her eyes, staring intently at him. Are you avoiding me? Why? Chapter 48. The antidote for the skin condition is the aloof childhood friend. 22. Zhou Yushin pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Indeed, he was evading her, but the reason, could he truly share that upon seeing her, he was overwhelmed with the desire to kiss her, to embrace her, to possess her? No, he mustn't. She had already witnessed his terrifying rage when he struck someone. Should she discover his intense feelings, it would surely frighten her away. He averted his gaze, his jawline taut and cold. Noticing his resolute silence, Shen Zhiyi ceased her inquiries. All right, she said, finishing the application of the medicine and setting down the cotton swab. Is it because you're preparing for the competition these days that you wish to avoid distractions? Zhou Yushin regarded her thoughtfully. It's all right, she smiled gently, exuding patience, as if waiting for the moment he felt ready to speak. One day, she would pry open his reticent lips, discarding the cotton swab. She rose and departed from the Zhou residence. For 2 consecutive days, Shen Zhiyi did not seek him out. Zhou Yushin found himself increasingly restless, mulling over the possibilities. Had he frightened her? Had he been too indifferent? Or was it his ferocious demeanor when confronting Fu Yuli that lingered in her mind, instilling fear? How was her condition? Why hadn't she come to share lunch with him? The scent of the clothing he had given her must have faded by now. Why had she not come to see him? Zhou Yushin was consumed by unease, experiencing a level of distress unprecedented even in his research endeavors within the laboratory. Finally, during a fleeting moment between classes, he could no longer contain himself and sent a message to Shen Zhiyi. Are you feeling better? Where are you? He stared at his phone, waiting as the seconds ticked by in agonizing silence. Buzzing, Zhou Yushin abruptly rose from his chair, his gaze fixed upon the illuminated screen. Sencillo blade. No. However, I have noticed that even interacting with the class monitor seems to alleviate it. Since you are busy, I shall not disturb you any further during this time. Apologies for the trouble. In the future, it may no longer be necessary. Zhou Yushin's eyes remained glued to those words, an increasingly oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. No longer necessary? His heart gradually sank. It plummeted into a dark abyss, melting like lava, erupting with a fierce, terrifying rage. The sparks that flew forth resembled flames of jealousy, gnawing at his flesh and evoking intense pain, until his entire heart began to violently twist. How could she not need him? Zhou Yushin's eyes turned crimson, feeling as though he could scarcely draw breath. Fu Yuli, did damned Fu Yuli. He should have ended him that day. Zhou Yushin felt as if someone had seized his throat, tugging at his collar. He slammed his fist onto the table. The phone vibrated violently. He stared at it intently, his fingertips almost trembling as he picked it up. Shen Zhiyi, is it merely to be discarded after use? What do you take me for? He gritted his teeth as he typed those words, only to delete them one by one in the dialog box. Why? Why? Why did she show such tolerance toward a stalker who coveted her? After knowing her for so many years, how could she so easily forsake him? Was he truly inferior to that fool? Zhou Yushin was engulfed by an overwhelming jealousy, nearly grinding his teeth as he restrained the fury boiling within him. He sent her a message. He is not a good person. Shen Zhiyi, did you not say you wanted to hear my reasons? Come back. Only seek me out. Do you hear me? That fool had no right to address her affliction. Xiaoyi belonged to him. Only him. The more Zhou Yushin pondered, the more discontented he became. She had chosen that stalker who coveted her, rendering his efforts to evade her a mere farce. Zhou Yushin gazed at the messages that had sunk into the abyss. The deadened phone remained dark, as if it were broken. A tempest brewed in his eyes, gradually revealing a foreboding and sinister essence. He remained silent, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smirk. Xiaoyi, the one who made the wrong choice. It was all right. He would rectify it for her. Zhou Yushin pushed aside the chair and table, striding towards Shen Zhiyi's studio. Shen Zhiyi tossed her phone into the drawer, feeling quite pleased as she painted something on the canvas, anticipating a frenzied beast leaping forth from the pitch-black night, baring its gaping maw to assert its absolute dominion over its prey. On the white canvas, a red heart gradually took shape, fervently beating yet bound by heavy chains. Bang! The studio door swung open. Zhou Yushin strode in, approaching Shen Zhiyi, his cold demeanor gripping her wrist and lifting her from the chair. Yushin Gij? The palette of paints fell to the floor. The hem of her white skirt was stained with paint, and Shen Zhiyi resembled a flustered rabbit, bewildered by his sudden appearance. Yet, in the depths of her beaded eyes, there flickered a momentary glimmer of triumph, both cunning and luminous. She lowered her gaze, concealing all these emotions. Zhou Yushin cast a cold glance over the gossiping crowd, and the entire studio fell into an abrupt silence. His eyes fixed on Fu Yuli's face, a chill emanating from his narrowed gaze. The grip on Shen Zhiyi tightened. Come with me. He nearly dragged her, pulling her to his side, half embracing her waist as he led her away from the studio. Once he departed, the tension in the studio dissipated. Was that Zhou Yushin? Am I dreaming? Hey, why are you pinching me? What is the relationship between him and Shen Zhiyi? That look he just gave was a declaration of possession, right? Oh my God, I can't care anymore. I'm shipping them. But why is he so harsh with Zhiyi? Points deducted. Is it really? A girl, clutching her face in infatuation, exclaimed, I just love this kind of dominance. Ah. Fu Yuli listened to the murmurs around him, the light behind his glasses gradually dimming. Yushin, slow down. Shen Zhiyi protested as she was brought to the school's rooftop. You're hurting me. Does it hurt? Zhou Yushin did not release her, holding her wrist and pinning her against the wall. He gazed at her innocent, bewildered face, a surge of intense, inexplicable bitterness creeping into his heart. His entire being was consumed by the flames of jealousy, the pain radiating through his veins, making even breathing a torment. He wondered, did she know what pain was? Perhaps he should have made her feel it sooner. Zhou Yushin gripped the back of her neck, his long fingers pressing firmly, forcing her to tilt her head back and slightly part her lips. Shen Zhiyi, he uttered in a frigid tone, yet his eyes stirred with an unrestrained desire that was no longer concealed. Remember the sensations that follow. Only I can provide them for you. So, do not speak of seeking others. You would not permit it. Absolutely not. With a fierce intensity in his gaze, Zhou Yushin leaned down and captured her lips. Chapter 49. The antidote for the insatiable thirst is the aloof childhood friend. 23. A fine current surged through her body almost instantaneously. Shen Zhiyi felt him pry open her lips, coaxing out the tongue hidden between them. As he deepened his possession, each wave of sensation grew more intense, and she gradually melted against him. Her face flushed, she clung to his neck, her vision clouded with tears. Zhou Yushin pressed the back of her head, leaving her no chance to escape. All at once, everything, he intended to give her everything. He was consumed by a fervent yearning, pinning her against the wall as he kissed her even more fervently. A genius scholar, adept in any field without guidance. He quickly discerned the nuances that would lead her to surrender completely, from her subtle gasps to the tremors in her fingertips and the delicate parting of her lips. In the brief intervals when their kisses nearly left her breathless, he would grant her air, only to resume his more aggressive conquest as she regained her composure. Then he would shift to a tender caress, leaving her pressed against his lips, almost pushed to tears. She murmured softly, resembling a delicate kitten, overwhelmed by an abundance of sensations. The impact of her thirst for affection, coupled with his deliberate torment, enveloped her in a myriad of pleasures, surging to the very crown of her head, rendering her utterly unable to contain her trembling. Zhou Yushin held her wrist firmly, recalling Su Yan's words. When a woman says she does not want something, she often means she does. He pressed his nose against hers, his elongated eyes revealing a veneer of indifference. Yet beneath lay a fervent desire that compelled her to endure once more. You want it, he asserted with near obstinacy. How could you not? He offered her no space for response, engulfing her once again in a torrent of flames that pushed her to the brink of losing her senses. Shen Zhiyi was completely disoriented, unaware of when Zhou Yushin had released her. Now, do you still wish to seek someone else? He inquired, gripping her chin lightly. Shen Zhiyi parted her lips, her cheeks flushed, leaning into his palm, unable to utter a single word. Zhou Yushin wrapped his arms around her waist, applying more pressure, drawing her tightly against him. Answer me. Who is your antidote? If she remained silent, he would continue to kiss her. Shen Zhiyi felt as if she had been struck by lightning at his words, immediately shaking her head. Only you, she murmured, her legs trembling as she made that promise. Only you are my antidote. Zhou Yushin, satisfied, caressed her face, wiping away her tears with his thumb, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Good. From now on, let that Fu Yuli stay far away. If he dares to approach you again. His narrowed eyes darkened with a menacing hue. Shen Zhiyi could only nod in agreement. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes, she remained perpetually by Zhou Yushin's side. He disregarded the rules he had previously established, holding her hand in public without a hint of hesitation. When she attempted to break free, he would only tighten his grip. He would invade her classroom during his free periods, like a statue of indifference, shielding her from all prying eyes. As she painted, he would gaze at her intently, causing her neck to flush with color. Then, in response to her soft protests, he would raise an eyebrow, satisfied, and shift his gaze elsewhere. He would suddenly inquire about her comfort, whether she was troubled by her affliction, but before she could respond, he would pull her into a deep kiss. He would also embrace her in moments of uncertainty, repeatedly seeking affirmation that she still needed him. Shen Zhiyi, of course, dare not say otherwise. She had never known that a mouth so seldom used for words could articulate itself so eloquently in kisses. She found herself utterly defeated. It seemed that the cost of nurturing a wild beast was to forever remain the morsel it clutched in its jaws, allowing it to savor her time and again. Thus, the two of them spent several days in this sticky entanglement. Soon, the day of the competition arrived, and Shen Zhiyi felt as if she had finally emerged from the shadows. Observing her sigh of relief, Zhou Yushin grasped her chin with displeasure. It seems you can't wait for me to leave? Not at all, she responded, flustered. Shen Zhiyi chuckled, expressing her eagerness to witness him claim the gold medal. An immense honor indeed. Brother Yu Shun, you must take this seriously and invest yourself fully in the competition. Allow yourself a moment to breathe. Observing Zhou Yushin's increasingly somber expression, she hastily added, besides, I will be accompanying you. Soon, it will be my turn to keep an eye on you. Upon hearing her words, the discomfort that had enveloped Zhou Yushin dissipated in an instant. Such a fondness for the gold medal. If I win, I shall gift it to you. That medal is one of a kind and should rightfully belong to someone as unique as you, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback by his confidence. Did he truly believe he would win? Zhou Yushin lowered his gaze to her. Oh, I have never lost. He pinched her waist playfully, a semblance of revenge in his actions, a smirk playing on his lips. You're the first to bring me frustration, taking everything without even a title. Shen Zhiyi blushed, retorting, who was taking everything. It was undeniably he who had been indulgent, using the pretext of treating her to claim his possession over her, making it known throughout the school that she was his. Now, he had the audacity to demand a title in return. Was this not a case of acting first and reporting later? She huffed, feigning annoyance. Did you not say you would be my antidote? I have agreed to it. Is the title of your special remedy not sufficient? Zhou Yushin grasped her face, observing her lips contorted into a narrow pout. An irresistible fondness surged within him, and he chuckled softly. Quite amusing. Let us see how long you can maintain this bravado. Shen Zhiyi huffed again, turning her head away. Zhou Yushin gazed at her playful demeanor, a profound sense of happiness and satisfaction blossoming within him. Yet in that fleeting moment, his typically calm mind interrupted his joy. He had never felt such fortune. Meeting her was the only sweet, soft candy that had brightened his otherwise sharp and dark life. Would this good fortune endure? The smile on Zhou Yushin's lips gradually faded. When one experiences excessive happiness, an inexplicable anxiety about the future often arises. He feared that everything presently was merely a fantasy, that fate would not be so benevolent, and that at some unforeseen moment, all this joy could be snatched away overnight. Suddenly, he recalled the vacant house outside the school, where he had kept all his treasured memories of Shen Zhiyi. His gloomy emotions cascaded down like a waterfall, plunging into an abyss. If she were to discover those hidden secrets, would she remain by his side, gazing only at him, willingly allowing him to take what he desired? Zhou Yushin studied her, an overwhelming sense of fear and anxiety swelling within him. Would she flee or accept this dark, despicable side of him? He dare not contemplate it. Chapter 50. The antidote for dermatitis is the cool and distant childhood friend. 24. Shen Zhiyi accompanied Zhou Yushin out of the province. During the physics competition, Bai Xinhong was experiencing the most tumultuous and dramatic chapter of her nascent life. She was oblivious to the world outside, fixated solely on her dormitory, intently monitoring her stock account. Each day, the numbers surged higher, filling her heart with uncontainable joy. Her heart raced with excitement, yearning for just a little more. If it increased by a single point, her fortune would multiply. The overwhelming prospect of profit clouded her judgment. Suppressing her elation, she gazed at the swelling balance in her account, neglecting her classes entirely. Suddenly, her phone rang, the sound piercing her reverie. It was her mentor calling. Come to my office. Bai Xinhong hung up, apprehensively making her way to the office. Here, and here, the mentor pointed at several data points in her paper. How did you arrive at these? And this conclusion, does it relate to what you have written? Cold sweat broke out on Bai Xinhong's forehead. She had commissioned someone else to write the paper, having never even glanced at it. How could she possibly comprehend its meaning? Observing her stammering demeanor, the mentor's expression hardened. Confess honestly, did you write this paper yourself? Of course, Bai Xinhong replied, her voice faltering, guilt evident upon her face. The mentor fell silent for a moment. You may leave. Skipping classes, having others complete your assignments, and now attempting to deceive me with excuses. Your approach to learning is unacceptable. I cannot, in good conscience, pass you. You will have to retake this course. He stated sternly, if you continue to approach your studies in such a manner, you won't even receive your diploma. Bai Xinhong exited the office, her face pale. As she walked back to her dormitory, her indignation grew. This mentor was merely another cog in the academic machine, an ordinary worker in the school. Why should he make her life so difficult? Once her stocks turned a profit, she would revel in his defeat. She retrieved her phone, her spirits lifted by the ever-rising numbers. If they continued to climb, she could earn tens of thousands more. In her previous life, Zhou Yushin had seemingly sold his stocks at this very juncture. Yet, observing the current trend, it appeared there was still ample opportunity for profit. Perhaps waiting another day could yield even greater returns. When that time came, she would prove to Zhou Yushin that she not only could stand on her own, but could surpass him in wealth. Bai Xinhong returned to her dormitory and indulged in a refreshing slumber. Upon waking the next day, she logged into her stock account, poised to sell all her shares. However, upon seeing the numbers, she nearly tumbled from her bed in shock. How could this happen? Overnight, everything had plummeted. Her face drained of color as she trembled, attempting to navigate her account repeatedly. but the nearly depleted principal brutally reminded her of the critical opportunity she had missed. 200,000 in capital, gone without a trace. How would she repay this loss? Just then, the ominous sound of a debt collector's call rang through, like a death knell. Hello, is this by Xin Hong? In these recent days, should the repayment remain unfulfilled, we shall disseminate your intimate photographs to every individual in your contact list. Bear in mind the sum owed, inclusive of interest, amounts to 500,000. It must be settled in full within 3 days. 500,000. How could the interest possibly be so exorbitant? Bai Xinhan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. In her frantic state, she could only helplessly dial her parents' number. To her dismay, she received even more dreadful news. Xinhan, this year has brought calamity, and our harvest has been utterly devastated. All the family funds have been exhausted to cover the losses. Yet we still owe a considerable sum to others. A full 1 million. Is this not a threat to both your father and me? Her mother wailed over the phone. You are our only hope. The opportunities in the big city are abundant. You must study diligently and help us repay this debt. Bai Xinhan trembled, nearly dropping her phone. How could she have forgotten? In her previous life, her parents had faced a similar predicament. It was Zhou Yushin who had provided the funds, aiding them through the crisis, clearing their debts and restoring their capital. The ease with which the matter was resolved had caused her to overlook this crucial event. Bai Xinhan was utterly overwhelmed. What should she do? If she failed to repay the money, her private photographs would be exposed for the world to see. How could she bear to live in such shame? Zhou Yushin, yes. Zhou Yushin. She had no choice but to seek him out, given the gravity of the situation. She could only sacrifice herself to win his affections once more. With this thought, Bai Xinhan rushed out of her dormitory, sprinting towards the physics department's laboratory building. What? Zhou Yushin had gone out of town for a competition. Shen Zhiyi accompanied him. The barrage of bad news struck Bai Xinhan, leaving her reeling. And on her way, she encountered several classmates demanding repayment. With no other options, Bai Xinhan was compelled to temporarily seek refuge on the school rooftop. She thought to herself, if she could just wait here until Zhou Yushin returned, if he could merely glance her way, if he could fall in love with her once again, she could instantly resolve all her predicaments. Bai Xinhan curled up, anxiously embracing her tear-streaked self. Zhou Yushin returned to school that very day, having won a gold medal. In front of the entire faculty and student body, he adorned Shen Zhiyi with the medal. The crowd went wild. Yet, he noticed that the attention Shen Zhiyi garnered was not any less than his own. Her competition-themed comic had stirred a tremendous uproar both on and off campus, attracting numerous websites and studios seeking collaborations. Shen Zhiyi had turned them all down. Her comic account had consumed too much of her energy, leaving her remaining time solely for her studies and Zhou Yushin. In the clarity of her gaze that always met his, and through her increasingly intimate companionship, Zhou Yushin finally resolved to reveal his darkness. I want to take you somewhere. He could no longer endure this self-inflicted torment. He craved a swift resolution. He led Shen Zhiyi to an abandoned house off campus. As he opened the door, he steeled himself for her potential disdain. Shen Zhiyi entered the apartment, her gaze sweeping over the furnishings and decor, leaving her utterly astounded. Brother Yushin, everything in this room bears her imprint. The cushions she adored, the curtains, the patterns on the table, all meticulously arranged to reflect her tastes. The space was filled with her belongings, cups, clothes, used perfume bottles, and even walls adorned with her photographs, captured moments of her sleeping, watering plants, studying, and painting. She was oblivious to how he had amassed such a collection. Observing her expression, Zhou Yushin noted the unmasked astonishment in her eyes and quietly closed the door. His heart constricted with uncertainty. He pondered the implications. If she wished to leave, if fear gripped her, would he resort to any means to keep her here? Or would he respect her wishes, enduring immense pain to let her go? His heart was torn in two, awaiting her verdict, prepared for the harshest of outcomes. Yet Shen Zhiyi turned to him and said, Brother Yushin, I am so happy. You truly love me. I am genuinely overjoyed. Zhou Yushin gazed into the depths of her eyes, witnessing the unadulterated joy reflected there, leaving him momentarily stunned. What are you saying, Xiaoyi? He asked incredulously. Aren't you afraid of me? He surveyed the room, astonished that she could accept such an unconventional reality so readily, even feeling joy from it. His heart raced, thumping ever faster, nearly leaping from his chest. Shen Zhiyi fixed her gaze upon him, her tone more earnest than ever. "You are my brother, Yushin. How could I possibly fear you?" She stepped closer, taking his hand, relishing the surge of joy that coursed through her, softly adding, "I cherish the love you express towards me, appreciate your attention, and adore your possessiveness. I love it all. And the reason for all of this is simply because you are you, nothing more." Zhou Yushin felt as though his heart had been struck hard, yet inexplicably, a sweet sensation began to unfurl within him. He grasped her hand in return and enveloped her in his embrace. "Xiaoyi, surely I am not dreaming?" He had not indulged in alcohol, yet a blissful intoxication washed over him. If Xiaoyi professed her affection, did that imply she loved him? The answer was evident, yet Zhou Yushin hesitated to fully believe it. He only sought to confirm the truth of her words, knowing no one could speak for her. Shen Zhiyi, as if reading his thoughts, smiled gently, pushed him away, and walked toward the refrigerator. She effortlessly opened it, as if at home, retrieving 2 cans of beer and turning to shake them at him. "Care for a drink?" Zhou Yushin approached, sitting beside her on the carpet near the sofa. He opened both cans for her and took a hearty swig from one. Perhaps it was the alcohol that made him feel so elated. If so, he decided to embrace this inebriation, willingly surrendering to all she offered, even if it was but a dream. Shen Zhiyi gazed at him, then at the cushion on the sofa adorned with her portrait, and smiled gently. "When did you start to like me, brother Yushin?" she asked candidly. Zhou Yushin's movements froze. Grasping the beer can, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. In her frank stare, he perceived the disintegration of his very soul. Perhaps this was the quantum entanglement he had been seeking all along. Even light years apart, their souls could resonate instantaneously. He would love her eternally. He had resolved to do so, immutable even in the face of the universe's inevitable demise. This was his solemn promise to himself. The first moment he laid eyes on her, on that rainy day, she had entered his life like a drenched kitten seeking refuge beneath his eaves. If she so wished, he would shield her with his wings, forever and always. Zhou Yushin set down the beer can and leaned closer, looking earnestly into her eyes. "Xiaoyi, I have never sincerely expressed how much I like you, how much I desire you. Every moment, every second, I yearn for your gaze, your every gesture, your laughter and worries. Even the slightest furrow of your brow captivates me more than the most intricate physics problem. I am willing to devote my entire life to studying you, for you are the sole exquisite answer in my otherwise mundane existence. And what about you? Do you feel a similarly intense possessiveness towards me?" His heart raced. The icy remnants of the beer can melted in his palm, mingling with his sweat. Shen Zhiyi met his gaze, her eyes warm and tender. Her brother Yushin had just delivered the longest declaration since she had met him. The seed she had planted in her heart had finally blossomed. Shen Zhiyi smiled. "Then my answer is, how coincidental." She rummaged through her bag, retrieved her tablet, logged into her comic account, and handed it to him. "Brother Yushin, from the moment you opened the door for me, I chose you. This, too, is unchangeable." As Zhou Yushin listened to her response and beheld the striking illustrations of him in the comic, his pupils gradually expanded from shock to joyous fireworks, bursting fervently within his heart. He had no idea that his Xiaoyi harbored such delightful secrets. The thought that she had coveted him from so early on sent shivers of excitement through him. He would no longer face the darkness alone, for she was his kindred spirit. Zhou Yushin examined the drawings closely, his ears gradually turning crimson. He thought to himself, how delightful. He would trade all the luck of his life for the joy of this moment. Shen Zhiyi leaned in closer, smiling. "Brother Yushin, do you still worry that I might be afraid of you?" Her fingertips grazed his Adam's apple, trailing down to the edge of his collarbone. Her voice was soft as she said, "Now, help me complete the last painting, will you?" Zhou Yushin grasped her waist, love spreading in his eyes. "Whatever you desire, I shall provide." He found her lips with precision and kissed her. The following day, Zhou Yushin boldly announced their relationship on the school forum. A post titled "Shen Zhiyi, My Wife" erupted across the forum merely minutes after its publication. To my astonishment, It turned out that Zhou Yushin was the wretched individual responsible for deleting posts. The enmity over the theft of a beloved is not to be taken lightly. This sweetness is rather intense. I shall indulge in it first as a mark of respect. De Huang, off you go. Such a perfectly matched couple will not spare us a glance. Leads the dog leash, departing in solitude. Your affection has overwhelmed me. I demand an apology. Of course. Bai Xinhong was privy to these messages. Clutching her phone, she stood pale-faced on the rooftop. Below, she beheld Zhou Yushin strolling away hand in hand with Shen Zhiyi. She had never witnessed Zhou Yushin smile before. It was a revelation that he was capable of such joy. She also laid her eyes upon Shen Zhiyi, which only served to amplify her sense of absurdity. Bai Xinhong bit her lip, watching the incessant barrage of debt collection notifications on her phone. Her heart turned to ash. Yet, an overwhelming sense of resentment surged within her. She pondered, it was merely a stroke of bad luck. If given another chance at life, she would not be so foolish as to forsake a person worthy of her protection. If only she could relive it once more. Peering down from the rooftop, she felt a fierce ambition ignite within her. One more gamble. Bai Xinhong shut her eyes and leapt without hesitation. However, this time, the outcome was destined to be grim. On the day of his graduation ceremony, Zhou Yushin proposed to Shen Zhiyi in front of the entire faculty and student body, declaring her to be the sole wife of his life. Shen Zhiyi's comic series achieved remarkable success, ultimately graduating with honors alongside Zhou Yushin. Not long after, they celebrated their wedding, embarking on a long and fulfilling life together. Chapter 52, Post-Marriage Epilogue, Zhou Yushin, complete. After their marriage, Zhou Yushin encountered his first significant challenge. Shen Zhiyi's skin condition had improved, and she became busier than ever. Although they spent every day in close proximity, he could distinctly sense the diminishing time she devoted to him in their bedroom. She no longer clung to him as she once did, seldom seeking his embrace or kisses. This unsettling shift left him feeling out of sorts, particularly during the arduous serialization of her comic. One night, unable to endure any longer, Zhou Yushin flung off the covers and, resembling a forlorn dog, made his way to the study, where he found Shen Zhiyi still sketching on the sofa. He approached and sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. How much longer must you draw, my dear? The bed lacks your scent, and I cannot sleep. He cast an irritated glance at the screen, snuggling closer while planting kisses in her hair. The faint fragrance of gardenia enveloped him, soothing his very being. Zhou Yushin's breathing grew heavier, and his grip on her waist tightened. Shen Zhiyi shifted restlessly, pushing his head away for the 108th time. Be good. There's just one last chapter. It will be over soon. Why don't you amuse yourself for a while? She replied without turning her head. Zhou Yushin observed her with unwavering focus as she fixated on the screen, not sparing even a glance in his direction. With a sigh of resignation, he released her and discreetly retrieved his phone to send a message to the doctor he had consulted previously. Why has she not experienced any episodes? After a long silence, the doctor replied, if it comes to that, perhaps you should seek treatment as well. Do pay particular attention to neurology. Zhou Yushin's expression soured, frustration bubbling up as he tossed his phone aside and returned to cling to Shen Zhiyi. Little E, there's something rather troubling, he voiced with a hint of grievance. Finally finishing her last stroke, Shen Zhiyi let out a breath of relief, shutting down her tablet before turning to embrace him, instinctively ruffling his hair. What is the matter? Zhou Yushin nestled against her neck, planting kisses that varied in pressure and intensity. I think I might be infected by you, he confessed, lifting his gaze to cradle her face, his eyes fixated upon her like a famished wolf that had been deprived for 3 days. Words remained unspoken, yet his intense, clingy, and fervent gaze conveyed a clear message. He yearned to be close to her, to hold her, to breathe her in, to kiss her, to nibble her, to possess every inch and every facet of her. He could not bear to be apart from her, utterly enamored. He must be afflicted by a severe ailment. Indeed, a grave one. Please cure me, Lily, he implored. Zhou Yushin wrapped his arms around her waist, pushing her onto the sofa. Right now, I beg you. Shen Zhiyi, caught off guard, was silenced by his lips as they fell into a haze of passionate kisses. Only amidst their breaths did she find her voice. To the bedroom, she managed, tapping his shoulder in a muffled protest. It seemed as though Zhou Yushin had not heard her, as he continued to ignite the moment. "Why not try the sofa?" she suggested, giving him a gentle kick. Zhou Yushin chuckled softly, seizing her ankle and effortlessly lifting her from the sofa. All set. As he made his way to the bedroom, he captured her lips whenever there was an opportunity. Shen Zhiyi nearly faltered under the onslaught of his warmth, her protest dissolving into the heat of his breath. Articles of clothing fell to the ground in their wake, like a trail of fervent kisses in the dark night, leading to the depths of their hearts. Zhou Yushin pressed her against the bedroom door, resembling a wolf dog that had finally caught its prey, as he tightened his grip around her waist with a satisfied sigh. "Now you tell me to stop, but later you'll ask me not to. Literally, when you say such things, which should I heed?" Shen Zhiyi's face flushed crimson as she could not help but deliver a firm slap to him. "If you keep speaking like that, I won't treat you anymore. You can suffer in silence." Zhou Yushin's lips curled into a playful smirk. "Very well. I have upset little E. Then let me be punished with a night of labor, shall I?" Shen Zhiyi turned her flushed face away, contemplating. What a rogue. He is nothing but a relentless opportunist. Zhou Yushin chuckled softly, turning her face towards him, leaving no chance for her to evade. The night grew still and silent. Yet, amidst the whispered confessions of lovers, their voices echo in the dim chamber, bearing witness under the stars. Upcoming world preview: male protagonist, a refined rogue, seemingly courteous and intelligent, yet lurking in the shadows with a cunning and scheming disposition. Female protagonist, an alluring yet adorably naive secretary, possessing a blunt sense of perception. In an unexpected turn of events, Shen Zhiyi and Pei Ji found themselves entangled in a passionate encounter. To their surprise, these two novices exhibited an uncanny synergy. Pei Ji, though inexperienced, possessed extraordinary stamina and learned rapidly, which pleased Shen Zhiyi immensely. His background was rather intricate, leaving Shen Zhiyi hesitant to harbor any hopes. However, the experience was too delightful to resist. Summoning her courage, she invited him to be her bedfellow, meeting once a week. Reluctantly, Pei acquiesced. Yet, a month later, Shen Zhiyi discovered he had become her unexpected superior. An office romance? That simply wouldn't do. In the interest of her career, she resolved to sever their connection and diligently serve as his secretary. To her astonishment, he proved to be not only an exceptional bed partner, but also an outstanding boss. His employee care was remarkably generous and thorough, causing her to develop feelings for him. As her employer, Pei Ji remarked, "Darling, this surveillance camera is for employee assessments. It's positioned at your workstation so I can behold your face at all times. Perform well, and there will be rewards." Shen Zhiyi replied, "Of course, boss. But could you refrain from calling me darling in the office? It makes me feel flustered." Pei Ji responded, "I've deleted all the men from your contacts who dare to flirt with you." "Male go stairs," Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, "Wonderful, boss. I was struggling to deal with them. I feared offending anyone by blocking or deleting them. Your intervention is most appreciated." Pei Ji thought to himself, "I fear Shen Zhiyi may ultimately drive me to madness. Does she truly believe she is here to be my boss? My sole aim is to ascend in status, to become her husband. Shen Zhiyi, just you wait." Chapter 53. The stamina of a bedfellow transformed into an unexpected superior. 1. Surely, you wouldn't want your boyfriend to lose his job, would you? In a hotel lobby, a portly man slammed a room key onto the table. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Miss this opportunity, and you may not encounter such fortune again. Think carefully. How many would wish to catch Pei Ji's attention? He is a titan in the investment realm. To be chosen by him is a blessing." With a forceful slap on the table, the man rose to depart. Zhuang Shuang silently stared at the room key, a cold smirk forming in her heart. A blessing? Would you like it, then? Were it not for her recent rebirth, she might have been swayed by this rotund director's deceit. In her previous life, she had listened to his words and taken the key to Pei Ji's room. What transpired? Upon entry, she was seized by two bodyguards, one pressing a gun to her forehead and the other brandishing a knife at her throat. The fright nearly made her faint. The notion that Pei Ji had taken a liking to her was utterly laughable. The only one he would ever desire was himself. Zhuang Shuang shuddered at the memories of her past life. She was merely an ordinary office worker, while her boyfriend was an assistant director in a film crew. Recently, she had visited his set, hoping to catch a glimpse of the stars, only to unexpectedly encounter Pei Ji, who was there for an inspection. For reasons unbeknownst to her, he cast a lingering glance in her direction. The overweight director presumptuously concluded that Pei Ji had taken a liking to her. To curry favor with Pei Ji and secure funding for the production, the director threatened her with her boyfriend's job, compelling her to spend the night with Pei Ji. Pei Ji was handsome, wealthy, and wielded considerable power. To claim she felt no attraction would be disingenuous. However, her primary motivation was her boyfriend's future. She made the sacrifice. Yet Pei Ji did not exhibit the interest the director had suggested. In fact, after succumbing to a drug, he refrained from any physical interaction, leaving her to kneel on the carpet for half the night before instructing his bodyguards to throw her out. Initially, she thought the endeavor had failed. Yet, inexplicably, the director insisted that she had become Pei Ji's woman, as no other woman had ever spent the night in his quarters. Ironically, Pei Ji played along, treating her with utmost courtesy in front of others. She was left with no choice but to sever ties with her boyfriend, becoming Pei Ji's nominal partner. Despite him never having touched her or expressed any affection privately, he simply confined her within his residence, observing her with a sinister gaze each day. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, she contemplated escape. Pei Ji, however, invested heavily in creating a gilded cage for her, threatening to break her legs if she attempted to flee. Zhuang Shuiying was truly frightened. Her existence had devolved into one of seething resentment towards Pei Ji, who lounged on the sofa outside, swirling a glass of red wine. Regarding her as one might admire a collection, he appeared cultured and courteous, yet was, in reality, a charming facade concealing a troubled psyche. Zhuang Shuiying shivered at the thought. In this lifetime, she vowed not to be manipulated by him and to reclaim her identity. Reflecting on her ex-boyfriend's meteoric rise in her previous life stirred something within her. She realized she should not betray him. In this life, she was determined to hold on her boyfriend tightly and lead a genuinely comfortable life. With that thought, she cast one last glance at the room card on the table and left the hotel without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the adjacent bar, Shen Zhiyi raised her glass to finish the last sip of her cocktail. Turning from the high stool, she gracefully descended to the floor in her red lace-up high heels. Approaching the table, she picked up the black room card, arching an eyebrow slightly as she made her way to the elevator. In a penthouse suite on the top floor, a tall man reclined on a sofa beside a floor-to-ceiling window, the city skyline sprawling before him. Dressed in a silver-gray suit with a loosely tied tie, he wore gold-rimmed glasses that framed his amber, detached yet smiling eyes, though a cold indifference lingered beneath. One hand rested on the edge of the sofa as a doctor administered an injection into his arm. He twirled a silver lighter with his free hand, its surface gleaming with a faint, cold light akin to that of the watch on his wrist. With a slight movement of his thumb, a click resonated, illuminating half of his profile. The flame cast an amber hue upon his golden spectacles, merging with his gentle demeanor, yet inexplicably revealing a hint of menace. "Have you gathered all the information?" he inquired, lifting his lips slightly as he glanced at the two bodyguards before him. One of them nodded in affirmation. "It's a drug from the crew. Someone is likely to arrive shortly." Pei Ji discarded the lighter, pressing his fingers to his temple with a semblance of a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. These individuals seem to lack creativity. Why do they always wish to send someone to my bed? Do they truly believe that if I were to sleep with the individuals they send, I would generously invest in them? What kind of minds do these people possess? Furthermore, he propped himself up and queried the doctor beside him. "Do I appear to be in dire need of women?" The doctor, having finished with the syringe, raised his gaze. "I must admit, you are quite attractive." He opted for silence. "Mr. Pei, this drug is quite potent. The injection can only provide temporary suppression. I managed to extract a bit of blood from your fingertip, yet it remains insufficient. You must endure until tonight to fully eradicate the drug's effects." Pei Ji cast a glance at his fingertip, where a drop of bright red blood glistened against his pale, porcelain-like skin. "Then let us extract more. I cannot bear the thought of harboring someone else's schemes within me. With that, Pei Ji seized a dagger from the coffee table and swiftly made a cut on his arm, blood pouring forth immediately. The doctor gasped, hastily opening his medical kit to staunch the bleeding. Do not act so impulsively. He had been Pei Ji's friend for many years, yet every time they met, he could never predict what reckless act Pei Ji might commit next, often leaving him startled. Pei Ji found amusement in the doctor's flustered expression. Why the urgency? I'm not dying. The doctor wrapped the bandage around his arm with a sigh. You may not perish, but you will eventually frighten me to death. Has the drug worn off? Pei Ji asked lazily. Yes, the doctor nodded. Just then, a beep sounded as the room card unlocked the door. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow slightly, a chill flashing in his eyes as he exchanged a glance with the two bodyguards. They moved stealthily, hiding behind the entrance. The moment Shen Zhiyi stepped inside, they swiftly seized her, pushing her into the center of the living room. Who are you? She exclaimed, falling onto the carpet, her dark hair obscuring her face. Don't move. One of the bodyguards barked coldly. Shen Zhiyi felt a chill envelop her neck and temple, instantly sobering her somewhat. She dared not stir. Pei Ji reclined against the sofa, crossing his legs and lazily lifting his chin. He raised his gaze, curious to see who possessed the audacity to intrude so recklessly. Shen Zhiyi lifted her head in response, her delicate face flushed with intoxication. Gazing at him with a dazed allure, Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, feeling a tightening in his throat. Damn it! The suppressant he had just injected seemed to have lost its efficacy. Chapter 54. The exceptionally strong bed partner becomes the unexpected superior. 2. President Pei. Should we throw this woman out? The bodyguard, having clearly discerned Shen Zhiyi's face, nearly stumbled over his own tongue. Silently, he distanced the knife from her. Pei Ji remained silent. The doctor glanced at him, then stood up, exclaiming, What do you mean by throwing? I suggest you all hastily remove yourselves instead. He brandished his medical kit, ushering the two bodyguards out. Lingering here is becoming rather tiresome. The bodyguards exchanged glances with Pei Ji, noting his uncharacteristic demeanor as he removed his glasses and gazed down with an air of indifference. It was an unusual sight, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Wordlessly, they followed the doctor out. As the door closed, Pei Ji donned his glasses once more, directing his attention to Shen Zhiyi. She sat on the floor, clad in a silk red dress, resembling a fish gliding through the water, each line of her figure captivating his aesthetic sensibilities. Upon closer inspection of her face, it was strikingly radiant, exuding a lush charm, yet her eyes held an innocent clarity, foggy as if filled with morning dew. Did the director summon you? He inquired, raising an eyebrow in a languid manner. He had not anticipated that the greasy, sycophantic fool would possess such an eye for talent, uncovering even such a treasure. Huh? Shen Zhiyi blinked slowly, glancing around as if struggling to comprehend the situation, clearly intoxicated. Pei Ji chuckled softly, his elegant brows curving into a pleased arc. He approached her, crouching down, and patiently brushed aside the hair from her forehead. How old are you? He asked gently, though a hint of playful malice lingered in his gaze behind the lenses. Shen Zhiyi, still under the influence of alcohol, suddenly found herself face to face with his striking features. Despite his refined and graceful demeanor, there was an underlying weight and depth that made him both dangerous and alluring. How could someone's mere appearance evoke such pleasure? Under the influence of liquor, Shen Zhiyi inexplicably reached out and clasped his shoulder. And you? How old are you? Her gaze wandered boldly down his impeccably tailored suit, clearly laden with double entendre. Pei Ji paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. Your thoughts are rather impure. It seems you've reached adulthood. He allowed her to cling to him, responding to her movements by lifting her from the ground, cradling her by the back of her knees and lower back as he made his way toward the bedroom. You guessed my age correctly. Now you must reveal yours. Shen Zhiyi tugged at his tie, a drunken yet assertive little lion seeking justice in the forest. Pei Ji lowered his gaze to her, amusement flickering in his amber eyes behind the glasses. Darling, he leaned closer, his voice husky yet gentle. Do you wish to hear my answer, or would you prefer to verify it yourself? After speaking, he gently placed her on the bed and crouched down. silently awaiting her response. Shen Zhiyi, her head bowed, sat still for a moment before reaching out to pat his shoulder. With succinct clarity, she lifted her head and commanded, "Undress." Pei Ji nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, he found her truly amusing. In the pallid monotony of life, rare ripples emerge. Pei Ji removed his tie, leaning closer to ensnare her between the bed and his embrace, his gaze earnest as he inquired, "Will you remember me upon waking?" Her forthrightness and audacity led him to believe this was not her first encounter. Shen Zhiyi reached to unfasten his button. "Let us see how you perform," she teased. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow, deftly removing his watch and glasses, placing them on the bedside. He then turned to glance out the window. The night was still young. Though inexperienced, he was willing to take risks. When Shen Zhiyi awoke, dawn's light was softly filtering in. A groan escaped her lips as she stirred, every muscle aching. The memories of the previous night flashed through her mind, and her freshly awakened face flushed crimson. It was clear he was a novice. Yet how did he possess such an array of techniques? He had even elicited a somewhat unfamiliar demeanor from her, pleading, trembling, insatiable, and even a touch shameless. Shen Zhiyi slapped her cheeks lightly. Turning, she spotted Pei Ji in a bathrobe, seated on the balcony chair, gazing out at the city veiled in mist, lost in thought. "Awake?" he said, turning at the sound of her movement, rising to approach her. His tall frame was enveloped in a dark robe, revealing hints of his robust physique as he moved, one arm still bandaged and stained with blood from where she had clawed him the night before. A wave of guilt and embarrassment washed over Shen Zhiyi, and she pressed her hand to her forehead. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were also a novice." Pei Ji settled beside her, concern bubbling within him. "Are you feeling unwell?" Last night, discovering she too was a beginner had indeed brought him a surprising thrill, akin to unboxing a mystery gift. He should have felt pity for her, yet his body had other ideas. Driven by excitement, he had acted with an abandon that even surprised himself. Pei Ji mused that even if she were merely a pawn in someone else's game, he would willingly stake his resources on this bet, for he was certain of one thing. She was the only moon he wished to capture. Determined, he was resolute in his pursuit. Shen Zhiyi shook her head, candidly expressing, "I feel quite comfortable." Pei Ji's eyes softened. "My dear, what do you desire?" He playfully curled a finger, twirling her hair. "Wealth, property, or perhaps support?" He urged her to speak. As his woman, she could have it all. "Anything?" Shen Zhiyi pondered, lifting her gaze to meet his, her face still flushed yet radiating sincere allure. Pei Ji paused, suppressing the overwhelming desire to repeat their previous encounter, responding without reservation. Of course, he was ready to formalize their bond. Yet Shen Zhiyi ventured, "Could you be my bed partner?" She looked at him with hopeful eyes. Pei Ji's fingertips halted, releasing her hair, a rigid line forming on his otherwise composed face. "What did you just say?" He thought he might have misheard. As he saw her expression teetering on the brink of collapse, she hastily clarified, "Just once a month would suffice. It won't take too much of your time." After a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly added, "Or perhaps I could pay you for it. However, let not be overly expensive, shall we?" He truly possesses remarkable abilities and is ever willing to improve. In life, one must seek such companions for mutual learning and the creation of happiness. Pei Ji nearly chuckled in exasperation. The tender feelings that had surged within him moments ago transformed into a series of cold rebukes directed at himself. How utterly cheap. Pei Ji mused. What does she think of herself? A mere duck? Or something less than that? After years of living and encountering countless individuals, he had never encountered someone so blind. Shen Zhiyi felt a bit bewildered. Though slow to comprehend, she sensed that he seemed angry. "If you're unwilling, so be it." While it is somewhat regrettable, she did not wish to stir up trouble. "We are all adults. Let us pretend last night never occurred." As she spoke, she began to rise from the bed to retrieve her clothing. Pei Ji gazed at her slender, alluring back, inhaled deeply, and grasped her wrist. Very well. He composed himself, concealing the tumult of disappointment and resentment behind his glasses, striving to present an air of gentility. "Let us be bed partners, but I have one condition. Once a week." Chapter 55. The exceptionally strong bed partner becomes an unexpected superior. 3. Shen Zhiyi enjoyed 3 weeks of blissful days. There was no other reason. The food was simply too delightful. She encountered Pei Ji 3 times, each meeting opening the door to a new world, inexplicably leading her to spend an entire day in his company. For a full 24 hours, she was nearly inseparable from him. Pei Ji appeared refined and restrained, treating others with warmth and courtesy. Even when addressing the housekeeping staff who came to change the sheets, he would kindly say, "Thank you for your hard work." Yet, in private, he would tear away that elegant facade, revealing a beastly nature that starkly contrasted with his genteel appearance, bordering on ferocity. His physical prowess was extraordinary, seemingly devoid of fatigue. He possessed an insatiable curiosity, at times exposing his darker side before her, compelling her to plead for mercy under his absolute control. Occasionally, he would even allow her to take charge, calling her baby in the softest tones, apologizing while simultaneously engaging in the most primal and vulgar acts. However, afterward, he would embrace her, showering her with kisses and praises, whispering sweet nothings that made her cheeks flush and heart race. In every respect, Shen Zhiyi was utterly enchanted by him. She thought to herself that he was indeed an unparalleled bed partner. Even if he were to become a courtesan, he would undoubtedly be the unrivaled champion. Yet, in the 4th week, she declined Pei Ji's invitation due to work commitments. When he responded with a rather emotionless "oh," Shen Zhiyi assumed he understood and did not dwell on it. Little did she know that the following day at the office, she would encounter him. The secretarial department, where Shen Zhiyi worked, consisted of 10 individuals, each busily engaged in their tasks. Especially that week, with numerous company matters at hand, she found herself unable to spare a moment, thus having to cancel on Pei Ji. During lunchtime, while everyone gathered in the break room for casual conversation, someone remarked, "Have you heard? The new partner at the company is an incredibly handsome man worth over 100 billion. 100 billion? How outrageous! Such wealth. Yet how does one find their way to our humble company? Is the boss truly deserving of such fortune? Has the burden of overtime led to such peculiar rumors? The notion of a billionaire handsome man is as absurd as claiming I am Qin Shi Huang. I assure you, I speak the truth. That individual is a friend of our boss, here to assist in resolving our crisis. May heaven swiftly resolve this heap of troubles. Regardless of whether he is a billionaire or a mere toad, I shall revere him as a deity." A young woman turned her head side to side, searching for Ji. Where could she be? She must be delivering items to the conference room. Another woman replied, "That wretch. We have 3 meetings this afternoon. With so many items, can Ji manage? Have no fear. She possesses great strength. In such times, engaging in tasks that require no mental strain, you're perceived as busy work by the boss, is indeed a form of bliss." A collective sigh of understanding echoed among them. How they adored their jobs. It felt as though they had committed sins in a past life. Shen Zhiyi, carrying 2 boxes of mineral water, was making her way toward the conference room. "Excuse me, please make way." The slightly elevated boxes obstructed her view. As she walked, she peeked through the narrow gaps of her peripheral vision. Suddenly, she spotted a pair of crocodile-patterned high-end leather shoes. She tilted her body, attempting to create space. However, the upper box slipped slightly, prompting her to instinctively bend and adjust it. Yet, a pair of broad hands emerged from below, supporting her. A gentle brush against her wrist felt like an unconscious connection. Shen Zhiyi froze momentarily. Before she could regain her composure, the weight in her hands vanished. Both boxes had been taken by the man across from her. She finally recognized his face, her eyes widening in surprise. "Hey, where are you headed?" Pei Ji interrupted her words. His gaze behind the lenses briefly skimmed her face, as though assessing a stranger. Shen Zhiyi swallowed his name back into silence. Indeed, in an office setting such as this, their relationship was ill-suited for acknowledgement. Yet, how did he end up here? She glanced at her proper superior, Jiang Chenghua, standing beside Pei Ji, who was observing them with a peculiar expression. She composed herself and stated, "To the conference room, Mr. Jiang." Feigning difficulty, she glanced at Jiang Chenghua. Unfazed, Pei Ji tilted his chin, signaling her to lead the way. Just as Shen Zhiyi was about to proceed, Jiang Chenghua pondered aloud. Such matters should be handled by the secretary. Were you not here to discuss the acquisition with me? Why are you assisting in moving mineral water? Pei Ji shot him a glance, his amber eyes radiating indifference. With a corporate culture like yours, it's no wonder your company is on the brink of collapse. Forcing a young woman to toil in the midday sun, hauling such heavy boxes. Do you comprehend the implications of running this company? If I were to become a partner, you would be the first I would rectify. Very well. You are impressive and have a point, Jiang Qinghua conceded, pinching his brow before casting another glance at Shen Zhiyi. He addressed Pei Ji. I shall await you in the office. With that, he turned and departed. What are you still standing there for? Pei Yi remarked to Shen Zhiyi. Huh? Oh yes. She hurriedly led the way. Upon entering the conference room, Shen Zhiyi pointed to a corner and stated that it would suffice to place it there. She sighed deeply within, realizing that he was unexpectedly the partner invited by Jiang Qinghua, her future superior. Coexisting in the same office, their relationship would inevitably come to a halt. How unfortunate it was, such a splendid bedfellow. Shen Zhiyi felt deeply unsettled, akin to the sensation of laboring for 3 consecutive days only to discover that the work was meant for a colleague with whom she had a strained relationship. This feeling surpassed even that. No wonder his demeanor had been so frigid upon their first encounter. The decision to terminate their relationship had evidently already been made. Pei Ji entered the conference room, gently kicking the door shut behind him. He set down a bottle of mineral water and turned to find Shen Zhiyi with a forlorn expression, furrowing his brow in inquiry. What troubles you? Aren't you pleased to see me? Shen Zhiyi raised her gaze to him, her expression shifting before ultimately forming a professional facade of a smile. You yist, emer Pei. It is an honor to meet you. Pei Ji's gaze fell upon her, noting her attire, a light blue professional pencil skirt paired with a white silk blouse. Adorned with a bow at the neckline, each button meticulously fastened, exuding propriety and neatness. Yet, beneath the fabric, her slender waist and exquisite proportions were still discernible. Pei Ji's eyes darkened momentarily, his gaze sharpening, revealing a hint of audacious amusement beneath his otherwise impassive demeanor. Ah, my darling, you have unveiled a new look. Suddenly, Pei Ji leaned in, pressing her against the conference table, his hands bracing on either side of her. He drew near, and Shen Zhiyi was startled, pushing against his chest in protest. What are you doing? This is the company. We have a meeting this afternoon. Someone could walk in at any moment. Pei Ji was nearly brushing his lips against hers, a low chuckle escaping him. Are you frightened? Then let me steal a kiss, and I shall release you. Chapter 56. The physically exceptional bedfellow becomes the unexpected superior. 4. Shen Zhiyi felt as though she might perish from fright. Through the thin glass of the conference room, she could almost hear the footsteps of her colleagues outside. Just around the corner, someone could discover their clandestine encounter. Moreover, this man was particularly courteous, nearly pressing his lips to hers while inquiring if she was agreeable to his advances. His leisurely demeanor suggested he was unperturbed by the possibility of being caught. Desperation surged within Shen Zhiyi, prompting her to shut her eyes and quickly peck him on the lips. All right, now let me go. It was but a fleeting kiss. Yet Pei Ji's expression grew increasingly inscrutable. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his gaze behind the glasses dark and profound. Is that how you dismiss me, my dear? I have yet to savor your essence. He protested, leaning closer to her face. Stop it, Shen Zhiyi whispered, her urgency causing her nose to flush slightly. Pei Ji, unable to restrain himself, brushed his nose against hers. Be a good girl and help me remove my glasses. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an irresistible allure, tantalizing her to reach out and assist him in removing his spectacles. Hurry, his lips descended almost instantly, silencing her urgings. Simultaneously, he pried open her mouth, sweeping in and surrendering his own desires to her, urging her to lose herself in the depths of passion alongside him. Countless rehearsals together allowed him to lead her in a dance with ease. His broad palm pressed firmly against Shen Zhiyi's lower back, drawing her closer into his embrace. They entwined like fish stranded in a desiccated pond, intimately exchanging breaths. Shen Zhiyi gradually became disoriented, her fingertips turning soft, her glasses slipping off. Yet he deftly caught them in his outstretched palm. Without a glance, Pei Ji tossed them onto the table. His free hand grasped the back of Shen Zhiyi's head, kissing her deeper and more fervently. Outside, sound began to filter in: footsteps, conversations, the rustle of papers. Startled, Shen Zhiyi snapped back to reality, writhing in protest within his hold. Let go. Pei Ji bit her gently in response, as if chastising her for her lack of focus. Shen Zhiyi glared, filled with urgency and anger, retaliating by biting down hard on his lip. A hiss escaped him as her teeth pierced his flesh. Pei Ji, stung by the pain, released her and licked his lips, tasting a hint of blood. Suddenly, he laughed, calling her a heartless darling. He donned the glasses on the table, and as Shen Zhiyi hurriedly fixed her disheveled attire, he raised his head slightly, casting a cold gaze toward the hidden camera in the corner. His face, gentle as jade, belied the most chilling and frightening stare. Just one look emanated an overwhelming pressure, enough to leave anyone's legs quaking. Outside the screen, Jiang Qinghua slammed his laptop shut, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How could he have forgotten? In the realm of the perverse, Pei Ji had no rivals. How could he not detect the hidden camera monitoring employees? He was an exceptionally astute individual. Jiang Qinghua recalled Pei Ji's disdainful gaze moments ago, the glaring warning in his eyes sending a jolt of alarm through him. It was intentional, deliberately allowing him to witness the kiss with Shen Zhiyi, purposefully signaling that she belonged to him. Surely, having seen Shen Zhiyi engaged in menial tasks, he must have felt a twinge of sympathy, hence the warning. Jiang Qinghua felt a pang of unease. It made sense now. Pei Ji had been a successful investor. So why would he seek out an old classmate he and T contacted in years to partner with him in this small company? It was all for the sake of pursuing a woman. Clearly, if he hoped for Pei Ji to intervene and help the company navigate this crisis, his only hope lay in treating Shen Zhiyi with kindness. Resolute, Jiang Qinghua picked up the phone, instructing his personal secretary to arrange the removal of the camera in the conference room. Wait, not just yet. Let us dismantle it after President Pei visits my office. He concluded, hanging up. He leaned back in his chair, feeling his heart race. In the conference room, Shen Zhiyi hastily straightened her posture, adjusting the clothes that Pei Ji had tousled. A few colleagues from other departments passed by outside, but did not enter the conference room. Instead, they headed toward another area at the end of the corridor. Shen Zhiyi let out a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. When the baby flirted with me, wasn't she quite bold? Pei Ji looked at her with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious, wondering why she appeared so frightened now. It's my fault, he said as he reached out to embrace her. Shen Zhiyi brushed his hand away, reminding him that they were in the office and to be mindful of their surroundings. I ask you, she glared at him like a little tiger. How did you end up here? Was it mere coincidence? Pei Ji's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses as he slowly distanced himself from her. Why do you ask such a question? His smile remained, yet did not reach his eyes. Am I the kind of person who would privately investigate you and shamelessly pursue you to your workplace just to sleep with you? Am I? Shen Zhiyi turned away, her face slightly flushed. Let's hope not. The company prohibits office romances. She turned back, looking at him candidly. Although we are not in a relationship, our connection is somewhat ambiguous. Once you become my direct supervisor, we cannot maintain our previous rapport. Let us consider the arrangement of being bed partners null and void. If something is to be severed, it must be done decisively. Though he was a good companion, she desired his heart, not merely his body. Now that they were in the company, their bond had grown closer, and there was no need to bind him with the title of a bed partner. She intended to pry open his facade through their interactions, allowing him to reveal his most vulnerable and tender self to her. She sought a fragile and genuine version of him, rather than the impeccably masked persona he currently presented. He had yet to trust her or understand her. How could he believe that she would love him? Pei Ji's smile vanished, and a hint of coldness emerged in his amber eyes. Are you certain? His tone betrayed no emotion. I am, Shen Zhiyi affirmed with a nod. Pei Ji seemed to freeze entirely, his head bowed slightly, half of his expression shrouded in gloom. Emotions concealed behind the frigid lenses. An unknown storm brewed within him. Once again, he felt abandoned. Throughout his life, regardless of the identity he assumed or the accolades he achieved, Any attempt to forge a bond resulted in rejection. His mother had done so, his grandfather had too, and surely she would follow suit. However, Pei Ji lifted his gaze to meet Shen Zhiyi's. All the painful intimate relationships had been dictated by fate, immutable and unchangeable. Yet she was different. She was the sole instance where he chose to follow his heart. Thus, he would not relinquish her easily. Even if it meant confining her to his side in some unsavory manner, he hoped to avoid such extremes. So, please don't push me away, baby. A chill enveloped Pei Ji as he adjusted his glasses, suppressing the dangerous aura that threatened to spill from his eyes. He donned a gentle and courteous facade once more. Then, I look forward to your guidance, Assistant Shen. He turned around and left the conference room without a backward glance. Chapter 57. The exceptionally strong bedfellow becomes the airborne superior. 5. When Shen Zhiyi returned to her workstation, her colleagues were chattering excitedly. Hey, have you seen new boss? He is even more handsome than the rumors suggest. What good is being handsome? A girl shook her head and sighed. I saw him with a split lip when I passed by just now. He just arrived at the company and has already found a kissing partner. He must be quite the playboy. Shen Zhiyi sat down quietly, lowering her head to sip water. She couldn't help but wonder which woman possessed such charm. A billionaire of his caliber, so easily entangled in office romance. TSK. Hey, Z, you came from that direction too. Did you see who it was? Shen Zhiyi choked suddenly. Cough, cough, cough. Her face flushed crimson as she repeatedly waved her hands. No, I didn't see anyone. Huh. A girl chimed in, asking Z. How would she know? She's so oblivious. Even if they kissed right in front of her, she'd probably believe they were just applying lip balm. Laughter erupted, and affectionate glances fell upon Shen Zhiyi's face. Z is still adorable. What a pity to waste such a stunning face. She could easily be a femme fatale, but instead, she is just a naive sweetheart. Her colleague sighed, while Shen Zhiyi lowered her head once more, quietly drinking water. In the president's office, Jiang Qinghua pushed a stack of documents in front of Pei Ji. Here it all is. My current rival intends to conduct a hostile takeover. Jiang Qinghua gritted his teeth. They've secured capital and plan to acquire the core business of the company at a low price. Our cash flow is tight, and there are numerous issues with the supply chain. We also need to find a way to manage public opinion. In short, the company is besieged on all sides, and it's a dire situation. Pei Ji flipped through the documents, his long legs crossed as he leaned back on the sofa. What a mess, he quipped, a smirk playing on his lips as he tossed the documents onto the coffee table. Jiang Qinghua sighed and sat down across from him. I won't hide it from you. If you want to leave now, it's not too late. Pei Ji raised his gaze slightly, looking through the one-way glass at Shen Zhiyi, who was sipping water among a group of people, her demeanor somewhat dazed. A surge of inexplicable protectiveness and possessiveness welled up within him, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Cash flow is not a problem. I am investing, and I won't come empty-handed. As for public opinion, I have connections with the media. The only issue that needs addressing is the supply chain. He turned to Jiang Qinghua. From now on, whether negotiating with upstream suppliers or stabilizing clients downstream, I need a reliable and capable assistant by my side. Mr. Jiang, do you have any recommendations? His demeanor remained nonchalant, even exuding a gentle warmth. Yet the gaze behind his glasses was sharp and clear, cutting straight to the heart of his interests. Jiang Qinghua swallowed hard. There are a few trustworthy individuals in the secretary department, especially Shen Zhiyi. He adeptly picked up on his words. This individual was reliable in his dealings and possessed an oddly endearing charm. If President Pei were to take her along, the results would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. All right. Pei Ji uncrossed his legs and rose to his feet, declaring that she would become my personal secretary and directing that her workstation be relocated to the nearest proximity to me. He stepped forward, poised to exit, but suddenly turned around. Casting a frosty glance at Jiang Qinghua, he inquired, You find her charming? Jiang Qinghua hastily waved his hands in denial. That's a misunderstanding. Isn't it? I prefer men. Pei Ji paused, an eyebrow arched in intrigue. Without further comment, he turned to his male assistant and instructed, Take me to the office. Jiang Qinghua watched his departing figure, collapsing onto the sofa, shaken to his core. He was terrified, so much so that he momentarily questioned his own orientation. Seated in the leather chair of his office, Pei Ji surveyed the outside world, where Shen Zhiyi had already moved to a position that was within his immediate line of sight. Whatever she was doing was now laid bare before him. His gaze settled on the water cup she consistently held. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk. If memory served correctly, her menstrual period was approaching in a couple of days. He pressed the secretary bell, and Shen Zhiyi promptly rose to enter. "President Pei, what can I assist you with?" Pei Ji, engrossed in reviewing documents, did not lift his head but replied in a measured tone, having just joined. "It is only fitting that I present a token of greeting to everyone. Please arrange this for me." "Certainly, President Pei," Shen Zhiyi nodded, her thoughts drifting to the gossip among her colleagues about the cut on her lip, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. "What should we include in the gift package?" she inquired, adopting a demeanor of polite professionalism. Pei Ji feigned ignorance, twirling his pen as he jotted down notes. Brown sugar ginger tea, a thermos, a blanket. He paused, his eyelashes casting shadows on his face, and a bouquet of flowers. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. "So much?" She confirmed. "Is this for everyone in the company?" Pei Ji lifted his gaze, questioning, "Is there a problem?" No. She quickly shook her head. "It's just that the contents of the gift package seem particularly tailored for women. I worry that the male colleagues might object. That is their concern." Pei Ji replied with an indifferent expression, "I will give what I wish. Let them manage." Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, eventually nodding, "Oh, that's fine. They can always gift them to their girlfriends or mothers. Free items are always appealing." "And the flowers?" She asked again, "What kind do you prefer, President Pei?" Pei Ji raised his gaze, locking eyes with her intensely. "Choose what you like." His soulful eyes, when fixed upon someone, always conveyed a sense of profound emotion. Shen Zhiyi inexplicably recalled how he had hovered above her at night, watching her intently. Her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she hastily lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Pei Ji observed every subtle change in her expression, a flicker of pleasure igniting behind his glasses. "Must I decide every minute detail for you? Simply procure what you deem fit." He produced a black card, tossing it onto the desk. "Charge it to my personal account. The card will remain with you, devoid of any password." He gestured slightly, indicating for her to take it. And in the future, should any need arise, she could use it freely. Naturally, Shen Zhiyi interpreted this as her responsibility to swipe the card for him whenever he wished to make a purchase. Thus, she reached out to take it without hesitation. "Very well, Mr. Pei. Do you have any other instructions? If not, I shall take my leave." Pei Ji remained silent. As Shen Zhiyi turned to exit, he called out to her, "Wait." She turned back to find Pei Ji's gaze heavy with intent. "There is one final request," he said, laying down his pen. "As my personal secretary, your mode of address must differ from others. Do not refer to me as Mr. Pei. Choose another form of address." Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback. If not Mr. Pei, then what should she call him? After a brief pause, she collected her thoughts. As Pei Ji was her superior, it was only natural he would prefer a less formal rapport with his staff, fostering a sense of closeness and belonging. Tentatively, she suggested, "Old." Pei Ji lifted his gaze. "Boss," she ventured. "I am not involved in the underworld," he replied, his expression unchanged. With a sheepish smile, she proposed, "Then let us go with boss, as many do when addressing Mr. Jiang." Pei Ji's face remained impassive. "That is the common address. It is not yours to use." Shen Zhiyi felt a flicker of doubt regarding Pei Ji's intentions, yet lacked any proof. Observing her furrowed brow, he leaned back in his chair, a subtle curve gracing his lips. "Call me by my English name," he said, his eyes deep and enigmatic, akin to amber whirlpools ensnaring her. "Now utter it for me." Shen Zhiyi nodded eagerly. "All right." Pei Ji rested his elbow on the arm of the chair, his fingertips lightly brushing the gold-rimmed glasses, speaking softly, "You are not very practiced." Repeated a few more times. Without noticing anything amiss, she complied, her sweet voice resonating throughout the office like a feathered brush caressing Pei Ji's heart. The wound inflicted by her unilateral termination of their agreement began to mend, if only slightly, in that moment. He lowered his gaze, relishing his shadowy thoughts as he admired her naive and bewildered expression. He never truly called out. Rather, the sound was reminiscent of Spanish pronunciation, meaning dear. A subtle yearning for intimacy emerged, forcefully breaking through. Pei Ji's lips curled into a faint smile. Very well. You may go now. Shen Zhiyi turned and departed. Pei Ji watched her retreating figure, a growing desire to reclaim her filling his heart. It had been 7 long days since he had last touched her. A mere kiss could not satiate the hunger of a ravenous beast. Instead, this fleeting sweetness stirred memories of past indulgences, leaving him in a state of unrest. He thought, only by savoring the flesh would this relentless pursuit find temporary respite. Shen Zhiyi arranged for bouquets of tulips, each in a different hue, to be placed at the company entrance for everyone to choose at will. She herself selected a bunch of pale pink blooms and, upon returning to her workstation, promptly arranged them in a vase. Pei Ji sat in his office, observing her as she bent down to inhale the fragrance of the flowers. A delicate smile blooming on her face, radiant and enchanting, surpassing even the beauty of spring. His brows lifted slightly in response. However, before long, his smile faded. Several male colleagues passed by Shen Zhiyi and placed tulips on her desk. In no time, her workspace was overflowing with bouquets, red, white, green, yellow, each as vibrant as Pei Ji's own expression. A sudden crack echoed as the nib of his pen broke, leaving a dark ink blot on the document, resembling ominous clouds rapidly spreading across the sky. With a clenched fist, he forcefully hurled the pile of papers into the trash bin. This bunch of scoundrels, attempting to win over his woman with flowers he had purchased? Pei Ji nearly ground his teeth in frustration. After a while, Shen Zhiyi stood up and departed, leaving her whereabouts unknown. Colleagues from the secretarial department buzzed with excitement. Has someone confessed to her again? It couldn't possibly be Zhang from finance this time, could it? He has been delivering meals to her for 3 days. Oh, it might be Lin from the legal department. I heard that last time it rained. He wanted to drive her home, but she only took his umbrella. No, I suspect it's Pei Zong. A secretary, noticing Pei Ji's dark expression as he stood behind them, jumped up in fright. Pei Zong? How could it be Pei Zong? Some colleagues, engrossed in gossip, remained oblivious. Astounded instead. He has taken an interest in Zhiyi too? Well, that is not implausible. After all, she attracts admiration wherever she goes. As they spoke, they turned around and nearly fell off their chairs upon seeing Pei Ji. Pei Zong, hello. After uttering this, silence enveloped the room. Where is Shen Zhiyi? Pei Ji endeavored to keep his voice devoid of emotion, but the cold glint behind his glasses was unmistakable. Have her come to my office, he ordered before turning to leave. The colleagues exchanged glances, their hearts still racing as they witnessed Pei Ji pivot, a gentle smile gracing his face. I heard you all have a gathering tonight. The secretaries nodded fervently. Yes, Pei Zong. The company organizes team-building events every month. However, typically the boss and executives do not attend. At least, Jiang Chenhua has never participated, as they are aware that no one wishes to see the boss after hours. It's not relaxation, it's torture. Yet Pei Ji, adjusting his glasses, radiated an air of refined elegance. As a newcomer, I am uncertain if I may join you. I shall treat everyone to dinner. A nervous chuckle rippled through the room. Oh, of course, you are most welcome. Each person was drenched in sweat. Pei Ji seemed oblivious, stating, let us go to Sanning. Their cuisine is quite good. He smiled as though bathed in the gentle warmth of spring. What does everyone think? Sanning. The secretaries gasped in unison. That was a private dining establishment with an average expenditure of 2,000 per person. Rumor had it that their private rooms offered everything, singing, movies, and even mahjong tables. They were finally going to experience something extraordinary. Enthusiastically nodding, they donned smiles brighter than gold. Thank you, Pei Zong. Thank you. Oh dear, where has Zhiyi gone? I shall summon her back at once to share this delightful news. It is her favorite, and she will surely be elated. 2 colleagues, forsaking phone calls, have eagerly set off to locate her. Pei Ji smirks, striding back to the office with his long legs. His colleagues gaze at his retreating figure, sighing in admiration. What a splendid boss. How fortunate I am to encounter him now, having just delivered a large package. And now he wishes to treat us to dinner at that exorbitantly expensive restaurant. In comparison, Jiang Chenhua seems rather stingy. The group stifles their laughter behind their hands. Shen Zhiyi returns with a confession letter. Before she even reaches her workstation, she is pushed and bewilderedly finds herself in Pei Ji's office. "Boss, you called for me?" She closes the door behind her. "What do you call me?" Pei Ji's tone is icy, his gaze fixed on the confession letter in her hand. Oh dear. Only then does Shen Zhiyi realize, in her haste, she forgot to conceal the letter. She clasps her hands behind her back, her fingertips damp with sweat. Will Pei Ji think her unprofessional? In such a challenging time for the company, what if he dismisses her? Pei Ji reclines on the sofa, a smirk playing on his lips, though his words are laced with an unrecognized bitterness. "Quite popular, aren't you, Assistant Shen?" Shen Zhiyi forces a smile, crumpling the letter and stashing it in her skirt pocket. Pei Ji's expression darkens further. She has indeed discarded the letter but tucked it away, so close to her thigh, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. Who gifted it to her? Is it so precious? Pei Ji's eyes blaze with fury. Chapter 59. The unruly bedfellow becomes the unexpected superior. 7. Where was Assistant Shen during office hours? Pei Ji is enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere, his gaze fixated on the pocket of her skirt. He longs to snatch the confession letter from her pocket and tear it to shreds before her eyes. If I recall correctly, Shen Zhiyi chuckles awkwardly. It is currently lunchtime. How is it that he, who exploits his employees, now accuses her of slacking off? She purses her lips. "Assistant Shen, do you remember?" Pei Ji suddenly rises and approaches her, his voice firm. Office romances are prohibited in this company. He stands before her, his demeanor still gentle, yet the eyes behind his glasses are sharp as a hawk. He looks at her intently, articulating each word. "If you were to fall in love, it would put me in a difficult position. I am not in a relationship." Shen Zhiyi hastily gestures. Furthermore, Lin Sheng is from the legal department, not in the same division. Strictly speaking, even if they were involved, the company would permit it. Not in the same department, and thus permissible? Bei Yi poses, suddenly incensed. What does she mean by that? Do you actually wish to pursue a relationship? His voice is heavy, like gravel scorched by the sun, emanating a palpable displeasure. Lin Sheng from the legal department. Was it he who penned the confession letter? His gaze turns frigid. No. Shen Zhiyi quickly asserts, "I do not like him." Yet you still keep his confession letter? Pei Ji's demeanor freezes, the air around him heavy with tension. The amber-hued eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an unsettling aura. Yet, Shen Zhiyi remained oblivious. She earnestly remarked, "This is someone's genuine sentiment. Although I do not harbor feelings for him, I am nonetheless grateful for his affection. Even if I were to decline, I could never demean his heartfelt intentions. Discarding or tearing up the letter is something I could never bring myself to do." She whispered, "If I must, it will be done discreetly at home. How could I do such a thing in the office? That would be utterly disrespectful." Pei Ji was momentarily taken aback. To not reciprocate feelings, yet refuse to belittle another's affections? He gazed at Shen Zhiyi, observing the serene beauty of her countenance, which radiated a pure and sincere expression, silently and profoundly touching his heart. His beloved, as he had anticipated, she was indeed the most exquisite treasure in the world, irreplaceable by anyone. Would she treat her own feelings with the same regard, even if they were as filthy and despicable as refuse in a sewer? Would she still accept them with grace? Pei Ji averted his gaze. The earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a fervent, involuntary longing to draw nearer to the light she embodied. He yearned to be close to her, even as proximity revealed the shadows within himself. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "At tonight's dinner, you shall sit with me." Zhuang Shuang was taken aback when she received Pei Ji's employee gift. He had come to her company. When she scrutinized the message inscribed on the card, which clearly stated the celebration of Pei Ji's ascension as the new partner of the company, her heart sank to the depths of despair. In her previous life, this had not occurred. Was it true that no matter how she attempted to evade her fate, it remained unaltered? Would she inevitably cross paths with Pei Ji? Could it be that he truly had feelings for her in her past life? In her trepidation, Zhuang Shuang called her boyfriend. "Hello, darling. I think I want to resign. Would you support me? Clutching the card, her feelings of aversion and fear intensified. The company occupied 3 floors, with Pei Ji as the boss, residing on the top floor. The employees on the lower levels, apart from the secretarial department, seldom had contact with him. Yet, her anxiety lingered. What if she encountered him during her commutes? Once he set his sights on her, there would be no escape. Zhuang Shuai glanced at the red tulips on the table. Increasingly unnerved, she resolved not to attend the staff dinner that evening. No matter how lavish the restaurant, she had dined in such establishments in her previous life. Perhaps it was because that devil, Pei Ji, had brought her there. After a few visits, the experience had felt rather mundane. On the other end of the line, Zhang Shunping felt a twinge of annoyance upon hearing her words. What was with this woman? She consumed his resources without contributing anything beneficial. And now she expected to do nothing while lounging at home, spending his money? She was clearly deluded. Did she not realize that he had been enduring inexplicable difficulties with the director, facing constant sabotage and trouble from the crew? He was under considerable pressure himself. My dear, have you been feeling overly fatigued lately? He suppressed the discontent simmering within him and patiently coaxed if it becomes too overwhelming. Perhaps you might find some respite by visiting my film set. You could bask in the presence of stars and relieve some stress. Job opportunities are scarce, so please refrain from making any impulsive decisions. Once I establish my footing here and am able to marry you, then you may consider resigning. All right? An overwhelming sense of impatience welled up within Zhuang Shuai. Do you no longer love me? How could that be? Her boyfriend was increasingly annoyed, though he concealed it well. If I do not love you, whom else could I possibly love? I am merely exhausted from work. Things have not been going smoothly for me lately. Please do not be upset. Yet, Zhuang Shuai remained unconvinced, scoffing quietly in her heart. Establishing a foothold? In his previous life, he was thriving. Had he become so enamored with the stars on set that he had forgotten about her, his girlfriend? No, she must assert her claim. She would not allow those seductive vixens to usurp her hopes. I am not angry. I merely spoke my mind. Are you truly that weary from work? Very well. I shall visit your set tomorrow and bring you some delicious treats. Having spoken, she hung up the phone and promptly discarded the bouquet of tulips into the trash bin. At Sanning, Pei Ji sat beside Shen Zhiyi, casting a cold glance at Lin Sheng across the table. What a shameless man. Even after being rejected by the baby, he still dares to approach her brazenly. Zhi, thank you for today. Lin Sheng raised his glass. Allow me to toast you. Although she had turned him down, her demeanor remained gentle. He felt no embarrassment, which only deepened his gratitude and made him feel even less worthy of her. Shen Zhiyi graciously lifted her glass. It's quite all right. From now on, we shall be friends. She readily downed her drink and began to savor her meal. However, as she leaned on the left side of her chair, she felt a gentle tug at her little finger. A fine current of electricity coursed through her body, causing her to freeze mid-chew. Turning her head, she met the composed gaze of Pei Ji, whose hand had just withdrawn. My apologies, he said, offering her a warm and elegant smile. I inadvertently brushed against you. Shen Zhiyi swallowed her food with a gulp. Inadvertently brushed against? Just then, a plate of roasted fish was brought to the table, its spicy aroma instantly capturing her full attention. She picked up her chopsticks, promptly forgetting the previous incident. Well, if it was an accident, then so be it. Yet, as she took a bite of the fish, the cool fabric of his suit grazed against her calf. Chapter 60. The stamina of an exceptional bed partner becomes a sudden superior. 8. Pei Ji bent his leg, aligning it with hers. The sturdy fabric of his suit brushed against her delicate stockings, the icy sensation igniting a blush in her ears. Was he truly clumsy again? She abruptly turned to Pei Ji, yet he appeared unfazed, engaged in jovial conversation with someone seated beside him. Shen Zhiyi pondered. Could it be that she was overthinking? Perhaps he was simply innocently brushing against her. Surely the space was too cramped. Or perhaps it was her longing for Pei Ji that made her perceive his every move as an attempt to draw near. Shen Zhiyi blushed, took a sip of wine, and subtly shifted her legs to the right. Yet that pair of long legs inched closer, pressing against hers in the confined space. Shen Zhiyi pondered. Surely this is not an illusion. To verify, She directly moved one leg away, only to find Pei Ji adjusting his position as well, inadvertently trapping one of his legs between hers, as if she were teasing him. Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback. Pei Ji clinked glasses with someone nearby, leisurely sipping his tea. A glimmer of mischief flashed behind his glasses. He tilted his head slightly, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, "What a warm welcome, Shen." His magnetic voice brushed against her eardrum. Shen Zhiyi choked on the fish in her mouth, the spicy flavor overwhelming her taste buds. She abruptly coughed, even shedding physiological tears. Her entire face flushed crimson. "Zhi, are you all right?" Lin Sheng, seated opposite, asked with concern. Shen Zhiyi hurriedly waved her hand, unable to utter a single word. Pei Ji leisurely retrieved a tissue, offering it to her, then poured her a glass of water, his face wearing a sympathetic worry. Yet his leg beneath the table remained unyieldingly close. "Take your time eating, Shen. It's all yours." His languid voice held a teasing note, layered with deeper meaning. Shen Zhiyi felt overwhelmed, her ears ringing and her mind swirling. She gulped down another sip of wine, thinking it was all Pei Ji's fault. He had inundated her with so many lewd remarks that now, even a normal sentence could conjure bizarre associations. She shot him an indignant glare, disregarding the surroundings, and raised her leg to kick him sharply with the pointed toe of her high heel. Pei Ji, however, seemed impervious to the pain, chuckling softly as he withdrew his leg. Shen Zhiyi turned away in a huff and took another sip of wine. Pei Ji lowered his gaze slightly, stealing a glance at her. Her face was flushed like a peach, exuding a tipsy charm mixed with indignation, rendering her even more adorable. A stirring desire to kiss her blossomed within him, a sensation akin to ants nibbling through his veins, igniting a myriad of tingling sensations. Pei Ji's eyes darkened, his lashes casting shadows as he restrained the surging waves of longing in his mind. His darling was breathtakingly irresistible. He yearned to wrap her in his coat, take her home, and kiss her without a sliver of space between them, wanting to give her all of himself, ensuring she possessed him entirely. Pei Ji swallowed hard, curling his fingertips and raised his cup, sipping slowly. By the end of the gathering, Shen Zhiyi felt somewhat tipsy. Pei Ji found amusement in watching her. Just 2 glasses, and she was this intoxicated. So, his darling had such a low tolerance for alcohol. Shen Zhiyi stood up, slightly swaying. Pei Ji steadied her arm. "Be careful." Shen Zhiyi nodded dazedly, then seriously shook her head, standing upright. Observing her swaying in a charmingly clumsy manner, Pei Ji felt his heart soften involuntarily. "Zhi, are you all right?" Lin Sheng approached with concern. "Do you want me to take you home?" Pei Ji's expression suddenly turned cold. "If memory serves correctly, you seem to have indulged in some alcohol, do you not?" His voice, sharp and icy, contrasted starkly with the amiable demeanor he had just exhibited. Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the hostility directed at him by the usually courteous Pei, especially since this was their first encounter. "I arranged for a designated driver," Lin Sheng explained. "There's no need," Pei Ji replied, adjusting his glasses. "I will take her home. It happens to be on my way." Summoning his courage, Lin Sheng turned to Shen Zhiyi. "What do you think?" Shen Zhiyi lifted her head, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze already hazy. She murmured, lowering her head as if genuinely contemplating whether to accept Lin Sheng's offer. Pei Ji's brow furrowed slightly. "Shen Zhiyi." She looked up at him, his eyes deep as a pool, holding her gaze firmly. "Think carefully. Do you want Pei Ji, or do you want him?" Shen Zhiyi was momentarily stunned. Nearby colleagues, who were preparing to leave, were also taken aback by his words, slowing their steps. They huddled together in small groups, their eyes wide with astonishment, silently exchanging glances. Though no words were spoken, the intensity of their shared looks could have filled a novel. Unbeknownst to Shen Zhiyi, she was captivated by Pei Ji, her gaze reflecting the swaying liquid in her glass, his figure mirrored within. Pei Ji," she whispered softly. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Sheng, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Let us go," he said, his spirits evidently lifted as he gestured for Shen Zhiyi to follow. She stumbled slightly as she stepped forward, nearly losing her balance. Pei Ji reached out to steady her. Noticing her wavering steps, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Leaning in a whisper, "Watch your step, drunkard." Shen Zhiyi tilted her head, catching a glimpse of his languid yet alluring profile, which, under the interplay of light and shadow, revealed an unexpected ferocity that belied his usual demeanor. The golden-rimmed glasses seemed to obscure his true essence, a hidden danger lurking beneath. Entranced, she leaned weakly against his arm, feeling as though one more step would send her collapsing to the ground. Pei Ji, with a decisive gesture, lifted her effortlessly into his arms. In the process, a love letter slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground. He turned back, offering Lin Sheng a surprisingly gentle smile. "Perhaps you should dispose of it yourself?" he suggested, before turning away, carrying Shen Zhiyi as he strode off. Lin Sheng picked up the fallen letter, his face paling as he exited. The onlookers behind them stood agape, utterly speechless. It was only after the couple had entered a car and disappeared from view that they regained their senses, erupting into excited exclamations. "What just happened? What's going on? Why do I feel like there's a scoop here?" Pei Ji, couldn't he possibly have developed feelings for Zhiyi? Could he? If what he said was unambiguous, I would forfeit 3 days of vacation. Oh, there's no need to be so harsh on yourself. Ah, what a delightful matter this is, akin to an urgent and pivotal memorial delivered with haste across 300 miles. My esteemed colleagues, please investigate further and report back. So, with the dulled sensitivity of her comprehension, one might Shen Zhiyi realize that Mr. Pei harbors feelings for her. The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly finding the situation amusing. At the foot of Shen Zhiyi's residence, Pei Ji assisted her in unfastening her seatbelt. "Aren't you inviting me up for a visit?" Chapter 61. The exceptionally strong bed partner becomes the unexpected superior. 9. Shen Zhiyi blinked through a haze. "Have we arrived?" "No, wait." She glanced outside and abruptly turned to Pei Ji. "How did you know where I live?" "I don't recall ever telling you." Her cheeks flushed. Her enchanting eyes glistened with a misty allure, presenting a somewhat tipsy visage. Pei Ji felt a stirring within, pausing momentarily as a shadow flickered behind his glasses. She's intoxicated. Tomorrow, she likely will not remember the events of this moment. Should he attempt to reveal his darker side to her? Would she be frightened? Leaning closer, he cupped Shen Zhiyi's face, gazing at her with an affectionate demeanor, suppressing the unease that simmered within him. "Is it truly difficult to guess, my dear?" "The answer is simply that I have conducted an investigation into you." His voice trailed off, the last syllable imbued with an almost sinister undertone. Behind his lenses, his eyes grew increasingly inscrutable as he scrutinized her every expression, his heart pounding heavily, beating slowly like a drum. "Are you afraid, my dear? This is how I have darkly and despicably delved into your life. Your family, your address, your personality, your preferences, your attire, your acquaintances, your alma mater, your career timeline, your favorite dining spots, the places you frequent, every detail." It was akin to a voyeur lurking in the darkest recesses of the sewer, greedily capturing every fragment of information about her. He thought, at this juncture, she ought to slap him. Gazing at him with profound disappointment before flinging open the car door and vanishing from his world, much like others had done before, mother, grandfather, no difference at all. Yet, Shen Zhiyi blinked, tilting her head in apparent confusion. With utter innocence, she inquired, "Why did you investigate me? You could have simply asked, and I would have told you." Pei Ji's smile faltered, his actions froze. "You would tell me?" His tone held a note of disbelief. "Even regarding such boundless inquiries as your measurements?" "Indeed," Shen Zhiyi affirmed with a nod, her complexion blooming with a rosy hue. "Besides, didn't you already know all this? We've been intimate. If there's anything you wish to know, just ask, and I shall share it with you. There's no need for such exhaustive investigation." She laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Pei Ji was momentarily taken aback, as if bathed in moonlight within a damp, shadowy corner, the glow perfectly soft, not blinding but gently piercing his heart, a tender radiance akin to jade. "Why?" he murmured, almost himself. Shen Zhiyi gazed at him, tilting her head slightly, instinctively rubbing her face against his palm. "Because you are Pei Ji," she replied, as effortlessly and naturally as one might sip water. Yet, her words stirred a tempest within Pei Ji, swirling through the vortex of his consciousness, causing him to lower his gaze and behold her in a state of bewilderment. The girl's eyes sparkled with mirth, her lips curving into an endearing arc. She simply looked at him, solely at him. Suddenly, Pei Ji's heart began to race, as if her countenance bore something searing, prompting him to withdraw his hand. You go ahead, he stuttered for the first time in his life, at a loss on how to confront her. But I can't move, Shen Zhiyi said, extending her hand and, in her tipsy state, instinctively pouting, Pei Ji, carry me. Pei Ji nearly fled in panic. How could his darling be this adorable? He resisted the pounding of his heart, opened the car door, and lifted her up the stairs. Shen Zhiyi's home was simply and neatly adorned, yet, akin to her character, upon closer inspection, it revealed myriad little touches of thoughtfulness and delight, a cozy and charming abode. Pei Ji placed her on the sofa, feeling an overwhelming heat envelop him. Do you want some water, darling? He was utterly captivated, kneeling before Shen Zhiyi. As if she whimsically commanded him to leap into the abyss, he would comply without hesitation. Yes, she nodded. Water arrived almost instantly. She lowered her head, leaning into Pei Ji's embrace, sipping delicately. Then, with a contented sigh, she nestled against him. Darling, Pei Ji set the water aside on the coffee table, cautiously wrapping his arms around her. If I were to secretly carve a key to your home, would you think me a pervert? He swallowed hard. He was utterly enamored with this space. Even the air was infused with her sweet fragrance. He adored her and everything associated with her, longing to possess each aspect entirely. As he surveyed the room, an uncontrollable darkness expanded within him, growing to a point where he felt himself to be rather unseemly. Yet, Shen Zhiyi tilted her head, inquiring, why must it be a secret? She pointed to the entrance. There's one there. You can take it. Pei Ji was momentarily stunned. He looked down at her, his pupils widening in disbelief as he confirmed, You're giving me a key to your home? Uh-huh. Shen Zhiyi tugged at his collar. Next time you come, will you help me clean? I don't want to do it myself. She pouted, genuinely distressed. Bei instinctively nodded, all right. Once he processed the situation, an indescribable joy surged within him, and he couldn't contain a smile. I'll help darling with the laundry, he thought, envisioning the opportunity to touch her belongings, to inhale her scent. I'll also mop the floors, allowing him to measure every corner she had tread upon. I'll make the bed, imagining lying in her sheets, as if she were enveloping him. I'll do everything personally. He yearned to touch her every possession, never entrusting it to another. The mere thought of these things ignited an uncontrollable warmth and tremor throughout Pei Ji. Shen Zhiyi genuinely cupped his face, softly sighing, Pei Ji, you're truly wonderful. She paused, adding, not only are you endowed and handsome, but you're also so kind. Darling, Bei responded. He chuckled softly, his amber-hued eyes sparkling with light. Do you like it? He enveloped her hand, rendering her unable to escape his grasp. If you do, touch me more. Reward me. Fall in love with me. Become infatuated with me. A longing akin to a cacophony echoed wildly in his mind. Yet, Shen Zhiyi sighed, please stop calling me baby. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she gazed at him unabashedly, her heart laid bare. If you do, I won't be able to resist kissing you. I beseech you, Pei Ji, do not tempt me. She thought to herself how he was undeniably captivating, with his soulful gaze piercing through the thin lenses of his glasses, fixated upon her without faltering. Then let us kiss. Pei Ji leaned closer, an unexpected softness blooming within him. The term baby suits me just fine. His voice was low, yet his ears flushed red. Shen Zhiyi raised her hands to shield his face, earnestly pushing him away. No, we are no longer bedmates. We cannot kiss. Pei Ji chuckled softly, brushing aside her fingers as he held her hand gently. You're truly adorable, baby. Even inebriated as you are, you still uphold your principles. He grasped her hand, planting a kiss in her palm, peering at her from behind his glasses, his voice laced with seduction. If you truly desire it, baby, why not consider becoming my bedmate once more? Today, my service will be exemplary. He flaunted himself like a peacock, unabashedly promoting his offer. Chapter 62. The bedmate with exceptional stamina becomes the unexpected superior. 10. Shen Zhiyi, already under the influence of alcohol, reclined on the sofa. Yet she still refused him with a flushed face. Weakly waving her hand, she declared, "No. When I say no, I mean it. Pei Ji, please do not inquire further. If you do, I will truly lose my composure." The remnants of rationality reminded her that Pei Ji despised those who were capricious. Throughout his life, he had been engulfed by the fear of abandonment. As an illegitimate child, his mother, unable to endure the cruel machinations of the wealthy, along with his father's countless affairs, ultimately eloped with her own idealized love, leaving Pei Ji behind. Her last words to him were, "Had it not been for you, I would not be trapped here, living in such agony. I should never have brought you into this world. Your existence is a sin." Pei Yvette, pleading with her not to leave, assuring her he would strive to attain what she desired. Or, "Let me accompany you." But she replied that what she wanted was a life devoid of him, a fresh start, one without the Pei family and without Pei Ji. She departed, abandoning him amidst the treacherous power struggles of the elite, leaving him in the desolate position of a despised, illegitimate child without a mother. To survive and to live with dignity, he endured his grandfather's harsh training and rigorous upbringing. He donned a mask in life, never revealing his true emotions to others. Time and again, in pushing himself to the brink, he achieved excellence, yet he still bore the countless disappointed gazes from his grandfather. He remains oblivious to the extent of his limitations, for he consistently strives for excellence. In the end, he even jeopardizes his grandfather's interests. He believed that this time, he would finally gain recognition, the longed-for connection and admiration. Yet, what awaited him was yet another abandonment. This time, he suppressed all emotions and terminated his unrealistic desires and fantasies regarding relationships, casting his grandfather aside. He attained everything, yet felt as though he had never possessed anything at all. Adorned in an impeccable facade, with his habitual, gentle smile, he observed his own deficiencies from the pinnacle of his existence, reassuring himself that it was of little consequence. He did not need it. He had known since a tender age that when birds perish, their bellies face the sky. This signified that exposing one's vulnerability before others equates to death. Thus, he must not allow it. He chose to live behind a mask, his entire life encased in this disguise, because his singular fervent desire was merely to survive. As for love, he deemed it unnecessary. Truly, Shen Zhiyi recalled the words recorded in the diaries he had burned, the phrases that reflected his tender gaze, reminiscent of mist over mountains. A torrent of heartache surged within her. She pondered that in order to provide him with sufficient security, she must, from the very beginning, be a person of her word. To speak is to act. Upholding her principles would instill more comfort in him than any action could. Thus, when she vowed she would not leave, he would believe her. Pei Ji caressed her face, his eyes soft and tender, affirming, "All right, no more questions. My dear, do not fear. Without your permission, I would never act so rashly." Even if his every pore yearned to kiss her, her refusal meant it must not happen. He thought she had already given him enough today. To be overly greedy would risk losing the sweetness. He gently traced her brow, contemplating that perhaps she was not yet intoxicated, or perhaps he was simply not good enough. It mattered not. He would wait for the day she would initiate a kiss or plead for his affection. He adjusted his glasses, scooping Shen Zhiyi into his arms as he made his way to the bedroom. He tenderly laid her upon the bed. "My dear, take a slumber. Once you drift into dreams, I shall depart." Sitting by her side, he watched as her eyelids gradually descended, musing that once she awakened, even the term baby would be rendered obsolete. How cruel, Shen Zhiyi. Pei Ji chuckled softly, his amber eyes reflecting boundless love. At that moment, a call from Jiang Qinghua interrupted. Pei Ji furrowed his brow and swiftly answered, casting a glance at Shen Zhiyi. Noting she remained undisturbed, he stepped onto the balcony, shutting the door behind him, and spoke coldly, "You better have a matter of utmost urgency." Jiang Qinghua was nearly in tears. "It is indeed a matter of great urgency. Pei, you are my only salvation. The factory we have collaborated with for years has suddenly ceased supply. That partner is cunning. It is evident that we are currently facing issues within our supply chain, leaving us reliant on their sources, which allows them to opportunistically raise prices. If we acquiesce to their demands, our costs will significantly escalate, bringing the company perilously close to collapse. Mr. Pei, could you devise a strategy to persuade him to maintain the current pricing for our collaboration? The company is in disarray, and he is unable to extricate himself. More importantly, he lacks confidence in persuading that partner and must rely on Pei Ji. Pei Ji's expression grew pensive as he gazed through the glass door at the peacefully sleeping Shen Zhiyi. A fleeting glimmer of light danced behind his lenses. He spoke softly. Is that factory located in Anzhou? Jiang Qingbua paused momentarily before quickly responding, yes. Indeed, Anzhou is a splendid place, with mountains and rivers, and ample food. Take Shen Zhiyi with you. Her meticulous nature and eloquence, along with her efficiency, will undoubtedly be of assistance. Once this matter is resolved, you can explore Anzhou for a few days before returning. You need not worry about company affairs for the time being. Upon your return, I shall promote and increase her salary. Pei Ji's lenses reflected a cold gleam as he spoke each word with icy resolve. If she is to be promoted and receive a raise, it shall not be due to me, nor to your generosity or flattery. She will succeed based on her own merit. Thus, Mr. Jiang, there is no need to hastily secure her success in your terms. She will achieve it, but not in the manner you envision, as a success attributed to me. He ended the call and returned indoors, casting his gaze upon the slumbering Shen Zhiyi. Behind the cold lenses lay a tender, affectionate gaze, as gentle as water. He pondered how swiftly this day had arrived. His darling. What manner of plea would she make to him? Pei Ji's eyes curved slightly as he leaned down to plant a soft kiss on the back of Shen Zhiyi's hand. The following day, upon arriving at the company, Shen Zhiyi received a notification from above. She was to accompany Pei Ji on a business trip to Anzhou. Am I the only one? She inquired, puzzled. Glancing at the Secretary General. Logically, such a significant negotiation should warrant at least 2 secretaries accompanying. Her colleagues behind her eagerly speculated. The Secretary General cleared his throat, stating, Mr. Pei prefers fewer people. Your presence suffices. Shen Zhiyi nodded. All right, I will inquire about what needs to be prepared. No need for preparations. Pei Ji said as he emerged from his office, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. The situation is urgent. We must depart immediately. Bring your ID. I have already booked the tickets. Huh? Shen Zhiyi felt a bit dazed. But I haven't even packed my luggage. Pei Ji glanced at his watch. Whatever you need, I will purchase for you locally. Let us go. Any delay, and the well-prepared little rabbit might miss the bait I have set. That simply cannot be. Darling. Author's note. The comments have been overwhelming, so I shall clarify the characterization of Pei Ji as an illegitimate child here. He is not an illegitimate child in the conventional sense, nor the son of an interloper, but rather a child acknowledged under the tacit approval of the legitimate wife. His father has many women and numerous children. In the midst of familial rivalry over inheritance, Pei Ji stands out as an exceptional individual. Burdened by the inherent disdain associated with his affluent lineage and his mother-esque contempt, he has long harbored the belief that he is a sinful existence, tainted, as his mother would say, by his very birth. The choice to portray him as an illegitimate child serves to rationalize his dark thoughts and his self-loathing, while simultaneously intensifying the sense of redemption that Yi Bao represents for him. There is no need for readers to be overly concerned with his characterization or to measure him against conventional moral standards, for his family is indeed peculiar, and he has, through his own diligence, achieved a status recognized by all within his clan. This should not be seen as a blemish on his character. Let us focus instead on the sweetness of romance, setting aside any lingering doubts. Thank you. Chapter 63. The exceedingly capable bedfellow becomes an unexpected superior. 11. In Anzhou. At a hotel, Shen Zhiyi stood bewildered at the front desk. No rooms available? The receptionist, casting a glance at Pei Ji, offered a polite smile. Indeed, miss. We have only one presidential suite left, which contains just one bed. She chuckled awkwardly, her gaze flitting between the two. Would you like to book it? Shen Zhiyi turned to Pei Ji and suggested, why don't you take this room? I can look for another hotel. Assistant Shen, Pei Ji replied, furrowing his brow. Shall I remind you? This negotiation is crucial. We must ensure we can promptly address any details of the proposal. Staying far away could pose complications. He swiped his phone, adding, I've checked nearby hotels. None have vacancies. Curious, Shen Zhiyi leaned in to take a look. You're right. Pei Ji focused on her fluttering eyelashes before retracting his phone. He turned to the receptionist. Can you add a small bed next to the large one? Certainly, sir. She smiled. The room is quite spacious, so it shouldn't interfere with your rest. Assistant Shen, shall we proceed with this arrangement? Are you agreeable? Bei Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Seeing his demeanor, which was entirely businesslike and devoid of any flirtation, Shen Zhiyi felt perhaps she had misread the situation. Pei Ji was solely focused on work, in stark contrast to her own mind, which was filled with frivolous thoughts. Very well, she nodded, conceding to the arrangement. Pei Ji leisurely handed over his identification, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Once they departed, the two receptionists exchanged astonished glances. That must be him, right? The one who booked every hotel around us just 2 hours ago. It has to be him, they murmured, recalling the striking visage of Shen Zhiyi and lamenting. Such an exquisite beauty, yet she seems oblivious to the wolf lurking nearby. Upon reaching their room, Pei Ji settled at the desk, powering on his computer and donning Bluetooth headphones. I'm about to join a video conference. Please find a suitable restaurant and arrange a meeting with our partners. Also, gather the materials from our previous collaboration with this factory and send them to me. Understood, boss, Shen Zhiyi replied, feeling a pang of guilt for her earlier unfounded speculations as she observed his intense focus. Hastily, he moved to the opposite side of the sofa, opened his laptop, and commenced his work. The hotel staff entered the master bedroom to make the bed. Once they had completed their task, they noticed both individuals were engrossed in their work. And after greeting Shen Zhiyi, they quietly departed. Shen Zhiyi finished her tasks and let out a sigh of relief. Turning her head, she found Pei Ji still engaged in conversation with someone on the computer. His gaze was sharp, shedding his usual gentle demeanor, revealing an aura of authority and gravitas. Every gesture exuded a mature charm. It appeared he was discussing matters pertaining to his own company. Shen Zhiyi momentarily froze, nearly forgetting that he held multiple positions. As a partner in his own company, he likely carved out this time amidst his busy schedule. Truly a workaholic. A glimmer of fondness flickered in Shen Zhiyi's eyes as she suppressed her burgeoning affection. After a while, Pei Ji concluded his discussion and removed his Bluetooth earpiece. Switching off the video conference, he opened his email to review the detailed proposal Shen Zhiyi had sent him. He perused it carefully. In addition to the factory collaboration information he had requested, she had supplemented it with the partners' personal profiles, preferences, personalities, and suggestions for negotiation entry points. A slight smile graced his lips as he lifted his gaze towards Shen Zhiyi, admiration flickering in his eyes. He had known all along that his beloved was indeed an exceptional individual. His affection swelled within him. Lowering his head, he restrained the feelings threatening to spill forth, repeatedly reminding himself to be patient. Pei Ji, she is approaching you. Do not be too eager, lest you frighten her away. Adjusting his glasses, he opened the gathered materials to prepare for the final dinner with the partners he would meet the following evening. Shen Zhiyi sat on the bed adjacent to the master bedroom, lost in thought. It was about an arm's length away. They would manage for one night and see if there were other available rooms tomorrow. You will sleep on that bed. A languid male voice broke the silence. Shen Zhiyi looked up to see Pei Ji leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing at her with gentle eyes. She immediately stood up. Is that appropriate? After all, you are the one paying for this, she protested, noting that the newly added bed seemed somewhat small for his stature. Pei Ji uncrossed his arms and approached her. Shen Zhiyi, he said, bending closer, his gaze fixed intently upon her. It was already my oversight to have you come along without securing a proper room. If you refuse again, I will truly become an inconsiderate employer. Please do not put me in a difficult position, all right? He drew near, his words, though businesslike, were delivered with an alluring slowness, resonating in the intimate space they shared, low and magnetic. The tone made her inexplicably flush. Shen Zhiyi caught the myriad of ambiguities in his deep, lingering gaze, shimmering like ripples in the reflections of their shared moments. His eyes, like a tangible force, brushed against her cheek, leaving a burning warmth on her skin. She could almost feel him kissing her with his eyes. Shen Zhiyi's legs inexplicably weakened, causing her to fall onto the bed behind her. Pei Ji's eyes glimmered with amusement. He propped himself on one arm, leaning closer to her. "Boss," she stammered, feeling flustered, wanting to remind him that they were still in a professional setting. Yet Pei Ji let out a low, husky chuckle, correcting her, "You call me wrong, Assistant Shen." He seemed to relish her final struggles. Akin to a predator savoring the last moments before the kill, his expression a blend of languid affection. Unbeknownst to Shen Zhiyi, danger was approaching. She recalled his request for her to address him by his English name in private, hoping to invoke a fragment of his rationality. She softly called out to him, attempting to remind him of their professional boundaries. However, she was oblivious to the fact that this address would unleash a more tumultuous wave of desire, making Pei Ji's breath grow heavier. His gaze deepened, drawing closer to her neck. Shen Zhiyi's fingertips clutched the bedspread, her eyes drifting to his muscular forearm, where prominent veins snake from his wrist, reminiscent of a coiled serpent, ready to pounce on its prey. She thought to herself that she must not look at him, not out of fear of his actions, but because she had already been enchanted by his demeanor at work. To gaze upon him again would surely stir her heart, compelling her to impulsively tug at his tie. That would be utterly shameless, Shen Zhiyi. You were the one who declared you would no longer be a mere bed partner. Yet, if he were to kiss her, as he had in the conference room, could she resist this time? She trembled and closed her eyes. Chapter 64. The overwhelming bed partner becomes the unexpected superior. 12. Shen Zhiyi's eyelashes fluttered as she felt his breath warm against her neck. She tightened her grip on the bedspread, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, the weight pressing down on her vanished. The towering figure that had just moments ago loomed over her retreated abruptly. "Were you thinking about, Assistant Shen?" came his teasing voice from above. Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes to find Pei Ji gazing at her with a bemused smile, holding her bag in his hand. She blinked in confusion, realizing he had merely bent down to retrieve her bag. Once again, she had overthought the situation. Biting her lip, her face turned crimson. "It's nothing. I'll go see what we're having for dinner." In a fluster, she hurried toward the exit. As she passed Pei Ji, he grasped her arm. Suppressing his laughter, he tilted his head and said, "Tomorrow evening, we have to meet with the collaborators. We can't go empty-handed. We should bring a suitable gift. Shall we go to the mall together?" Shen Zhiyi paused, recalling the information she had gathered about the collaborators, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Right? That collaborator has a particular fondness for gold jewelry. We can visit the jewelry store at the mall." She nodded, taking her bag from his hand. "Let us hurry then. If we linger in this secluded space any longer, I'll surely blush again." At the jewelry store, Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, meticulously selecting items from the display case. Upon encountering a golden Piccio bracelet encircled by a ring of pristine obsidian, she inquired, "What do you think?" As she looked up at Pei Ji, it cost several tens of thousands. For a collaboration of this magnitude, it is neither excessively expensive nor devoid of elegance, sufficiently embodying the sentiment. The sales assistant smiled, adding, "Miss, you possess exquisite taste, but your boyfriend is quite young, with a refined and graceful demeanor. This piece would suit him better." She retrieved another bracelet from the display, showcasing a design of two intertwined strands, interlaced with red and black cords, adorned with two varying-sized pendants and several golden carved embellishments. The bracelet appeared remarkably distinctive. "This is our custom piece. Each design is singular, unavailable elsewhere," she continued, winking. "Moreover, it can be separated to create a couple set." She gestured, disentangling the two strands, transforming them into an elegant, slender red cord chain and a relatively sturdier black cord chain. Indeed, it was a couple's design. Shen Zhiyi blushed, hastily shaking her head. "You misunderstand. We are not." "Wrap it up," Pei Ji interjected, glancing at her nonchalantly, along with the golden Piccio. Shen Zhiyi stared at him, bewildered. Why wasn't he clarifying? The sales assistant chuckled knowingly, realizing they were a couple still shrouded in ambiguity. She smiled as she removed the bracelet. Shen Zhiyi gazed at it dreamily. Upon closer inspection, the bracelet appeared even more appealing. The two pendants were embedded with tiny gemstones, growing increasingly charming with each glance. No wonder Pei Ji found it appealing. She glanced at the watch on Pei Ji's wrist, simple and cold, yet concealing a sharp brilliance. It was a remarkably understated, yet luxurious design. Would adding a gold piece seem somewhat disjointed? Perhaps that was the proprietor's aesthetic. Who could resist gold? The sales assistant neatly packaged the 2 bracelets and handed them to Pei Ji, inquiring, "How will you be paying, sir?" Shen Zhiyi quietly produced her black card. "I'll pay by card," she stated. The sales assistant froze momentarily, glancing at Pei Ji, who stood there with an air of calm indifference, showing no intent to pay. His expression, even one of serene satisfaction. Her pupils dilated in shock, and an intriguing wave of realization washed over her. This man, so assertive moments ago, was indeed living off someone else's earnings? Her gaze shifted to Shen Zhiyi, now filled with sympathy and regret. Such a stunning beauty had evidently fallen prey to both heart and wallet. Truly, men were full of cunning schemes. The sales assistant maintained her forced smile. "Ahem. This way, please, Mississippi." She watched wistfully as Shen Zhiyi completed the transaction. After their shopping, Shen Zhiyi carried the jewelry as she and Pei Ji exited the gold shop. They dined together, and Pei Ji purchased a few necessities for Shen Zhiyi before they returned to the hotel. As soon as the door closed, Shen Zhiyi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. In contrast, Pei Ji appeared utterly at ease. He arranged laundry services for Shen Zhiyi's newly bought garments, which were quickly washed and delivered. "You should shower first," he stated, his demeanor unchanged, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "I'll review the plan in the study for a bit. Tomorrow, we'll visit the factory first thing." Shen Zhiyi observed his demeanor and felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. No longer hesitant, she replied affirmatively and proceeded to the bathroom with her garments. The gentle sound of water began to flow, resonating through the wall that separated them. Pei Ji leaned against the study chair, silently listening. The glow of the computer illuminated his chiseled features, rendering him strikingly handsome, yet the depths of his eyes, concealed behind lenses, were darker than the night itself. He absent-mindedly caressed the couple's bracelet he had just unwrapped. The delicate bracelet, akin to a shackle, coiled around his finger like cold jade, binding his last thread of rationality. He was intimately acquainted with her body. There was no need to see it. By merely closing his eyes, he could conjure an exclusive portrait of her in his mind, shaped by the sound of the water. It was captivating, vividly alive. He contemplated her in the boundless realms of his imagination. From her seaweed-like, soft black hair to her gracefully proportioned, fair ankles, tracing every contour from top to bottom. Each rise and fall was meticulously recalled from the depths of ingrained memory, vividly unfolding before him. Pei Ji's breaths grew heavier. He loosened his tie and reclined in his chair, his fingers tightly gripping the slender chain. His expression was one of repressed yearning. Heaven knows how much he longed for her. When Shen Zhiyi emerged, the master bedroom was still vacant. She glanced outside and noticed the warm light from the study spilling onto the floor. With a heavy sigh of relief, she hurriedly jogged over, dimmed the lights on her side, and dove beneath the covers. Hearing the movement, Pei Ji rose and made his way to the bedroom, where he saw a mound under the covers of the main bed. A smile danced in his amber eyes. What a cute little one. He refrained from calling her, suppressing the corners of his lips, and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. The sound of the shower echoed. Shen Zhiyi finally emerged from under the covers, revealing her flushed face, reddened from being buried beneath the blanket. She mentally chastised herself. Shen Zhiyi, resist the temptation. His body is the greatest stumbling block to his heart. Beauty is a perilous distraction. Remember, remember. Suddenly, the sound of water ceased. Shenju, Pei Ji's languid, husky voice drifted through the steamy mist and the bathroom door, like a hook emerging from the fog, exuding an innate allure. "Could you please hand me my pajamas?" he asked in a low voice. Shen Zhiyi froze, turning stiffly to see a set of pajamas lying on the small bed next door. Her pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 65. The incredibly strong bedfellow becomes an unexpected superior. 13. Shen Zhiyi clutched the covers tightly, torn between conflicting thoughts. "Shenju, are you asleep?" He seemed to be talking to himself. "Then I'll be coming out?" Shen Zhiyi's eyes widened in alarm. Coming out? How could he come out? Without any clothes? Her face blazed crimson as she sprang from the bed. I'll get it for you. She dashed over, snatched the pajamas, and hurried to the bathroom. Here you go. The bathroom door swung open, enveloped in steamy warmth, as Shen Zhiyi stole a fleeting glance. The scene before her was utterly bewildering. Pei Ji slightly turned his body, extending his head to reveal his robust arms and the vigorous contours of his shoulders and neck, as if he'd been waiting for an eternity. His hair was half dry, droplets of water clinging to the strands, forming a plump bead that suddenly rolled off. The absence of glasses accentuated the languid and mischievous allure of his brows and eyes. His cool, pale skin glowed faintly red from the water, complemented by his damp, curled, dark lashes and his deep, expressive amber eyes, exuding an intoxicating charm. One hand rested against the doorframe, exposing half of his chest and arm, along with a glimpse of his waist and abdomen. The smooth texture of his muscles was distinctly defined. A loose white towel, precariously wrapped around his waist, hinted at the tantalizing lines of his physique. Shen Zhiyi abruptly closed her eyes and turned her head, pushing her nightgown forward. Do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. She chastised herself internally. Yet her mind betrayed her, conjuring vivid images of their previous encounter in the bathroom, when Pei Ji had her pinned against the wall. Shaking her head, she tightened her grip on the nightgown, her fingers trembling. Stop thinking about it, Shen Zhiyi. Do not think any further. The bathroom door swung open completely, and a wave of steam enveloped her. A pair of warm hands took the nightgown from her grasp. The gentle caress of his fingertips against her skin sent a jolt of electricity through her, and she could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. Thump, thump. She nearly trembled and released her hold. Just as she intended to turn away, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Shen, I cannot find my glasses. Pei Ji's voice was low, laced with a plea. The steam is too thick for me to see clearly. Could you assist me in locating them? His thumb pressed against the skin on her wrist, slowly tracing the veins beneath, a tender yet commanding gesture. Please. His voice was deep and magnetic. Even the plea sounded like an order. And he gently squeezed her wrist as he finished speaking. A shiver coursed through Shen Zhiyi. The warmth from his rough fingertips gradually spread throughout her body, stirring memories and fantasies within her. She felt her legs weaken, as if paralyzed, unable to utter a single word of refusal. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, turned her head, daring not to look at him, and slipped into the bathroom. I will help you look. Pei Ji closed the door, leaning against the frame, watching her flustered silhouette, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips, soon to be smoothed away. Inside the bathroom, the steam swirled around her. As she rummaged through the drawers, her thoughts raced. Do not misconstrue this, Shen Zhiyi. His touch on my wrist was merely an instinctive action due to his nearsightedness. He meant nothing more. She resolved not to misjudge him again, having done so far too many times. As she searched every nook and cranny of the bathroom, she finally discovered his glasses nestled in a recess. Found them. She turned around, her foot slipping, nearly causing her to fall. Pei Ji swiftly stepped forward, catching her with precision. Be careful. He held her close, bending slightly to support her. How can you see clearly now? Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to meet his. Pei Ji paused, his expression stiffening for just an instant before a gentle smile graced his lips. The bathroom was modest in size, and she could hear the sounds echoing around her. Did Shen Zhiyi suspect her of ulterior motives? He leaned in closer, his words enveloped in the humidity, dripping softly into the air. An unsettling realization dawned on Shen Zhiyi. Due to her previous motion, the hem of her nightgown had inadvertently parted. His hand now rested unabashedly on her waist, warm and unyielding, his thumb pressing into the small of her back, caressing her with deliberate intent. He was a natural flirt, well acquainted with her vulnerabilities. With a mere few gestures, he had deftly discovered Shen Zhiyi's weaknesses, launching an effortless assault that ignited a fire within her, leaving her consciousness in a haze. Her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by the suffocating heat of the bathroom. Every thought was clouded. Her body felt as though it were submerged in a haze of steam. Beside her, his warm, powerful torso pressed against her. Instinctively, she reached for something to steady herself. But her hand met the solid muscle of his form, his body temperature matching her own, further disorienting her. Pei, she faltered, forgetting to address him as her superior. I didn't mean to. Please let go. She harbored no doubts about his intentions. Rather, it was her own desires and imaginings that galloped forth like wild horses, threatening to spiral out of control. Oh, Pei did not release her. Instead, he tightened his embrace. Be careful, Shen Zhiyi, the floor is slippery. His voice was laced with feigned concern as he grasped her waist, lifting her effortlessly and pressing her closer to his chest. Are you taking advantage of me? He inquired, his gaze dark and inscrutable. Shen Zhiyi followed his line of sight, realizing her hands were inadvertently resting against his chest. Her face instantly flared with heat, akin to a boiled lobster. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional, she stammered, her hands instinctively fumbling. Not knowing where to place them, they fell awkwardly by her side, nearly dislodging his towel. She quickly reached out to secure it, tying a haphazard knot. I'm so sorry, she blurted out, nearly biting her tongue in her flustered state. Pei Ji's gaze darkened, his breathing becoming heavy. The steam enveloped them, both feeling slightly deprived of oxygen. As Shen Zhiyi inadvertently brushed against his spine, he let out a low groan, whispering near her ear, Are you intentionally tormenting me? The notorious manipulator now feigned the role of an innocent victim. He lowered his gaze, his damp, curled lashes casting shadows in the light, rendering his eyes deeper and more alluring. Shen Zhiyi felt herself on the verge of surrender, nearly collapsing into his embrace. Yet in her mind, she thought he must regard her as a brazen woman, tightly constraining her to prevent any erratic movements. Could you please let go of me? She bit her lip and, feeling a bit embarrassed, assured him, I promise I won't be so hands-on again. She raised a hand, saying, Your glasses here. Pei Ji did not release her, nor did he reach out to take them. Instead, he lowered his head, bringing his face closer to hers. Help me put them on. Shen Zhiyi felt a rush of shyness. She thought to herself that he was so cautious around her, yet he still refused to let go. As she evaded his heated breath and his penetrating gaze, she helped him don his glasses. A simple action, yet it seemed to drain her of all her strength. All right, she murmured, lowering her eyelashes, suppressing the desire to cradle his face and kiss him. Pei Ji released her, sparing her further entanglement. Shen Zhiyi immediately dashed outside. Pei Ji watched her retreating figure, lowered his gaze to his fingertips, a smile forming at the corners of his eyes. His darling was still, as she had always been, easily trembling for him. This was delightful. That night, Shen Zhiyi dreamt a fantastical, enchanting, and ineffable dream. Chapter 66. The exceedingly capable bed partner becomes an unexpected superior. 14. The pitch-black night enveloped the two like a riverbed of yearning, suppressing the surging waves from either side. In her slumber, Shen Zhiyi felt her arms being kissed tenderly. Those burning lips wandered from her fingertips to her forearms, neck, collarbone, and finally, gently rested upon her brows and eyes. Her lips, ripe for the picking, were deliberately avoided. She felt drowsy, as if weighted down by 1,000 pounds, unable to awaken. Yet her awareness intensified, becoming increasingly fervent, drawing her deeper into the dreamscape. She envisioned herself in that bathroom, untying Pei Ji's towel, discarding his glasses, and pressing him against the sink, showering him with fervent kisses. She dreamt of him igniting a fire within her, and of herself clinging to his neck, entwining with him like a drowning person grasping the last piece of driftwood. She dreamt of perspiration and of his beads of sweat trickling down her neck. The two nestled together, entangled like trees in a humid rainforest, nourished by the torrential rain. Their branches intertwined, roots buried deep below the earth, tightly woven together. The downpour was relentless, resembling the cascading water on a glass door, reflecting their fluid forms. The dream swayed and shattered. Shen Zhiyi awoke, drenched. Realizing she lay in a large bed, Pei Ji nowhere to be found. She glanced at the clock. It was almost time for her factory inspection. Hurriedly, She got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as she emerged, Pei Ji returned, seemingly having just come from the gym. I ordered breakfast, he said, a towel draped around his neck as he walked in. You eat first. I'll take a shower and we'll head out. He had completely reverted to his gentle and restrained superior persona, as if the entanglements and ambiguities of the previous night had merely been her imagination. Shen Zhiyi watched his retreating figure and patted her face, dispelling the returning warmth. The lights began to twinkle, and laughter echoed from a private dining room in a restaurant in Anzhou. Ah, Mr. Pei, the assistant you have brought along is indeed quite eloquent. A man around 40, with slick back hair and a rather rotund figure, gazes at Miss Shen with fervent intensity. Miss Shen, if I may, I would like to propose a toast to you. Miss Shen lifted her glass. Mr. He, you are too kind. As a long-standing partner of our company, it is I who should be raising a toast to you. With that, she boldly downed the glass of liquor before her. Mr. He paused momentarily, his eyes almost magnetically fixed upon Miss Shen, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his gaze. Licking his thick lips, he continued to drink while keeping his eyes on her. Mr. Pei, with his sharp brows knitted in a frown, emanated an icy aura from behind his glasses. His fingers tightened around his teacup, knuckles clearly defined. Yet his expression remained calm and unhurried. Turning his gaze towards Miss Shen, he observed her serious demeanor, seemingly intent on negotiating the deal herself. He simply rotated his teacup, remaining silent. Mr. He, visibly troubled, set down his glass. Miss Shen, what you say holds merit. The situation of the factory is evident to all present. With so many people relying on us for their livelihood, if we were to adhere to the previous pricing scheme, we would inevitably have to decrease production. It is an unfortunate reality. However, he leisurely took another sip of his drink, adding, yet there is room for discussion. He placed his glass down on the table, attempting to reach for Miss Shen's hand. Suddenly, a teacup was slammed down, startling him. Turning, he met Mr. Pei's icy glare. His gaze was sharp enough to cut. Mr. He instinctively withdrew his hand, pondering to himself, could it be that Miss Shen is Mr. Pei's prized possession? Why such regard? Is an assistant so untouchable? He scoffed silently, unwilling to yield any advantage. Truth be told, we are not the only company seeking collaboration with you. In business, flexibility is paramount. If another party offers a higher price, I would certainly consider selling to them. Is it not sensible to pursue profit? Miss Shen retrieved a stack of documents from her bag and placed them on the table. Mr. He, is it this company you are referring to? Mr. He leaned in for a closer look. Indeed it is. He was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly delicate assistant was remarkably decisive in her actions. Having thoroughly investigated the matter at hand, Miss Shen continued, Mr. He, you must deliberate carefully. As I understand, this company has changed factories 3 times in the past year, and their reliability and longevity and partnerships are inferior to ours. We have collaborated with you for many years, and our mutual understanding ensures a smooth and secure partnership. However, if you switch to this new company, do you not worry about becoming the next discarded partner? Mr. He felt a flicker of hesitation as her words sank in. Flipping through the documents, he was astonished. This Miss Shen had evidently gathered extensive intelligence on the competition. His gaze towards her gradually shifted from one of lecherous desire to one of admiration. He found himself wavering. Your company has undoubtedly faced its share of challenges in recent years, hasn't it? Who can truly assure us of the longevity of our collaboration? If you do not consider augmenting your budget, it will be quite challenging for us here at the factory to feel secure. In truth, I had initially intended to leverage this situation to request a bit more financial support from them. I had no genuine desire to seek out alternative partners. Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly. With the addition of General Manager Pei, our company's financial and resource stability is assured. Moving forward, our prospects will only improve. If you, Mr. He, were to overlook our partnership in favor of unfamiliar collaborators, you might find yourself relegated to fast food rather than a hearty meal in the long run. She presented her meticulously prepared renewal proposal to He Guang. Please consider it thoughtfully, Mr. He. Our company will not take advantage of you. At that moment, He Guang found himself at a disadvantage. He was astonished to realize he was swayed by an assistant. Yet, greed lingered in his heart. prompting him to chuckle awkwardly and sip his drink a few more times, thinking to delay as long as possible. Jiang Qinghua certainly could not afford to wait longer than he could. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. He shifted his gaze and toasted Shen Zhiyi with several more glasses, leaving the details of their business dealings aside for the time being. Shen Zhiyi excused herself, stating she needed to visit the restroom. As she temporarily left the table, He Guang turned to Pei Ji and inquired if General Manager Pei possesses such capital. Why not invest directly in our factory? Why allocate funds to Jiang Qinghua instead? The returns he offers surely cannot compare to what I can provide. A sudden thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that the investment was motivated by interest in Shen Zhiyi? Pei Ji gently swirled his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Mr. He, you jest. I am simply someone who relishes injecting a bit of joy into a mundane existence. Throughout my life, I have enjoyed employing my resources for two purposes. Firstly, to resurrect faltering companies, and secondly, he gazed steadily at Yi Guang, his expression composed, yet his penetrating gaze exuding an air of intimidation. To watch thriving enterprises plummet into despair. He produced a stack of documents and presented them to Yi Guang. Would you care to take a look, Mr. He? Upon perusing the contents, Yi Guang's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 67. The physically exceptional bedfellow becomes an unexpected superior. Yi Guang's shock surged as he scanned the documents before him. This was the collaboration proposal between his raw material supplier and Pei Ji. It was merely one signature away from fruition. General Manager Pei, what does this mean? His facial muscles twitched, unable to muster a genuine smile. He could only force a stiff grin. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow, leisurely spinning his teacup. It's quite simple. Since Jiang Qinghua's company is beyond salvation, I've decided to take the liberty of using the remaining funds to raise prices for your former employer. Since you wish to play a game, we shall see it through to the end. At worst, we shall face our demise together. He sipped his tea nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Yi Guang was drenched in cold sweat. This madman, he would rather let the company collapse than allow himself to be dragged down with him. If the prices of raw materials were to rise, their costs would inevitably increase, and not only would Jiang Qinghua be unable to collaborate with them, but no company would wish to partner with their factory. Yi Guang was suddenly extinguished. The calculations that had just been swirling in his mind dissipated entirely. When Shen Zhiyi returned, the atmosphere at the table was decidedly peculiar. Yi Guang, who had been laughing moments ago, now appeared pale and distressed. In contrast, Pei Ji was in high spirits, enjoying his meal. He glanced up and smiled at her. Congratulations, Assistant Shen, he said in a gentle tone. Mister, he just informed me that he greatly appreciates your proposal and has decided to continue collaborating with our company. Shen Zhiyi stared at Yi Guang in astonishment. Mister, he is willing to renew the contract. Yi Guang, having been taken aback by the turn of events, sincerely recognized the merit of Shen Zhiyi's proposal. He nodded vigorously. Let's sign it right now. Shen Zhiyi signed the renewal contract, filled with joy, and couldn't resist having a few more drinks. Pei Ji observed her fair complexion gradually taking on a rosy hue. Lowering his gaze, he smiled. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Guang waved his hand. I can't drink anymore. It's simply too much. He stood to take his leave. Mr. Pei, your assistant truly has an impressive capacity for alcohol. Even this old drunkard feels ashamed. Pei Ji held the tipsy Shen Zhiyi in his arms, allowing her to lean against him, the smile behind his glasses faint. Take care. Mr. He. Pei Ji gently embraced Shen Zhiyi as they meandered out of the restaurant. The night breeze caressed them. Pei Ji looked down at the inebriated figure in his arms, his heart rippling with emotion, the gentle evening wind stirring waves of sentiment within him. Shen Zhiyi clutched the fabric of his shirt. I'm here, he replied softly. Leaning against his chest, she nestled closer and sighed lightly. I miss you. Pei Ji's gaze dimmed momentarily. He walked over to the flower bed outside and set Shen Zhiyi down, ensuring she was seated comfortably. He squatted before her. Say it again. Who do you miss? Shen Zhiyi swayed slightly, supported by Pei Ji. She slowly lifted her gaze, her fingertip resting on Pei Ji's face. You. I miss you, Pei Ji. Pei Ji's eyes softened, a low chuckle escaping him. What kind of missing? He coaxed her to reveal more. urging her to share what she wished to do with Pei Ji. The warmth of alcohol ignited suppressed desires, which began to surface in the gentle night breeze. Shen Zhiyi found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself and ultimately chose to abandon her inhibitions. She reached out, grasping his cheeks, and candidly stated, "I want to sleep with Pei Ji." Pei Ji stifled a laugh as he stood up. "Isn't that inappropriate, Assistant Shen?" He retrieved his phone, activated the recording mode, and aimed it at her. "The company forbids office romances. We must exercise restraint. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said," he continued. "Now, let us head back." He reached for Shen Zhiyi, but she swatted his hand away in front of the camera. "I'm not going back." The effects of the alcohol had her feeling fervent and restless, her mind spinning with one singular thought. Only Pei Ji could assist her. Not being in the office, she pouted and glared at him, protesting with irritation, "I want to sleep. Just tell me, are you going to let me?" She resembled a child demanding the candy that was rightfully hers. In a state of determination not to return without achieving her goal, Pei Ji found her utterly adorable. Yet he adjusted his glasses to ensure she was fully visible in the frame. Once more, he reiterated his inquiry. "Who shall you sleep with?" He repeated the question, seeking confirmation. Shen Zhiyi, growing weary of his questioning, kicked her legs in irritation, exclaiming, "Pei Ji, I want to sleep with Pei Ji." Pei Ji chuckled softly to himself, reminding her, "He is your boss. You cannot sleep with him." Shen Zhiyi was disheartened, squatting by the flower bed and bursting into tears, her sobs causing her to sway unsteadily. Pei Ji squatted beside her, supporting her arms as he directed her inebriated face toward the camera. Is it truly such a sorrowful matter not to be able to sleep with Pei Ji? Shen Zhiyi's eyes and nose were flushed, glistening with unshed tears. She nodded, affirming, "Yes, only Pei Ji." Pei Ji's heart skipped a beat. He switched off his phone, lifted her up effortlessly, and strode purposefully toward the car. "Shen Zhiyi, these are your words." At the hotel, Pei Ji opened the door and gently set Shen Zhiyi down before closing it behind them. He began to loosen his tie and watch. Shen Zhiyi, like an octopus, clung to him, her hands clumsily attempting to unbutton his shirt. Her hazy consciousness rendered her unable to succeed, prompting her to resort to biting the buttons instead. As her soft lips brushed against his throat, Pei Ji cursed under his breath, removing his glasses and tossing them aside. He embraced her, pinning her against the door's shadowy recess and kissing her deeply. Shen Zhiyi stood on tiptoe, responding with unprecedented fervor, yet soon succumbed to his expertise in kissing, gasping, "Pei Ji, please don't," grasping his collar. She felt on the verge of losing her breath. Pei Ji, with a touch of pity, shared a breath with her. "How pitiable, my dear," he murmured, his gaze darkening as he caressed her lips. "However, regardless of your pleas tonight, I shall not relent. My dear, this is the price of my restraint these past few days." He grasped her waist, lifting her as he made his way toward the bedroom. Within the room, chaos ensued. In the darkness of night, kisses were exchanged, fabrics fell away, and desires rustled against skin. Shen Zhiyi became lucid amidst the confusion, trembling as she attempted to escape the unbearable weight of the moment. Yet, she was grasped by her ankle and pulled back. Finally, even her fingertips were seized, their 10 fingers intertwined, leaving her with no means of escape. She whimpered in protest, yet found herself reluctantly drawn into another round of shattered reason. Their voices intertwined, seeping into the dense night. Some had long fallen asleep, while for others, the night was only just beginning. The following day, Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes to find herself firmly ensconced in an embrace, entirely unclothed. Memories resurfaced like scattered images, each piece falling back into her mind. Her pupils dilated as she lifted her head, meeting Pei Ji's teasing yet affectionate gaze. "Good morning, my dear," he said, pinching her chin and leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips, resembling a satisfied beast. With a firm grip on her lower back, Pei Ji drew her closely into his embrace until their bodies were completely intertwined, refusing to relent until they reached an intimate closeness. "Let go of me," Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, her mind momentarily in disarray, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had yet to don her attire, which felt exceedingly peculiar. As she twisted her body, A sudden realization caused her to freeze, paralyzed by the moment. Pei Ji chuckled softly, tightening his hold on her without yielding. His physique was rigid, yet he made no further advances. Instead, he gazed at her with his amber eyes, filled with a melancholic reproach. "Darling, are you going to forget me once you put on your pants?" Shen Zhiyi, still not fully recovered from her hangover, found herself more bewildered by his question, her head throbbing in response. "Last night Pei Ji interrupted her, nodding with a serious demeanor. After a brief pause, he added, "You forced me." Shen Zhiyi's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. "I forced you." "Indeed," Pei Ji replied, his expression unchanged. "Do you not believe me?" He raised an eyebrow and retrieved his phone from the bedside table, playing a video from the previous night. "You kept insisting. It was simply too pitiful to refuse." He sighed gently, caressing her face while deliberately increasing the volume. The room filled with Shen Ziyi's exuberant voice. "Pei Ji, Pei Ji, Pei Ji. I want to sleep with Pei Ji." Her face turned crimson as she lunged for the phone to silence it. "I must have been drunk last night to say such things. How could you take the words of a drunken person seriously?" She wished she could vanish into the floor. Her neck flushed with embarrassment. Pei Ji suppressed his amusement, his lips pressing into a straight line. "So, you do not wish to acknowledge what occurred last night," he observed, his gaze fixed on her. "Were you merely toying with your boss?" "I was not," Shen Zhiyi protested vehemently, feeling the weight of his accusations. "What do you mean by toying? That is utterly absurd." "Not all." Pei Ji tossed the phone aside, pinching her chin with a leisurely air. "Then tell me, how do you intend to take responsibility?" Shen Zhiyi bit her lip, meeting his gaze. "Then we shall not be bed partners." Pei Ji lowered his eyes, his tone languid yet resolute. "Oh." Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. He released his grip on her chin, playfully twirling a strand of her hair, slowly revealing his desires. "I want to be your boyfriend." He looked at her intently, his calm eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. In that crucial moment, he acted like a competent superior, making decisions for her, even commanding her to comply. However, Shen Zhiyi hesitated, glancing at him awkwardly. The company prohibits office romances. Bei paused, inhaling deeply, his expression a mix of restraint and concession. He closed his eyes momentarily. "Then we shall keep it a clandestine affair." He did not wish to impede her career, yet he yearned to be with her constantly. "Thus, we require a bit of time. I will handle it." Before this, he would carefully conceal himself for the sake of his little one. A clandestine romance. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. "Do you agree?" Pei Ji slowly caressed her earlobe, his long fingers wandering down to her neck, igniting a delicate current of electricity. Shen Zhiyi felt her entire body soften. Agreeing, she caught hold of his hand, lowering her eyelashes, imploring him to cease his touch. "Bei chuckled softly." He grasped her fingertips in return, planting a gentle kiss on them. "Such a good baby. Now, may I have my breakfast?" His gaze darkened, locking onto her with intensity. "Huh?" Shen Zhiyi was momentarily stunned, lifting her eyes to meet his. Her face flushed a deep crimson. "Bei, don't move. I want to extend your trial period. If you touch there again, I want to promote you." She trembled uncontrollably. "What a heartless baby." Pei Ji sighed softly, yet added, "But can this count toward my evaluation? I am determined to achieve the best performance." His eyes sparkled with mirth, evidently in high spirits. Shen Zhiyi turned her head away, her face still burning. "Stop talking." Pei Ji watched her, wishing he could bury himself in the pillow, chuckling to himself. His baby, his alone, sweet and easily shy. How he adored her. How could he possibly like her so much? He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. The golden warmth of the sun streamed through the window, enveloping them both. And Pei Ji felt illuminated in body and spirit. On set, Zhuang Shuai clutched her lunchbox, cautiously glancing around. After confirming that no one else was present, she sighed in relief and approached Zhang Shunping. She truly feared fate would play another cruel trick on her, leading her to encounter Pei Ji once more. In that case, it would be better to perish. "Director, today's incident was my mistake. It will not happen again." Zhang Shunping was bent over, apologizing to the director. The portly director huffed. "Do you expect there to be a next time? When I recruited you, I had no idea you were so incompetent. If I had known, I would have hired a cheaper student. You lack any sense of awareness. The wealthy backers were hardly ones he could impress. He should take a good look at himself. Now, having offended them, it was the crew that would bear the brunt of it. The director recalled Zhuang Shuaing, thinking, this Zhang Shumping is useless. His girlfriend is even more so. I painstakingly built her a stairway to success. And what does she do? She smashes it down. Now the investment for the production is down the drain. If I don't hold Zhang Shumping accountable, how could I possibly endure it? As the director turned, he happened to spot Zhuang Shuaing visiting the set. His expression soured, as if he had encountered something foul. He had previously discovered that the reason Pei Ji had taken an interest in Zhuang Shuaing was that she bore a resemblance to Pei Ji's mother. Such a splendid opportunity to get close to Pei Ji, and she squandered it. Since fate had presented her with this chance, and she refused to grasp it, she would have to endure the hardships alongside the useless Zhang Shumping. One cannot help but ponder the peculiar workings of her mind. Zhuang Shuaing felt his gaze upon her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She halted in her tracks, her fingers tightly gripping the strap of her lunchbox. The director swept a scornful glance across her face, subsequently rolling his eyes before retracting his gaze and striding away with purpose. Zhang Shumping, brimming with pent-up frustration, raised his eyes to see the director lingering on his girlfriend for an extended moment. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Initially drawn to Zhuang Shuaing by her modest beauty, he wondered if those wealthy patrons shared his sentiments, drawn to such a type. A shadow of doubt clouded his expression. Chapter 69. The exceptionally fit bedmate becomes the unexpected superior. 17. Shen Zhiyi stood at the foot of Anshan, gazing upwards, feeling somewhat disheartened. Must we truly ascend? Pei Ji responded with a hum, grasping her hand gently, aware that her physique was too fragile. She often fainted while resting. That simply won't do, he murmured affectionately, pinching her fingertips. You must engage in some exercise. Shen Zhiyi, blushing, leaned forward to cover his mouth, casting furtive glances around. Noticing they were unobserved, she whispered in a mix of embarrassment and irritation, "This is outdoors." Outdoors. Lower your voice. What scandalous words are you uttering? Could she not climb? Pei Ji's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, formed a gentle arc as he wrapped his arm around her waist, pressing her palm against his lips for a kiss. The moment his lips brushed against her hand, Shen Zhiyi felt her ears flush crimson. Even with a single hand's distance between them, she sensed the fervor of his kiss. The warmth of his lips lingered on her palm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body, overwhelming her to the point where she relinquished her hold and melted into his embrace. Pei Ji held her waist with one arm, creating a slight distance between their lips, while his other hand cradled the nape of her neck, his thumb gently caressing her ear. In a leisurely tone, he remarked, "You see, a mere kiss renders you utterly weak. Such fragility, what shall we do?" Shen Zhiyi chose to bury her face in his embrace. How fortunate it was to be in Anzhou, where no one recognized them. Otherwise, she would truly face social embarrassment. Blushing, she tugged at his shirt, urging, "Let us move quickly. Aren't we supposed to climb a mountain? We must leave this place at once." Bei chuckled softly, planting a kiss atop her head before reclaiming her hand and proceeding up the mountain. Shen Zhiyi's gaze fell upon the black and gold bracelet adorning his wrist, juxtaposed against his cool watch. Her eyes then shifted to the slender red-gold bracelet on her own wrist, and an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her. Bei Yi, following her line of sight, glanced at the couple's chain connecting their wrists, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to the company, "You are not permitted to remove it," he declared with a hint of possessiveness, intertwining his fingers with hers, securing every joint. He willingly allowed himself to be bound by her. Shen Zhiyi looked up in astonishment, contemplating the implications should others discover their connection. The design was unmistakably that of a couple. Pei Ji, with his long strides, sauntered through the mountains, adjusting his glasses. "The contract I secured this time is substantial. I've instructed my assistant to provide each member of the secretarial department with a golden chain. Rest assured, my dear, you may wear it without concern." Shen Zhiyi remarked, "With such wealth, one ought to assist the elderly on the streets daily." She gazed intently at Pei Jerome's profile illuminated by the sun, then lowered her head. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Zhuang Shuiying sat before Zhang Shunping, observing him as he absent-mindedly lifted his chopsticks. Frowning slightly, she inquired, "What is the matter? Is my cooking unsatisfactory?" Zhang Shunping looked up and forced a smile. "How could that be? It's just that I've been facing some challenges at work lately and have little appetite." Zhuang Shuiying sighed with relief, pleased that he held no grievances against her. She helped him with a couple of servings, cheerfully stating, work can be trying at times. Just endure it, and the clouds will part, revealing the sun." She recalled that after the completion of this project, Zhang Shunping received a promotion and a substantial bonus, enabling him to purchase a car and make a down payment on a house. No longer would they have to squeeze into a rented apartment. With her gaze lowered, she began to fiddle with the food before her. "Darling, when do you plan to propose to me?" "Propose." Zhang Shunping nearly choked. At such a moment, he hardly had the inclination to consider marriage. He set down his chopsticks and, with a forced smile, replied, "We have only been dating for a short while. Discussing marriage now seems premature. Besides, marriage requires a significant amount of money. I wish to be adequately prepared before contemplating this." Zhuang Shuiying silently scoffed. Prepared? By the time he felt ready, would he still find her appealing? After all, he later married a rising star. It simply would not do. She resolved to secure some funds for herself before his fortune soared. Noticing her troubled expression, Zhang Shunping quickly reassured her. "I'm also striving to provide you with a better life. If we marry now, you would have to endure hardships alongside me. I cannot bear that." Zhuang Shuiying let out a cold, humorless laugh. With her eyes darting, she pulled out her phone. "I was just asking. Darling, I recently spotted a stunning gold bracelet. Would you consider buying it for me?" Zhang Shunping's brows furrowed as he viewed the price on the screen. So expensive. Anger simmered within him. What was wrong with Zhuang Shuiying? He had confided in her about his work troubles, yet instead of offering comfort, she relentlessly urged him to make a purchase. Had she lost her senses? Zhuang Shuiying felt her own ire rise. "How is this expensive? Gold jewelry retains its value. If you want to marry me, can you not even buy me a bracelet? You claim to love me, yet it seems to be mere deception." In her past life, even Pei Ji, who did not love her, had lavished her with jewels worth millions. Now, she merely requested a gold chain from Zhang Shunping, and he refused. Such claims of love were utterly laughable. Zhang Shunping felt a surge of anger, dispelling any lingering hesitation. Setting down his chopsticks, he smiled. "All right, don't be upset. It's just a gold chain. I will buy it for you." He took Zhuang Shuiying's hand, caressing it slowly, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "I know a businessman who deals in gold jewelry. He will be visiting the set this afternoon. I can inquire with him. Purchasing from him will be significantly cheaper than elsewhere." Zhuang Shuiying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does that mean I can buy several with the same budget?" She responded eagerly. "Thank you, darling." When Shen Zhiyi reached the summit of Anshan, she was already breathless and utterly speechless. "Baby, have a sip of water," Pei Ji said, twisting open the thermos and pouring a cup of herbal flower tea he had prepared in advance, presenting it to her. She propped herself up on her legs, weakly waving her hand, lacking even the strength to drink. Pei Ji chuckled helplessly. "Shall I feed you?" Shen Zhiyi widened her eyes, recalling how he had fed her water mouth to mouth the previous night. Uncertain where her newfound strength came from, she snatched the cup from him and took 2 vigorous sips. Pei Ji observed her flushed face, chuckling softly to himself. Once she had finished, he naturally took back the lid and poured another cup, leisurely sipping it himself. Shen Zhiyi's gaze fell on the rim of the cup his lips had touched, her face slightly reddening as she averted her eyes. That was the spot she had touched. Turning her head, she caught sight of a temple not far away. "Pei Ji, there's a temple over there. I want to pay my respects. Do you believe in such things?" Pei Ji glanced over. The sunlight bathed the red temple roof, casting a large halo that made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Shen Zhiyi responded with a soft She remembered that Pei Ji was an atheist. "How about you wait for me outside? I'll go in and pray quickly. Are you going to leave me behind?" He grasped her hand, his heart inexplicably racing with unease. "I'll go with you. Heaven or hell, or any place he wished to avoid, as long as she went, he would follow. Perhaps he could even inquire of the Buddha when he might become her legitimate husband. Chapter 70. The physically exceptional bed partner becomes the sudden supervisor. 18. Pei Ji patiently accompanied Shen Zhiyi as she wandered through the temple. He watched her kneel on the mats before various Buddha statues, her worship earnest and sincere. Her gentle features seemed to be enveloped in a faint halo of divine light. Standing beside her, he lifted his gaze to the towering, silent statues. He pondered if there truly were deities and if all she believed were real. Then he wished for every statue to earnestly listen to her wishes. May all her desires be fulfilled, and if these required a price, then he would gladly pay it. As they emerged, Shen Zhiyi curiously inquired, "Pei Ji, why don't you believe in these things?" Pei Ji's warm gaze, filtered through his glasses, rested upon her. He brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "No particular reason. Perhaps it's because I already have something to believe in." "What is it?" Shen Zhiyi asked, astonished. Pei Ji smiled at her, remaining silent. Yet a voice within him softly declared, "Of course, it's you, my dear. My only faith." He watched her bathed in light, even her eyelashes trembling with golden sparkles, as beautiful as an illusion. Suddenly, a wave of secret apprehension surged within him. Could he truly bind her to him? He glanced at the delicate chain around her wrist, so slender that a gentle tug could snap it instantly. Pei Ji's eyelashes fluttered, an inexplicable panic rising within him. Shen Zhiyi chose not to press further. Her gaze drifted to the distance. As she emerged from the temple, a woman with strikingly similar features to Pei Ji caught his eye. Her gaze flickered momentarily. "Pei Ji, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here." "All right," Pei Ji replied, closing his eyes to suppress the unease bubbling within him. He gently ruffled her hair, reluctantly letting go as he watched her turn and walk toward the restroom. Silently, he traced the bracelet around his wrist. Shen Zhiyi, with her back to him, lifted her head. Sunlight graced half her face, while shadows enveloped the other, obscuring her features. She recalled her recent prayer to the Buddha, yearning for an opportunity, a chance to unravel Pei Ji's heart. She wished to cast a light into the depths of his troubled soul, a radiant beacon to dispel all anxiety and fear. Yet, this required unveiling his darkness and uncertainty first. How could one summon the courage to face suffering without confronting it? With unwavering determination, Shen Zhiyi gazed ahead, resolutely moving forward. "Pei?" A voice of astonishment rang out from behind. Pei Ji froze, slowly turning his head in disbelief. A weary middle-aged woman rushed towards him, her face alight with the joy of rediscovery. "It's really you. It's truly you," she murmured, tears welling in her eyes. "Pei Ji, it's your mother." She grasped his sleeve, terrified that the hope she had regained would slip through her fingers. Who could have imagined that her prayer to the Buddha would be answered so swiftly? She could finally escape her current mundane existence and return to affluence, reclaiming her life as the wealthy lady she once was. In her youth, she had been naive, believing that leaving the Pei family and the web of deceit would grant her a genuine and joyful life with the one she loved. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. There was no sanctuary anywhere. As long as human desire existed, peace would remain elusive. The absence of wealth only exacerbated her suffering. She had sought Pei Ji multiple times, but the Pei family's security was formidable and their movements unpredictable. With most of their assets shrouded in secrecy, she had been unable to locate them. To unexpectedly encounter him in this small temple in Anzhou was nothing short of providential. Pei Ji was her son, both legally and morally. He could not abandon her. She pressed her fingers together, tears of regret and longing streaming down her face, contorting her features. Pei Ji lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Mother?" He scrutinized the woman before him. Strands of her hair had begun to gray, and her clothes appeared worn and faded. Clearly, she had not fared well since abandoning him, having chosen to pursue a life she could control. She now faced the stark reality that it was far from the bliss she had envisioned. Was her regret rooted in leaving her son or in relinquishing the identity of a glamorous socialite? Under the sunlight, Pei Ji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, even nausea. "Madam, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. With a smile that could be deemed gentle, he brushed her hand aside. Yet, his gaze was as cold as ice. Acknowledgement of the truth? The woman's tears lingered on her cheeks. Suddenly, she grasped his arm with a fervent grip. It's impossible. It's impossible. Peiji, you must still blame your mother, don't you? Panic flickered across her face. It was my fault. I should never have abandoned you. But I, too, had no choice. For all these years, I have not a moment without regret. Peiji, can you forgive your mother? Please forgive me. After realizing her pleas were in vain, a hint of anger surfaced on her face. The words she spoke turned into accusations. You are flesh of my flesh. How can you deny your mother? How have you turned into such an ungrateful wretch? Is it the Pei family that has corrupted you? Are they preventing you from acknowledging me? Her agitation grew, her expression becoming increasingly fierce. Peiji felt a chill envelop him. Behind his glasses, his expression darkened. Madam, if you do not release me, I shall summon the authorities. He forcefully shook her off and retreated towards the shadowy recesses behind the temple. Once he had distanced himself from the crowd, fully immersed in darkness, he leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground. He removed his glasses, drew his knees up, and rested his pale face upon them, allowing the last vestiges of light to vanish from his sight. Then, he slowly managed a grim smile. How absurd it was! The memories of abandonment, the ones he had deliberately chosen to forget, surged back into his mind with startling clarity at that very moment. The painful recollection drenched him, as if every pore of his being was soaked by relentless rain. This new encounter forced him to confront the vile and despicable nature of his existence. He was a creature capable of disregarding even his own mother. He could not comprehend why it was always like this. Each time he believed he was nearing the light, fate would cast a heavy curtain to obstruct his path. He had been so close to the light, to the radiant presence of Zhiyi, a miraculous blessing that had graced his life. He was on the verge of completely possessing her. Yet, cruel fate reminded him of his undeserving nature, that he was nothing more than a rat, born to dwell in the shadows, unworthy of her. Peiji's shoulders trembled, his eyes misted, and he eventually erupted into laughter. Peiji, his body stiffened, and he abruptly looked up. He saw Shen Zhiyi slowly approaching him, squatting before him. His gaze was somber, tinged with melancholy as he asked her, "Am I truly a worthless being?" Chapter 71. The incredibly strong bedfellow became my unexpected superior. 19. Shen Zhiyi gazed at him intently, as if peering through him to see a small boy, huddled in the damp and cold of a rain-soaked childhood, his entire being ravaged by darkness. The rain fell steadily, trickling from his eyes to his tender heart, until it hardened and turned cold, erasing any trace of its former self. She tenderly caressed his face, her gaze imbued with warmth. Peiji, you have grown. The child trapped in the torrential rain is no longer you. Now, take my hand and lead him out of the rainy season with me, will you? She extended her palm upward towards him. Peiji felt a mist gather in his eyes. Tentatively, he first brushed against her fingertips before grasping her hand firmly, pulling her close and embracing her tightly. My dear, will you walk with me? Like that woman, first holding his hand, then releasing it, abandoning him alone in a dark and desolate alley where not even sunlight could reach. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Before they could cascade onto her neck, he wiped them away with fervent determination. Shen Zhiyi held him tightly, her voice soft yet resolute. I am here to take you away. From now on, we shall walk together, all right? Her gentle tone dispelled the darkness. Peiji trembled slightly, murmuring, will you hate me? You saw, didn't you? That person is my mother. But I do not wish to concern myself with her. I despise her. I even wish to take revenge on her. Am I so wicked? His heart tightened, tormented by boundless pain and guilt. He thought he must be morally depraved to treat his own flesh and blood with such indifference. Shen Zhiyi released her embrace, gripping his shoulders and gazing earnestly into his eyes. More resolutely than ever before, she declared, Peiji, you have the right to decide how to handle the relationships that cause you pain. Whether to sever or to maintain, it is entirely your choice. Do not blame yourself, for that abandoned child was never afforded the right to choose. Peiji stood frozen, staring at her as tears trickled down the corners of his eyes. Yet, he no longer cared. He no longer masked his vulnerability before her, for she was so accepting. To possess her felt akin to wielding her courage. Shen Zhiyi. He had never realized how powerful a name could be. Merely whispering it in his heart was enough to combat his doubts and insecurities, to resist the world, to defy the shadows of self-loathing. For the first time, Pei Ji felt illuminated by a warm light. He envisioned his younger self rising and running towards her, and he would always run to her, pouring out his entire being. Pei Ji embraced her, weeping uninhibitedly. Upon returning from a business trip, Shen Zhiyi noticed that Pei Ji had become even more clingy than before, following her everywhere. "Darling, can I move in with you?" he pleaded, lounging on her sofa. Unwilling to leave, Shen Zhiyi chuckled through her tears. "Your house is so spacious. Why would you want to squeeze into this tiny rental with me? I love it here." Pei Ji pulled her into his arms, cradling her like a cherished doll, resting his head atop hers. "I love you. I want to be with you." He was on the verge of falling in love with everything about this place. The small bedposts, the soft carpet, the lace curtains dancing in the breeze by the window, the fresh flowers that adorned the table, the sun-dried sheets. Everything had taken on a tangible name because of her. Happiness. He wished to remain by her side for a lifetime. Upon turning her head, Shen Zhiyi beheld his golden-rimmed spectacles and, with a gaze brimming with affection, could not help but curve her lips in a resigned smile. "Very well, but do exercise caution during our commutes. We must not draw attention." Pei Ji, in a burst of excitement, enveloped her in his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck. "My dear, thank you." How could she be so wonderful, so extraordinary that even his dampened spirit felt warmed and revived? He yearned to procure everything here, inscribing both their names on the deed. At any moment, he wished to remain by her side. "Let us venture to the supermarket shortly," Shen Zhiyi suggested, "to acquire your essentials. Do not always rely on mine." "Very well," Pei Ji replied, his eyes sparkling with delight. The two changed attire and descended hand in hand. As they entered the supermarket, Pei Ji tugged at Shen Zhiyi's sleeve, drawing her beneath a large surveillance camera at the entrance, signaling her to glance upward. "My dear, does this not make us more conspicuous?" Shen Zhiyi scanned their surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of acquaintances, lifted her gaze to the camera. Clad in black, wearing masks and baseball caps, they peered furtively at the electronic display. Passers-by in the vicinity cast them curious glances, their expressions rife with intrigue. Shen Zhiyi remarked, "This is rather hasty. It feels as though we are rather conspicuous." She removed her hat and reached to dislodge Pei Ji's as well. "Let's not wear these. It does seem excessively conspicuous." Pei stifled Aleph, his chest vibrating with mirth. Shen Zhiyi shot him a warning glare. "Lower your voice. Several colleagues reside nearby. The consequences could be dire, either dismissal or social disgrace." Pei Ji embraced the soft, warm figure that had nestled against him, planting a kiss upon her masked visage before naturally accepting the bag from her hand, then seizing a shopping cart and giving her a playful pat on the rear. "Onward, my queen." Shen Zhiyi truly resembled a commanding general, directing Pei Ji amidst the shelves. "Do not take this. We have too much at home. This one, however, let us get it. I have a craving. And this too. We ought to sample this new item as well. A pair of slippers, please. Toothbrushes, cups, towels, and what a new set of sheets." Pei Ji's expression fell instantly. "I do not want those. I prefer to sleep with you." Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, leaning closer to her. "My dear, what does this mean? You want to share a room with me?" Shen Zhiyi chuckled awkwardly. "I must clock in for work. If you sleep with me, I fear I shall oversleep." Pei Ji's countenance shifted to one of petulance. Ignoring their surroundings, he wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer. "I do not care. I shall change the company's working hours to a flexible schedule from tomorrow. Let me share a room with you, please." Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed crimson. "Release me at once." Although they stood amidst the inner aisles of the store, numerous customers passed by, and teasing glances were cast in their direction. Shen Zhiyi wished she could vanish into the ground. Pei Ji's eyes behind his lenses were filled with longing. "You first. Will you agree? If not, I shall pester you tonight. Is that not acceptable?" Fine. Shen Zhiyi felt both flustered and anxious, repeatedly stamping on his foot, urging him to release her. Pei Ji then lowered his mask and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Thank you, darling." Not far away, the receptionist happened to pass by. Upon catching sight of Pei Ji's face, her pupils widened in shock. "Isn't that President Pei?" she thought. The masked figure, revealing only a pair of eyes, was unmistakably the company's most beautiful woman, Shen Zhiyi. Had they become involved? The receptionist quickly retrieved her phone, initiating a private chat with her colleagues to share the gossip. "Friends, I've uncovered an astonishing secret. The formidable President Pei, in private, is playing the loyal dog for Shen Zhiyi." Chapter 72. The exceptionally strong bedfellow becomes the unexpected superior. 20. In the small group where the receptionist conversed, aside from herself, there were only a few colleagues from the secretarial department. She held the keys to various company chat groups, with this one being the closest to the boss's core secrets. Thus, she treaded carefully. Initially, she anticipated that this revelation would create a stir. However, to her surprise, her colleagues in the secretarial department responded with nonchalance. "You mean President Pei? That's normal. He has been playing the dog for at least a week. Whenever he sees Z, his tail spins like a propeller. He believes he is concealing it well, too." Laughs the receptionist was taken aback. "How come I'm only hearing about such juicy gossip now? Are we no longer friends? And why aren't you exposing this?" A colleague from the secretarial department showcased a gold chain. "There's nothing we can do. President Pei offers too much. Besides, Jiang Chunwa knows about this too. Perhaps President Pei came to our company just for Z. If we expose it, wouldn't Z become the boss lady? I want to enjoy her presence for a little longer." Exactly. We women need to witness such an unparalleled beauty to invigorate our lives. And indulging in gossip daily is quite entertaining. The receptionist stared at the image of the gold chain, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I want that exorbitant hush money too." The head secretary replied, "Understood. I'll promptly consult President Pei." The receptionist was flustered. "I was just joking. Are you really going to mention it?" Her colleagues from the secretarial department laughed. "Don't worry. The lovesick President Pei is generous." The following day, the receptionist received the gold chain she desired. Holding the package box, she couldn't stop grinning at the front desk. "President Pei, so generous. No wonder you have a wife." When Shen Zhiyi arrived at the company, she noticed the receptionist grinning with delight, her face glowing. "Good morning." Shen Zhiyi found it peculiar, but greeted her politely. "Good morning, boss lady." The receptionist's smile deepened as she watched Shen Zhiyi clock in. Shen Zhiyi shook her head in confusion and returned to her workstation. "Assistant Shen." Just as Pei Ji entered the company, he strode over to Shen Zhiyi's desk, tapping lightly on its surface twice. "Come to my office for a moment." The gaze of everyone in the secretarial department shifted. Shen Zhiyi immediately rose to her feet. "All right, boss." She followed Pei Ji into the office. The eyes of the secretarial staff returned to their work, stealing glances at the gold chains adorning their wrists, uncertain of whom to envy at that moment. Inside the office, Pei Ji handed a camera to Shen Zhiyi. "Darling, this surveillance camera is for employee assessments. It will be installed at your workstation so I can see your face at all times. Perform well, and there will be rewards." His fixed gaze on her was intense, nearly causing his palms to dampen with trepidation, fearing even a hint of disdain on her countenance. Yet, he found himself utterly captivated by her, wishing to become a mere ornament tethered to her, enabling him to observe, scent, and caress her at his leisure. Pei Ji closed his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, a semblance of his former authoritative demeanor returned. Shen Zhiyi exhibited no sign of annoyance as she naturally accepted the camera. "All right, boss." She raised her gaze to him, glancing outside, and quietly remarked, "But in the office, could you refrain from calling me darling? It makes me wilt. If one becomes too enmeshed in work, what allure could remain?" Pei Ji sighed, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. "Understood. You may leave now." Shen Zhiyi exited the office and set up the camera at her workstation. She then leaned closer, a smile blossoming on her face. Pei Yi, observing her suddenly magnified, gentle visage on the screen, felt his heart explode like fireworks. He tenderly touched her face on the screen, his eyes brimming with affection. "My darling, so well behaved." Upon noticing the camera at Shen Zhiyi's workstation, her colleagues in the secretarial department were taken aback. "Z, what's this for?" "It's for employee assessments," she replied, lifting her head from a pile of documents, puzzled. "Don't you have one?" The entire secretarial team exchanged glances, bewildered. How could we have such an assessment from the boss's wife? This lady boss is truly extraordinary. President Pei is quite the eccentric. Why does he need to keep such a close watch on his wife? "Perform well, Z," the head secretary sighed with a weighty tone. "Only you can fulfill this role." A natural affinity for insensibility, paired with the eccentric Pei Ji, is indeed a perfect match. They exchanged knowing looks, nodding silently before returning to their respective workstations. As Shen Zhiyi pondered this, her phone vibrated. It was a call from Yi Cheng, the manager from the business department. "Z, may I ask for your help? I heard you managed to secure a particularly difficult partner in Anzhou. I have a few clients here that are quite challenging. Could you accompany me to negotiate with them? A bonus will be awarded if we succeed. If you're willing, I can request a temporary transfer from President Pei right now." Shen Zhiyi glanced through the glass door at Pei Ji, who was diligently working inside. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will give it a try." "That's wonderful," Yi Cheng exclaimed on the other end of the line. "Once I finish communicating with President Pei, I will send you the details of those clients. You must work late tonight. The negotiations will take place in the next few days, so preparations must be made." "Very well." Shen Zhiyi ended the call. Through the glass door, she observed Pei Ji receiving a phone call. Soon after, client information from Yi Cheng appeared in her inbox, accompanied by messages from Pei Ji on her phone. "Do your best. I'm looking forward to living off your earnings." Shen Zhiyi's eyes glimmered with amusement. She gestured playfully at the camera, then opened the client information and began to study it attentively. Outside the screen, Pei Ji chuckled softly. The clock ticked away steadily. The evening glow outside faded into a dusky purple. As her colleagues gradually clocked out and departed, the office fell into silence. Shen Zhiyi remained seated at her desk, fixated on her computer screen, occasionally jotting down notes in front of her. Pei Ji opened the office door and approached her. "I ordered dinner. It has arrived. Shall we go in and eat?" He smirked slightly. "It's just the employee meal." Shen Zhiyi glanced around and realized she was the last one remaining, with only Pei Ji beside her. She stood up all right. Entering his office, she settled onto the sofa. The array of dishes on the table was fragrant and enticing. She swallowed hard and turned to Pei Ji. "Boss, your employee care is simply unparalleled. This hardly resembles a typical staff meal. It's nearly a feast," she exclaimed with genuine admiration. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow. His gentle smile vanished as he pulled her onto his lap. "You wish to keep me hidden away for life?" "Shen Zhiyi, do not even think about it." He gritted his teeth, cupping her face. "We shall obtain our marriage license tomorrow. I want to wake up beside you legally." Chapter 73. The exceptionally strong bedfellow becomes an unexpected superior. 21. Pei Ji caressed her face with his thumb and leaned down, placing a fervent kiss upon her lips. However, the light teasing that had previously characterized their interactions quickly shifted in intensity. He parted her lips, gazing into her eyes, his expression growing more profound and sultry behind his lenses, melding with her misty gaze. In that moment, time stretched into a lingering melody that resonated within their hearts. Pei Ji's eyes darkened, lowering himself slowly toward her lips. Shen Zhiyi felt as though his burning gaze could melt her entire being. She softened in his embrace, her attention drawn to his lips. Their breaths intensified, nearly intertwining as they leaned closer to each other. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of a knock interrupted the enchanting moment. "Mr. Pei, are you in there?" Shen Zhiyi froze abruptly and pushed Pei Ji away. He frowned in displeasure, but before he could respond, Yi Cheng's voice rang out from outside. "Oh, the door isn't locked? May I come in then?" Shen Zhiyi's pupils dilated, and she leaped up, quickly jumping off Pei Ji, causing his glasses to tilt askew. Yi Cheng pushed the door open. "Mr. Pei, oh Z, you're here." Her voice softened as her gaze slowly swept over the two of them. Shen Zhiyi stood blushing, her hair slightly disheveled, beside him. Pei Ji removed his glasses, leisurely wiping them with a cloth. "Yi Cheng, we have nothing to discuss," Shen Zhiyi exclaimed anxiously. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "It seems there is indeed a matter, perhaps a significant one." "Manager, Pei has summoned me for a reason. Pei Ji tossed the cleaning cloth onto the table, adjusted his glasses, and glanced at Yi Cheng with a raised brow. Yi Cheng nodded. I am here to see Ziyi. There are some issues that would be more prudent to address face-to-face before negotiations. Additionally, President Jiang asked me to bring these documents for you. She waved the files in her hand. Just place them there. Pei Ji inclined his chin, gesturing towards a nearby desk. Yi Cheng walked over and set down the documents. Shen Zhiyi, Manager Yi Cheng, shall we proceed to discuss the negotiation details now? Bei Yi frowned. Aren't you going to eat? I'm not particularly hungry. I'll eat later. Shen Zhiyi felt a wave of embarrassment, eager to leave with Yi Cheng. If Yi Cheng had to wait for her to finish her meal, the awkwardness would escalate exponentially. The meal lacked flavor anyway. It would be better to finalize the negotiations first and then enjoy the meal leisurely. Yi Cheng nodded, agreeing. I'll just go over a few details quickly. It won't delay your meal. She smiled knowingly. Shen Zhiyi hurriedly walked outside, a blush evident on her cheeks. Once outside, Yi Cheng didn't ask many questions. She simply handed Shen Zhiyi the contact information of several clients and exchanged client details and the main points for tomorrow's discussion. Upon noticing the files on Shen Zhiyi's desk, densely packed with annotations, she was somewhat astonished. In such a short time, you've gathered so much information? She scrutinized the notes further, noting they all struck at the heart of the issues. As her surprise faded, it was gradually replaced with admiration. Shen Zhiyi smiled. Better safe than sorry. Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. I indeed did not misjudge you. Tomorrow, it will depend on you. Watching Shen Zhiyi organize her materials, she suddenly said, I'll go inside to speak with President Pei. I'll find you shortly. Shen Zhiyi nodded. Yi Cheng opened the door and entered Pei Ji's office, finding him heating several plates of food in the microwave. The expression on Yi Cheng's face was more captivating than when she had stumbled upon their ambiguous interaction. President Pei, deigning to perform such menial tasks? I've heard that even Jiang Qinghua must serve him tea. Yi Cheng closed the door and directly inquired, President Pei, may I ask what your relationship with Ziyi is? Pei Ji paused, turning his head with a courteous smile while adjusting his glasses. What relationship could there be? As Manager Yi Cheng has observed, it is simply a typical superior-subordinate dynamic. At home, and at certain times, she is above and I am below. Yi Cheng, being astute within the company, could easily discern the concern etched on his face. She quickly added with a smile, President Pei, I prefer to be forthright. I hold Ziyi in high regard and wish to recruit her as my deputy. If tomorrow's negotiations succeed, President Jiang will certainly acquiesce. It merely depends on whether you are willing to release her. If you have an interest in Ziyi, transferring her to my department would allow you to pursue your relationship openly. Certainly, if that is not your intention. I would hope that you do not hinder Ziyi from making her own choices. After all, coming to me holds far more promise than remaining in the secretarial department. Pei Ji's lenses glimmered momentarily. If she possesses her own career aspirations, as her superior, I would certainly not obstruct her. Nevertheless, it ultimately depends on her ability to embrace Manager Yi's appreciation. Yi Cheng was somewhat surprised. She did not expect that President Pei held such respect for Ziyi. It appears that his feelings are not merely ordinary affection. After Yi Cheng departed, Shen Zhiyi's stomach grumbled. Is it time to eat? She lifted her gaze and found Pei Ji leaning against the door with his arms crossed, watching her with a bemused expression. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she leaned closer. Now, she truly was famished. Pei Ji couldn't help but chuckle as he caught her gaze, bending down to whisper in her ear, How pitiful, my dear. It's all my fault for not feeding you well earlier. He brushed aside her hair and playfully tugged at her earlobe. Shen Zhiyi, taken aback, looked up at him, her face turning crimson upon meeting Pei Ji's teasing gaze. Why did it feel as though a wheel had rolled over her? She weakly swatted his hand away, reminding him, This is the office. Be mindful of your conduct. Pei Ji feigned innocence. What have I said? He added, besides, there is truly no one around at the company now. His gaze lowered, shrouded in mystery. It's just us. Shen Zhiyi felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny. Pei Ji chuckled softly, then effortlessly lifted her into his arms, declaring, Come, my dear, I shall take you to dine. Shen Zhiyi asked, Is it a proper meal? Furthermore, why did he refer to himself as my dear? She bashfully buried her face in his chest, warning, "You mustn't get too handsy with me." Peiji lowered his gaze, observing the soft figure in his embrace, his amber eyes shimmering with gentle light. Understood. No hands, no feet. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later. Beiyi, she protested, kicking her legs in mock annoyance, her playful indignation intertwining with Pei Ji's joyful laughter, echoing softly within the enchanting office illuminated by the night. The following day, Shen Zhiyi and Yicheng successfully concluded their negotiations. Several challenging clients agreed to Shen Zhiyi's proposals. Yicheng was elated. "I knew I made the right choice in seeking you," she exclaimed excitedly. "I've already spoken to President Pei. Zhiyi, would you be willing to join our department and work alongside me?" Shen Zhiyi glanced at the understated vehicle parked nearby, contemplating his recent brooding. With a gentle smile, she replied to Yicheng, "I would be more than happy to. I look forward to your guidance, Manager E." "Wonderful," Yicheng exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. "I will contact HR right away." They bid farewell at the entrance of the building. As Shen Zhiyi stepped into the shade of a tree and opened the car door, she collided with Pei Ji's melancholic gaze. "My dear," he said, "I've missed you." Shen Zhiyi settled into the car, stifling a laugh. "I'm a woman." "Women are not exempt," Pei Ji replied, bending toward her, sniffing her as if he were a dog, then wrinkling his brow. "You can only bear my scent." He grasped her chin, pressing against the seat, kissing her with a hint of possessiveness. Soon, even his hands grew restless. Chapter 74. The physically exceptional bedmate becomes the sudden superior. 22. As Shen Zhiyi pushed against his chest, Pei Ji seized her wrist, pinning her hands to the sides of the chair, and leaned in for a deeper kiss. Shen Zhiyi felt her breath stolen away, waves of heat rising within her, growing more intense. Between gentle and fervent kisses, Pei Ji's thumb grazed the skin on the inside of her wrist, feather-light yet sending tremors through her entire being. Her resistance gradually weakened as he bound her wrists together above her head, the other hand skillfully slipping beneath the hem of her clothing, teasingly caressing her waist. His lips traveled from hers, trailing down to her chin, the side of her neck, and her collarbone, awakening sensations that crashed like waves, washing away every pore. Shen Zhiyi felt like a fish stranded on the shore, dazed and gasping in his grasp. Pei Ji, hearing her voice quiver, remarked, "Did you not say we were going to get the marriage certificate? If you mess up my clothes now, we won't be able to take good pictures. There are so many people here. We could be discovered at any moment." In her heightened state of tension, she remained acutely aware of the outside sounds, almost unable to withstand the flames he ignited within her. Pei Ji paused, lifting his head to nuzzle her nose with a hint of playful exasperation. "You really have a knack for finding my weak spots, darling." He planted a soft kiss on her lips. "All right, let us get the certificate first, and I will make it up to you for this loss later." He released her and adjusted her seat. Shen Zhiyi rubbed her wrist, casting him a resentful glance. "What compensation? You're just a businessman who can't bear to incur any losses." Pei Ji seemed to read her thoughts, chuckling as he fastened her seatbelt. "Save some energy to scold me later, okay? Your scolding face is simply the cutest." As she playfully pushed and pinched him, urging him to cease, she mumbled some accusations, gazing at him like a soft, wet kitten. In the end, she left behind faint red marks on his skin. He adored every bit of her demeanor in this lifetime. Only he could appreciate her this way. Pei Ji looked at her, his eyes behind the glasses filled with profound, captivating tenderness, sweet like honey, ensnaring her heart. Shen Zhiyi felt her face flush again. "Why must you always be so inappropriate? Stop looking at me like that. I'll get hot again." Pei Ji chuckled softly, turning his head to focus on the road. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator as they headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhuang Shuaying did not anticipate that Zhang Shunping's claim of taking her to buy gold would result in the shopkeeper whisking her away alone to a hotel for selection. The shopkeeper, portly and unseemly with a gold tooth, smiled as he inquired whether she would consider spending the night with him. If she agreed, she could take home a box of gold jewelry for free. Zhuang Shuaying felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but the thought of Zhang Shunping's stinginess, who could only afford to gift her a single gold chain, left her feeling even more despondent. Once again, she pondered his persistent refusal to marry her, his repeated evasions igniting her impatience. Her gaze shifted to the opulent gold jewelry before her, tangible and heavy. Despite herself, she felt a flutter of desire. She thought, after all, it was merely one night for such a fortune. She was not a paragon of virtue. Faced with such temptation, she believed no one could resist. Thus, she persuaded herself. Forcing down her revulsion, she spent the night with that man, ultimately acquiring the coveted gold ornaments. She deceitfully told Zhang Shumping that she had purchased only a single piece. Yet, Zhang Shumping was fully aware, for he had personally sent his girlfriend to another's bed. In turn, he reaped considerable benefits. At the very least, the director no longer looked upon him with disdain. His days in the production crew had become significantly more bearable. What began as a singular act soon became a pattern. Gradually, Zhuang Shuaing found herself mingling among various influential figures. At times, she felt a sense of disorientation. How did this life compare to her previous existence? Though it was a choice she made, it felt devoid of freedom. Perhaps even less liberating than her time with Pei Ji. At least he had never laid a hand on her. In contrast, these loathsome men left their marks upon her, coercing her into grotesque experiences, only to reward her with mere scraps, devoid of any substance. As Zhuang Shuaing lay in bed, she became increasingly lost in her thoughts. Had she made a grave error in her choice from the outset? Should she have pursued Pei Ji? He was willing to offer her everything but freedom, unlike the humiliating requests she now made of various men. For the first time, Zhuang Shuaing found herself enveloped in deep self-doubt. Meanwhile, Pei Ji, elated after obtaining their marriage certificate, returned to her modest abode with Shen Zhiyi. "I'll take a shower first," Shen Zhiyi declared upon entering, hastily discarding her phone and bag as she dashed toward the bathroom, fearing Pei Ji might overpower her at the threshold. Pei Ji, unable to contain his laughter, watched her retreating figure, unusually refraining from pursuit. He had gifts to present to his beloved. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with notifications. Pei Ji glanced at Shen Zhiyi's screen, where several messages appeared. "Miss Shen, may I have the pleasure of taking you out to dinner? Miss Shen, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Surely you have many admirers? Z, are you asleep? Here, essay picture of my abs." Pei Ji swiped through the barrage of what could only be described as harassment. His gaze grew colder with each line he read. Several men had sent photos of themselves, showcasing their sculpted biceps and abs. A derisive laugh escaped him, tinged with scorn. Such individuals dared to attempt to entice his beloved? Had they lost their minds? With a stern expression, he blacklisted and deleted all those intruders. When Shen Zhiyi emerged, she found Pei Ji seated at the edge of the bed, his face clouded with displeasure, a box lying on the floor beside him. A sense of foreboding washed over her. What had transpired? Did you not give him a kiss at the first moment, which led to his sulking? She tentatively approached him. "Pei Ji, about those individuals in your contacts." Pei Ji suddenly lifted his gaze, staring directly at her. "Those who attempted to flirt with you. I have deleted them all." Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended. "Oh, you mean the clients I added a few days ago? You deleted them?" She gazed at him in disbelief. "Yes." Pei Ji's heart sank as he sat amidst the looming storm, awaiting her reproach. "Not a single one remains." Shen Zhiyi paused, then nearly leapt in joy. "That's wonderful. I was finding them quite bothersome." A genuine delight illuminated her face, as she had been a loss on how to dismiss them, worried about offending clients. "I didn't expect you to assist me by deleting them. Pei Yi, as the boss, if you take action, I won't have to bear the responsibility. This is simply marvelous." She dashed towards him, embracing him and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Oh, you are truly a splendid boss." She clung to his neck, affectionately rubbing against his chest. "I almost feel reluctant to part with you. But from now on, I will only be working with Manager E." While she continued to chatter, Pei Ji found himself momentarily stunned. He lowered his gaze to her. "You're not angry? Why would I be angry?" Shen Zhiyi lifted her head. "I am overjoyed." Her gaze suddenly darted toward a nearby box. What is this?" In Chapter 75, the physically exceptional bedmate unexpectedly became her superior. Pei Ji, still in a daze, recalled the item he intended to present to her upon hearing her words. He embraced Shen Zhiyi, kissed her, and then seated her on the bed. I do not possess much to offer, but I have these things that I can present. He knelt before her and opened the box. First, he retrieved a property deed and handed it to her. I have purchased this house, and our names are inscribed together. Will the baby resent me? Shen Zhiyi opened the deed, her face blossoming into a gentle smile as she beheld their names side by side. She caressed his face. Silly. It does not matter how it is written. The money you spent is what counts. How could I ever blame you? It appeared he truly cherished this house. Initially, she had intended to use her bonus and savings to acquire it, adding his name as a gift for him. Little did she expect that he had already taken the initiative. Pei Ji held her hand, looking up at her, his amber eyes resembling golden sunbeams reflecting upon a deep lake disturbed by the wind, scattering shards of golden light. Those were the ripples of a fluttering heart, and the unabashed declaration of love. He said, though my name is included, the share is entirely yours. If there comes a day when you are dissatisfied with me and wish to cast me out, the law will surely side with you. He rummaged through the box to reveal a large stack of red property deeds and documents. And this as well. All properties under my name have been transferred to you. I apologize, my dear. The paperwork was rather extensive, and it took some time to finalize everything. Shen Zhiyi flipped through each document, her astonishment growing. Villas, mansions, spacious apartments of various types, and even properties in other countries. So many? Is it too much? Pei Ji retrieved a stack of documents and stated, I have also purchased insurance for you. Moreover, I have designated you as the sole beneficiary. He laid the black and white proof on the bed, accompanied by various trust funds, corporate shares, and assorted items. Additionally, these jewels, paintings, and collectibles I have acquired are now all yours. Most importantly, he produced a will, asserting, my testament will ensure your absolute inheritance rights. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback, her lips parted in shock. Pei Ji, you need not do this. It is necessary, he replied, gazing intently at her. It is imperative. I am a scoundrel. I must ensure that all of this belongs to you, and that you have the power to control me, to threaten me, even to destroy me. Therefore, my dear, you can be at ease with me. Do not fear him. Do not abandon him. He intended to bind her with wealth that could be renounced at any moment. What he sought most in life was merely a tranquil harbor and the cherished affection that wholly embraced him. And his beloved had already granted him that. Indeed, even more than he had ever anticipated. Thus, he was willing to relinquish everything he possessed as long as he could retain her. Shen Zhiyi was profoundly shaken. You have given me all of this, but what about you? Have you left anything for yourself? Pei Ji chuckled, raising his wrist for her to see. Upon his strong wrist rested a black and gold bracelet. I have kept this. He touched her bracelet, their matching pieces magnetically drawn together, inseparable, just as he was irresistibly attracted to her, surrendering his heart. You must hold on to me tightly. If you let go, I shall bite you. He lunged forward, sweeping the documents beside her to the ground, pressing against her and fervently kissing her neck. He then playfully nibbled at her. Shen Zhiyi was tickled, laughing and squirming, reaching out to push him away. Pei Ji, are you a dog? Let me go. Pei Ji released her lips, straightened up, and cradled her face, gazing at her with a tenderness that was almost palpable. I will only be your dog. So, will you reward me, my dear? Shen Zhiyi raised a hand, removing his glasses. Very well. I shall permit you to act out 3 times today. Pei Ji's eyes sparkled. I shall unbutton my shirt. Tomorrow, I will help you take a leave. He bent down, like a famished wolf seizing the most delectable morsel, indulging in her fervently. The following day, Pei Ji arrived at the company, invigorated. Iching entered his office with curiosity. Where is Z? Why hasn't she come in today? Pei Ji calmly perused the document. Was she not supposed to transfer positions? I have sent her to handle the handover. Oh, I see. Iching nodded, then suddenly sat opposite Pei Ji. President Pei, several clients reported yesterday that Z deleted them. I did that. Pei Ji interrupted her. He slowly raised his gaze and adjusted his glasses. A company leader who exploits their position to harass others is of questionable character and unlikely to devote much effort to serious matters. With someone like that in charge of the company, I foresee its inevitable downfall. Let them not collaborate. Yicheng winced slightly. Indeed, the gentle and enchanting Zhiyi, with her striking beauty and figure, indeed attracts admirers. She discreetly observed Pei Ji, pondering whether he might harbor feelings for Zhiyi. Why not lend a hand in this matter? Stoke the flames of this budding romance. With such thoughts, Yicheng smiled and said, "Rest assured, President Pei, when I accompany Zhiyi on outings, I shall be particularly vigilant, ensuring she does not engage with inconsequential individuals. We shall eradicate any undesirable suitors from the route." However, she paused briefly, adding, "Speaking of which, I happen to have a distinguished client in mind whom I intended to introduce to Zhiyi. He is a young and accomplished gentleman, handsome and from a reputable family. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity." She pulled out her phone, displaying a photo for Pei Ji's appraisal. "What do you think, President Pei? Does he measure up to Zhiyi? As her boss, you might as well lend your keen eye to the matter." Pei's movement stilled. He cast a cold glance at the photo, noting that the young man indeed possessed striking looks. His grip on the pen tightened involuntarily, a glint of ice flashing behind his glasses. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled coldly. "What uses good looks? Character is paramount. Can manager vouch for that?" Yicheng nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. He is a relative of a friend of mine, and I have interacted with him several times. His character is beyond reproach. We are all part of the same circle, well acquainted with one another. He has even expressed great satisfaction upon seeing Zhiyi's photo and is eager for me to arrange a meeting." She reluctantly withdrew her phone, lamenting, "I had intended to mention this to Zhiyi today, but alas, she is not present." Pei Ji's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, his grip on the pen intensifying to the point where he nearly snapped it. His lips pressed together, his eyes narrowing as he could scarcely contain his irritation. He yanked open a nearby drawer and retrieved a red booklet, slapping it down on the table. Yicheng's eyes widened in shock. "Is that a marriage certificate?" Pei Ji opened it with a single finger, pointing to the photograph inside, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Yicheng's expression turned rigid upon recognizing the two cheerful faces within, the very images of Pei Ji and Shen Zhiyi. Pei Ji's voice was frigid, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. He made it clear that she should be wise enough to refrain from entertaining thoughts of becoming a mistress. To covet a married woman, was this what manager referred to as good character? Absurd. Chapter 76. The exceptionally strong bedfellow becomes the new supervisor. 24. And Yicheng left Pei Ji's office in a daze. The following day, the company issued a notice regarding Shen Zhiyi's reassignment. Colleagues from the secretarial department and the front desk gathered together, gossiping. Pei Ji has finally taken action. Does he not see Zhiyi every day already? Is he so unable to contain himself that he must publicly declare his intentions? TSK. He revels in his happiness while we all suffer. From now on, if we wish to see Zhiyi, we must go to the business department. Discontent echoed around the room. However, upon noticing the gold chain in their hands, silence fell over them. Suddenly, the front desk attendant spoke up. "Hey, do you think President Pei might celebrate his claim over her by distributing some employee appreciation gifts?" Everyone's eyes turned in unison. Given his character, it was highly likely. Well, it seems we must begrudgingly extend our best wishes to him. When Shen Zhiyi arrived at the company, she discovered that everyone was watching her with beaming smiles. "Zhiyi, good morning. Good morning. Congratulations. Zhiyi, double happiness has arrived." The air was filled with a chorus of well wishes as she made her way through. Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow in confusion, only to understand the reason upon reaching her new workstation. In front of her desk lay an abundant bouquet of roses, nearly filling the room. She approached and picked up the card atop the flowers, recognizing Pei Ji's bold and elegant handwriting. "For my beloved, celebrating your transformation, and celebrating myself for being fortunate enough to have you." Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with joy. Yicheng walked over with a smile. "Zhiyi, congratulations. Now the whole company knows you and President Pei are married." Shen Zhiyi blinked in surprise. "The entire company?" "Indeed," Yicheng replied with a wink. "President Pei announced it on the company intranet. Even our partners probably know by now. That jealous man would rather everyone forget about his Zhiyi." Shen Zhiyi chuckled helplessly and tucked away the card. In that case, could you please help me gather a few people to share these roses? One for each, to spread the joy. Yicheng agreed with a grin. When Zhuang Shuang received the rose, she was utterly astonished. Pei Ji is actually married. Her only escape route had been severed. Zhuang Shuang's lips turned pale, her body swaying as she struggled to maintain her composure. The resignation process was completed, and an HR representative approached her, stating, "You can finalize the handover today and leave the company." "Shuang, I wish you a bright future." Zhuang Shuang forced a smile, her face ashen. "Thank you. A bright future. What future could she possibly have?" She had grown accustomed to shortcuts, and legitimate work was no longer feasible for her. From now on, she would only navigate through the circles of various men. Yet, even with all her efforts, the rewards paled in comparison to what Pei Ji had once offered her. She felt a profound sense of regret. But now it was too late. Clutching a cardboard box, Zhuang Shuang exited the company building. Inside the box lay a single white rose, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. She pondered why others could attain pure love, while she had encountered a scoundrel like Zhang Shunping, who had offered her up to various powerful figures to elevate his own status. Did this Shen Zhiyi also possess a visage reminiscent of Pei Ji's mother? She tightened her grip on the box, a surge of inexplicable resentment and jealousy rising within her at the thought of having her possessions snatched away. Yet, she quickly took a deep breath and composed herself. "It's all right. At least Zhang Shunping has been promoted and promised to marry me. Everything will be fine." She took a taxi to Zhang Shunping's film set. However, upon alighting, she was met with the sight of him embracing a young starlet, kissing passionately on the grass beside the trailer. "Zhang Shunping, what are you doing?" Zhuang Shuang cried out, discarding the cardboard box as she rushed forward to pull the two apart. Zhang Shunping furrowed his brow and, with a dismissive wave of his hand, forcefully cast her to the ground. What a disappointment. "Who is she?" Zhuang Shuang pointed at the young starlet, her voice laced with fury. "Can't you see?" Zhang Shunping shrugged nonchalantly. "It's my girlfriend." He leaned in and kissed the young starlet again. "Shunping, you handle this. I'll wait for you at the set." The young starlet glanced at Zhuang Shuang, swaying her hips as she walked away. Enraged, Zhuang Shuang lunged at Zhang Shunping, clawing at him. "She's your girlfriend. Then who am I? Didn't you just propose to me?" she cried, tugging at his collar and hair. "Didn't you say you would marry me? You liar. Liar." Zhang Shunping, scratched by her nails, felt his temper flare. He shoved her aside, letting her fall to the ground. "Wake up." He adjusted his collar, his eyes filled with disdain. "How many people have you slept with? You still expect me to marry you? Dream on." Zhuang Shuang, when you were scheming for my money, you weren't this naive. Those words of marriage, couldn't you tell they were mere flattery? If I hadn't said that, would you still be willing to entertain those big shots? He scoffed, "But you failed to satisfy them, and now you've offended someone. In this circle, you hold no value anymore. You should return to wherever you came from." He turned and walked away. Zhuang Shuang sat on the ground, her face etched with despair. There's no hope. Her features contorted in anguish as she spotted a fallen paper box beside her, with a carving knife lying next to it. She seized it and lunged at Zhang Shunping. "Scoundrel, you think you can kick me aside and live happily? Dream on." She plunged the knife into his back. "Ah!" Zhang Shunping screamed, turning around, his face twisted in rage as he snatched the knife away. "Crazy woman, do you dare to kill? I'll kill you." He retaliated, stabbing Zhuang Shuang in turn. In the struggle, she collided with a nearby stone, blood flowing from her head and abdomen. Zhang Shunping was startled and stumbled away in panic. Zhuang Shuang lay on the ground, staring blankly at the blinding sunlight. She thought, if given another chance, she would not be so foolish again. She would no longer trust men, nor would she believe in shortcuts or free lunches in this world. But if she were to start anew, could she truly control her vanity and desires? She did not know. Zhuang Shuang closed her eyes in pain, yet felt a sense of relief. She never awoke again. Ultimately, Zhang Shunping was arrested by the police for intentional homicide and pimping, receiving the punishment he deserved. In the times that followed, Shen Zhiyi became a manager at the Ministry of Commerce, successfully rescuing Jiang Xingguo's company alongside Pei Ji. They supported each other, traversing a life filled with happiness and fulfillment. Just as Pei Ji had wished, They grew together, becoming the envy of all as an elderly couple, equally matched. The end. Next world preview male protagonist. A tall, burly figure with a fearsome demeanor, appearing as an auto mechanic, but in reality, a mercenary with an illustrious background. A true kingpin among bosses. Suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, exhibiting slight tendencies towards aggression, and frequently plagued by nightmares, she possesses an avoidant personality, heightened vigilance, a strong sense of boundaries, and is easily provoked, harboring a deep-seated mistrust of others. Yet, she is imbued with a profound sense of justice, devoted to her wife, passionate, nurturing towards small animals, an exceptional cook, kind-hearted, loyal, and exuding a sense of security. The protagonist, an anonymous female streamer, a gourmand, and a radiant beauty with a healing aura, often provides assistance to others, oscillating between bouts of courage and timidity. On the very first day of moving into the neighborhood, Shen Zhiyi learns that her next-door neighbor is a recently released convict. Terrified, she resolves to avoid him at all costs. However, on her first day, her undergarments are inadvertently blown onto his balcony, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. Fortunately, his dog retrieves the lingerie, along with an unmentionable piece of his own clothing, rather generously. Yet, her laughter is short-lived. The following day, while clandestinely watching an inappropriate film under the covers, she accidentally connects to his Bluetooth, initially mistaking it for a malfunctioning headset, and cranks the volume to its peak. Lu Yanzhu, unable to tolerate the noise any longer, knocks on her door, exclaiming that her choice of film has even caused his dog to develop a fever. Shen Zhiyi wonders how she could possibly have made such a blunder. However, social embarrassment tend to come in waves. On the third day, she inadvertently connects again, prompting a disgruntled Lu Yanzhu to knock on her door with dark circles under his eyes, questioning her infatuation with a male actor. What, he wonders, is it about him that captivates her? Or does she have a penchant for maintenance workers? Shen Zhiyi, feeling the weight of her shame, begins to evade him. Until one day, the enticing aroma of food wafts from his abode, and she finds herself surrendering to her curiosity. Lu Yanzhu, perpetually on edge, only finds solace in a streamer-esque video online, allowing him to sleep, albeit fitfully. Grateful for her influence, he consistently rewards her with gifts, becoming her most ardent supporter. Upon discovering that his new neighbor shares the same voice as the streamer, he tests the waters and confirms his suspicion. Lu Yanzhu is struck by her beauty, the kind that ensnares one's heart at first sight, though she appears somewhat oblivious to her surroundings, unaware of being pursued by fervent admirers. He comes to her aid, yet she, in her fear, perceives him as a potential threat. She is timid, afraid of noise, darkness, pain, and even him. However, her love for food is undeniable, and he is more than willing to satisfy her appetite. Yet again, his sleep eludes him, but this time it is the longing for her that disturbs his rest. Little does he realize that his greatest rival in affection is none other than the dog he cherishes. Ah, to be a dog, would you fare as well as I? Chapter 77. After mistakenly connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a film, 1. In our neighborhood, the location is prime and the environment exquisite. Securing a rental at this price is undoubtedly a remarkable deal. The landlady leads Shen Zhiyi towards the hallway and elevator. This apartment was designed for my own residence. Had it not been for my youngest son's impending departure to study abroad, I would never have considered renting it out. However, dear sister, you strike me as both generous and beautiful, and I am entirely at ease renting to you, unlike the previous tenant who inexplicably backed out after initially agreeing. This predicament compelled her to seek a new place to reside. Fortunately, she encountered a forthright and amiable tenant, whose beauty resembled that of a celestial being. The landlady, upon observing Shen Zhiyi's visage, felt an involuntary surge of affection. Sister, she hesitantly leaned closer and whispered in Shen Zhiyi's ear, everything here is quite satisfactory, but there is one matter to heed. You must be cautious of a young man who recently moved in next door. It is best to avoid any interaction with him. Shen Zhiyi, perplexed, lifted her gaze and inquired, why? The landlady glanced around, about to divulge further, when a resounding voice echoed from below the building. In the stillness of the night, it resonated with clarity. Brother Joie, are we really going to kill him? The landlady's pupils dilated in shock, and she hastily grasped Shen Zhiyi's arm, ushering her into the corridor. Shen Zhiyi cast a hurried glance and beheld a tall man in gray overalls, donning a cap. Leaning against the wall below, a cigarette clutched between his lips as he conversed on the phone. The voice that had just echoed came from the other end of the line. He was on speakerphone, holding the device at a distance. "I tell you to act. Do it. No need for idle chatter." His voice was gravelly and intense, carried by the night breeze, infused with a potent aura of masculinity that seeped into Shen Zhiyi's very being, causing a shiver to run down her spine. As she passed by, she caught a whiff of the mingled scents of nicotine and motor oil emanating from him. Seemingly aware of her gaze, Lu Yinzhua slightly raised his head, casting a glance at Shen Zhiyi. His chiseled features were obscured by the shadow of his cap, entwined with the rising smoke and the dim night, rendering his visage indistinct. Yet, the sharpness of his stubble, the rugged line of his jaw, the thinly pressed lips, and the coarse fingers gripping the cigarette all exuded an aura of formidable intensity, a blend of ferocity and allure, possessing a deadly magnetism. Shen Zhiyi's heart raced, and she swiftly averted her eyes. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yinzhua relaxed his fingers, allowing the cigarette but to fall. He lowered his gaze to extinguish the ember. His thighs, encased in work pants, shifted slightly, the fabric taut with latent strength, poised to unleash itself. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, disengaged the speakerphone, and leaned back against the wall once more. The voice on the other end of the line lamented, "This duck has been raised for years. You intend to slaughter it all for an old woman you've never even met, simply because she broke her leg? Brother Joie, I never realized you took up charity after leaving the military." Lu Yinzhua clicked his tongue in response. "And I never realized how verbose you've become since marrying." Silence enveloped the call for a moment before the other person scoffed. "Laugh all you want. Once you marry, let us see how you manage to appease her. And when that day comes, don't even think about borrowing my sweet-talking manual for husbands or 123 ways to be a wife's slave. Given our friendship, I wouldn't even consider it." With that, he ended the call, chuckling to himself. A wife? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable for him. In his world, women were synonymous with trouble, a source of vexation he fiercely detested. Suddenly, an image of the woman he had just encountered flashed through Lu Yinzhua's mind. Her hair flowed like seaweed, gently curling, reminiscent of lush, delicate aquatic plants. Her peach blossom eyes, filled with emotion and shyness, appeared misty, as if on the verge of tears. Yet, her face was strikingly beautiful, radiant and captivating, a veritable treasure that would be coveted by all, no matter the setting. Naturally, this equated to trouble. Lu Yinzhua pressed his lips together and adjusted the brim of his cap with a flick of his fingers before rising to head home. The landlady, Auntie, had dragged Shen Zhiyi into the elevator. Once the doors closed, she leaned against the handrail, her legs weakening as she exhaled heavily. "Did you hear that? Just now. He was talking about something frightening, about whether to kill or not. It's genuinely unsettling," she remarked. The community was abuzz with rumors, claiming he was a recently released convict. He left early and returned late each day, and no one knew what he was busy with. Casting a glance at Shen Zhiyi, she hesitated momentarily before forcing a smile. "But don't worry, dear. Our community has excellent security, and the police station is nearby. He wouldn't dare to do anything, even if he were a convict. He must have reformed, right? We ought to give such individuals a second chance, haha." She lowered her head, a hint of regret washing over her, as if lamenting her own words. Shen Zhiyi smiled gently. "Auntie, rest assured, I won tea back out of the rental because of that." The landlady finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with genuine joy. "I knew you were a straightforward girl. If you encounter any issues, just contact my eldest son. He works nearby." She handed Shen Zhiyi a contact number. "Thank you, Auntie," Shen Zhiyi replied, saving the number with a smile as she exited the elevator. Upon entering her new home and exchanging keys, the landlady offered a few more reminders. "This apartment has great ventilation and lighting, so make sure to close the doors and windows when it's windy. I believe a strong wind is expected tomorrow, so be cautious. If you're really worried about that young man next door, I can have my son come over to install a security screen on your balcony. All right. Shen Zhiyi accepted the keys she was given. I'll head back now. After seeing the landlady off, she stood in the middle of the room, surveying her surroundings. The entire apartment boasted a minimalist wooden decor, exuding a clean, warm atmosphere. She pulled open the floor-to-ceiling windows, stepping onto the balcony, and glanced sideways, only to discover how closely her balcony was situated to the neighboring one. She noticed several pieces of clothing hanging there: gray-black work trousers, a shirt, jeans, and even a couple of underwear along with several pairs of socks. They must belong to the man she had just seen. Additionally, there was a dog, a black border collie, with only its forehead, snout for paws, and a tuft of fur on its chest displaying white. It sat there, its front paws crossed over its tail, blinking in the night, head tilted, curiously observing her with eyes as clear as glass beads. Woof! The large dog barked, sticking out its tongue at Shen Zhiyi. She raised an eyebrow in response, gently clapping her hands. She had only just made a sound when she heard the door to the neighboring balcony being pulled open. The man she had just encountered removed his hat and turned his gaze toward her. Chapter 78. An accidental connection to the neighbor's Bluetooth during a movie. Shen Zhiyi finally discerned Lu Yinjua's face. He possessed an extremely aggressive appearance, short cropped hair, fierce eyebrows, and a short scar at the end of his left brow. His dark eyes resembled those of a hawk. His nose was prominent, and his thin lips formed a cold expression. His sideways glance felt like a blade, instilling an inexplicable dread. Even a mere glance at him evoked a sense of danger. He had removed his work jacket, now clad only in a black tank top, revealing well-defined muscles on his chest and arms that gleamed prominently, complemented by a sun-kissed bronze complexion, robust and virile, as if he had been scorched by the sun. Radiating warmth, he exuded an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Shen Zhiyi understood that such a physique could not be sculpted in a gym, but was forged on the most brutal battlegrounds, molded amidst smoke, mud, and rubble. Their eyes met. Lu Yinjua noticed the soft mist and glimmer in her gaze, furrowed his brow, and looked at the border collie on the ground. "Steel coin, come in," he commanded, his sharp gaze laced with displeasure. The dog cast a reluctant glance back at Shen Zhiyi, let out a bark, and, with a hesitant wag of its tail, entered the room. Just as it stepped inside, it turned back to look at Shen Zhiyi. Lu Yinjua slammed the door shut, severing their line of sight. "Woof!" Steel coin barked in discontent. "Do not regard me with those canine eyes." Lu Yinjua coldly turned, lowering his gaze upon it. "And do not involve yourself with unrelated individuals." Steel coin whimpered, wagging its tail and snorting through its nostrils. Lu Yinjua ignored it and walked away. Shen Zhiyi gazed at the closed balcony door, a wry smile dancing in her peach blossom eyes. Such a guarded nature. What a miser. It was merely a playful interaction with his dog. She turned and entered her home, opened her phone, and began contacting a moving company. As the moving truck entered the community, Fu Sivan was hailing a taxi to the train station, preparing to leave this city. The vehicle passed by the street outside the community. She glanced out the window, casting a final look in the direction of Lu Yinjua's building. The scenery rushed by, and the building quickly faded from view. Fu Sivan pressed her hand to her chest, collapsing against the taxi's backrest, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, she could leave Lu Yinjua behind. The tension in her eyes ebbed away, replaced by the exhilaration of survival. She never expected there truly existed a chance at rebirth. Last night, upon realizing she had been reborn, precisely at the moment before she met Lu Yinjua, she could hardly contain her joy. She immediately called to cancel her lease, even if she incurred a penalty. She was unfazed. This small sum was insignificant compared to the suffering she endured after becoming acquainted with Lu Yinjua. After all, that man was utterly terrifying. The mere recollection of her past experiences sent shivers down her spine. In her previous life, after becoming Lu Yinjua's neighbor, she had been so enamored by his looks that she took the initiative to confess her feelings, exerting considerable effort to persuade him to be with her. However, she had not anticipated that Lu Yinjua possessed violent tendencies. Though he had never struck her, he frequently exhibited mood swings at home, smashing walls at a whim. And there was a dog that incessantly barked, leaving her in a constant state of unease. The chaos within the house was unbearable. Not only was there no one to tidy up, but Lu Yinjue would return from his auto repairs covered in a cloud of dust, accompanied by the acrid smell of motor oil. She truly felt overwhelmed. What was even more absurd was that, despite being in a romantic relationship, Lu Yinjue vehemently resisted any form of intimacy. Not only was he averse to hugs or holding hands, but he would also erupt in fury if she accidentally brushed against him. It was as if he were unwell. Who enters a relationship without even holding hands? Wasn't it his looks and physique that attracted her? Yet, he steadfastly refused to let her touch him. Fu Sivon was exasperated. She contemplated breaking up with Lu Yinjue, but he insisted that she had become his possession, claiming that some organization was watching them, and that if they were to separate, she would be in grave danger. To safeguard her safety and prevent her from fleeing, he resolutely confined her to their home. She truly believed he was unhinged, a mere mechanic. Speaking of organizations, did he think this was a movie? She had attempted to escape numerous times, all in vain. Ultimately, Lu Yinjue had even locked her in a dog cage, the very place where that foul dog had slept. The recollection of these experiences filled Fu Sivon with both anger and fear. In this lifetime, she vowed to distance herself from him, even avoiding the city he resided in. She opened her phone and blocked and deleted all the landlords she had previously contacted. Those were the only ties to Lu Yinjue left. She would not keep a single one. Having completed this, Fu Sivon felt a profound sense of relief and left the city without looking back. Shen Zhiyi was directing the movers, instructing them on carrying her belongings upstairs. As Lu Yinjue stepped outside, he noticed the door of the neighboring apartment ajar. Shen Zhiyi was bustling around, one hand clutching a mini fan and the other a water bottle, flitting among the movers. Yes, just placed it there. Excuse me. Could you move this to the study? Would you like some water? I have a fan here. You can take a break before continuing. Lu Yinjue cast a glance her way. She had her hair half up, wearing a sleeveless top of linen hues and white casual pants, resembling a fluffy little bird flitting about, chirping and spreading warmth. His gaze flickered slightly, adjusting his cap as a thought crossed his mind, his brows knitting in contemplation. There was something familiar about that voice. Oh great, I'll be right down. That bothersome and noisy woman fluttered out. Lu Yinjue instinctively stepped aside, but was forced into a narrow passage alongside her due to the movers passing through. They both pressed against the wall to give way to the workers. Shen Zhiyi glanced at him with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I have quite a few things. Why don't you go ahead? She inched herself closer to the wall. Lu Yinjue turned his head, noticing the minuscule space she had created, which was hardly any different from before, and saw her holding her breath, the look of someone about to suffocate. He averted his gaze slightly. No need. Shen Zhiyi let out a long sigh, then smiled again. Thank you. Let us wait together then. She stole another glance at him and added, You're quite easy to get along with, not as terrifying as the rumors suggest. Rumors? Terrifying? Lu Yinjue furrowed his brows and glanced at her. What have they said about me? Shen Zhiyi paused, offering an awkward smile. Oh, nothing much. Just that you have a fierce demeanor. After the masters departed, the corridor was empty. Lu Yinjue chose not to say more and strode away with long strides. Shen Zhiyi stood behind him, her heart racing as she patted her chest. That was close. She almost revealed he was a labor camp convict. Wasn't he that akin to stabbing a knife into someone's heart? How painful that would be. She pursed her lips and continued with her move. The sun quickly dipped below the horizon. Shen Zhiyi, exhausted from a day's labor, was drenched in sweat. After taking a shower, she hung her clothes on the balcony, completely forgetting the landlady's warning about the strong winds expected the following day. She collapsed on her bed and fell into a deep slumber. In the dark of night, a fierce wind arose. On the balcony, a lace undergarment was swept off the drying rack, twirling in the air before suddenly landing on a neighboring balcony. Chapter 79. Connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a movie. 3. At the auto repair shop, Lu Yinjue lay back, sliding out from under a car. He adjusted a wrench, pushed the vehicle, and stood up with agility. The shop owner, Chu Long, handed him a towel. Brother Zhua, we received news from Ice Fox. They're asking when you'll return. I'm not going back. Lu Yinjue wiped the sweat from his brow and tossed the towel back to him. Really not going back? Que l'on exclaimed, surprised. You're just going to stay here in my repair shop? He quickly suppressed his astonishment, lamenting. That's like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Such a waste of resources. Lu Yinju glanced at the darkening sky, devoid of stars, mirroring his bleak future. The wind rustled through the leaves, tapping against the door, akin to the relentless storm raging within his heart. This was the torment he deserved. Lu Yinju withdrew his gaze. Speaking in a detached tone, if you don't want to accommodate me, I will find another place. Oh dear, Brother Zhuo, saying that breaks my heart. Chu Long lamented. This repair shop is still funded by you. Besides, if it weren't for you and Brother Yang back then, I wouldn't have returned from that hellish place alive. If you wish, you can stay here for a lifetime. Upon hearing the familiar name, Lu Yinju's expression shifted slightly. Chu Long realized he had misspoken and clapped a hand over his mouth, falling silent. All right, Lu Yinju glanced at him. I'll head back now. There's a modified race car coming in for repairs tomorrow. Let me know when they arrive. Understood, que l'on replied obédiently. He watched as Lu Yinju exited the repair shop, his tall figure slowly blending into the night, evoking a sense of solitude. Chu Long felt a pang of empathy. Years ago, when Brother Yang and Brother Zhuo undertook a mission together, Brother Yang sacrificed himself to save him, a burden that Brother Zhuo still carried. Why had he carelessly mentioned Brother Yang's name? He slapped his own mouth in reprimand. Turning around, he caught sight of the car that Lu Yinju had recently repaired and let out a sigh. How times have changed. Once, he piloted fighter jets, defused landmines, and wielded weapons with precision. Now, he found himself tending to these toy-like vehicles. With his hands on his hips, he surveyed the array of cars in the shop. You truly are fortunate, he mused. Upon arriving home, Lu Yinju glanced at the tightly shut door beside him. In just a single day, what had once been an empty entryway now boasted delightful decorations, a garland of flowers, an adorably designed doorbell featuring a chubby bird gazing vacantly, and a protective cover wrapped around the doorknob adorned with a paw print. Even the wall nearby had been fitted with a takeout box, inscribed in playful, rounded characters with the words deliveries placed here. It was unmistakably the boss's takeout box. Suddenly, Lu Yinju recalled the morning, the way she inhaled deeply. With such a flat stomach, what could she possibly eat? He tugged at his lips, the harsh line of his jaw softening in an instant. His gaze returned to the garland, and he seemed to catch a whiff of the gardenia fragrance emanating from her. It was a faint scent, yet it invaded his mind relentlessly. Lu Yinju's eyes sparkled momentarily as he instinctively raised his hand to smell himself. He was enveloped in the odor of machine oil. Glancing down, he noted the grime covering his body. Dust settled on his knees. His brows knitted together in displeasure as he pushed open his front door. After locking it behind him, he instinctively lifted his foot and made his way towards the bathroom. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Yinju was roused by a paw tapping at him. He opened his eyes in vigilance, met by the enlarged face of a dog. The sharpness in his gaze softened as he let out a low hiss. Has this dog lived too long? If it continues to disturb me, it can return to the balcony to sleep. With a huff, the dog dropped an object on a Lu Yinju's face, then pointed its snout in the direction of Shen Zhiyi's room. Suddenly, a familiar gardenia fragrance enveloped him. What is this? Furrowing his brow, he removed the object from his face, only to see his pupils constrict in shock. It was an exceedingly delicate piece of women's lingerie. A soft lavender hue adorned with small flowers strategically placed, and even the slender straps were decorated with blossoms, the lace between them sheer and translucent. Though the fabric was thin, its dimensions were striking. Shen Zhiyi's smiling visage flashed in his mind, the seemingly modest cotton linen ensemble she wore contrasting sharply with the risque undergarment. Lu Yinju's face instantly flushed crimson as he hurled the fabric back at the dog. How could you be so shameless, even as a dog? What on earth are you bringing into the house and throwing at my face? His mourning body reacted almost instantaneously, a rigid response that felt as if it would curl at the slightest provocation. Get that thing out of here now, he bellowed. The dog looked at the fallen fabric with a sense of grievance, wagging its tail reluctantly before picking it up and trudging towards the balcony. Lu Yinju collapsed back onto his bed, covering his face with his arm and muttering a curse under his breath. Yet, the heat within him continued to rise. Damn it! He sprang up, flinging the covers aside, and strode toward the bathroom. The garments, swept away by the fierce wind, lay scattered upon the ground. The dog, Steel Coin, carried a piece of fabric in its mouth, wandering amidst the disarray. Ultimately, it heeded Lu Yinjua's words, returning the cloth to its rightful place. With a slight release of its grip, a purple lace fluttered down, landing upon Lu Yinjua's 2 pairs of underwear. After rising and completing her morning routine, Shen Zhiyi recalled the landlady's admonition and dashed towards the balcony. Oh no, my clothes! She flung open the balcony door and indeed found the garments she had hung out to dry the previous night scattered on the ground. Once she had gathered everything, she realized her underwear was missing. A wave of panic washed over Shen Zhiyi. Turning around, she spotted Steel Coin squatting on the opposite balcony, barking at her. The dog pawed at the ground beside it. Shen Zhiyi followed its gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wasn't that her underwear? How did it end up over there? She leaned over the railing, panic etched on her face as she peered towards the main house across the way. Surely, she couldn't ask that man to help retrieve it. That would be mortifying. Glancing around, she picked up a nearby clothes pole and reached out towards the opposite balcony. She was close, almost there, just a little further. Her face flushed as she leaned over the edge, straining to reach the other side. Steel Coin tilted its head, observing her for a moment before suddenly getting up, trotting over, and picking up the bundle of fabric from ground. Shen Zhiyi's eyes lit up. Good boy, Steel Coin. Quickly bring it over here. She waved the clothes pole. Steel Coin hesitated for a moment, then made a running leap, landing gracefully on Shen Zhiyi's balcony. She was taken aback, turning to look at it. It just came over so effortlessly. She glanced at the distance between the 2 balconies. Though it was short, she felt a surge of anxiety. Steel Coin approached her, nudging with its head. Shen Zhiyi set down the clothes pole, crouched down, and affectionately patted the dog. You're such a clever pup, but that was too dangerous. Don't do it again, understand? Steel Coin gazed at her with wide eyes, then placed the fabric it had in its mouth into her hands, proudly raising its head and wagging its tail. Shen Zhiyi looked down, only to find not only her underwear, but also a pair of men's briefs. Chapter 80. Mistakenly connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a film. 4. Shen Zhiyi's pupils dilated in shock. Her hand trembled, and the briefs fell to the ground. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly picked up the black fabric, glancing furtively towards the neighboring balcony. Good Steel Coin, could you take this back again? She pretended to offer the bundle to the dog. However, it disdainfully turned its head away, emitting a huff from its nostrils, as if still mulling over Lu Yinjua's earlier comment about making it sleep on the balcony. Shen Zhiyi felt a bit awkward, holding the fabric that felt particularly hot in her hands. Steel Coin nudged her again, then took a leap back onto the opposite balcony, looking back at Shen Zhiyi and wagging its tail as if awaiting praise. Shen Zhiyi could only give a thumbs up. Steel Coin joyfully spun around in place. Shen Zhiyi, feeling helpless, averted her gaze. Upon seeing the undergarment in her hand, an inexplicable image of Lu Yinjua, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, surfaced in her mind. His jawline and knuckles exuded an unwavering, austere demeanor, rugged and robust. In her imagination, it felt as though his stubbled chin had pricked her. The sensation startled her. Was he a true man, or merely a facade of strength? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, she inexplicably unfurled the fabric and cast a glance at its center, only to quickly clench it back. A faint blush crept onto her porcelain face. Oh, it was so large, it was overwhelming. The fabric felt even hotter in her grasp. Turning around, she found the little dog, Gongbong, blinking innocently at her. A wave of embarrassment washed over Shen Zhiyi, and she hurriedly stood up. You didn't see anything. Good pup. Gongbong stood with his paws together and barked at her. Shen Zhiyi, flustered, waved her hands, desperately signaling for silence. Shoo, don't call out. Don't alert that miser in your house. She bundled the fabric tightly and, gathering her strength, hurled it towards the opposite balcony. Just then, an ill-timed gust of wind blew through. With a soft thud, the undergarment was blown back, landing on her face. Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, "What? Oh heavens!" At that moment, she felt as though she was giving the world an enormous middle finger. The crisp scent of soap lingered in the air, heightening her embarrassment. Flushing deeply, she swiftly snatched the undergarment away. Before she could utter any complaints, she heard a noise from the neighboring balcony, the sound of sliding glass doors. Lu Yinjua's sharp profile appeared in her line of sight. Shen Zhiyi, startled as if she had seen a ghost, hastily clutched the undergarment and dashed into her room. With a decisive snap, she shut the sliding door and hurriedly drew the curtains. Leaning against the window, she panted, relieved. That was close. She almost got caught. If he had seen her, there would have been no cleansing her reputation. Glancing down at the undergarment in her hand, a wave of anxiety washed over her. If he found out, would he think of her as a pervert? Shen Zhiyi gripped the fabric tightly. No, she needed to find an opportunity to return this scalding hot potato. First, she would check the wind direction. Rushing to her bedside, she picked up her phone and began studying the weather. Meanwhile, on the other balcony, Lu Yinjue gazed at the woman who had just vanished from sight, clearly avoiding him as if he were a venomous snake. He pressed his lips into a straight line, letting out a cold huff. Was he a demon? Was there truly a need to be so frightened in his presence? His mind wandered back to the purple lace he had just glimpsed, and his gaze flickered uncomfortably. Perhaps her avoidance was a blessing. It spared him the awkwardness. Lu Yinjue averted his gaze, displeased, and stared at Gongbun. With such strong winds, why couldn't he help retrieve his clothes? Instead, he brought back useless items. Gongbun picked up one of his socks and, under Lu Yinjue's icy glare, tossed it straight down to the ground. Then he tilted his head, looking at him with a provocative challenge. Lu Yinjue muttered, still not enough punishment. He approached, grasping the little dog-ass face and giving it a firm rub. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the property management for a reprimand. He gritted his teeth and said, when the time comes, I shall post your dog-like visage on the bulletin board, and we shall see how you continue to act like a dog. Steel Coin protested with a howl. Humph. Lu Yinjue curled his lips in disdain, too apathetic to argue with it, and began to tidy up the mess on the floor. He did not notice the piece of purple fabric. Lifting his gaze, he glanced over to the adjacent balcony, then back at Steel Coin. Did you jump over there? Steel Coin grunted a couple of times, ignoring him. Lu Yinjue's brows furrowed deeply. Do you realize how dangerous that is? His tone carried a reprimand. If I catch you doing that again, you shall not have canned food for a month. Steel Coin immediately became docile. Lying on the ground with droopy eyes looking at him, Lu Yinjue remained silent, rising to rummage through the room for something. Later that night, both individuals found themselves sleepless. The two rooms they occupied were symmetrically arranged. Shen Zhiyi and Lu Yinjue's beds were aligned head-to-head, separated only by a wall. Although they were unaware, they were in perfect synchrony, unable to sleep due to the same matter. Shen Zhiyi tossed and turned in bed. Would he discover that her underwear was missing? What if he doubted her after she had run away so hastily? Why until the wind subsided? Tomorrow morning, she would have to return his underwear. She was determined not to misplace it again. Lu Yinjue had it even worse. He stared wide-eyed at the ceiling in the darkness. Gradually, several small purple flowers began to take shape, followed by delicate lace. Through the lace, it seemed he could glimpse the smooth, jade-like skin within, the fabric stretching taut. Lu Yinjue abruptly shut his eyes, his breathing quickening. Lu Yinjue, you truly are a disgrace. He muttered scornfully to himself, shaking his head. He turned over, lifting his eyelids only to meet a pair of clear, dog-like eyes. This was his first moment of longing for a woman, and it had been caught by a dog. Oof. It was all its fault. Lu Yinjue turned over, unwilling to face that dog-like visage. Shen Zhiyi pondered for a moment, then decided to go live. She turned on the lights, busied herself in the study, set up her equipment, and finally opened the live streaming room. The missing streamer returns. Why is the sister still awake at this late hour? Did she come to cure our insomnia? Since there's no one around, should the sister show her face to us? Yes, we're all friends here. No need to be shy. Seeing those comments, Shen Zhiyi smiled gently. Apologies, everyone, but I want to be showing my face. If you can't sleep, come join today's nursing session in the empty ward. She responded to each comment. Adjusting the camera to capture only from her neck down, she arranged her props, ready to commence today's simulated scene livestream. Wow, I just noticed. Is the sister wearing a nurse's outfit today? Indeed, Shen Zhiyi lowered her voice. Her soft tone echoed gently in the study. Woo, The sister is still beautiful even without showing her face. So healing. Shen Zhiyi picked up a cotton pad, gently wiping it against the microphone before her. The soothing, rustling sound filled the live stream, bringing comfort to the listeners. As Lu Yinjue entered the live broadcast room, he happened to overhear her softly responding to the questions posed by viewers. His hawk-like eyes slowly narrowed in recognition. The voice of the woman next door was strikingly similar to that of the host. Could it be her? Lu Yinjue had previously watched her streams without paying attention to the visuals, merely listening to the ambient noise through his phone. Yet now, he scrutinized every visible detail of her being. At that moment, Shen Zhiyi gently lifted the four-tube, her slender, fair fingers rhythmically twisting it. Lu Yinjue's gaze darkened. In a particular frame, he noticed a small mole on the inner side of her right hand's index finger, near the middle finger. It was a deep crimson, reminiscent of crushed rose petals, their juices staining the skin. Lu Yinjue's fingertips twitched, and he sent her a carnival gift. The moment a substantial gift appeared in the live stream, viewers were instantly awakened. The top donor is back. Lu Yinjue's account, simply named Yin, featured a pitch-black avatar, leading viewers to affectionately nickname him Brother Blackstone. Brother Blackstone used to reward only after finishing the stream. What's changed today? Entering and gifting immediately? I truly feel out of place in this world of the wealthy. What difference does it make to have one more rich person in this world? Speaking of which, Brother Blackstone seems to have never spoken. He merely showers gifts. He did speak. He thanked his sister the first time he listened to the stream. A bit polite, but not much. Can't this rude, wealthy man, who only throws money at others, spare a glance for me? I have thick skin, I can take it. Seeing those comments and gifts, Shen Zhiyi's eyes curved slightly. She leaned closer to the microphone, gently rubbing the cotton ball in rhythm, producing a soft whisper. Thank you, Yin. Her melodious voice, laced with an enchanting undertone, penetrated his eardrums, inducing a delightful sensation throughout his being. Lu Yinjue's heart skipped a beat, recalling the way Shen Zhiyi had once thanked him. It was nearly identical. His dark eyes narrowed further, increasingly convinced she was indeed the woman next door. Tomorrow, he would seek an opportunity to inspect her fingers. After the broadcast, Shen Zhiyi sent Lu Yinjue a private message backstage, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your gift. How about I treat you to a meal? He was her most devoted supporter, consistently rewarding her in silence. Shen Zhiyi refrained from showing her face to avoid complications. But she felt that this top donor had never made any demands of her and genuinely sought her for comfort. She surmised he must be a straightforward person with a strong sense of boundaries, unlikely to become overly entangled with her. Thus, inviting him to dinner as a gesture of thanks seemed appropriate. To her surprise, Lu Yinjue declined. No need. Subsequently, he ceased all communication, as if preparing to block her at any moment. Inexplicably felt that the cold, aloof demeanor he exhibited was strikingly reminiscent of her neighbor next door. She shook her head with a smile and closed the application. The following day, the first thing did upon waking was to grasp the warm fabric and rush to the balcony, intending to toss it back. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback at the sight of the protective netting across the opposite balcony. Had he truly enclosed his space overnight? How could she possibly discard it now? She stood there, disheveled by the wind. The little steel coin was clinging to the edge of the net, its front paws hanging limply on the wires. Gazing at her with a pitiful expression, felt compelled to dedicate a rendition of tears behind iron bars to it. But soon, frustration bubbled within her as she bit her fingers and paced back and forth. Had he discovered her? Was he wary of her? Suddenly halting, cast another glance at the protective net before resignedly retreating indoors, folding the fabric neatly and stowing it away in the bedside drawer. She glared mournfully at the closed drawer, heaving a sigh. Next time, certainly, there were numerous items needed for her new home. Once completed her errands, she planned to treat herself to a delightful dinner that evening. She ordered an expensive takeout and ventured downstairs to procure a bounty of fruits and flowers, carrying her paper bags home with a buoyant spirit. Yet, after just a few steps, she sensed someone trailing her from behind. The figure appeared to be tall, with heavy footsteps that seemed hurried, as if filled with excitement. The night was tranquil, allowing to catch the sound of his deliberately concealed breathing. It was faint yet unsettling. She felt as though that gaze and sound from behind were akin to some damp, sticky essence, drifting on the breeze and adhering to her skin, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Her heart tightened, and she quickened her pace toward the illuminated area ahead. However, the sound drew closer still. The light at the corridor's entrance was just ahead, and she began to run. At the moment she merged into the brightness, the sound abruptly ceased. Whirled around to look, but saw nothing. Her heart racing, she patted her chest and entered the elevator, pressing the button for her floor, exhaling only when the doors slowly closed. Yet, her relief was short-lived as a pair of large hands suddenly reached in. The doors swung open again, stared wide-eyed, her heart leaping into her throat. Lu Yinjue stepped into the elevator. Upon recognizing him, she finally exhaled fully, leaning against the elevator wall to calm her racing heart. How frightening! It was merely him. Lu Yinjue cast a glance her way, his piercing gaze briefly resting on the paper bag she held, before swiftly shifting away. He spoke not a word, offering no greeting, simply standing before her, turning his back, leaving her with the weight of his imposing presence. Yet this, in turn, reassured. She straightened up, suddenly wondering if the person who had been following her moments ago was indeed him. Scrutinized his silhouette, but something felt amiss. His steps were heavy and steady, unlike that earlier figure, which had seemed somewhat ethereal. As the elevator ascended, two middle-aged women entered and, upon spotting Lu Yinjue, exchanged furtive glances while tugging at each other as sleeves. One of them quickly pressed the button for their desired floor and retreated against the elevator wall, positioning herself beside Shen Zhiyi. The two women exchanged frantic signals. The elevator doors slowly began to close. Suddenly, a phone rang. Lu Yinjue answered it. The carriage was silent, allowing the voice on the other end to resonate clearly, a frantic male voice. "It's only been a day, and you've already brought me more trouble. You truly are something else. Come to the police station tomorrow. Make sure to clarify today's incident." "Understood," Lu Yinjue replied, ending the call. He noticed the two women gazing at him in terror as he pressed the button for the nearest floor. "We've arrived," they exclaimed, darting out as if they had seen a ghost. Their whispers trailed behind them. "Did you hear that? P.S. truly irregular at the police station. How frightening. Who knows what trouble he is in now? For the police to come looking for him. Sure, let us hurry." Lu Yinjue slightly turned his head to glance at Shen Zhiyi, who promptly lowered her gaze, searching the ground with her eyes. Soon, only the two of them remained in the elevator. As Lu Yinjue stepped back, his muscular arm inadvertently brushed against her paper bag, causing several pieces of fruit to tumble out, oranges, apples, and pears scattered across the floor. "I'm sorry," he said in a low voice, bending down to help Shen Zhiyi pick them up. His hawk-like gaze was fixated on her delicate fingertips. Chapter 82. A misunderstanding with a neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a movie. 6. Shen Zhiyi reached down to retrieve the fruits. The vivid reds, oranges, yellows, and greens accentuated the porcelain whiteness of her fingertips. Lu Yinjue observed her slender fingers, slightly curved, as they delicately touched the various textures of the fruit's skin before gently placing them back into the bag. In that moment, she would unconsciously caress the fruits before releasing them. He had yet to locate her small beauty mark, yet an unfamiliar wave of heated desire surged within him, darkening his gaze. This was an uncharted longing, imbued with an overwhelming and irresistible force. It tightened his skin and clouded his thoughts. The conflicting urges to touch and to resist intimacy collided violently in his mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. His very breath felt as if it had come to a standstill. "Excuse me, may I pass?" Shen Zhiyi leaned toward an apple remaining behind Lu Yinjue. As her fingers spread open, the deep crimson beauty mark on her finger was suddenly revealed, exposed under the harsh light, like a distinct desire drawing closer to him. Overwhelmed, Lu Yinjue felt a wave of dizziness and instinctively recoiled, landing on the floor. "What is wrong with you?" Shen Zhiyi picked up the apple beside him and immediately noticed something was amiss. His complexion was ashen, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. "Are you okay?" she inquired, leaning in with concern. "Stay away," Lu Yinjue barked, his face contorted with distress. With his palm pressed against the wall, he staggered to his feet, and, as the elevator doors opened, he unsteadily rushed out. Shen Zhiyi watched his retreating figure, somewhat taken aback. Could it be that he truly viewed her as a pervert? Even her mere proximity elicited such revulsion in him? Lu Yinjue, trembling, unlocked his front door and slammed it shut behind him, then slowly slid down against the doorframe. He curled his long legs, gripping his quivering right wrist with his left hand, as fragmented images flashed through his mind. A narrow, dim corridor devoid of light, save for the fierce flames burning at its end. He clutched his head in pain, acutely aware of the intense, alarming desire he harbored for that woman. He did not even know her name, yet yearned to approach her, to touch her. In the engulfing darkness, Gongbing approached, squatting beside him, offering silent solace as he always did during his episodes. Lu Yinjue lifted his gaze to meet its clear, caring eyes, managing a pale, strained smile. This was truly troubling, wasn't it? Gongbing was silent, nudging its head against his knee. Shen Zhiyi, of course, heard the sound of his door closing. Surely, he must have regarded her as a veritable menace. Her gaze drifted to the bedside table, recalling the piece of fabric inside, and she sighed deeply. Well, it was done now. She might as well eat first. She couldn't let such an expensive takeaway go to waste. Quickly dismissing the matter from her mind, she sat down at the dining table to enjoy her first meal in her new home. However, as night fell, anxiety returned to plague Shen Zhiyi. How could she explain to him that she was not a pervert? Sleep eluded her, leaving her to idly scroll through her phone. Suddenly, she pondered whether to watch a short film. Typically, watching something light would alleviate her anxiety. After some selection, she finally found a film with a male lead she found satisfactory, donned her Bluetooth headphones, and pressed play. A wall apart, Lu Yinjue, burdened by the remnants of his episode, was also unable to sleep. He put on his headphones, opened a recording from Shen Zhiyi, placed his phone on the bedside, and closed his eyes, attempting to drift off. The unique sound effects gently brushed against his eardrums, gradually easing his taut nerves. Yet soon, his thoughts wandered back to her hands. Previously, unaware that she was the female streamer, he never paid attention to the video. Now, however, he inexplicably felt the urge to see more. Lu Yinjue picked up his phone, gazing at Shen Zhiyi on the screen, his eyes greedily capturing her movements. Suddenly, he realized something, swiftly covering the phone with the blanket. Stop thinking about it, Lu Yinjue. But the more he attempted to suppress his imagination, the more vividly it materialized. In addition to the previous purple lace, now there were hands involved. It was maddening. Lost in thought, a woman's moan suddenly echoed in his ears. Lu Yinjue's eyes snapped open in the darkness, the sounds growing increasingly distinct and clear. In a state of astonishment, he captured those words that resonated with him so profoundly. Master, you truly excel at repairs. Remove your work gear. Let me feel your muscles. Your hands are so large. Can you pinch me? Oh, your beard is quite prickly. Don't kiss me there. Lu Yinjue, momentarily bewildered, could not discern whether he was merely disoriented or had sunk into such depravity that he envisioned the specific scene between him and that woman. His entire body flushed with warmth. At that moment, Shen Zhiyi was utterly perplexed. With her delicate brows furrowed, she repeatedly dragged the progress bar. Huh? Why there no sound? Is it the headphones that are faulty, or the phone? She adjusted her Bluetooth headset and gradually increased the volume. The increasingly jarring noise snapped Lu Yinjue back to reality. His face turned crimson as he abruptly sat up and yanked off the Bluetooth headset, tossing it to the floor. Upon checking the phone's settings, he discovered that his Bluetooth had long since disconnected. If so, whose device was he connected to? A flash of realization struck Lu Yinjue as he turned in shock toward the wall. Was it that woman's? On the floor? The sound emanating from the Bluetooth headset grew louder and, in the stillness of the night, intruded distinctly upon the ears of both man and dog. Suddenly, Lu Yinjue recognized the content she was viewing, something centered on repair work. Who was she imagining in that scenario? He fell back onto the bed, pulling the covers over his face. The dog, Gongbing, circled the headset incessantly, suddenly barking with increasing volume, creating a disturbance. Stop barking. Lu Yinjue's deep voice muffled from beneath the blanket, uncertain whether he was scolding Gongbing or the actors in the headset. Their dialogue had indeed escalated to an excessive degree. Ignoring him, Gangbing barked even louder. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Yinjue threw off the covers. Shen Zhiyi had turned the volume to the maximum, but still heard nothing. Confused, she furrowed her brow. Just as she contemplated exiting the video, the doorbell rang, startling her. She quickly exited the interface and opened the surveillance on her phone. It was Lu Yinjue, accompanied by Gangbing. As she sighed in relief, a wave of curiosity washed over her. Why was he visiting her at such a late hour? Rising from her seat, she donned her slippers and approached the door. Upon opening it, she looked up at Lu Yinjue, with a slightly flushed face and a somewhat gritted expression, said, "Stop watching that. It made my dog feverish." Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. Her mind exploded with realization. It was not her headphones that were defective. Rather, she had inadvertently connected to his. Instantly, her cheeks burned crimson, resembling a little tomato as she stood there, head bowed, staring at the floor's crevices, pondering how she could have committed such a blunder. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was connected to yours," she stammered, her voice barely audible. Remembering the subject matter she had been watching, which seemed so eerily relevant to him, she wished she could simply disappear in embarrassment. How could one inadvertently cause such a colossal blunder? Shen Zhiyi was nearly blushing crimson. Lu Yinjue observed her demeanor, which suggested she wished to bury herself in the earth, and found it inexplicably endearing, causing his own embarrassment to diminish somewhat. He lowered his gaze upon her and realized she was clad in a refreshing set of sleepwear, a light blue camisole paired with soft white shorts. The delicate straps of her similarly colored lingerie peeked from her shoulders, adorned near her collarbone with petite butterflies on either side. A sudden buzz filled Lu Yinjue's mind, as he instantly recalled a certain purple lace flower of similar style. Did this imply that what enveloped her was a myriad of blue butterflies? The thought unleashed a torrent of imagination within him. Tension gripped every muscle in Lu Yinjue's body. The dog, Gangbing, appeared even more excited than he was, barking fervently as it squeezed between them, circling Shen Zhiyi's feet. It not only nudged her calves with its head, but also extended its tongue to lick her slippers. Shen Zhiyi was forced to halt her toe-scraping endeavor. She crouched down, cradling Gangbing's head and giving it a gentle rub. "Good pup, what's wrong?" Gangbing, in a state of exuberance, pressed its head against her collarbone and neck, nearly toppling her over. Lu Yinjue frowned, crouching down to seize the dog's head and pull it back. "Have you no shame?" Gangbing barked at him in dissatisfaction. "What is going on with it?" Shen Zhiyi inquired, looking towards Lu Yinjue. "It's in heat," he replied nonchalantly. Shen Zhiyi felt her cheeks warm again. Lu Yinjue, considerate, averted his gaze from her, merely glaring at Gangbing. "Tomorrow, I'll take you for neutering." Gangbing, somewhat irked, opened its mouth as if to bite him, but was swiftly restrained. It emitted a low growl, casting a mournful glance at Shen Zhiyi before turning back to Lu Yinjue with a completely different expression, one filled with aggression. Lu Yinjue nearly laughed in exasperation. Is this dim-witted dog considering me a rival? Does it even recognize who its master is? He lightly tapped its head. Gangbing, immobilized by his hold, could neither move nor bark, merely scratched at the ground with its hind legs, its tail wagging erratically towards Shen Zhiyi. Lu Yinjue pulled it closer until it could not touch her with a single hair, feeling satisfied. "I'll join you tomorrow," Shen Zhiyi said, feeling guilty. "This is all my responsibility. If it weren't for me, it wouldn't tea." She awkwardly halted. "I'll cover the cost of the neutering." Lu Yinjue scrutinized her, silence stretching for a moment before he retrieved his phone. "Let us add each other on WeChat first, so we can coordinate tomorrow." "Oh, sure." Shen Zhiyi fished her phone from her pocket and scanned his QR code. His profile picture depicted a rusty gear, which struck her as somewhat melancholic. "How should I address you?" Lu Yinjue inquired casually, as if indifferent. "I'll note it down." Shen Zhiyi, she replied, noticing he was still holding the dog. She reached for the phone. Lu Yinjue hesitated for a moment before handing it to her. Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze to write her name in the notes section. "Done." She returned the phone to his palm. Lu Yinjue tightened his grip on the phone, his fingertips resting on the area she had just touched, his Adam's apple silently shifting. "And you? What is your name?" Shen Zhiyi looked up at him. "Lu Yinjue." The rock signifies solidity, while the word scorching conveys intensity. He gazed directly into her eyes. Shen Zhiyi momentarily froze. Indeed, he resembled a burning, molten stone. She inexplicably felt her ears flush with warmth. All right, we shall connect tomorrow. MHM. Lu Yinjue remained seated, still clutching the coin. You may close the door first. He lifted his gaze to her, an air of infatuation flickering in his eyes. Shen Zhiyi's cheeks reddened once more. She leaned closer, gently stroking the coin's head. Good boy. See you tomorrow. The coin emitted a pleased purr. Lu Yinjue's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing beneath their depths. I shall close the door now. Shen Zhiyi stood and shut the door behind her. Upon locking it with a click, she leaned against the door frame, raising her hands to fan her flushed cheeks vigorously. So embarrassing, so mortifying. I nearly fainted from the awkwardness. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She quickly grabbed her phone and disconnected the Bluetooth in the settings. Hurriedly, she swiped away the background video, her face burning as she dashed back to her cocoon of blankets. Once she curled up tightly, she peeked out, pondering with confusion. Yinjue? How does he resemble my top brother so closely? Lu Yinjue returned home with the dog. After fitting it with a muzzle, he ushered it into its cage. The coin could only whine, pawing at the metal bars, gazing at him with its big, watery eyes. Lu Yinjue picked up the Bluetooth earphone from the floor, returned to his bed, and scoffed lightly at the dog. Is this yours? Just hold on. He shot a warning glance at it, his brow furrowing, an unmistakable air of chilling authority surrounding him. The coin, intimidated by his presence, deflated and lay down. Lu Yinjue reclined back on the bed, opened his phone, and gazed at the WeChat interface, where Shen Zhiyi's avatar, a delightful cartoon figure holding flowers and smiling brightly, captured his attention. He recalled how she had petted the dog moments ago, and with a flick of his fingertip, he pinned her as a top contact. The following day, at the veterinary clinic, Shen Zhiyi watched as the coin, wearing an Elizabethan collar, lay feebly on the examination table, her heart heavy with guilt and empathy. Lu Yinjue cast her a sidelong glance. This is unrelated to you. He remarked coolly, it was bound to be neutered eventually. The doctor approached, outlining post-operative care instructions, adding, in the coming days, it may experience mood swings and irritability. It will require ample companionship and soothing. Avoid loud reprimands or forced embraces. The wound must be treated with this medication twice daily, ensuring it does not get wet. He glanced at them again. You young couple should also be mindful. Refrain from excessive intimacy in its presence to avoid distressing it. Shen Zhiyi waved her hands dismissively. Doctor, you misunderstand. We are not. The doctor walked away without further comment. Shen Zhiyi sighed. Really, how can one endure so many awkward moments in succession? She found herself questioning her life choices. Lu Yinjue's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. The instant Shen Zhiyi looked up at him, he swiftly masked his expression, reverting to his usual, aloof demeanor. Allow me to care for it, Shen Zhiyi offered. You leave early and return late. You must lack the time. Perhaps we could keep it at my place for the time being? Lu Yinjue lowered his gaze, contemplating, then withdrew his gaze in an unfamiliar environment. I fear it may not adapt well. Hesitated as Lu Yinjue spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Come to my house. After uttering these words, Lu Yinjue strode towards the steel coin. Startled for a moment, quickly followed. Let me pay. As she rummaged for her phone, Lu Yinjue had already scanned the QR code and completed the payment. Her hand awkwardly hovered in the air. Didn't we agree that I would pay? I dealt with it yesterday, Lu Yinjue replied nonchalantly. If I don't cover this expense, I can't sleep. He lowered his gaze to her, as if questioning whether her sleeplessness mattered to him. Noticed a slight redness in his eyes and shook her head in confusion. Then that's fine. Lu Yinjue walked over to inspect the steel coin, gazed at his silhouette, tall and silent, exuding an aura of coldness and severity, radiating an unmistakable sense of distance. Yet, for reasons unknown, she perceived a gentleness within him. Prepared a cart for the steel coin. As they strolled together, they resembled a family of three. Passing by the police station, Lu Yinjue handed her the keys to his house. You take it back first. I need to handle some matters inside. Accepted the keys. Recalling the conversation she had overheard in the elevator, and nodded. All right. Lu Yinjue paused momentarily. Aren't you curious about what I'm dealing with? Huh? Looked up at him. Isn't that your private matter? Besides, it shouldn't be anything bad. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yinjue replied. How do you know it's not something bad? His eyes sparkled. Because you're a good person, just a bit fierce in appearance. She bent down, gently stroking the slightly restless steel coin. Aren't you, dear? Her radiant face blossomed with a tender smile. She did not meet his gaze, yet Lu Yinjue felt a warmth coursing through him, causing his ears to flush. He turned his head away, cleared his throat, and stated, I'm going in. With that, he refrained from looking back at and walked into the police station, as if lingering for another second would allow her gentle presence to erode the hardened stone within him. Returned to Lu Yinjue's home with the steel coin. The moment she opened the door, the steel coin whimpered, fearing would abandon it. She quickly reassured it, Don't worry, I'm not leaving. We're going home together. The steel coin blinked at her, smiled, and pushed the cart inside. She closed the door and surveyed the surroundings. The entire house was adorned in a simple, cold gray decor, and apart from the essential furniture, it was nearly barren. In the living room, there was a gray sofa, a cement gray makeshift coffee table, and across from them stood a large dog cage, capable of housing 4 of her, with space to spare. Even the cage was empty. The kitchen appeared a tad more lively, with a few spice jars on the counter. Lifted the steel coin onto the sofa, retrieved cotton swabs and medicine, and began to tend to its wounds. The steel coin lay obediently, motionless. Meanwhile, at the police station, Chief Duan Mao concluded the report and informed Lu Yinjue. There was no substantial harm. He paid the fine and could be released after a few days of detention. If he truly is a stalker, we must remain vigilant. Lu Yinjue's eyes darkened with a chilling intensity as he scoffed. Let's see if he dares to approach again. As he spoke, the stalker was led past Lu Yinjue by an officer. The moment he laid eyes on him, his pupils dilated in sheer terror, instinctively retreating behind the officer, his hands and legs trembling uncontrollably. This man was utterly terrifying. After much effort, he had finally discerned the true identity of the streamer, finding her strikingly beautiful, which had ignited some ill intentions within him. However, he had hardly begun to follow her when this man discovered him. He moved with astonishing swiftness, emerging from who knows where, twisting him and delivering a brutal beating. The injuries were assessed as minor, yet he felt as if he were dying from the pain. He nearly soiled himself in fright on the street. Though he had some training, it paled in comparison to this man. From a moment he was attacked to being thrown at the police station's entrance, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed, yet it left him with a lifelong shadow. The stalker continued to gaze at Lu Yinjue, his scalp tingling with dread. If he were caught again, it would not merely be a matter of a few days' detention. The officer sternly remarked, Yes, I truly understand my mistake. The stalker repeatedly assured under Lu Yinjue's icy glare, I will never disturb that female streamer again. Officer, please lock me up. He was near tears, fearing Lu Yinjue might charge at him once more. The officer stifled a laugh as he led the man away. Duan Miao observed their retreating figures and remarked to Lu Yinjue, Look at that. You've frightened him to such a state. Not just criminals. Even I feel uneasy in your presence. You ought to return and shave that stubble of yours. It looks rather menacing. Lu Yinjue touched his chin, inexplicably reminded of Shen Zhiyi's face. Was he truly frightening? He lowered his gaze. Upon returning home, he found Shen Zhiyi kneeling on the carpet beside the sofa, gently tending to Gongbong. He shut the door quietly. Shen Zhiyi turned to him. You're back. Lu Yinjue's heart fluttered inexplicably. Yes. He changed his shoes and walked towards her. Passing by a mirror, he caught a glimpse of his own face, short scars sharp, brows and eyes exuding a fierce demeanor. It did indeed appear somewhat intimidating. Would she be afraid? Lu Yinjue paused for a moment before sitting beside her on the sofa. Shen Zhiyi continued her motions, saying, I just changed Gongbing's medication. He shouldn't need any more today. Lowering her head, she smiled gently at Gongbong, her tone softening further. Good boy. Are you comfortable? Gongbong sprawled on the sofa, contentedly humming a couple of sounds, nearly drifting off to sleep. Shen Zhiyi turned to Lu Yinjue and spoke softly. He watched her fingers as they glided through the black and white fur, tracing the curve of its back, the delicate pads of her fingers occasionally becoming visible. Though he did not touch her, an inexplicable tingling sensation surged through him, akin to an electric current coursing down his spine. His breath grew heavier. A shadowy gaze enveloped her face, Yet the absence of her attention and fingertips upon him stirred a jealousy within him that he could not articulate. His knife-like glare shifted toward Gongbong, severing its drowsiness. Startled, Gongbong twitched its legs and opened its eyes to look at him. "Why aren't you sleepy?" Shen Zhiyi inquired, surprised. "Humph." Lu Yinjue let out a cold laugh. He had always been skilled at feigning emotions. Shen Zhiyi, feeling helpless, decided to leave. "I'll come back to take care of it tomorrow morning," she said, glancing at the clock as the live broadcast time approached. "Please let me know before you head out." Lu Yinjue lifted his eyelids slightly, watching her place the key on a coffee table. His expression remained stoic as he pressed his lips together. Shen Zhiyi closed the door behind her. Alone with the dog, Lu Yinjue slumped on the sofa, both lost in reminiscence of her tenderness. With half-closed eyes, he suddenly caught sight of a hair tie lying on the carpet. He paused, bending down to pick it up. It was a misty blue silk hair tie, hers. Slowly, he twirled the hair tie between his fingers, the rough pads of his fingers gliding over the silk, imagining her touch amidst the mounting turmoil of his emotions. Perhaps her skin was even smoother than this. He shut his eyes, feeling the weight of his inescapable descent into despair. Chapter 85. Mistakenly connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a movie. 9. Upon returning home, Shen Zhiyi was startled to realize that her hair tie was missing. Had it fallen at Lu Yinjue's place? She sent him a message. "Did you see my hair tie?" After a long wait, his reply finally came. No. Confused, she wondered if it had perhaps been left at the pet hospital. Sighing, she resigned herself to her absent-mindedness and walked to her study, preparing her props for the day's live broadcast. Lu Yinjue was almost instantly online. "Hey, Brother Haishi is here so early today? Is he going to shower gifts on his sister again for no reason?" As the comments flooded in, a golden beam of light suddenly erupted from the live stream, bursting forth like fireworks. Then, a massive three-dimensional trophy slowly ascended from the center. "Wow, sister hasn't even started streaming yet. How'd he send 10 trophies already?" Even Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. "Thank you, Yen, but you really don't need to send so many. I haven't even shared a meal with you, and this makes me feel quite embarrassed." Lu Yinjue seemed to sense her thoughts, refraining from sending more gifts, choosing instead to quietly observe her from outside the screen. Leaning against the headboard, he toyed with her silk hair tie, his cold gaze igniting a faint spark within him. Only he knew that the money spent was merely a psychological compensation for hoarding her hair tie, a form of self-deception. "Today, I will share with you the culinary delights of the midnight kitchen." Lu Yinjue's attention was captivated by her voice. He raised his eyelids to glance at the screen, noticing that she wore a pink apron adorned with a lace collar in the same hue, featuring a pink heart-shaped decoration at the center. Though her appearance was charmingly innocent, his gaze darkened, uncontrollably tearing through the fabric of her collar with his eyes. Perhaps it would leave a faint red mark. He would be there to soothe it with his lips. Lu Yinjue closed his eyes, gripping the hair tie tightly, his breathing becoming heavier. The sound of milk simmering filled his ears. Shen Zhiyi picked up the cutting board and began to slice the fruit gently and slowly. The rhythmic sound of the knife meeting the board, intertwined with the soft crack of the fruit, resonated beside the microphone, creating a soothing and therapeutic ambience. Lu Yinjue felt his heart settle into tranquility. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. Your control over the force is exquisite, and the rhythm is utterly delightful," he remarked. "Ever since I began watching your streams, my anxiety has lessened. Thank you, sister." Shen Zhiyi glanced at the messages and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "No need for thanks. It brings me joy to assist everyone. I am the one who should express gratitude for your companionship." Her heartfelt appreciation left Lu Yinjue momentarily stunned. Over the years, it was her videos that had helped him endure the most trying times since his affliction began. Previously, he had harbored no other thoughts. But upon seeing her, he found himself developing tender feelings. Now, he was acutely aware that his desire for her had reached a pathological level. He even envied the coins in his pocket. Yet, simultaneously, he feared her touch, worried that his excessive reactions might startle her. He questioned whether his incessant thoughts of her amounted to self-torture or merely a desperate thirst for solace. Lu Yinjue opened his eyes and silently watched her entire stream. missing not a single frame. Even after turning off the screen, a sense of longing lingered. He lay in bed, donned his headphones, listened to her recordings, and pondered the mere wall that separated them. He turned over, grappling with his own moral introspection. Suddenly, a faint notification chimed in his headphones. Lu Yinjue froze. More? After Shen Zhiyi concluded her stream, she tidied up the chaos on the table and floor, utterly exhausted. Such food-related broadcasts were infrequent for her, although the results were splendid. The aftermath was overwhelmingly tiring. To prevent splattered juice from staining the floor and damaging the electrical equipment, she had laid several removable soft carpets around the table. Now, she had to meticulously remove each one for cleaning. By the time she finished tidying up, she was completely drained. After a refreshing shower, she collapsed on her bed, feeling as pliable as dough. Suddenly, she glanced at the wall, wondering if he was asleep. Was the yin from the live stream him? Shen Zhiyi caught sight of her bedside table and recalled the small pair of his underwear hidden inside, causing her cheeks to flush. Tomorrow, when she went to care for the coins, she must remember to take that piece of fabric with her. Once he left for work, she could stealthily return it. Shen Zhiyi resolved to do so and then remember the movie she had not watched previously. The male actor bore a slight resemblance to Lu Yinjue. Although his physique was not as impressive, he still embodied a rugged masculinity. After a long day, indulging in a film seemed reasonable, did it not? She selected another of his performances, the repairman-themed film she had missed last time, and retrieved her headphones. As she connected them, she noticed a familiar string of English prefixes and felt reassured as she clicked to connect. Unbeknownst to her, the headphones she shared with Lu Yinjue were of the same model, their prefixes and names strikingly similar, with only the final letters differing slightly. However, Shen Zhiyi had never committed this detail to memory, and thus failed to recognize it. Exhausted, she gently closed her eyes, unwilling to endure the tedious prelude or prolong the progress bar. Yet, as the silence stretched on, an unsettling realization struck her. She could not hear sound. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her. Could it be? Could it truly be? Is it possible for one to be foolish twice? With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes. The doorbell chimed, as if responding to her thoughts. Yes, it is. Shen Zhiyi's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly slipped on her slippers, flustered as she rushed to open the door. Lu Yinjue beheld her in a delicate spaghetti-strap dress, her shoulders and collarbone blushing with a rosy hue, intensifying the heat emanating from her. She dared not meet his gaze, observing her fair complexion tinged with a vibrant flush, her eyelashes fluttering, and her lips unconsciously grazing her own. He felt an overwhelming urge to restrain himself, fighting against the primal desire to leap toward her. He thought, in this lifetime, I have lived worse than a dog. Shen Zhiyi. He nearly gritted his teeth, forcing her name through clenched jaws. Huh? Shen Zhiyi lifted her eyes to him, only to find his expression dark, with heavy circles beneath his eyes, as though he were on the verge of tearing himself apart, causing her to shrink back in fright. I'm sorry, she stammered, her legs weakening as if she might collapse to her knees. I disturbed your sleep again? She murmured softly, leaning against the doorframe, prepared for the impending collapse of her world. Yet Lu Yinjue advanced toward her, his gaze searing, his voice hoarse as he questioned. Do you find this actor so captivating? What is it about him that draws you in? He pressed closer, cornering her between himself and the doorframe, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that felt almost suffocating. Or do you prefer maintenance workers? Chapter 86. The misstep of connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a movie. 10. Shen Zhiyi felt as though she might perish from embarrassment. What maintenance worker? She thought. He is indeed a maintenance worker. How unfortunate that I chose a maintenance worker. Regret flooded her, immense regret. She was ensnared in a tide of awkward heat, her mind swirling, rendering her incapable of formulating a coherent explanation for him. She could only avert her gaze, attempting to evade his inquiries. But he approached her like a molten volcano, his heat radiating through the thin air, relentlessly scorching her, leaving her limbs weak and trembling. Overwhelmed by shyness, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Shen Zhiyi turned her head, extending a feeble hand to gently push him back. Could you please not stand so close? I feel a bit oxygen deprived. He was so warm, his presence intimidating, causing her to feel dizzy. Her delicate hand rested against his firm, heated chest. The moment she made contact, Liu Yinjue felt as though he had been electrocuted, stumbling back a step. She had exerted no force, yet something within him crumbled, giving rise to an overwhelming desire he could scarcely fathom. He awkwardly turned away, saying, "I will be leaving by 7 tomorrow morning." With that, he departed. It seemed that lingering for just another second would ensnare him in some insatiable desire, compelling him to engage in wild, beastly antics. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Shen Zhiyi grasped the doorframe, gasping for air as if she had just regained her breath. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Liu Yinjue stood beneath the splashing cold water, simultaneously exuding his warmth and coldness. She was indeed frightened. Yet even through the fabric of their clothing, his spirit was stirred by the mere touch of her fingertip. Perhaps the absence of skin-to-skin contact was why his affliction had not resurfaced. The memories of the past did not flash back. Instead, he was enveloped by boundless imaginings of a future with her. He envisioned her soft fingertips gently resting against him, her bashful eyes, fragrant lips, and rosy cheeks. He imagined her tenderness and forbearance, as Liu Yinjue entwined himself repeatedly in the depths of his insatiable longing, until his delusions dissipated and the heat subsided. Yet, in the recesses of his consciousness, a deeper chasm had been carved, yearning for her grace to fill it. The following day, Shen Zhiyi rose early. After tidying up, she opened the door and peeked out, glancing sideways. Liu Yinjue stood at his door, arms crossed, leaning against the frame, observing her. He raised an eyebrow at her furtive demeanor. Shen Zhiyi chuckled awkwardly, tightening her grip on her bag as she obediently stepped out of her home and approached him. "You shaved?" she remarked casually, an attempt to shift the topic of conversation. Yet, her words rendered Liu Yinjue momentarily stiff, causing him to lower his arms and awkwardly avert his gaze towards the coins inside his house. "Is it strange?" he inquired, running a hand over his chin. "Not at all," Shen Zhiyi replied, waving her hand. "You look quite handsome." As soon as she spoke, their eyes met, and both felt a rush of color to their cheeks, hastily diverting their gazes. "I'll check on the coins." Shen Zhiyi cleared her throat and slipped past him through the narrow gap between him and the doorframe, darting into the house. She kicked off her shoes and hurried towards the coins. "Good boy, sister is here to see you." Liu Yinjue watched her flustered figure with softened eyes. "I want to be back for lunch." "You may eat here," he said, pointing towards the kitchen. "I've left breakfast for you." Shen Zhiyi noticed he had already tended to the coins, feeling reassured as her gaze followed his finger to the kitchen. Indeed, a fragrant aroma of congee wafted towards her. She swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure, and stepped toward the kitchen. The table was laid out with youtiao, scallion omelet, flour rolls, and steamed cakes, all steaming warmly, alongside several plates of savory side dishes, seemingly pickled by him. In the center, a clay pot brimmed with century egg and lean pork congee, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance and a sense of homely warmth. Shen Zhiyi glanced at the countertop, where a freshly arranged steaming basket cloth lay, her expression filled with surprise. "You made these?" She pointed at the dishes on the table. "All of this?" "Yes," Liu Yinjue replied nonchalantly. He hadn't tea cooked in a long time, but the thought of her coming so early the previous night had inspired him to prepare a meal to ensure she wouldn't go hungry. Liu Yinjue lowered his gaze. "I'm leaving now." He is not present, perhaps allowing her to eat more freely. Liu Yinjue closed the door behind him. Shen Zhiyi gazed at the tightly shut door. Her heart unexpectedly warmed. She ladled herself a bowl of porridge, picked up the chopsticks and bowl arranged on the table, and sat down to take a sip. Her pupils widened in disbelief as she lowered her gaze, taking a few more sips. Then, lifting her chopsticks, she sampled some scallion pancakes and side dishes, her astonishment intensifying. She nearly burst into tears. How could Liu Yinjue's cooking be so delectable? It was so fragrant, so incredibly delicious. It had been ages since she had savored such a meal. Why didn't he open a restaurant instead of becoming a repairman? Such exquisite culinary skills wasted. While pondering, she devoured a substantial amount. Suddenly her gaze fell upon her bag, and her hand holding the chopsticks froze. Taking advantage of his absence, She needed to resolve that troublesome matter first. After casting a reluctant glance at the dishes on the table, she resolved to return to them later. She stood up abruptly, hurriedly making her way to the sofa. Pulling out a bundle of black fabric from her bag, she stealthily approached Lu Yinju's bedroom. The dog, wearing an Elizabethan collar, blinked at her with glistening eyes, seemingly hesitating whether to intervene. Previously, any intruder, even a mosquito, would be met with barks when entering Lu Yinju's bedroom. Yet, it had sensed Shen Zhiyi's scent within. Thus, she must be someone permitted by Lu Yinju, right? It tilted its head at her. Shen Zhiyi halted in her tracks and gestured for silence to the dog. Be a good pup and keep it a secret for your sister. She quietly pushed open his door. Her gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on the wardrobe beside the bed. She directly opened the bottom drawer. Indeed, a row of undergarments lay within. A smile blossomed on her face as she prepared to place the items inside. Suddenly, a cold voice questioned from behind. What are you doing? Shen Zhiyi stiffened and turned around abruptly, finding Lu Yinju standing at the bedroom door, staring at her in disbelief. In her hand, she was still clutching his undergarment. Reflexively, Shen Zhiyi hid her hand behind her back, frantically explaining, You misunderstand. I'm not here to steal your underwear. I'm here to return it. Lu Yinju approached her step by step, his towering figure gradually enveloping her. Shen Zhiyi found herself cornered, her back pressed against the wardrobe door. He leaned down, noticing her delicate fingers still grasping his intimate fabric, his gaze darkening. His voice turned deep, laced with mockery. So, you've stolen it before? Chapter 87. Accidentally connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth while watching a movie. 11. Shen Zhiyi's eyes nearly bulged out. What kind of top-tier misunderstanding was this? What did he mean by stolen? It was merely a matter of circumstance. It was the dog. An idea struck her. It was Steel Coin who dragged your underwear out. I was just helping to put it back. Yes, that was it. She lowered her eyelashes, awkwardly glancing around. She convinced herself that what she said was indeed true. Is that so? Lu Yinju's voice was calm, his gaze fixed on her, within the depths of her pupils. A smile overflowed. Steel Coin, having undergone training, would never enter his bedroom without permission, let alone rummage through the drawers. However, he chose not to expose the truth. Indeed. Shen Zhiyi nodded eagerly. Lu Yinju raised an eyebrow. Should I thank you then? Shen Zhiyi waved her hand, chuckling awkwardly. No need for thanks. We are neighbors. Helping one another is only natural. How long do you intend to hold on to it? Lu Yinju spread his hands, biting back a laugh. Shen Zhiyi immediately reacted as if scalded, tossing her underwear into his palm and turning her head away, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yinju bent down, placing it into a separate small drawer. As he leaned closer, he caught a whiff of a scent that was not his laundry detergent, perhaps floral. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Shen Zhiyi, unable to resist teasing. Has Steel Coin even washed it for me? Shen Zhiyi nearly bit her tongue, her eyes betraying her guilt. She chided herself for taking unnecessary action, fearing that Steel Coin might soil it, making it unsuitable to return directly to his wardrobe. Before bringing it over last night to dispose of, she had thoughtlessly washed it. Who would have known it would now serve as evidence of her panty theft? Such an ironic twist. She could only manage an awkward laugh, wondering how Steel Coin could be such a good dog. Such empathy in a dog was rare indeed. Woof! Steel Coin barked from outside the living room. Lu Yinju lowered his head, closed the drawer, and a smile, once hidden, broke free, causing his chest to tremble silently. By the way, how did you come back? Shen Zhiyi swiftly changed the subject. Lu Yinju straightened. I forgot to grab something. With a penetrating gaze, he added, Oh, and I forgot to mention, after dinner, just leave it there. I'll tidy up when I return tonight. Shen Zhiyi felt her face heat up under his gaze and hurriedly looked down. That seems a bit inappropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it, Lu Yinju replied, shifting his gaze towards the entrance. I do not like others touching my utensils. After changing his shoes, he turned back to her. Did you hear that? Shen Zhiyi nodded, momentarily stunned. I heard. Good girl, he said, suppressing a laugh as he picked up a toolbox and exited through the door. It was only when he had closed the door that Shen Zhiyi realized the implication of his words. Good girl? What does that mean? I'm not a child. She cupped her face, feeling a bit shy as she returned to the dining table. After sitting down and picking up her chopsticks, she suddenly remembered she had used chopsticks, had sipped from a spoon, touched the bowl, and even handled the pot. These were his, and he disliked others touching his utensils. Shen Zhiyi's gaze turned vacant as her face flushed crimson. She lowered her head and began to eat. When Lu Yinzhu returned, it was already deep into the night. He switched on the light and surveyed the room. There was no one inside. Steel Coin lay sprawled on the sofa upon hearing the noise. He straightened up, but then lay back down upon recognizing Lu Yinzhu. Lu Yinzhu scoffed. After taking care of you for 2 days, have you forgotten who your master is? Steel Coin grunted a couple of times, too lazy to respond. Lu Yinzhu walked into the kitchen and noticed a note stuck to the refrigerator. He peeled it off, his gaze lingering on the elegant handwriting. I went back first. Thank you for the meal. It was delicious. No, it was extraordinarily delicious. The medication for Gongbung has been used up, and I have tidied the dining table, but I did not wash the dishes. Does that count as obedience? Smiley face. Lu Yinzhu put away the note. Seeing the dining table arranged neatly and the dishes in the sink, a smile blossomed in his dark eyes. She was obedient, yet disobedient. He rolled up his sleeves, turned on the water, and meticulously cleaned the dishes she had touched, bitten, and held, scrubbing each piece slowly and carefully. After Lu Yinzhu finished a shower, he lay on the bed watching Shen Zhiyi's live stream. Today, her theme was a vintage bookstore's cataloging routine. She wore an artistic cotton linen dress, her hair tied back with a hair tie, cascading to one side. Lu Yinzhu watched as she flipped through the pages, her delicate fingers gliding over the aged book covers, producing a soft, rustling sound. He then observed her pick up a small feather duster, sweeping near the microphone, the gentle sound sending delightful shivers through his ears. He listened as she softly recited a passage from a book, akin to a bedtime story, melodious and soothing. Unable to resist, Lu Yinzhu reached out, lightly brushing over her fingertips, arms, neck, and collarbone on the screen, his gaze focused, almost entranced. Suddenly, the live stream dimmed momentarily, followed by a faint crackling sound. I'm so sorry, everyone. It seems there's an issue with my power supply. Today's stream will end here. Is everything all right, sister? Don't stream for now. It seems there's a power leak. Please be careful. Before the lights in the live stream went out completely, he heard her barely audible gasp. The stream disconnected. Lu Yinzhu almost instantly sprang from the bed. He rushed to the next room and rang the doorbell. After a considerable wait, no one responded. Frowning deeply, he was about to force the door open when Shen Zhiyi finally appeared. Are you all right? He scrutinized her from head to toe, and only after confirming she bore no injuries did he let out a quiet sigh of relief. How did you know my power went out? Shen Zhiyi, her hair slightly disheveled, wiped her forehead. Did your house lose power too? Yes, Lu Yinzhu replied, his eyes flickering. My circuit tripped just now. He glanced into her room. Would you mind if I come and take a look? Shen Zhiyi quickly stepped aside to let him pass. You even brought tools? She exclaimed, staring at the box in his hands. Lu Yinzhu blended into the darkness, concealing the unnatural expression on his face. He cleared his throat. I just got home and hadn't had the chance to set it down. Oh, Shen Zhiyi said as he turned on the flashlight and naturally took it from him. It must be an issue with the study circuit. Let me take you there. She led him to the door of the study, just as she was about to enter. Lu Yinzhu stopped her. It's dangerous inside. You wait outside for me. He took the flashlight from her hand, lightly brushing against her fingertips, causing his entire body to stiffen for a moment. His breath became heavier. She had touched him, yet he did not falter. The sound of his heartbeat thundered in his chest. All right. Shen Zhiyi halted at the door. I want to go in and cause you trouble. Lu Yinzhu steadied his breath, suppressing the chaotic rhythm of his heart as he turned and entered the study. Not long after, he emerged once more, making his way to the main circuit breaker in the hallway. Upon his return, he remarked, it seems to be caused by an electrical overload. Have you been using new appliances? Shen Zhiyi felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing it must be due to the new lighting equipment she had purchased. The room was enveloped in darkness, making her sigh particularly pronounced. It's all right. The power will be restored shortly, he whispered reassuringly, an uncommon softness gracing his sharp features. Shall I return now? Shen Zhiyi grasped the hem of his shirt. Could you stay here with me? Just until the electricity comes back, please? Her voice was soft, almost pleading. Chapter 88. An unexpected connection through Bluetooth while watching a short film. 12. Liu Yinjua's body stiffened. He lowered his gaze to the hem of a shirt that she clutched tightly in the darkness, his heart racing. All right, he acquiesced, placing down his toolbox. Under her gentle tug, he moved to the sofa and sat beside her. Gradually adjusting to the dim light, he began to discern the features of her face, a delicate visage, filled with trepidation that seemed to yearn for his protection. I'm here. Don't be afraid, he instinctively reassured her. Is it all right if I hold onto your clothes? Shen Zhiyi's voice was soft and imploring as she lifted her eyes to meet his. Her gaze shimmered in the night, as if unable to bear the slightest rejection. Under her gaze, Liu Yinjua felt a flush spread through him. His eyes darkened, and his voice turned husky. Is just holding onto your clothes sufficient? He extended a large hand. Let's hold hands. Shen Zhiyi hesitated for a fleeting moment. Is that permissible? Is it neighborly? Liu Yinjua's deep black eyes glinted, reminiscent of a hungry wolf enticing a white rabbit as he tugged at his lips. Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, tentatively extending her fingertips to brush against his palm. The moment they made contact, he swiftly turned his hand, firmly enclosing hers. Thump, thump. Their hearts raced wildly. Shen Zhiyi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed in the darkness as she felt the warmth of his palm. He was so warm, capable of enveloping her whole. His hands, accustomed to holding a gun, were calloused, and as they grazed her skin, a rush of electricity coursed through her, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Liu Yinjua observed her bashful demeanor, his throat tightening. He held her securely, reveling in the softness of her delicate hand, which surpassed his expectations, smoother and more supple than silk. Yet, what captivated him even more was the realization that touching her did not trigger any painful memories or leave him in a daze. This suggested that perhaps they could venture further. His gaze deepened as he grasped her hand, applying a slight pressure to draw her closer to him. Come a bit nearer, he instructed. Huh? All right. Shen Zhiyi assumed that their distance was causing him discomfort, so she shifted closer, settling beside his leg. With her hand in his, Liu Yinjua pressed his arm against hers. Is this better? You shouldn't be afraid now, he murmured, his eyes closed, resting their intertwined hands upon his lap, allowing them both to feel her warmth. Yes, I'm no longer afraid. Thank you, Shen Zhiyi replied, her eyelashes lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. Only the sensation of his gaze in the darkness felt akin to a blazing fire, igniting a flush upon her cheeks and sending her heart racing. Even the brush of his arm against hers resembled a freshly heated iron, robust and fervent, emanating an alarming warmth. Not to mention, every subtle movement seemed to evoke a ripple through her muscles. Merely being close to him allowed her to sense the surging strength he exuded. A profound sense of security enveloped her, interlaced with an untamed essence of hormones. In the midst of her embarrassment, Shen Zhiyi's eyes darted around, suddenly noticing the trousers he wore. Her gaze halted, gradually ascending to his chest. Straining to discern in the dim light, she pondered aloud. It seems you were not dressed in this outfit when you left in the morning. Liu Yinjua paused momentarily, then candidly confessed, Yes, I deceived you. Shen Zhiyi parted her lips, seemingly at a loss on how to respond to his honesty. How did you know about the power outage at my home? Liu Yinjua turned to her, his gaze unwavering, revealing no concealment. I watched your live stream. For considerable time. Unconsciously, he squeezed her hand, contemplating how delicate and soft it felt. Even if he were to strike himself or land a couple of blows on him, it would be akin to cotton, utterly harmless. It seemed that no matter what he did to her, he could withstand the punishment she meted out. His gaze darkened. Shen Zhiyi remained oblivious to his subtle gesture, suddenly realizing, So, you were the one, Yin? Yes, Liu Yinjua replied, bowing his head, clearly recognizing his own feelings amidst the total darkness. So, does your offer for dinner still stand? He locked eyes with her, his voice thick with warmth. I have changed my mind. At that moment, Shen Zhiyi's breath caught in her throat as the electricity unexpectedly surged back. The intimate ambiguity retained by the night abruptly dissipated, and both seemed to recoil from the intensity of each other's gaze, instinctively releasing their hold on one another. In the sudden brightness, Shen Zhiyi became acutely aware of their proximity, nearly touching. Her face flushed deeply, and she instinctively shifted to the side, distancing herself from him. "Did you not say you wouldn't eat?" She spoke softly, a hint of resentment lingering in her tone. Lu Yinjue traced her profile with his gaze. "I was being foolish," he replied with a smile, the coldness in his eyes softened by a gentle light. "Are you truly not going to eat?" He leisurely continued. "I will cook." "You will cook?" Shen Zhiyi nearly shot her head up in surprise. "Yes," he said, a smile tugging at his lips. The meal he prepared for her that morning had been a test, a means to gauge her preferences in flavor and dishes. Oily, salty, sour, sweet, pungent, dry, moist, sticky, refreshing, dense, and fluffy. He could discern her general taste from the remnants of her meal. However, there remained one aspect he had yet to ascertain. "Do you enjoy spicy food?" he inquired. Yes. Shen Zhiyi nodded, recalling the deliciousness of the morning, her mouth watering at the thought. She could handle medium spice. Lu Yinjue surveyed her room, noting the small decorative items that confirmed her preferences. "Then let's prepare sour and spicy lemon shrimp, braised heart-shaped abalone, stir-fried spicy pork, spicy boiled fish, garlic vermicelli with baby bok choy, and a coconut chicken soup. After a meal, indulging in a lemon mousse. What could be better?" "Absolutely." Shen Zhiyi swallowed hard, her heart racing at the thought. Each delectable dish was a cherished delight. She gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "So, when shall we partake?" Lu Yinjue rested his elbow on the arm of the sofa, scratching the short scar at the end of his brow, a smile dancing in his eyes as he glanced at her. "Did you not just declare that you wouldn't eat?" Shen Zhiyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did I ever say that? I never uttered a single word of refusal. I was referring to you." She pointed an accusatory finger at him, her tone imbued with indignation. "You were the one who said no." She huffed, resembling a protesting guinea pig. Lu Yinjue stifled a laugh, his gaze softening as he stood up to retrieve his toolbox from the floor. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow at noon, come over for lunch." Shen Zhiyi could hardly contain her anticipation, counting down the hours until the next day. Early in the morning, she knocked on the door next door, coincidentally running into Lu Yinjue as he prepared to leave. "I'm off to buy groceries. You could spend some time with Gongbun. Would you like me to accompany you?" "No need," he replied, tilting his head before stepping inside to have breakfast. "I'll be back shortly." Today, he had prepared purple rice soy milk, which she would surely enjoy. Shen Zhiyi wrinkled her nose, succumbing to the inviting aroma. "All right, I'll wait for you at home." Once Lu Yinjue departed, Shen Zhiyi finished her meal, tidied the dishes, and settled on the sofa to play with Gongbun. She had spent a restless night contemplating the meal he had prepared, and now, with her stomach full, drowsiness overcame her. Nestled in a warm patch of sunlight, she leaned against the sofa, petting Gongbun, and drifted into slumber. When Lu Yinjue returned, he placed the groceries down and approached her side. Seeing her peacefully asleep on the sofa, he felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He gently retrieved a blanket, draping it over her. Noticing Gongbun squatting beside her, nearly touching her hand, he furrowed his brows and nudged the dog aside. He then settled down near her, leaning closer to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The pleasure of skin-to-skin contact ignited a joy within him. She was the only one he longed to touch. Perhaps that was why his body and mind offered no resistance to her, but instead craved her presence. The soft morning sunlight bathed her face, creating a gentle glow on her lips, delicate as flower petals. Lu Yinjue bit his lip, entranced by the sight, his gaze darkening with desire. Just as he reached out to touch her lips, a dog paw landed on his hand, halting his movement. Turning his head, he found Gongbun watching him with a wary expression. He pressed his cheek with a bemused sigh, nearly laughing in exasperation. He swatted the intrusive paw away, whispering through clenched teeth, "You little rascal, have you never been reprimanded?" Chapter 89. A misunderstanding while watching a movie and accidentally connecting to the neighbor's Bluetooth. 13. Gongbun, about to bark, was swiftly silenced by Lu Yinjue's quick hand. "If you wake her, you're finished," he warned in a low voice. Gongbun blinked innocently. Lu Yinjue released his grip and watched as the dog, under the weight of his commanding presence, lowered its head, and obediently retreated to its cage. Satisfied, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Shen Zhiyi once more before heading to the kitchen. Lu Yinzhua closed the kitchen door, isolating the sounds of cooking from the outside world, ensuring that the sweet dreamer remained undisturbed. However, as he brought the dishes out, the enticing aroma wafted towards Shen Zhiyi, gently rousing her from slumber. She stirred, rubbed her eyes, and then noticed the blanket that had slipped from her body. Grasping it with her fingertips, she paused for a moment, glancing towards the kitchen with a tender smile blooming on her lips. "Are you awake?" Lu Yinzhua's voice floated over from the dining table. Shen Zhiyi slipped into her slippers and walked to the dining area, her eyes gleaming at the sight of a table laden with dishes that were a feast for the senses. Lu Yinzhua graciously pulled out a chair for her and arranged the bowls and chopsticks. "2 more dishes will be ready shortly. You can start eating," he said, watching her settle down before turning back to the kitchen. Shen Zhiyi initially intended to be polite, to suggest waiting for him to join her. Yet, the aroma of the food was simply irresistible. Unable to resist, she picked up a piece of lemon shrimp and placed it in her mouth. The marinated shrimp, bursting with flavors, was delightfully tangy and spicy, awakening her appetite. As she chewed, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely delicious. How is it that he cooks shrimp so exquisitely?" She thought of the takeout she had ordered before and felt a pang of regret. Transitioning from indulgence to frugality was difficult. After savoring such delectable dishes, how could she ever return to takeout? Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes as she picked up a piece of tender abalone. The tears flowed more freely. Gonggong, the dog, heard the commotion and ambled out of his crate, slowly making his way to Shen Zhiyi's side. With his paws resting on her chair, he looked up at her with an innocent expression, panting adorably. "Are you hungry too, my sweet pup?" Shen Zhiyi gently patted his head, her voice filled with warmth. Gonggong wagged his tail, nudging his head into her palm and even rubbing against her thigh. His long fur tickled her, causing her to giggle. "All right, stay still, it tickles." Lu Yinzhua emerged from the kitchen with a plate of boiled fish, and upon seeing the cozy scene of the girl and her dog, his expression darkened abruptly. His gaze sharpened as he focused on Gonggong. "Gonggong, back to your crate." In response, Gonggong let out a soft whine, resting his head on Shen Zhiyi's lap and looking up at her with a pitiful gaze. "It's fine. Let him stay here," Shen Zhiyi said, her heart aching at the sight of his sorrowful demeanor. "I'll give him a couple of pieces of meat later, all right, my good boy?" She smiled sweetly and patted him again. Lu Yinzhua placed the fish heavily on the table, his expression icy, his jaw tightly clenched as though ready to unleash his ire. "Sit properly. Leaning on someone else's leg while they eat is unacceptable," he reprimanded Gonggong in a frigid tone, finding the scene before him utterly displeasing. However, Gonggong, unlike usual, did not heed his command and instead whimpered again at Shen Zhiyi, his bright eyes drooping. Shen Zhiyi's heart melted. "All right, he is still a bit weak. Don't be so harsh on him. Let him sit however he likes, my sweet pup." Gonggong perked up again, tilting his head back and panting happily, his paws still resting on her lap. "Look how obedient he is." Shen Zhiyi sighed, advising not to be so fierce next time, as it frightened the child. Steel Coin seemed to resonate with her sentiment, nodding in agreement as it gazed at Lu Yinzhua. Lu Yinzhua retorted, calling it a green tea dog and a dead dog. With a sullen expression, he brought out the last pot of coconut chicken soup, served Shen Zhiyi her meal, and then took a seat across from her. He picked up his chopsticks, eating while casting a dark, brooding stare at Steel Coin. The intensity of his gaze was truly unsettling, leaving Steel Coin with no choice but to relent. It tucked its paws away and obediently sat beside Shen Zhiyi. Only then did Lu Yinzhua's brow soften slightly as he turned to her, inquiring if the food was delicious. His demeanor had transformed from that of a menacing figure to one of genuine concern. Shen Zhiyi nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks stuffed with rice and a morsel of spicy stir-fried meat. Lu Yinzhua observed her struggle to articulate her thoughts, her focus solely on the food, and a hint of amusement flickered in his dark eyes. "If it's delicious, then eat more," he encouraged. "All right." Shen Zhiyi finally managed to swallow her mouthful. Lu Yinzhua's steady gaze upon her, coupled with the rhythmic thrum of satisfaction resonating within him, stirred a profound, wordless contentment in his heart. He contemplated the notion of dedicating a lifetime to cooking for her. Yet, he pondered, did he truly have a lifetime? Bowing his head, the shadows cast by his long lashes obscured his eyes, and the flavors of the dish he was consuming momentarily faded away. On her first day in the bustling city, Fu Sivan felt a sense of affirmation regarding her decision. In her past life, she had longed to escape the remote little town, urging Lu Yinjue to join her in the vibrant city. With his wealth, he ought to enjoy life amidst the urban splendor. Yet, he stubbornly clung to the backward town, leaving her to deem him somewhat mentally unhinged. However, now liberated from him, she was determined to carve out her own path in the city, envisioning a life of affluence and indulgence. Above all, it was freedom that she sought. Upon securing a place to stay, she did not seek employment immediately. Instead, she indulged her savings, wandering through the most opulent areas of the city. In an underground bar, she encountered an individual, a strikingly handsome foreigner with long hair. His eyes were a mesmerizing blue, his hair golden, and a black wolf tattoo adorned the back of his neck, resembling some totemic symbol. The moment Fu Sivan laid eyes on him, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In her previous life, she had seen him too. He had appeared near their apartment during her fervent pursuit of Lu Yinjue, inquiring about her relationship with him. At the time, she had assumed he was a friend of Lu Yinjue's. To further her connection with Lu Yinjue, she had deceived this man, claiming to be Lu Yinjue's girlfriend. When Lu Yinjue eventually learned of her lie, though furious, he agreed to be with her. She believed this would usher in a blissful romantic chapter. Little did she know that Lu Yinjue would return home late every night, often locking her up at home. Now, encountering this man again in the bar, she wondered if she was destined to remain entangled in the fate connected to Lu Yinjue. In a state of terror, Fu Sivan locked eyes with the foreign man. Her complexion turned pale as she hurriedly dashed outside the bar. Yet, the man was swift, catching up to her in mere moments. "Madam, do you recognize me?" he inquired with a sinister smile, grasping the nape of her neck. A chill gripped Fu Sivan, and she fervently shook her head. "No, I do not know you." "Then why are you running?" His expression darkened, and he forcefully shoved her against the wall. From somewhere, a dagger slipped into his hand, pressing against her throat. "Deceitful little thing, how should I deal with you?" He chuckled ominously. "Please don't kill me. Please don't." Fu Sivan was terrified, finally realizing that this man was no ordinary individual, likely a violent criminal akin to Lu Yinjue. "I know you are looking for Lu Yinjue, aren't you?" She now understood they were not allies, but possibly adversaries. "Release me, and I will tell you where Lu Yinjue is. Just don't come after me." A few days later, Lu Yinjue and Shen Zhiyi took their pet, Steel Coin, to the veterinary clinic for a final checkup. The recovery appeared promising, indicating diligent care. The doctor paused, smiling at them, even commenting that they were not a couple. The dog, clearly devoted to the man, showed an unusual attachment to the woman, suggesting her scent permeated their home. After the bath, "You can take it home," the doctor had just stated when a piercing scream erupted from the second floor. "Help! Fire!" Panic swept through the crowd below as thick smoke began to billow out. A nurse rushed down the stairs, her voice trembling with distress. "There are 2 cats and a dog inside. Call 119. Before she could finish, Lu Yinjue's expression hardened, and he charged up the stairs. Shen Zhiyi attempted to follow, but was halted by his command. "Stay back. Wait for me." The heat and acrid scent of burning materials enveloped him. Grabbing a fire extinguisher from the wall, he pushed open the innermost treatment room, where he heard faint whimpers of the cats and dog amidst the thick smoke. Blinding flames seared his consciousness, and memories surged back. An imposing figure igniting accelerants, using their body as a barricade to block the long corridor's exit. "Run! Hurry!" A distant shout tore through his mind, jolting every nerve in his body. Lu Yinjue shook his head painfully, following the feeble whimpers into the inferno. Shen Zhiyi paced anxiously below. The firefighters arrived swiftly, and by the time they ascended to the second floor, Lu Yinjue emerged, cradling the pets. His clothing was charred, and he appeared disheveled. The nurse wept as she took them. "They're all here, none missing, thankfully unharmed." "Thank you. Are you all right?" Only then did she notice Lu Yinjue's pallid complexion, his face reflecting difficulty in breathing, and his right hand trembled incessantly. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Shen Zhiyi approached with concern. Lu Yinjue grasped his right wrist, unwilling for her to witness his disheveled state. He brushed aside her hand and moved forward. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he collapsed onto the ground. Lu Yinjue, hospital. When Chu Long arrived, Shen Zhiyi was listening to the doctor's instructions. It was post-traumatic stress disorder. He had likely been suffering from this condition for several years. Aside from trembling hands and difficulty breathing, he may also habitually shun intimate relationships. Are you his lover? Shen Zhiyi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chu Long stood frozen in place, astonished. Lo, when did Zhuang go have a lover? And such a stunning beauty? The doctor nodded and remarked, it seems you will have to endure some challenges. You must exhibit greater tolerance and patience towards him in daily life and minimize triggers for the patient. Based on your earlier description, he seems to have a strong aversion to fire. Only by unraveling his emotional knots can there be a possibility for improvement. I understand. Thank you, doctor. As Shen Zhiyi turned, she noticed Chu Long standing at the doorway. Remembering her previous conversation with the doctor, her gaze flickered uncomfortably. You must be Chu Long. She approached him. He was one of the few contacts in Lu Yinjue's phone and among the more prominent ones. Chu Long nodded. You're Zhuang Guo's girlfriend? I've never heard him mention you. Shen Zhiyi cleared her throat. That was merely to satisfy the doctor. I'm his neighbor. Chu Long opened his mouth, realization dawning, but also bewilderment. Zhuang Guo would take a neighbor to the pet hospital to treat steel coin? That dog barks at everyone. Certainly, you're not an ordinary neighbor. Perhaps you are the future sister-in-law. With this thought, his gaze towards Shen Zhiyi shifted to one of respectful awe. Do you know where Yang Wu's family is? Shen Zhiyi suddenly asked. Chu Long's pupils widened in shock. She even knows brother Yang Wu. Indeed, she must be the future sister-in-law. Nodding dumbly, he mentioned a place name. The two exchanged a few more words before Lu Yinjue emerged from the hospital room. His face still pale from the episode. His gaze lingered on Shen Zhiyi for a moment before shifting to Chu Long's steel coin. Is at the pet hospital. You need to go pick it up and bring it back to the repair shop. Oh, okay. Chu Long responded immediately, his eyes darting between the two, and he tactfully stated, I'll head there now.